Qingyuan Prefecture, Ligua, Haomong Mountains. There is a cliff ahead. He, you have no way to escape. A loud shout rang out in the misty mountains. On the edge of the 100-foot cliff, the blood-stained and miserable young man stopped and looked back. There were dozens of pursuers behind him. They stepped on leaves and chased the wind in the forest and arrived in front of He in the blink of an eye. He stared at them for a moment and then looked back at the abyss under his feet with unwillingness in his eyes. Is it over? He murmured to himself. Recalling half a lifetime, He's unwillingness became stronger and stronger. He is a time traveler who accidentally traveled to this world of immortal cultivation more than 20 years ago. But he has no plug-in, no heaven-defying physique, no extraordinary understanding, and no background. And this world has strict class divisions, and limited resources are controlled by the court, sects, and families. The road ahead for cultivators with backgrounds is smooth. Cultivators without backgrounds can hardly move forward. After more than 20 years of traveling, He joined many forces for cultivation, either actively or passively. During this period, he worked as a coolie, dug mines, and worked as a cauldron to test medicine. He suffered a lot, but in the end, he, who had the dual spiritual roots of fire and wood, was only at the 4th level of Qi training. However, the direct descendants of those forces with 3 or 4 spiritual roots were fed to complete Qi training at the same age. What's more, they have already stepped into the foundation building stage. He was very unwilling. He also wanted to be like the protagonist of the immortal novel who could fly into the sky, move mountains and seas, and live forever and roam freely between heaven and earth without constraints. But this seems to be impossible to achieve. Now, he has been forced into a desperate situation because of various crimes and the chance he got. He, hand over the ancient seal of inheritance and leave your body intact. At this moment, only the female cultivator behind him spoke. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw her wearing white clothes as white as snow, with beautiful eyebrows and eyes. And the long sword in her hand reflected her cold eyebrows. Yu Qinga, a child of the Yu family, is also a true disciple of the Wanjian sect. Perhaps seeing He looking at her, Yu Qinga continued, "You killed fellow disciples, robbed spirit stones, stole skills, smuggled fake pills, and secretly hid the ancient seal of inheritance obtained in the secret realm and did not hand it over. The crimes you committed are enough to be killed, but considering that you have contributed to the sect, it is a blessing to keep your body intact. I know you are unwilling, but what can I do? You have committed evil everywhere, offended many forces, and have been wanted by the court and major sects for a long time. You are responsible for this fate now." She shook her head helplessly, but Lee's eyes were fierce. "It's my own fault. It's my own fault. You captured able-bodied men to work in the mines, and you took me to the mines to overdraw my spiritual power every day to work. Is it my fault? Your scum brothers robbed me of my spiritual stones because I had no background. Is it my fault? Those beastly elders sold me useless skills that I couldn't practice in order to suppress me. Is it my fault?" The more He spoke, the more ferocious his expression became. "You said I was selling fake pills? Damn it, if I have connections and an alchemist license, I can sell real pills. And if I don't have a license, I can sell fake pills? No matter how bad my pills are, they are better than your pills that kill people. You're still wanted for doing evil? The evil I did is to make you earn less spiritual stones, right?" At this point, He laughed in anger. "The court, the sects, the noble families, you occupy 90 of the resources of the entire state and monopolize almost all the channels for promotion and profit. There is no way out for low-level cultivators like me. Even if I join you, I will only be exploited. You only know how to promote and cultivate your relatives. You don't have the ability to become immortals, so you force other cultivators to a dead end and a dead end. And in the end, you have to step on the bones of others and say that we have our own faults. How dare you say this?" He said, and the faces of the people on the opposite side were ugly. "Shut up." Finally, Li Zhongping, the green-clothed female cultivator beside Yu Qinga, could not help but scold. "This world is not as dark as people say. Don't always blame the world for being unfair. You should look for your own problems more. Think about whether you have worked hard to earn spirit stones and resources. You are not working hard enough. How can you blame others? Besides, other cultivators have also experienced what you have experienced. Why do they have so few things but you have? Why are those people not oppressed, but you are oppressed everywhere?" "That's right," the young man in white on the right of Li Zhongping said. Why do you always blame others when you encounter problems? But if you put aside the facts, you are really right. And some things can be solved properly, but you insist on using extreme methods. Extreme your mother. Healy's face was full of cruelty. All of you family disciples and sect leaders who didn't grow up eating the blood of the lower-level monks. Why are you pretending to be a saint now? In the final analysis, you and the forces behind you are all a bunch of damn blood-sucking worms. You, the young man in white, blushed. Yuchinga frowned. Okay, stop saying these useless things. Hand over the ancient seal quickly, otherwise. Stop threatening me. Healy interrupted Yuchinga's words with a crazy look and took a half step back to scan the crowd. Since you're going to die anyway, how can I let you get what you want? After that, in the astonished eyes of the crowd, Healy jumped up and jumped into the abyss with a grim smile. A vicious roar sounded from the abyss. If I, Healy, am lucky enough not to die, I will slaughter all of you from top to bottom one day, then let you see what it means to have real people's bones trampled on the clouds and the heads of the dignitaries hung all over the mountain gate. Hearing this voice, everyone shuddered. Sister Yu, what should we do? After coming back to her senses, Li Zhongping asked, and Yuchinga stared into the abyss. I want to see him alive or dead. Take a detour and take a look. Be careful. Healy, who is at the 4th level of Qi training, has many ways to avoid being hunted by many forces. Even if he jumps off the cliff with serious injuries, he may not really fall to death. Be careful. Don't fall into his trap. Yes. Everyone nodded and acted quickly. At the same time, under the abyss. Healy's body, who fell to death after hitting the blue stone, actually reacted. The scarlet light flickered on his body, and the warm blood that was spilled around began to flow back. His broken flesh and broken bones began to heal and recover rapidly. Healy's consciousness began to recover, and a mysterious whisper sounded in his mind at this time. You are the killing calamity of the immortal. You are the successor of the heavenly punishment killing Tao. Killing will increase your cultivation, and acting on behalf of the heaven will increase the blessings of the heaven. Ji Dao, when you destroy a spell, you can enjoy the gift of heaven and directly comprehend the spell. If you can make the spell inheritance disappear from the world, you can directly comprehend the spell to perfection. The power of heavenly punishment to kill Ji Dao, slaughter all those who ascend to the immortal road, burn all the laws to ashes and spread them all over the world. The immortal road will end completely after you. The whisper gradually dissipated, and consciousness was completely restored. Healy, lying on the blue stone, opened his eyes. Heavenly punishment, killing Tao? Killing people can increase cultivation. Destroying those spell inheritances can also master them instantly. The late cheat seems a bit strong. Healy was very excited when he recalled the whisper just now. The cheat came, and it was very powerful. This cheat came from the ancient seal of inheritance he had obtained before. Not long after he obtained that thing, it automatically recognized its master and turned into a stream of light into his body and disappeared. Because of this, Healy, who was witness to obtain the ancient seal of inheritance, knew that the sect would not believe that the ancient seal disappeared, but would only think that he had kept the ancient seal privately and would definitely torture him to hand it over. Healy ran away to avoid being tortured. Later, he was forced to the cliff. It's a blessing in disguise. Healy sneered. Now that the plugin has arrived, he will also start to fulfill his promise to slaughter the court, sects, and families. All those who will affect his immortality must die. I will kill you, increase my cultivation, get resources, and I will have my own way to immortality. Healy's cold smile was full of madness and bloodthirstiness. At this moment, footsteps were heard in the distance. It seems that someone is approaching here. Chapter 2. Please stay, fellow Taoist brother. Look, there seems to be something up ahead. What is it, brother? I have found it. Indeed. Let's go take a closer look. As the footsteps drew closer, Healy heard distant conversations filled with joy. Lying on the blue stone, he feigned death while channeling his spiritual energy, preparing for a counterattack. However, to Healy's surprise, before the first disciple who discovered him could approach, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Boom. A dull sound echoed. Brother, why did you ambush me? Does the junior indeed not understand, or is he merely pretending? I attacked you for Healy. As we both know, those ancient inherited seals might conceal formidable techniques or other powers from past immortals. Who wouldn't desire such treasures? Once I eliminate you and obliterate your corpse, I can seize the treasures and let you take the fall. Wouldn't that be delightful? Brother. You have truly calculated well. If I hadn't been wary of you beforehand, you might have succeeded. You are uninjured? After the shock came the sound of intense fighting. Healy was not surprised. In this perilous world of cultivation, even brothers would fight to the death over treasures. Let alone mere disciples. Fight on, fight on. May you both be gravely wounded. Then I shall eliminate you all. Silently chuckling, Healy continued to gather his strength. The sounds of battle nearby lasted for about 10 minutes before the victors emerged and silence fell. Cough. What does it matter if you are wary? I am your senior brother. To fight against me? You are still too inexperienced. Accompanied by a triumphant laugh. The footsteps of the injured disciple drew nearer to Healy. The latter held his breath, waiting in silence. Suddenly, a voice of suspicion arose. How is it that his body remains intact after such a high fall? No, wait. The anomaly of the corpse alerted the approaching disciple to the danger. He hurriedly attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Smack. Boom. Healy suddenly raised his hand. His palm radiating a searing heat as it struck the disciple's chest with full force. Crimson flames instantly pierced through his heart, erupting from his back and incinerating his clothes. Heart-burning palm, akin to the technique of the palm thunder. This technique was modified from the flawed scroll of palm thunder Healy had once been deceived into using. The closer the distance, the greater the power, which was far beyond what the injured senior brother could withstand. He fell dead on the spot, and just then, mysterious whispers echoed in Healy's mind. You have slain the 5th layer Chi refinement cultivator, Zhou Miao. Cultivation 6, Heavenly Tao grants an additional 3. With the emergence of the whispers, Healy could distinctly feel the surge of spiritual energy accompanying his cultivation increase. This enhancement matched the progress he had made over several months. Truly, what a heavenly advantage. Healy sighed slightly and intended to search Zhou Miao's corpse. Snap. Suddenly, the sound of a dry branch snapping in the nearby bushes interrupted Healy's actions. He abruptly looked up, locking onto the source of the sound. Only to see a bloodied young man crawling. Zhou Miao's junior? He has fully perished yet? Healy was taken aback. While the other disciple realized his noise might have drawn Healy's attention and instinctively turned to look back. As their eyes met, the terrified expression on the junior's face was frozen as he confronted the bloodthirsty gaze of Healy, prompting him to panic and frantically crawl into the bushes. Please wait, fellow Taoist. Seeing the other struggling in desperation, Healy displayed a sinister smile as he picked up Zhou Miao's short blade and transformed it into a fierce wind. Swish. With a flash of cold light. The terrified expression of the other disciple was captured forever as his head was severed. You have slain the 5th layer Chi refinement cultivator, Zhang Lu. Cultivation 6. Heavenly Tao grants an additional 2. Another several months of cultivation, delightful. At this rate of growth, if I eliminate all those with Yuchinga, I could directly break through. As Healy listened to the whispers in his mind, his mood brightened. At this moment, the power of the heavenly punishment seemed to resonate with Healy's thoughts, revealing breakthrough information in his mind, allowing him to clearly understand how many more he needed to slay to reach the next level. Cultivation level, 4th layer Chi refinement, 139-160. I had this much cultivation to begin with? It seems the breakthrough is quicker than I anticipated. Sheathing his blade, Healy bent down to search Zhonglu and Zhou Miao's corpses. He discovered 18 low-grade spirit stones, several spirit fragments, 2 vials of spirit-replenishing pills, and the incomplete technique scrolls of Zhang family's Great Strength Technique and Zhou family's Spirit Nurturing Technique, along with some miscellaneous items. These two did not possess storage bags. Storage bags are quite valuable. Even family disciples would not easily possess them unless they were key cultivators. The spirit fragments were remnants of low-grade spirit stones, serving as hard currency for lower-tier cultivators. The 2 techniques were created by the Zhang family, who dominated mining, and the Zhou family, known for producing spiritual plants. Due to the government's and sect's control over techniques, many had serious flaws, leading to the creation of various self-invented techniques. Self-invented techniques were often unstable, making it difficult to categorize them. However, orthodox techniques are divided into 5 levels: celestial, earth, profound, spiritual, and mortal, with each level further subdivided into supreme, exceptional, superior, intermediate, and inferior. The Zhang and Zhou techniques were essential for their families, with the former increasing strength for mining and the latter nurturing spiritual plants. Although these 2 techniques were rather mediocre, their completeness made them worthy of learning to expand one's arsenal. Thus, Healy raised his hand to set the scrolls ablaze. Burning the Zhang family's Great Strength Technique and Zhou family's Spirit Nurturing Technique reduces the inheritance of Heavenly Tao's blessings. Zhang family's Great Strength Technique has reached the entry level. Zhou family's Spirit Nurturing Technique has reached the entry level. As the scrolls turned to ash, whispers echoed in Healy's mind. Numerous techniques and insights surged within him, enabling him to grasp them swiftly. The art of burning law, from now on, mastering techniques would not rely on comprehension. Curiously, Healy pondered whether burning flawed techniques would result in mastering the complete versions or something else. His gaze fell upon Zhang Lu's corpse at his feet as he wielded the blade to sever the facial skin. Buzz. As Healy raised his hand and formed a seal, Zhang Lu's face adhered seamlessly to his own. A rare, superior-level technique, the face-changing technique. This was a technique Healy had serendipitously acquired in the past. Additionally, he possessed the concealment technique, which allowed him to hide his presence, making it impossible for cultivators to sense him. As a mere fourth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, He Li had managed to escape the pursuit of various disciples multiple times. Thanks to these two techniques. Now, he intended to use Zhang Lu's face to deceive and eliminate nearby cultivators. He Li smeared some blood on himself and then proceeded in the direction Zhang Lu and Shou Miao had come from. Before long, silhouettes appeared through the mist. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Li Zhongping. Accompanying her were two individuals, a man and a woman. Observing the three from a distance, He Li silently activated the Great Strength technique to significantly enhance his own power, then turned back, brandishing the knife and displaying a panicked demeanor as he ran forward. Calling out loudly, "Senior Sister Li, we have found He Li. He is not dead. Zhou's senior brother ambushed him." As He Li's somewhat flustered voice reached the ears of Li Zhongping and the others, they hurriedly turned around. "Junior Zhang?" Upon seeing Zhang Lu's bloodied face and his disheveled figure, Li Zhongping rushed forward, reaching out to support him as he appeared on the verge of collapsing. Simultaneously, she did not forget to inquire, "He Li is not dead? Where did you find him?" After asking, she found it hard to believe. How could he survive such a high leap in his severely injured state? Junior Zhang, the knife in your hand. Just then, Li Zhongping's pupils constricted. She had not seen Zhang Lu wielding the blade earlier, and only upon approaching did she realize that the sword-practicing Zhang Lu was now holding a knife, which appeared to be Shou Miao's short blade. This revelation sent chills down her spine, and her instincts prompted her to draw her sword. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, sparks flew. He Li, empowered by the formidable force of his technique, unleashed a blow that increased his strength by 50%. Striking down Li Zhongping's hastily drawn longsword with ease, and with the momentum, severed her left leg. In that moment, his left hand, charged with the long-anticipated burning heart palm, descended heavily upon Li Zhongping's forehead. Boom! Flames erupted, consuming Li Zhongping's long hair, illuminating the surroundings. While He Li's figure lunged forward with the ferocity of a leopard, targeting the two remaining stunned adversaries. Eliminated Li Zhongping, a 6th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Cultivation 8, Heavenly Dao granted an additional 4. Slain Wang Ming, a 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Cultivation 4, Heavenly Dao granted an additional 1. Slain Zhou Luo, a 4th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. Cultivation 4, Heavenly Dao granted an additional 1. Cultivation has reached a critical point. Chapter 3, Why Not Eat Meat Porridge? Breakthrough to the 5th layer of Qi refinement. Current realm, 5th layer of Qi refinement, 0250, ultimately. Qi refining practitioners remain mere mortals. The disparity in cultivation levels manifests primarily in the total quantity and quality of spiritual energy, devoid of any other peculiarities. Even though Li Zhongping's cultivation surpasses He Li's by 2 layers, a surprise attack on a vital point from He Li could still lead to her demise. The remaining 2 pose little threat. He Li's mood is buoyant following his recent breakthrough. Furthermore, this acquisition brings him joy. A low-grade storage pouch? Quite satisfactory. Searching the bodies of Li Zhongping, Wang Ming, and Zhou Luo, He Li discovers a gray storage pouch on Li Zhongping. The gray color indicates it is the most rudimentary type of storage pouch, with a mere half cubic meter of space. Although small, it suffices for storing stolen goods. Activating his spiritual energy to open the pouch, He Li finds only a secret scroll titled Li Clan's Shattering Technique, a first-rank alchemist badge belonging to Li Zhongping, and 10 low-grade spirit stones. A first-rank alchemist badge? Humph. Li Zhongping barely scraped through the written examination, her success rate in alchemy plummeting to a mere 20%. I achieved a perfect score with a 70% success rate yet failed to obtain such a badge? Staring at the red token, He Li scoffs. Indeed. The assessment is merely a formality. The true test commenced long before, the moment one registered and revealed their identity and background. As for the list of successful candidates, it is likely that they had already finalized it before I even arrived at the examination venue. Reminiscing about those unpleasant experiences, crimson flames ignite in He Li's hand. Boom. The scroll of the Shattering Technique is reduced to ashes. Burning Li Clan's Shattering Technique, a gift from the heavens. The Shattering Technique has reached the entry-level stage. The Shattering Technique, as its name suggests, is a method for pulverizing various spiritual plants used in alchemy without damaging their effects. However, He Li believes it possesses even more applications. For instance, it could be employed directly against adversaries or to erase evidence. He ponders, preparing to proceed with his next actions. Whoosh. Just then, a sound of breaking air from above interrupts He Li's movements, prompting him to instinctively look up. He sees a figure descending like a streak of silver light, stepping onto a mountain ahead. A spear wielder, a weapon master, a foundation establishment practitioner? Narrowing his eyes, He Li swiftly alters his course to distance himself. Qi refining practitioners are still mortals, capable of combat. However, foundation establishment practitioners have undergone a metamorphosis, allowing them to fast and possessing divine consciousness. Their spiritual energy coursing through their meridians, making their power formidable and unmatched. With a foundation establishment practitioner approaching, this place is no longer safe. Nevertheless, the pursuit of murder and ascendance cannot cease. The Haomong mountain range stretches for thousands of miles, with numerous sects, towns, and families nearby. Since it is ill-advised to engage in slaughter here, He Li decides to massacre in the towns instead. Those towns often house only minor families, shops, and low-level practitioners. After eliminating them, he can bolster his cultivation before confronting Yuchinga and the forces backing her. A fierce expression adorns He Li's face as he moves with urgency. He scans the surroundings, selects a direction, and employs stealth to conceal his presence before hastening away. His destination is Wuzhen. Wuzhen is a place he is familiar with, being the nearest town to his current location, where the most powerful individual is the town mayor. Appointed by the court at the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Utilizing a flawed lightness technique, He Li traverses the forest, reaching Wuzhen in merely 2 hours. Though a small town, it is frequented by numerous practitioners, aside from the scattered cultivators and tattered ropes. Most others on the streets are descendants of families at the 2nd to 5th layers of Qi refinement, clad in luxurious garments, pointing and sneering at the lowly scattered practitioners. Why don't they change out of such worn garments? Are these scattered practitioners truly that impoverished? What does being poor even mean? They are simply lazy. Utterly useless. My family as herbalist complains after a mere 8 hours of work, oblivious to the fact that I practice until midnight. I feel no fatigue despite my late-night training. Indeed, just the other day, I invested 20 spirit stones provided by my family and made a modest profit of 30. Why don't these scattered practitioners utilize their spirit stones wisely? Exactly. Their laziness justifies their poverty. Ah, enough of this. I hear the young master of the Li family is to be wed tomorrow. How much are you preparing to gift? As He Li steps into the town, he overhears the discussions among the young masters and ladies of the immortal cultivation families concerning the scattered practitioners. Suddenly halting, fixing a chilling gaze upon their departing figures. You dare compare your late-night training to the toil of herbalists who exhaust their spiritual energy and life to nurture spiritual plants? How dare you imply that your indulgence in wine until dawn is more arduous than their labor? Investing, you say? Who possesses spirit stones? Doesn't everyone have connections? Why not just eat meat porridge, huh? You wretched beings. All of you shall perish. Raising his left hand, his fingers aligned, He Li channels his spiritual energy to empower himself with immense strength. In a hushed tone, he suddenly draws his blade, eyes filled with ferocity, and swings it. Thud. In a flash, 2 heads adorned with mocking expressions directed at the scattered practitioners soar into the air. Slain Qi refining 3rd layer practitioner Wang Zhu. Cultivation 1. Additional 3 from the heavens. Slain Qi refining 4th layer practitioner Zhang Mingrui. Cultivation 3. Additional 3 from the heavens. As He Li continues to whisper in his mind, the warm blood splatters onto the faces of the remaining young masters, who freeze in terror, turning to witness their companion's decapitated body. You dare to kill us? We are. One individual, paralyzed by fear, attempts to utter more. Yet He Li affords him no opportunity for further words. With a swift motion, he sweeps his blade to eliminate this person, but another reacts quickly, casting a spell to conjure a faint blue water shield around his companion in an attempt to block the impending attack. However, bang! With a resounding clash, He Li's overwhelming power shatters the shield, cleaving open the head of the protected individual, the grotesque red and white liquid spraying in all directions. Who has witnessed such a brutal and terrifying scene? The family disciples tremble in fear, their resolve to resist evaporating as they contemplate escape. Yet, just as one stumbles backward, He Li deftly throws a dagger at his head. The latter, sensing the blade approaching, breaks into a cold sweat, rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to evade. However, this evasion costs him the chance to flee, as He Li swiftly employs the shattering technique. Buzz. A golden glow emanates from He Li's index finger, illuminating the legs of that individual, causing them to rapidly decay and shatter into a spray of blood, inflicting excruciating agony upon him. Before he can emit a scream, He Li lunges forward, striking his head with a palm. Crack. A crisp sound signals the end of the battle. Slain Qi refining 4th layer practitioner Lu Ziwang. Cultivation 3. Additional 2 from the heavens. Slain Qi refining 5th layer practitioner Zhou Feng. Cultivation 5. Additional 3 from the heavens. Listening to the whispers in his mind, He Li disregards the shocked and terrified gazes of the surrounding onlookers, neglecting to loot the bodies, and instead seizes the dagger, rushing toward the nearest Li family spiritual plant shop. Upon witnessing He Li's approach, the shopkeeper in the Li family suddenly awakens from his stupor, his face filled with terror. Damn it, he is targeting us. Quick, close the door, don't let him in. As He Li draws near, the frightened shopkeeper shouts in panic. However, their actions prove too slow. Crack. Just as the shopkeeper and the staff inside hurriedly attempt to shut the door and activate the defensive array, He Li bursts into the shop, cleaving a staff member in half with a single stroke. Slain Qi refining 2nd layer practitioner Li Xin. Cultivation slightly increased, as blood splatters onto his face. The shopkeeper pales, trembling with terror. You mustn't act recklessly. This is the Li family's spiritual plant shop. My family is protected by the 10,000 Swords sect, and we have foundation establishment practitioners. The shopkeeper stammers, quaking with fear as he warns He Li. In the end, he did not forget to persuade. Moreover, the mayor will soon arrive with reinforcements. The mayor is a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement. If you do not wish to meet your demise, it is best to hurry. Hurry to do what? To kill you? Covered in blood and exuding an aura of murderous intent, He Li revealed a sinister smile, resembling a demon and instilling boundless psychological pressure upon the shopkeeper. As He Li swung his blade towards him, the shopkeeper, sensing the threat of death, had no choice but to hurriedly prepare for combat. You wish to kill me? It shall not be so simple. With bloodshot eyes, the shopkeeper focused all his energy, channeling his spiritual power to cast the water arrow technique at the swiftly approaching Healy. To his astonishment, Healy did not dodge. He merely tilted his body slightly. With a piercing sound, the sharp water arrow pierced Healy's left shoulder, yet at that moment, Healy, with an expression of merciless determination, arrived before the shopkeeper and ruthlessly severed his head from his neck. Slain a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Li Changjiu. Cultivation 7. Additional 4 from the heavenly Taoist blessing. Hearing the whispers in his mind, Healy glanced beyond the corpse, surveying the dazzling array of spiritual plants surrounding him. Chapter 4. Have you ever heard of the dust explosion technique? Healy's gaze swept across the surrounding spiritual plants. The classification of spiritual plants aligns with that of techniques. The Li family's spiritual plant shop in Wuzhen primarily caters to the low-ranking disciples of nearby cultivation families and wandering cultivators. Hence there is a notable absence of high-grade spiritual plants. However, the variety of mundane-grade spiritual plants is abundant. Healy, being an alchemist, had previously engaged in the clandestine sale of his own concocted elixirs. Consequently, he possesses an extensive understanding of various low-grade spiritual plants and their effects. The gathering spirit grass, a superior mundane-grade spiritual plant, can be refined into gathering spirit pills to enhance the efficiency of spiritual energy absorption. The 3-leaf cold pulse flower, an exceptional mundane-grade spiritual plant, harbors cold poison and can be controlled in quantity to concoct calming pills. As the saying goes, every medicine has its poison. And over 60% of the spiritual plants in the Li family shop possess various toxicities. While these plants can be used to create beneficial elixirs when properly managed, they can also yield poisons. Healy surveyed these spiritual plants and only took away 40% of those that were useful. The remainder, he left untouched. With a mere gesture, he employed the shattering technique, swiftly reducing all remaining spiritual plants along with various wooden and metallic implements in the shop to a fine powder that blanketed the floor. Subsequently, he donned the shopkeeper's attire and even skinned the shopkeeper's face to disguise himself. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Look, Mayor Wang has arrived. How dare he commit murder in the streets of Wuzhen and brazenly invade the Li family spiritual plant shop? He is doomed. Mayor Wang is a practitioner at the 8th level of Qi refinement and has brought several members of the enforcement team. If that boy is caught, he will surely die. In truth, even if Mayor Wang had not arrived, he would still meet his end, for he had killed the scions of various prominent families. Even if they were not direct descendants, those families would undoubtedly send someone to hunt him down. TSK, I wonder where this reckless youth came from. Listening to the voices outside, Healy forced a pained and weak expression onto his face, collapsing to the ground and squeezing himself through the door's gap, while simultaneously flicking his fingertip to send a gentle breeze through the opening into the shop. Upon seeing Healy's figure, the crowd outside gasped in astonishment. Look! It's Shopkeeper Li. He is not dead. Shopkeeper Li is at least a 6th-level practitioner. Even if he couldn't defeat that boy, escaping should not have been difficult. But what of that boy? Has he fled? As the crowd debated, a plump old man with white hair quickly traversed several hundred meters and approached Healy. Frowning as he inquired, has the assailant fled? He looted. Healy feebly pointed behind him and crawled further away. Seeing this, the white-haired Mayor Wang directed his sharp gaze toward the half-open door of the shop. As a Qi refinement practitioner, he lacked divine sense and could not ascertain the situation inside based solely on perception. He had to channel his spiritual energy to cast a protective spell around himself before cautiously entering the shop. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Healy grinned maniacally. Fire. A spark then floated into the shop. Boom. Instantly, a deafening explosion resounded. A towering inferno erupted from the Li family spiritual plant shop, its scorching heat washing over half the street like a tidal wave. All the cultivators were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the shop engulfed in flames, which were violently obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only a thick cloud of smoke. What kind of technique is this? Such terrifying power, could it possibly be? Is this an advanced level technique? They had never heard of any technique wielding such might. That young, that senior, who is he? No wonder he dares to commit murder in the streets, possessing such a brutal technique that allows him to slay opponents far beyond his level. What of Mayor Wang? Could he be dead? It was hard to say. But even if he survived, he would likely be gravely injured from this overwhelming technique. As they stared at the billowing smoke from the Li family shop, the surrounding cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, while Healy merely chuckled coldly. What technique? Have you ever heard of the dust explosion technique? He mused internally as whispers echoed in his mind. Kill the 8th level practitioner Wang Yu. Cultivation 11. Heavenly Tao grants an additional 10. An additional 10 in cultivation? Upon hearing the whispers in his mind, Healy narrowed his eyes. The extra cultivation gained was a reward for acting in accordance with the heavens. A significant increase in cultivation suggests that the individual had frequently exploited their identity in higher cultivation for nefarious deeds. Yet, these matters were no longer of consequence. The most crucial task was to plunder Wang Yu's remains and massacre the cultivators of Wuzhen. An 8th-level practitioner, he likely possessed quite a few treasures. As Healy contemplated, he lowered his head, holding his breath to minimize inhalation of the toxic smoke released from burning the plants, and swiftly made his way to the ruins. Locking onto Wang Yiyu's charred corpse. The gray storage bag on the corpse was already cracked. However, before Healy could retrieve the storage bag, he noticed the burnt flesh of Wang Yiyu's abdomen writhing. Puff. In the next moment, a blood-red worm, resembling a flea and the size of a thumb, suddenly leaped out. Wind flea goo? Healy involuntarily gasped, reacting swiftly. He raised his hand to capture the wind flea goo firmly. The wind flea goo, a first-tier goo insect, when refined and integrated into oneself, grants mastery over the wind, significantly enhancing one's speed. Wang Yiyu's rapid arrival was surely due to this. The wind flea goo, when promoted to the second tier, would enable a practitioner to truly harness the power of walking on air, offering boundless benefits. Wang Yiyu certainly had a wealth of good items. The tier of goo insects corresponds to the practitioner's realm. First tier is for chi refinement, second tier for foundation establishment, and so forth. If the wind flea goo were to ascend to the second tier, it would endow the practitioner with extraordinary abilities. Healy contemplated the information regarding the wind flea goo, opened his mouth, and swallowed it, channeling his spiritual energy to refine and tame it. The wind flea goo he consumed had already undergone refinement. Thus its wildness was exceedingly low. The process of refining it took mere moments. Afterward, Healy picked up Wang Yiyu's storage bag. This bag contained no spiritual stones, only some elixirs, spiritual plants, and poisons, as well as the prescriptions for spirit-transforming powder and heavenly fragrance powder, along with 2 scrolls of secret techniques, disguise technique and blood condensation technique. Fragment. Spirit-transforming powder is useful for chi refinement practitioners, as it can cause their spiritual energy to dissipate, rendering them incapable of casting spells. Heavenly fragrance powder, a pleasure-inducing drug for chi refinement partners. This old fiend even concealed 2 poison recipes? Humph, he is indeed not a good person. Moreover, regarding those 2 techniques, Healy's gaze swept over the 2 prescriptions as he examined the scrolls. Disguise technique, an exceptional mundane-grade technique capable of altering and concealing one's cultivation, albeit only to a lower level. The blood condensation technique, unranked, allows for the extraction of longevity-enhancing blood beads from corpses to increase cultivation. However, the technique is incomplete, and the effectiveness of the blood beads is limited. Although limited, they remain useful. It seems this Wang fellow has frequently utilized poison in conjunction with this technique to kill and extract blood beads. After briefly reviewing the prescriptions and scrolls, Healy raised his hand. Boom. Flames erupted, incinerating the technique scrolls entirely. Burning disguise technique and blood condensation technique. Fragment reduces the inheritance. Enjoying the bestowal of the heavenly Tao. Disguise technique has reached the proficient realm. Blood condensation technique has reached the minor success realm. It has directly reached proficiency? Upon hearing the whispers, Healy was taken aback. The proficiency of techniques is graded in 7 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, minor success, fluid, major success, and perfection. The higher the proficiency, the smoother the casting, the less spiritual energy consumed, and the stronger the effects. For example, the great strength technique at the beginner level enhances strength by 50%. At mastery, it can double that, and at perfection, even more. Previously, Healy could only manage to burn techniques at the beginner level. Now, however, he has achieved proficiency, even minor success. This can only indicate that the scrolls containing these 2 techniques were few in number, and the destruction of one has further severed the inheritance. Most notably, Healy is intrigued by the fact that burning can indeed complete incomplete techniques. The blood condensation technique was originally a fragment. According to the contents of the secret scroll, it should only suffice to cultivate to a proficient level, but the act of incineration has propelled me directly to a minor accomplishment. This extraordinary advantage surpasses my expectations. Upon discovering this new effect, Healy felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. However, his joyful mood was soon interrupted, reigniting the flames of slaughter within him. Ah. Masterly? Hand over the storage bag. A voice emerged from the side. Turning his head at the sound, Healy, with the visage of Masterly, beheld 3 malevolent figures dispersing towards him, encircling him. They were clad in the uniforms of the Wuxian law enforcement team. Clearly, they were the enforcers brought by Wang Yiyu. Yet their tardiness was evident. Realizing that Mayor Wang had been obliterated, they naturally set their sights on his storage bag. Faced with these greedy interlopers attempting to seize the fruits of victory, Healy did not feel anger. Instead, a sinister smile crept across his face. Just in time to test my new techniques on you. With a wicked grin, he suddenly became enveloped in a whirlwind, dramatically increasing his speed as he shot forth like an arrow, wielding his dagger with ferocity aimed at the head of the one who had spoken. The latter's expression changed in an instant. In a panic, he attempted to defend himself, but Healy's speed was so astonishingly swift that he was already upon him. Chapter 5. The transformation of joyous occasions into mourning with a swift stroke. Healy severed the head of a practitioner at the 5th layer of chi refining, earning himself an increase in cultivation, as the remaining 2, filled with a mix of rage and shock, either prepared spells or drew their swords in a frantic attempt to retaliate. Healy, empowered by the wind flea goo, nimbly evaded their attacks. He then reached into his storage bag, casting forth a pile of spiritual plants and invoking the shattering technique, illuminating the air around him. Boom. In an instant, The powder of the spiritual plants ignited upon contact with sparks, creating a blinding inferno that dazzled his opponents. The brief conflagration formed a fiery barrier, obstructing their escape. Healy, having anticipated the explosion, remained unharmed. Seizing the moment, he lunged forward with his blade aimed at one of them, while simultaneously employing the shattering technique with his left hand. With a piercing scream, the unfortunate victim's body was instantly ravaged, while the other, momentarily blinded by the fiery blast, met the same fate as Healy swiftly severed his head. With the demise of the 5th layer practitioner, Zhou Pingshan, and the 4th layer practitioner, Li Ruo, Healy fixed his gaze upon the corpses and began to chant a spell. The blood and flesh within the lifeless body stirred to life, their skin rapidly turning pale. Moments later, a small, blood-red orb, glowing faintly, emerged from the wounds. This was the blood pearl. Healy grasped the orb, examined it briefly, then consumed it. Instantly, the blood pearl transformed into a warm essence, coursing through his veins, providing an invigorating comfort. His spiritual power slightly increased, and the fatigue that had weighed him down dissipated rapidly. Although the increase in cultivation was minimal compared to the gains from direct kills, the ability to rejuvenate his energy was invaluable. With the blood pearl in his possession, he felt emboldened to continue his slaughter. The longevity effects of the blood pearl were of little concern to him. What mattered was its capacity to restore his vitality, allowing him to remain in peak condition for relentless carnage. With this thought in mind, Healy's ferocious gaze swept over the remaining practitioners on the streets, igniting a renewed desire to eliminate them all. Wiping the blood from his blade, he whispered menacingly and charged into the crowd, indiscriminately attacking anyone in sight. Panic ensued among those who had initially intended to observe. Run! That lunatic is killing everyone. Where did this madman come from? Brotherly, save me. A dead ally is better than a living coward. Farewell. It's over. There's no escape. Brother Wang, I can only hope you can hold him off for me. With the strongest warrior, Wang Yu, incapacitated, the ruthless Healy rampaged through Wuzhen, leaving no one to stand in his way. Fear spread like wildfire, and practitioners fled desperately, some even sabotaging their companions to gain an advantage, all in a bid to escape the wrath of Healy. Yet, his blade moved with astonishing swiftness. No matter how they tried to delay him, he was unstoppable. Many fell to his blade, while others met their end from his fiery palm strikes or were obliterated by his shattering technique. The once lively streets transformed into a hellish river of blood. Those who had sensed the impending doom and sought to distance themselves from the chaos found themselves fortunate for being impoverished, as they had no resources to purchase weapons or elixirs, allowing them to escape the burden of battle. Standing atop a distant mountain, the scattered cultivators gazed down at the billowing smoke of Wuzhen, relieved by their early departure. Thank goodness we are poor and left early. Otherwise, we would end up like those disciples from various sects, slaughtered by unknown assailants. The world of cultivation is perilous, survival is paramount. As they watched Wuzhen, as if smelling the potent stench of blood wafting towards them, they shuddered and hurriedly distanced themselves. Healy, aware of their thoughts, would certainly shake his head. Survival tactics might work in other realms, but in this one, all resources and avenues for profit were monopolized. Survival here was a slow death, devoid of any possibility. Only by risking one's life could there be a path forward. This was Healy's realization after 20 years of existence, and eventually, the scattered cultivators would come to understand this truth, though not at this moment. Meanwhile, the savage slaughter in Wuzhen continued unabated. Those who realized they could not escape frantically sought hiding places, hoping to remain undetected by Healy. Yet, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to locate them with precision, instilling such fear that they dared not look back, lest they encounter his blood-soaked visage grinning like a demon. Healy scoffed at their futile attempts to conceal themselves. Hide? In the years past, I have evaded pursuers. What tricks have I not devised? To hide before me? A futile endeavor. With a cold laugh, he continued his rampage. Slain a 4th layer practitioner, Wang Xinxin. Cultivation increased by 3, with an additional blessing of 3. Slain a 2nd layer practitioner, Zoya. Slight increase in cultivation. Slain a 3rd layer practitioner, Qian Linwei. Cultivation increased by 1, with additional cultivation. Despite the diminishing returns from defeating lower-tier practitioners, the sheer number of kills amassed by Healy was staggering. In Wuzhen, even with many having fled, hundreds of low-level practitioners remained. Before he had even completed half of his onslaught, Healy's cultivation surged, breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refining. By the time he ceased his massacre, his cultivation had reached 30% of the 6th layer. Current level, qi refining 6th layer, 128,360. Having lingered too long, it was time to move on. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly attract the ire of stronger foes. After briefly reviewing his cultivation status in his mind, Healy hastily consumed several blood pearls from his storage bag, then summoned the wind flea goose power to hastily depart. As he traversed the streets, he did not forget to unleash the shattering technique upon the surrounding flora, buildings, and corpses, leaving destruction in his wake. Once he was a sufficient distance from Wuzhen, he employed fire magic, launching multiple fireballs. Boom! As the gentle breeze swept through, the dust ignited upon contact with the flames, setting Wuzhen ablaze. By the time the forces of the 10,000 Sword sect and other factions arrived, they found Wuzhen engulfed in a raging inferno. Meanwhile, Healy had vanished without a trace. Their anger and frustration were palpable, yet they were powerless to act. As Healy continued to whisper in his mind, destroying water shield technique, Zhou clan spirit cultivation technique, small fire arrow technique, by Bo Ju, initial chapter. Wang clan bee control technique, fragment, vine technique, fragment, feigned death technique, fragment. The fire he set not only consumed Wuzhen but also incinerated many corpses he had not had the time to search. The techniques contained within those bodies were thus diminished in legacy, all now under He Li's grasp. Of course, he had not neglected to search the corpses. Time had been of the essence, and he had only managed to seize their storage bags. In the midst of the chaos, He Li had been too preoccupied with his killing spree to meticulously examine the contents of those bags. Now, having distanced himself from Wuzhen and reached the safety of the deep mountains, he cautiously surveyed his surroundings for threats before slowing his pace to inspect the dozens of storage bags he had collected. In total, he found 235 low-grade spirit stones, 3 scrolls of ordinary-level spells, countless energy-restoring pills, and a variety of spiritual plants. There were 5 talismans and 6 magical artifacts. What's this? A formation plate? Intriguing. Among the items he examined, He Li retrieved a jade object inscribed with runes, resembling a compass. This formation plate, known as the Bewitching Array, could consume spirit stones and channel spiritual energy to activate its magic. Upon activation, it can ensnare cultivators below the foundation establishment level within a radius of 500 zhang, leaving them bewildered and trapped in place. The wielder may then detach the accompanying talisman from the formation disc. By holding this talisman, one can evade the effects of the formation. Many formation discs are configured in this manner. However, the cost of maintaining such formations is exorbitant. Activating it requires 50 low-grade spirit stones, and sustaining the formation demands an additional 50 spirit stones every hour, rendering it unaffordable for cultivators of modest means. As for spirit stones, I find myself lacking none at present. This formation disc is quite commendable, suitable for setting traps. Gazing into the distance, a thought suddenly emerged in He Li's mind, recalling the news of the Li family's wedding during his visit to Wuzhen. He would be more than willing to transform a joyous occasion into a lamentable one. Chapter 6. Harmonizing body and method. He Li reaped substantial rewards from the massacre at Wuzhen. The mesmerizing array was indeed a remarkable treasure. However, such items, including talismans, are seldom encountered. The reason is simple. The crafting of talismans and the arrangement of formations are heavily regulated by the government and sects, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary cultivators to gain access. With so few individuals having contact with them, how could they be commonplace? Additionally, the rarity is compounded by the simplistic categorization of talismans and formations in society. They are divided into tiers corresponding to the foundation building stages, further classified into upper, middle, and lower grades, as well as 5 levels of excellence, including top tier and supreme. The mesmerizing array is classified as a top-grade first-tier formation. The only distinction lies in the grade of the magical artifacts. He Li understood that magical artifacts are categorized into 7 types: mundane tools, magical instruments, treasures, spiritual tools, spiritual treasures, ancient artifacts, and immortal artifacts. Each category corresponds to a 5-tier grading system for other items. The magical artifacts He Li acquired merely possessed attributes of coldness, heat, and toxins, enchanted weapons without any exceptional qualities. However, the 5 talismans he obtained were of particular interest. 2 were top-grade first-tier ice explosion talismans, capable of unleashing extreme cold to slow and freeze targets. 1 was a middle-grade first-tier swift wind talisman that could enhance speed. The other 2 were supreme-grade first-tier invisibility talismans, allowing for approximately half an hour of concealment. These were invaluable, especially the invisibility talismans, which, when used in conjunction with the concealment technique, were perfect for scheming. Finally, there were the 3 scrolls of arcane secrets. After securing the talismans, He Li raised his hand to cast a spell to incinerate the 3 scrolls obtained from his storage bag, hastening his progress. Incinerating fragment of the Wang family SB control technique. Proficiency in Wang family SB control technique has slightly increased. Incinerating supreme-grade fragment of the 3-part wind wheel. Proficiency in the 3-part wind wheel has reached a proficient level. Incinerating middle-grade fragment of the misty smoke spell. Proficiency in the misty smoke spell has reached a proficient level. Listening to the murmurs in his mind, He Li recalled the incident when he had used a dust explosion to eliminate Wang Yu. He pondered how to create a dust explosion without physical powder. The principle behind the incineration of the misty smoke spell involved generating combustible spiritual energy in conjunction with moisture to create smoke. Perhaps he could deconstruct this spell and combine it with fire techniques to create a dust explosion technique. The power of a dust explosion is tremendous. If he could indeed create one, He Li's combat capabilities would surge. Thus, he began to mentally dissect the misty smoke spell, practicing and attempting to devise the dust explosion technique. As evening approached, he suddenly heard the distant sound of gongs and drums. Upon activating the wind flea goo to enhance his speed, He Li discovered a jubilant wedding procession. The procession bore the Li family's banner, signaling to nearby cultivators that it was the Li family's entourage. advising them not to provoke trouble. However, seeing this, Healy felt a surge of joy. It was fortuitous. He had initially thought he would have to wait until he was far from the Li family's location on Dongqing Mountain to find an opportunity to act. He never expected to encounter the wedding procession here. How fortunate. Yet, why was the wedding taking place just as dusk fell? Shouldn't such events be held during daylight? Observing the cheerful procession ahead, Healy skeptically retrieved an invisibility talisman from his storage bag, activated the concealment technique, and infused the talisman with spiritual energy. Buzz. As the talisman gradually burned away, Healy's figure swiftly became transparent. His presence was entirely concealed by the concealment technique, rendering him imperceptible to any sense of detection. Subsequently, the formless Healy stealthily approached. Although the evening wedding was somewhat peculiar, he was not inclined to miss this group, considering potential complications. He took a more cautious approach with the talisman. As he drew near, he overheard a voice from the procession, urging, "Step up your pace. I can't wait to savor the delights of that young lady. She's the furnace my second sister specially found for me." The voice belonged to a young man riding a spirit horse infused with the bloodline of a demonic beast, barking orders at his entourage. Hearing this, the others dared not complain of fatigue and hurriedly complied with sycophantic flattery. "Indeed, fourth young master is truly fortunate. Your branch has the second Miss Zhongping entering the 10,000 Sword sect, and you've even befriended the renowned Yu Xianzi. Now you've found a furnace with exceptional qualifications. With your talent and the furnace chosen by the second miss, you will surely break through to the 5th layer of Qi refinement or even foundation building. Yes, fourth young master is already qualified for foundation building." The flattery pleases the fourth young master of the Li family. He then cursed, "Damn it. My second sister mentioned that she might bring Yu Zhan to our Li family feast, but then that fool Healy suddenly appeared to cause trouble. If it weren't for him, my second sister might have already brought Yu Zhan to our Li family. That contemptible fool should just die. If I catch him, I'll skin him alive." Listening to the conversation within the procession, Healy finally understood why the wedding party was out in the evening. It turned out that this young master of the Li family was impatient to take his furnace back for enjoyment. As long as there were no other issues, he was content. Clarifying the situation, the concealed Healy revealed his vicious intent. Buzz. With a single hand gesture, he summoned a gust of wind that swiftly transformed into a green gear. Whoosh. Thud. In the next moment, Healy hurled the wind wheel, causing it to split into 3 mid-air, the wind wheels slicing through the surrounding individuals, blood splattering everywhere. Slaying the Qi refinement 2nd layer cultivator Li Ku. Cultivation level has slightly increased. Slaying the Qi refinement 3rd layer cultivator Wu Fei. Cultivation level has slightly increased. Additional cultivation 2. Slaying the Qi refinement 3rd layer cultivator Zheng Tian. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy continued to unleash the wind wheel, sweeping through the wedding procession composed solely of low-level cultivators. This sudden and ferocious attack left the fourth young master of the Li family dumbfounded. Sitting astride his horse, he stared blankly at the swirling wind wheels and the scattered limbs, blood, and mangled flesh on the ground. His mind went blank, unable to comprehend. He never imagined someone would dare to assault his Li family's entourage, let alone with such ferocity, ruthlessly annihilating them without hesitation. Only when all the surrounding attendants were dead did the fourth young master regain his senses, his face pale with panic as he frantically scanned the surroundings, shouting, "I am a direct descendant of the Li family of Dongqing Mountain. I do not know what offense I have committed against you, senior." "What crime?" The hidden Healy interrupted coldly. "My name is Healy." He spoke only his name. Upon hearing it, the fourth young master trembled violently. "Healy? Wasn't he this the person his second sister, Li Zhongping, and the true disciple Yu Qingge were hunting down? Moments ago, he had said that if he encountered this person, he would capture him and skin him alive. Yet here he was? No, since he appeared here. What about his second sister Li Zhongping and Yu Qingge?" The more the fourth young master thought, the paler his face became, his heart racing with fear. Furthermore, he could neither see nor sense Healy's presence, leaving him clueless as to how to defend against the threat. Overwhelmed with terror, he could only turn and flee. However, just as he tugged on the reins, Healy had already closed the distance. Thud! The wind wheel whizzed by, severing both man and horse's head from their bodies. Slaying the Qi refinement 4th layer cultivator Li Yi. Cultivation level 2. Additional 4 from the heavenly Tao's blessing. Slaying the spirit horse. Cultivation level slightly increased. Listening to the whispers, Healy bent down to search the corpse. Li Yi had not taken much with him when he left, and Healy found only a tattered scroll of heart techniques. Unranked. Initial volume of the 100 Forgings Body Technique. The cultivation of the body, the heart's method of refinement. As I surveyed the content, a brilliant light flickered in Healy's eyes. Body cultivation is renowned for strengthening the physique, while ordinary practitioners, known for their spiritual cultivation, primarily focus on enhancing their spiritual powers. Nevertheless, those at advanced levels of spiritual cultivation are not without physical prowess. However, they cannot be compared to those who specialize in body cultivation. Legends speak of formidable body cultivators who can shatter the void, and even withstand heavenly tribulations with their mere flesh. Yet, body cultivators are rare in this world, not only because their methods are often suppressed by powerful factions, but also because they require abundant spiritual herbs and medicinal resources to expedite their progress, resources that ordinary practitioners often lack. Yet, Healy is different. He needs no resources, only the act of killing to directly elevate his cultivation. If I were to practice the heart's method of body cultivation and become a body cultivator, could I transcend my limits through the act of murder? As he gazed at the secret scroll of cultivation, Healy felt a surge of eagerness. Boom. In the next moment, flames erupted, incinerating the secret scroll as whispers echoed in Healy's mind. Chapter 7. The secrets of the Lee family's rise as the heart technique was consumed in flames. Several whispers echoed in his mind. Unlike spells, heart techniques do not rely on proficiency. However, they often possess varying levels of distinction. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the enhancement provided by the heart technique. At this moment, Healy, hearing the murmurs in his mind, could not suppress the smile that crept upon his lips. If the cultivation of body refinement could also be attained through slaying enemies, then he had no reason to fear those with slightly superior skills and body techniques. He envisioned a future where he could kill with impunity, accelerating his own breakthroughs. He vowed to eradicate all forces within the vast Halmong mountain range. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Setting aside extraneous thoughts, Healy scanned his surroundings, removing the facial skin of a Lee family servant to don a disguise. And he feigned severe injury as he sprinted in the opposite direction of the wedding procession. The Lee family's ancestral home was located in Dongqing Mountain, situated in the northern region of the Halmong mountain range, where the fertile land and natural spirit fields were ideal for cultivating spiritual plants. The Lee family had established its roots there over a century ago, and it was conveniently close to the large city governed by the 10,000 Swords sect. At this moment, Healy was headed toward the Lee family in Dongqing Mountain, unbeknownst to them. The Lee family was currently festooned with decorations in preparation for Li Ye's wedding to a female cultivator. As darkness fell, a figure suddenly rushed in. Disaster struck. The wedding procession was in trouble. As the figure approached, a panicked and somewhat weakened voice rang out at the entrance of the Li family, drawing the attention of numerous guests and Li family members. It was Li Ruo, Li Ye's loyal lackey. Upon recognizing him, the complexion of those welcoming guests shifted. They recalled that Li Ruo had gone with Li Yi to fetch the bride, and now he returned, bloodied and disheveled, confirming their worst fears that something had gone awry. Indeed, Li Ruo, in a fluster, exclaimed, "We encountered He Li, who is wanted by the 10,000 Swords sect. Many have already perished at his hands. The fourth young master may not last much longer." Before he could finish, several figures rushed out from the Li family residence and confronted Li Ruo. "He Li? What audacity! To escape the pursuit of the 10,000 Swords sect and dare to strike at my son? You seek death. Hurry, prepare the horses. You, hold on and take me there at once." Casting a glance at Li Ruo's frail state, the middle-aged man wasted no time in calling for horses. However, the relatives nearby frowned. If He Li could evade the 10,000 Swords sect's pursuit, he must be formidable. "Humph, formidable?" The middle-aged man scoffed. "I heard from Zhongping that the He Li they pursued only possesses a mere cultivation of the 4th layer of qi refinement. I am at the 8th layer of qi refinement. Can I not slay him with ease? Killing him will be as simple as turning my palm." "Yet," he continued, "if you are worried, then hastily mount your horses and accompany me. Time is of the essence. I fear that Yeo may not withstand him much longer." With that, he watched as family members brought forth dozens of spirit horses, and everyone mounted and set off. Though these spirit horses were merely beasts infused with the bloodlines of demonic creatures and lacked cultivation, they galloped with great speed. Under Li Ruo's guidance, they reached their destination in just over half an hour. From a distance, the scent of blood grew stronger, and they beheld severed limbs and dismembered bodies scattered across the ground, with wild beasts already feasting on the corpses. Upon seeing the body of Li Yi dressed in wedding attire, the faces of the Li family members changed dramatically, and the leading middle-aged man's expression turned livid with rage. "He Li, you damned wretch. You dare to kill my son? I will tear you to pieces." His murderous intent surged as he howled at the sky. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Where is Li Ruo? He was just here. How has he vanished?" Hearing this, the others, momentarily distracted by Li Ye's corpse, turned to the path ahead where Li Ruo had led them, only to find an empty expanse of grass. He had vanished without a trace? The group was engulfed in suspicion. Only the leading middle-aged man's expression fluctuated with apprehension. He seemed to grasp the situation. Before he could utter a word, buzz, thud, 3 sharp wind blades suddenly sliced through the air, catching the group off guard. And 3 individuals were instantly cleaved in half. Slain Qi Refinement 5th Layer Cultivator Li Changyu. Cultivation 4. Additional Cultivation 3. Body Refinement 3. Slain Qi Refinement 6th Layer Cultivator Li Ming. Cultivation 6. Additional Cultivation 3. Body Refinement 2. Slain Qi Refinement 6th Layer Cultivator Li T. Not far away, Healy listened to the whispers, his smile icy. Indeed, the body refinement cultivation increased. This additional gain, rather than being a result of slaying body cultivators, was likely due to the nature of his kills, but it did not matter. As long as his body refinement cultivation grew, his power would rise. Returning to the scene, Healy focused on the Leaf family members entrapped in a bewildering array. They were unable to discern reality from illusion and could not see him. He could strike it well before they realized the trap. They were consumed by the sight of their kin being slaughtered, bodies torn apart, blood and steaming entrails littering the ground. The leading middle-aged man, quick to react, shouted, "Form a defensive formation back to back." Hearing his command, the others, no fools, quickly comprehended they had fallen into a trap and hastily formed water shields and earth barriers to protect themselves, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. However, their efforts proved futile. Healy retrieved several porcelain vials from his storage bag and blew the powder toward the crowd. Buzz. Soon, those who inhaled the powder found their protective spells weakening and rapidly dissipating, while they realized in horror that their internal spiritual energy was dissipating. This is terrible. It's the spirit dissipation powder. The spirit dissipation powder, capable of causing spiritual energy to dissolve and preventing spellcasting. Healy had acquired it in Wuxian, along with the recipe for its creation. Now, it was the perfect moment to utilize it. Without spiritual energy, how could they be any different from ants? Fixating on the panicking crowd, Healy's eyes glinted with bloodlust as he conjured 3 wind blades and hurled them forth. Deprived of spiritual energy and unable to escape the bewildering array, the Leaf family members were brutally slaughtered. Slain Chi Refinement 5th Layer Cultivator Li Jiu. Cultivation 4. Additional Cultivation 2, Body Refinement 2. Slain Chi Refinement 7th Layer Cultivator Li Mingyi. Cultivation 8, Additional Cultivation 5, Body Refinement 5. Body Refinement reached the critical point, breaking through to the 2nd layer of Body Refinement. Slain Chi Refinement 4th Layer Cultivator Li. Had his Body Refinement realm truly broken through? Healy reveled in the surge of power that coursed through him, feeling invigorated. The sight of his kin being slaughtered filled the leading middle-aged man with rage. Scoundrel! Scoundrel! Healy, you vile wretch, if you have the courage, come out and face me in battle. Upon hearing this challenge, Healy remained silent. He merely continued to launch his wind blades. Even though the middle-aged man was at the 8th layer of Chi refinement with profound spiritual energy, he could not withstand the relentless onslaught of wind blades after inhaling the spirit dissipation powder. He barely had time to retrieve a healing pill to recover. As wounds from the wind blades multiplied, the impending sense of death enveloped him in despair. What he had thought would be a foolproof plan had not only failed to save his son but also cost him his own life. Especially since Healy's cultivation was still lower than his. The more he thought, the more furious and unwilling he became. You damned wretch! To die at your hands, I cannot accept it. I will not accept it. With a piercing roar filled with resentment, he finally succumbed to the wind wheel, severing his head as his spiritual energy dwindled. Slaying the Chi Refinement 8th Layer Cultivator, Li Jiu. Cultivation 10, Additional Cultivation 13, Body Cultivation 12. How astonishing, an additional cultivation total of 25. It seems this old wretch has committed numerous misdeeds. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy deactivated the mesmerizing array while simultaneously raising his hand to extract blood beads from the corpse, using the blood condensation technique, and reaching for Li Jiu's storage bag to inspect its contents. The old rogue's storage bag held little of value. Apart from a few medicinal pills, there remained 3 scrolls of techniques. No rank, fragments of the Moonblade, a sword technique capable of unleashing penetrating sword energy. Low-grade spiritual rank, fragments of the blood sacrifice cultivation method. This technique, when utilized, consumes corpses to nourish spiritual fields, maintaining their fertility for the growth of spiritual plants. No rank, Leaf family human planting technique. This technique, in conjunction with specific spiritual plant seeds, allows the planting of spiritual flora within a cultivator's body, silently siphoning their cultivation and life force to accelerate growth, thereby yielding spiritual plants prematurely. Blood sacrifice cultivation, human planting technique. Is this the secret of the Leaf family's rise through the cultivation of spiritual plants? Glancing over the scrolls, Healy discerned everything. Boom. As the fire technique was invoked to incinerate the scrolls, Healy's gaze turned to the dark red ring-headed knife in Li Jiu's hand. That appeared to be a magical artifact. Chapter 8, The Last Days of Dongqing Mountain, Burning Moon Slashing Fragment. Moon Slashing has reached a proficient level. Burning Blood Sacrifice Cultivation Method Fragment. Blood Sacrifice Cultivation Method has reached a proficient level. Burning Leaf Family Planting Technique. Leaf Family Planting Technique has reached a spiritual level. The scrolls of magical arts were reduced to ashes in an instant. Healy had picked up the ring-handled knife from Li Jiu's hands. As soon as he grasped this weapon, a powerful aura of malevolence surged forth. Indeed, it was a treasure, not merely a magical tool. Yet, its specific powers remained a mystery. Magical tools are simply enchanted iron implements without extraordinary traits, whereas treasures possess powers comparable to magical arts. Some even exhibit nascent sentience. The malevolent aura that had rushed at him moments ago was the knife instinctively intimidating an unfamiliar bearer. If it were to evolve further, it would undoubtedly ascend to the level of a spiritual weapon. He had not anticipated such a bountiful harvest. Moreover, he had just mastered the swordsmanship. How fortuitous! After stowing the ring-handled knife, Healy rummaged through the bodies of others and discovered a plethora of spiritual stones, elixirs, and scrolls. Burning Leaf Family Shattering Technique. Leaf Family Shattering Technique has reached a proficient level. Burning a low-grade Evergreen Heart Method. Evergreen Heart Method has reached the first level. Burning a mid-grade Little Whirlwind spell. Extracting all the blood pearls from the corpses, incinerating the scrolls, and skinning the deceased for face-swapping techniques. Healy then pulverized the bodies before reapplying his disguise and hastening toward the Lee family. However, this time he said nothing about his journey to Dongqing Mountain. He merely performed the death-acting technique he had learned when he set fire to Wuzhen, collapsing to the ground as if lifeless. But this evoked terror among the Lee family members. Li Ming? How could he be so injured? Was he with the Patriarch to rescue the fourth young master? This is bad. Could something have happened to the Patriarch and the others? Impossible. How could the Patriarch fail to manage Healy? He is merely at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Even if he miraculously escaped the pursuit of the 10,000 Swords sect, the Patriarch is at the 8th level of Qi refinement, and with so many elders. How could they possibly be overpowered by Healy? Enough chatter. The only one who can save the Patriarch now is the foundation-building ancestor. Quickly, notify the ancestor. Feigning death, Healy overheard the panicked discussions and the hurried footsteps outside, followed by a sound from the sky, as if something was soaring away. Hearing that noise, a smile crept upon Healy's lips, which only heightened the other's fear. Huh? Brother, I think I saw Uncle Ming smile just now. One of the younger Lee family members, who had been called to carry away Li Ming's body, trembled as he spoke, prompting a frown from the older youth beside him. What nonsense are you spouting? Uncle Ming is dead. Brother, I truly saw it. The youth, impatient, cut him off. Enough with the nonsense, lift Uncle Ming's body. As he spoke, he moved to carry the body. Only for Li Ming to suddenly open his eyes, locking gazes with the youth, who froze in terror, his hair standing on end. His mouth agape. He was about to shout when Li Ming, with a fierce glare, raised his hand and struck. Bang. Boom. As Li Ming's fiery palm slammed into the youth's chest, scorching flames erupted, instantly piercing his heart. The stunned younger boy was not spared either. Slade Qi Refinement Level 3 Cultivator Li Bin. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional Cultivation 1. Slade Qi Refinement Level 1 Cultivator Li Tai. Cultivation slightly increased. After crushing Li Tai, Healy gazed into the distant sky and withdrew the ring-handled knife from his storage pouch. The commotion just now was undoubtedly the foundation-building ancestor of the Li family rushing to save someone, wasn't it? Your eagerness to save is commendable, but alas, you cannot save them. Their bodies are already untraceable. A malicious smile spread across Healy's face. Feigning death and sending a false message was merely a tactic to draw the tiger away from its mountain lair. By pulverizing the corpses, he aimed to disorient the anxious Li family ancestor, delaying them outside. Only in the absence of the Li family's ancestor could Healy be assured in slaughtering every member of the Li family. After all, the ancestor was a foundation-building cultivator. Healy was not foolish enough to confront a foundation cultivator head-on. Without the foundation ancestor, he had nothing to fear. With the ring-handled knife in hand, Healy unleashed his might, activating the mesmerizing array disc and transforming into a harbinger of death. He wildly swung his knife, unleashing a 3-part whirlwind attack upon all living beings. In an instant, heart-wrenching cries, screams, and wails echoed throughout Dongqing Mountain. Scarlet blood stained the earth, and the pungent scent of blood wafted through the air for miles. Voices of triumph echoed in Healy's mind. Slade Qi Refinement Level 4 Cultivator Zhang Mingyu. Cultivation 2. Additional Cultivation 2. Body Cultivation 2. Slade Qi Refinement Level 5 Cultivator Li Qing. Cultivation 4. Additional Cultivation 3. Body Cultivation 2. Slade Qi Refinement Level 1 Cultivator Li. Body Cultivation reached a critical point, breaking through to the 3rd level of body refinement. Slade Qi Refinement Level 3 Cultivator Wang Zue. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional Cultivation 1. Slade Qi Refinement Level 2 Cultivator Li. The breakthroughs in cultivation unleashed even greater power, enabling Healy, who was already an unstoppable force akin to a wolf among sheep, to become even more formidable. His fierce gaze locked onto the elder guarding the storeroom. The elder seemed to intend to activate the storeroom's formation to obstruct Healy. But how could Healy allow this to happen? Qi Refinement Level 7? Judging from his aura, Healy felt no fear and suddenly swung his knife. Whoosh! A faint grayish-white blade aura swiftly sliced toward the white-haired elder. Although the elder was trapped in the mesmerizing array and could not see Healy, he sensed the approaching attack. You dare, you brat! Enraged by the slaughter of his kin, the elder shouted furiously as he instinctively released 2 fiery arrows. One collided with the blade aura, while the other aimed to strike Healy from behind. However, Healy had already seized the opportunity, propelled by the wind, and swiftly darted forward, swinging his knife with deadly intent. The elder, though quick to react and aware of Healy's murderous intent, had overestimated his own abilities. He believed he could withstand the onslaught. So he used his left hand to cast a fire shield to block Healy's attack, while simultaneously launching fiery arrows with his right hand to counterattack and eliminate Healy on the spot. Little did he know. Clang! Crack! Healy sidestepped to avoid a fatal blow, allowing the fiery arrows to pierce his body as he raised his right hand high. The ring-handled knife then descended ferociously, shattering the elder's fire shield. Seeing this, the white-haired elder's face turned pale. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. Healy, however, wore a sinister grin. Foolish old man. You know nothing of my power. With that, the ring-handled knife continued its descent. Thud. In an instant, the elder was cleaved in two. At that moment, the ring-handled knife emitted a crimson glow, seemingly absorbing some of the elder's power and channeling it back to Healy, causing his wounds to heal at an astonishing rate. Bloodthirsty regeneration, is this the power of the treasure? Healy glanced at the ring-handled knife, deep in thought. Slade Chi Refinement Level 7 Cultivator Li Buffum. Cultivation 8. Additional Cultivation 9. Body Cultivation 8. Boom. Listening to the whispers, Healy no longer pondered the ring-handled knife and swiftly retrieved the storage pouch from Li Bufeng's corpse. He then kicked open the door to the Li family storeroom. Instantly, a plethora of items came into view. Bundles of high-quality weapons, armor, heaps of spiritual plants, small piles of monster fur, bones. There were even 2 small alchemical furnaces. Alchemical furnaces? Perfect for concocting poisons. As his gaze swept over the surroundings, Healy casually extracted several storage bags from his bosom, swiftly scavenging all that he could utilize from the Li family storeroom. Subsequently, he unleashed his shattering technique, reducing everything he could not carry into mere dust before igniting it. Boom. In an instant, the Li family's storeroom erupted in a violent explosion. Yet, Healy's steps did not falter. He rapidly advanced to the Li family's scripture repository, ruthlessly slaughtering the elder disciples and all who stood in his way, setting the repository ablaze. But that was not enough. He raced towards the Li family's rear mountain amidst the infernos consuming their structures. There lay the Li family's medicinal garden. It was evident that Healy not only intended to annihilate the Li family's cultivators and seize all their treasures, but also to uproot the growing spiritual plants and utterly devastate the medicinal garden to sever the Li family's foundation. This day was destined to mark the end of Donching Mountain. It was also the demise of the Li family. Chapter 9. The Face Mask Ruse. Infinitely effective Incinerate Li Clan's Shattering Technique, Little Rocket Technique, Flaming Heart Incantation, Earth Manipulation Technique, Mountain Soil Guardian Method, Blood Sacrifice Farming Technique, Inspiration Technique Fragment. Li Clan's Shattering Technique has reached mastery. Little Rocket Technique has reached proficiency. Flaming Heart Incantation has reached the first level. Earth Manipulation Technique has reached the introductory level. As Healy made his way towards the back mountains of the Li clan, he absorbed the whispers resonating within his mind, processing the sudden mastery he had acquired in various techniques. He paused momentarily, murmuring to himself, Inspiration Technique? A peak-grade technique of the common tier. When invoked, it can sense hidden spiritual entities within an 800-meter radius centered around oneself. This technique is quintessential for treasure hunting. After annihilating those families and sects, I shall employ this technique to uncover their concealed treasures and secret chambers, truly invaluable. A smile crept onto Healy's face as he contemplated the technique's potential. Resuming his swift pace, he soon encountered a valley barred by iron gates. At the entrance stood 2 watchtowers. Perhaps alerted by the fiery blaze of his family's signal, the watchmen of the Li clan became vigilant upon seeing Healy approach. Drawing their weapons and commanding harshly, "Halt." Before they could finish their command, Healy coldly raised his hand, unleashing 3 wind blades while simultaneously accelerating to unleash a ferocious strike upon the Li clan's cultivators. Although the guards were on high alert, their reactions were insufficient to withstand his assault. Healy, possessing a cultivation level of the 6th stage of Chi refinement and enhanced by the 3rd stage of body refinement, wielded terrifying might, capable of cleaving through even 7th stage practitioners of the same level. The guards, tasked merely with supervising the medicinal fields, were ill-equipped to thwart his advance. In the blink of an eye, they were all vanquished. Slain Chi Refinement 4th Stage, Cultivator Li Bu. Cultivation 2, Additional Cultivation 3, Body Refinement 2. Slain Chi Refinement 3rd Stage, Cultivator Li Yunwen. Cultivation slightly increased, Additional Cultivation 5, Body Refinement 1. Slain Chi Refinement 4th Stage, Cultivator Li Jian. With a thunderous crash, Healy decimated the guards of the 2 watchtowers, employing the shattering technique to obliterate their corpses and set them ablaze. He then landed amidst the lush medicinal fields. The farmers and debtors within the valley, drawn by the commotion, turned their gazes toward the scene in disbelief. Had he truly dared to invade the Li clan's medicinal garden, and to slay so many of their practitioners? Did he not realize the Li clan was protected by a foundational master? Amidst the crowd's astonishment, Healy paid no heed to these weaker individuals, swiftly traversing the fields and uprooting various useful spiritual herbs, storing them in his dimensional bag. For those he could not carry, he carelessly ignited flames to incinerate them completely. The surrounding farmers and debtors, witnessing this, felt a surge of greed. They began to seize the remaining spiritual herbs, rationalizing that when the Li clan or the sword sect came seeking retribution, they could simply blame Healy. With someone to take the fall, they would not miss the opportunity to profit. Healy turned back, squinting at the crowd. In this world, where cultivation was arduous, only through daring gambits could one hope to tread further on the path to immortality. I see that you have all endured oppression from families, sects, and the court for too long. Why not join me in heading west to Qingsha Town to pillage and seize resources? He suddenly invited the crowd. The farmers and debtors were taken aback. And no, we are too weak to be of assistance to you, senior. Their refusal was laced with palpable fear. Healy, observing their cowardice, scoffed. You pitiful souls, trembling in fear, yet you dare dream of ascending to the immortal path? How laughable. With that, he appeared to hasten westward, seemingly departing. Yet, unseen by all, Healy stealthily altered his appearance and circled back. Meanwhile, a distant sound sliced through the air. Buzz. Accompanied by the noise, an elderly figure soared downward on a sword, surveying the valley with a grim expression. Do you know where the wretch who destroyed my clan has fled? His voice was frigid, resonating like thunder, filling the ears of all present with an overwhelming pressure that struck terror into their hearts. The farmers and debtors were compelled to kneel. We report, ancestor, he has gone west. Yes, the brigand headed west, claiming he would continue his rampage in Qingsha town. He even attempted to coerce us into complicity. But how could we, who have benefited from the Li clan, submit to such a scoundrel? We would rather die than yield to him, knowing he would flee in fear of your arrival. Indeed, we are at odds with that brigand, they proclaimed, eager to demonstrate their loyalty. The Li clan's ancestor remained silent, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the west in an instant. At that moment, the farmers and debtors exhaled in relief. Finally, he had departed. The terror of a foundational master was overwhelming. Even the pressure he had emitted was unbearable. Alas, they could not afford to relax just yet. The appearance of the Li clan's ancestor suggested that the earlier intruder had indeed wreaked havoc upon the clan, and they now feared retribution from both the Li clan's ancestor and the Sword Sect. Damn it, all of this is that scoundrel's fault. Could he not act like us and keep his head down? Why provoke the Li clan and drag us into this mess? If I ever encounter that bastard again. As they debated, they completely forgot their previous excitement while trailing behind, Healy to pilfer spiritual herbs, now cursing him and fearing they might be implicated. Meanwhile, hidden among the crowd, Healy listened to their discussions and curses, a sinister glint igniting in his eyes. If you encounter me again, what will you do? He remarked ominously, shedding his disguise. His familiar voice caused those who had been gossiping to freeze in disbelief. They turned in shock to see him. Pooh! As their eyes met Healy's, he swiftly wielded his circular blade, severing the heads of the two nearest individuals in a single motion, blood splattering across the ground. Panic erupted among those who had dared to speak ill of him. Fear surged explosively within their hearts. Senior, please spare me. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I beg for your forgiveness. I possess spirit stones. Senior, I have spirit stones. If you spare me. Senior, please understand. We were merely compelled by the Li clan's ancestors' threats. Run. He won't let us go. Damn it. Get out of my way. Ignoring their cries for mercy, Healy swung his circular blade with wild fervor, unleashing a flurry of blade energy that, combined with the wind blades, transformed into a meat grinder, shredding the farmers and debtors into pieces. Blood and flesh soaked the earth, exposing the white bones of severed limbs that stood like spiritual herbs among the fields. Heads, eyes wide open in eternal shock, lay strewn across the ground. Slain Chi Refinement Second Stage Cultivator Wu Chu. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional Cultivation 1. Slain Chi Refinement Third Stage Cultivator Du Qingza. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional Cultivation 2. Body Refinement 1. Slain Chi Refinement Third Stage Cultivator Chui E. As the slaughter subsided, tranquility returned to the medicinal garden. Healy sheathed his weapon, too apathetic to even touch the corpses of these individuals. They were too impoverished, too feeble, having long since resigned themselves to being mere cattle, devoid of the courage to resist. He had never intended to take these people with him. His words of invitation were merely a conjecture that the ancestor of the Li family was about to return to the Li residence. Thus, he deliberately uttered them with the intention of misleading the ancestor into seeking him out in the town of Qingsha to the west, thereby granting him ample time to depart safely. Little did he anticipate the fortuitous timing of events. Just as he completed his arrangements, the ancestor of the Li family returned. That old wretch surely did not expect that I had not fled, did he? Ha ha ha. The art of disguise has never failed me. A triumphant smile graced his face as Healy summoned fierce flames, preparing to set the mountain ablaze and make his escape. However, as his raised leg descended, Healy's actions abruptly halted, his gaze fixated on the ground beneath him. What is this? A ring? He shifted his foot, following Healy's line of sight to discover a severed finger beneath his foot, adorned with a black ring. Healy scrutinized the ring with suspicion, for he distinctly felt a faint resistance when he stepped on it, as if the ring beneath him resisted his weight, attempting to push him away. Could it be that this ring is some form of treasure? A flicker of anticipation ignited within Healy as he bent down to remove the black ring from the severed digit and slipped it onto his own finger. Yet, upon wearing it, he found that infusing it with spiritual energy elicited no response whatsoever from the ring, until he recalled certain rumors and cautiously allowed a drop of his blood to fall upon the ring. Chapter 10. 3 layers of mud must be scraped away as Healy tentatively tested the blood-dripping ring. Buzz. In an instant, his blood was absorbed by the ring, revealing ancient golden red inscriptions. A wave of intense dizziness overcame him, and when Healy shook his head to regain consciousness, he found himself enveloped in an endless expanse of gray mist. This place was peculiar. Apart from the barren land beneath his feet, there was nothing else in sight. When he reached towards the mist at the edge, it felt like touching an invisible wall, offering no passage whatsoever. Just as Healy furrowed his brow in contemplation, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The Qianquan Ring, a realm within a ring. With the Qianquan Ring, one can contain mountains and rivers, and gather boundless seas. No matter how torrential the floods outside, I possess my own universe. The information was abundant, but to summarize, this was a storage ring. Uniquely, the internal space of the Qianquan Ring would expand with the growth of its holder's cultivation level, and it could even accommodate living beings, allowing them to thrive within the ring's space. This was rather extraordinary. According to the information at hand, as long as I was willing to transport external objects into this ring, I could entirely transform this ring's space into my personal little world. Moreover, after slaughtering factions, I needn't destroy the many items I no longer required. I could simply relocate everything. I could even excavate the very soil clean. Surveying the desolate space around him, Healy felt exhilarated. He envisioned employing earth manipulation techniques to transfer the spiritual fields of the Leaf family into the Qianquan Ring. In the future, after annihilating other factions, he could also collect their monopolized resources like mines and spiritual lakes, severing the roots of all cultivators within the vast Haomong mountain range. Ha ha ha. I shall implement the 3 extermination strategies rigorously. I will cut off all paths to ascension for the cultivators, allowing me to ascend alone. Healy emitted a maniacal laugh reminiscent of a villain. His consciousness then returned to his body. The Qianquan Ring had been bound to him through blood, allowing him to enter with his mind or physical form at will. Yet this was not the time for him to leisurely explore the ring's myriad functions. Although he had tricked the Leaf family patriarch away, it was likely that he would soon sense something amiss and return. He needed to swiftly collect the spiritual fields and depart. Thus, upon regaining his awareness, Healy surveyed the battlefield littered with corpses, raised his hand, and performed a hand seal. Buzz. With the execution of the earth manipulation technique, the spiritual soil, rich in aura and nutrients, flowed upwards like quicksand, controlled by Healy as it was drawn into the open portal of the Qianquan Ring. In mere moments, the once vibrant herbal garden had transformed into a desolate wasteland. He even spared no effort to collect the corpses, for they could serve as fertilizer, wasting nothing. Having scraped away 3 layers of the Leaf family's garden soil, Healy departed with great satisfaction, while the Leaf family patriarch soon sensed the anomaly and rushed back. However, upon witnessing the barren land, stripped of life and soil, he was left in utter shock. Once he regained his composure, tears streamed down his face. What sins has the Leaf family committed to suffer such calamities? Their property seized, kin slaughtered, and garden destroyed. Even the very soil of their garden was stripped away. Beasts! This is nothing short of barbarism. The Leaf family patriarch wept and wailed, his cries echoing through the air. Not far away, disciples of the Wanjian sect, who had hurried to support him upon receiving the news, exchanged glances. Some felt sympathy for the Leaf family patriarch, for he was clearly a foundation establishment cultivator, yet appeared utterly helpless against a mere qi refining cultivator. If they were in his position, they would likely feel equally despairing. However, sympathy aside, urgent matters demanded attention. Seniorly, please remain resolute. You must know that the culprit behind the destruction of the Leaf family is still at large. You would not wish for him to roam free, would you? We must swiftly eliminate him, avenge the Leaf family, and prevent further families from falling victim to his malevolence, spoke the white-robed youth leading the group. Vengeance. The Leaf family patriarch lifted his head, scanning the white-robed youth's face, his expression bitter. You speak so lightly, young man from the Tang family. How can I exact revenge? That wretched beast has cunningly vanished without a trace. Do not fret, senior. The white-robed youth, Tang Can, smiled. My ancestors from the Tang family were scouts for the dynasty, renowned for their skills in hidden weaponry and tracking techniques. We possess methods to trace Healy. Previously, it was my family's tracking skills that allowed my senior sister Yu and I to pursue Healy. However, we were unprepared for him to survive after jumping off the cliff in his injured state. As Tang Can spoke, if Healy were present, he would recognize him as one of those who had previously pursued him, shamelessly suggesting that Healy was at fault as well. And now, he was once again hunting Healy. Moreover, he had persuaded the Leaf family patriarch to cooperate with him. You can track him? Good, splendid. The Leaf family patriarch exclaimed with delight upon hearing Tang Can's words. Quickly, use your skills to locate that wretched beast. After my joy, my eyes turned blood red with murderous intent. Once I find him, I will make him wish he were dead. Tang Can nodded in response and began to cast his spell. Meanwhile, as time passed, news of the massacre of the Leaf family and Wuzhen spread rapidly, with many cultivators discussing these events in nearby towns. Even as Healy traveled, he overheard scattered cultivators discussing these matters. I just came from that direction. I heard that Wuzhen was annihilated. The Dongqing Mountain Leaf family also met a tragic end. It seems the Haomong mountain range is about to descend into chaos. On the rugged mountain path, several cultivators, merely at the second or third level of qi refining, sat in the shade of trees, discussing. Their baskets contained various low-level spiritual plants and local specialties from the Haomong mountain range. These cultivators were merchants. Due to many profitable channels being monopolized by powerful factions, these low-level cultivators could only toil away to earn a few spirit stones. When they arrived in the city to sell their goods, they would be further exploited by city tolls, business taxes, and various fees, ultimately receiving less than 40% of their total profits. Healy had once been a merchant himself, thus he understood their plight. Seeing these weary, sweat-soaked cultivators, Healy couldn't help but reflect on his past. Meanwhile, the scattered cultivators paid little attention to him as they continued their discussion. Indeed, the chaos caused by the evil cultivators had just subsided. Who would have thought that so soon, trouble would arise again? TSK, speaking of which, the Dongqing Mountain Li family is a cultivation family with foundation establishment cultivators. Who would have imagined they could be slaughtered? I heard the assailant is named He Li, a cultivator who was hunted and pursued by many factions a few years ago. Later recruited into the Wanjian sect, thus washing away his past sins and finding stability. It was rather absurd. How could He Li, who had been pursued by numerous factions for years, manage to survive? I truly wonder how he accomplished that. At this point in their conversation, the scattered cultivators expressed both admiration and envy. He is indeed formidable, and now he has grown even stronger, betraying the Wanjian sect to slaughter Wuzhen and the Li family. Sigh. If only I had half of He Li's abilities, I wouldn't have had to suffer such exploitation for years. Half. Even a third would be enough to turn the tide. Evil cultivators causing chaos? As He Li walked away, the voices of discussion faded into the distance, and he couldn't help but scoff. So-called evil cultivators are merely those who rise against oppression and are thus hunted down. If we are to speak of true malevolence, what of the king of Wuzhen, refining blood beads, and the Li family, engaging in blood sacrifices to cultivate their fields? Shaking his head internally, He Li quickened his pace. But just then, a furious roar echoed from the sky. You scoundrel, where do you think you're going? Buzz, accompanied by the roar. A terrifying pressure from a foundation establishment cultivator and a fierce wave of spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave, causing a sharp sense of danger to prickle at the back of He Li's mind. Had he been caught up to? That shouldn't be the case. If that old man from the Li family were capable of finding himself, he would have been caught long ago when he sought refuge in the medicinal garden. However, at this moment, He Li had no time to ponder such thoughts. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his strength to flee, simultaneously channeling his energy to cast protective spells such as the water shield and wood armor. With a thunderous roar, as He Li unleashed his magic and sprinted forward, an immense hand swept down from the heavens, obliterating everything in its path. The very earth trembled as grass and trees were uprooted and mountains crumbled, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. It was a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Those cultivators who had just been discussing He Li found themselves crushed in an instant beneath the weight of the descending hand, their bodies shattered into fragments. A thick mist of blood mingled with the swirling dust. He Li was also struck by the pursuing giant hand. The impact was devastating. His water shield, wood armor, and fire shield shattered into pieces in an instant. His insides were ravaged, his bones splintered in multiple places, and his body was flung through the air like a broken kite. Yet, curiously, there was no fear of death etched upon He Li's face, which instead bore a fierce countenance. Chapter 11. The Tang clan has already sealed their fate. The esteemed elder of the Li family truly exemplifies the prowess of a foundational cultivator. With a mere wave of his hand, he could shake the mountains. Such is the fate of the insignificant, certainly destined for a grave without a trace. Gazing into the misty, smoke-filled mountains, Tang Can and his companions hastily turned their eyes upward to the Li family ancestor, showering him with flattery. Yet, the elder's thoughts were far removed from their words. He simply gestured, summoning a fierce wind to disperse the dust, and then surveyed the ravaged forest with a furrowed brow. No, that little wretch is still alive. What? The words of the Li family elder left Tang Can and the others in a state of confusion as they hurriedly moved closer to investigate. Indeed, there was no corpse of He Li within the forest. Although astonished that He Li had survived, Tang Can quickly responded, even if he is alive, he has surely been struck by the elder's water spirit palm. With the formidable power of the elder's techniques, even if He Li survives, he must be on the brink of death. In such a state, he cannot have fled far. He must be hiding nearby using some stealthy means. Upon hearing this, the Li family elder nodded slightly. In that case, young man from the Tang family, employ your clan's techniques to track down this little wretch. After the elder's command, Tang Can smiled wryly. The efficacy of our Tang clan's techniques is limited. They can only provide vague tracking of residual traces. They were effective in tracking He Li's escape direction earlier, but to pinpoint his exact location is beyond our capabilities. For now, we can only search manually. However, given that He Li is gravely injured, even if he hides, He cannot remain concealed for long. We merely need to exercise patience. Hearing Tang Can's words, the Li family elder internally cursed the ineffectiveness of the Tang clan's techniques, yet felt helpless. He then flew low upon his sword, utilizing his limited spiritual awareness to scan the surrounding forest for any signs. Unbeknownst to all, at that very moment, He Li was lurking within the confines of the Qinquan ring, coldly observing them. So it is you, Tang Can? Humph. I see your Tang clan has already sealed your fate. He Li's voice was frigid, his sinister gaze fixated on the exterior scene projected before him. The Qinquan ring can accommodate living beings, allowing He Li to take refuge within it. Moreover, the ring possesses an innate ability to observe its surroundings. When He Li was severely injured and unable to escape, he had cast the ring away and hidden inside. The Qinquan ring subsequently fell into the grass, a location seemingly impervious to spiritual awareness. At least the Li family elder, soaring above, did not detect the Qinquan ring due to his lack of spiritual perception. As for the disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect, He Li would welcome their discovery and retrieval of the ring, as it would enable him to follow them out. Once he recovered from his injuries, he could emerge from the ring and eliminate the disciple who had found it. It would be ideal if someone retrieved the ring and facilitated my escape. Even if no one discovers the ring, I still possess a wealth of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills that remain unconsumed. I have ample time to enhance my cultivation within the ring using these resources. In contemplation, He Li reached into his storage pouch, extracting a handful of restorative pills and consuming them. The attacks from foundational cultivators are indeed terrifying. Fortunately, aside from employing defensive techniques, his innate physical constitution as a body cultivator allowed him to endure the assault. Had it been any other cultivator, they would have perished. At this moment, as He Li devoured a multitude of restorative pills, he also consumed various blood pearls stored in his pouch. After a brief period of recuperation, he found his injuries nearly healed. Once he stretched his limbs slightly, he swiftly grabbed a handful of spirit stones, combining them with gathering pills for absorption. Buzz. As He Li absorbed hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, draining their spiritual energy until they disintegrated into powder, his cultivation level began to rise gradually. It is important to note that He Li is a dual-element cultivator of fire and wood. His innate talent is commendable, and his previously stagnant growth was due to the scarcity of spiritual energy in the Haomong Mountains, compounded by the difficulty in acquiring resources for cultivation. Now that he has spirit stones and medicinal pills, his training efficiency will undoubtedly soar. Of course, this pales in comparison to the rapid advancement gained from slaying others. However, with the absorption of numerous spirit stones and a storage pouch full of pills, along with his recent near completion of the 6th level of Qi refinement due to his prior killings, He Li has finally achieved a new breakthrough. Law Cultivation Realm has reached a critical point. Law Cultivation Realm has broken through to the 7th level of Qi refinement. Law Cultivation Realm, 7th level of Qi refinement, 0490. Body Cultivation Realm, 3rd level of Body refinement, 7890. Buzz. Accompanied by murmurs in his mind, He Li, surrounded by a thick layer of spirit stone powder, could distinctly sense the surge of spiritual power within him following the breakthrough to the 7th level. Killing will become significantly easier. Yet, now is not the time to emerge. I shall first experiment with the dust explosion technique I pondered previously, enhancing my means to confront enemies before venturing out. Recalling the dust explosion technique he had been contemplating, He Li began to mentally revisit the method of casting the misty smoke spell, simultaneously attempting to combine it with the incendiary spiritual energy of fire to trigger an explosion. Meanwhile, outside the Qinquan ring, were you not the one who said that little wretch had not fled far? Have you discovered anything after all these days? In the forest, the Li family elder, suppressing his fury, glared at the somewhat embarrassed Tang Can and demanded. Feeling guilty, Tang Can stammered, that brat was struck by your water spirit palm and must be heavily wounded. It is indeed unlikely he could have escaped far. Furthermore, our Tang clan's techniques have led us here without any response. Enough. The Li family elder interrupted Tang Can, his impatience evident. Humph. That little wretch possesses numerous tricks. He may have already fled far away. Your Tang clan's techniques are ultimately inadequate. We have wasted many days here on your account. I truly believed in your nonsense. With that, the Li family elder offered Tang Can no further opportunity to speak and soared away on his sword like a beam of light. Tang Can's expression darkened at the sight. He could not ascertain whether He Li had indeed fled far. Reluctantly, he turned to the others. Leave some disciples here to continue searching. The rest of you, come with me back to the 10,000 Sword sect to report to Sister Yu and the elders. Yes, the group nodded and departed. Once they had completely receded, the 4 disciples left behind immediately abandoned their earnest search for He Li's traces, gathering lazily upon the ground to grumble. It has been a full 10 days since this began. He Li has surely fled far. I truly do not understand why the Tang clan insists on keeping us here to search for nothing. Indeed, are we not merely being toyed with? After all, he is a direct descendant of the Tang clan. He is connected to the sect elders, and even if he plays with us, just as they were grumbling, One of them suddenly turned around sharply. What is it? The others questioned, puzzled by the sudden movement. Their gazes instinctively followed, only to see a stranger of unknown origin approaching not far away. Who? The disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect immediately tensed. I am merely a wandering cultivator passing by, curious about the signs of battle I observed here. Judging by your attire, you are disciples of the 10,000 Sword sect? He Li, now disguised, stated as he drew closer. The disciples nodded in response. Indeed, we are from the 10,000. Before the speaker could finish, He Li abruptly lunged forward, hurling 3 wind wheels with great force. However, as the wheels sailed through the air, they failed to harm the cultivators before him. Bang! A dull sound echoed as the disciples quickly cast their spells to block the attack. The one who had spoken earlier wore a smug grin. A wandering cultivator? Humph. He Li, do you truly believe us to be fools? If you were a true wandering cultivator, you would have fled long ago. Those penniless wanderers are most afraid of danger and trouble, seeing the circumstances here. How could you possibly approach? With that, he felt a surge of pride. Although he anticipated that you would still be hiding nearby, since you have shown yourself, escape is no longer an option. You are already gravely injured. With our combined strength, not only can we hold you until Brother Tang arrives, but we could also easily slay you and claim the credit for ourselves. With that, he solemnly commanded, form the formation. As his words fell, the others swiftly drew their swords and scattered, preparing to cast spells in an attempt to form a sword array to confront He Li. To their astonishment, He Li not only did not retreat but instead revealed a ferocious, sinister smile towards the crowd. Sensing the ominous turn of events, a few instinctively wished to retreat. Yet it was already too late. With a swift motion, He Li formed hand seals and suddenly opened his mouth towards the crowd, unleashing a tempest of spiritual energy that surged in all directions. Blinding flames erupted as he closed his mouth and crouched down. Boom! In an instant, a tidal wave of fire surged forth, incinerating all vegetation in its path, while a deafening roar echoed through the mountains and forests. The unsuspecting disciples of the Wanjian sect were engulfed by the flames, their eyes wide with terror. Slain a 6th layer Qi refinement practitioner. 2nd layer body refinement Feng Chun. Cultivation 5, body refinement 2. Additional cultivation 6, body refinement 5. Slain a 5th layer Qi refinement practitioner Kaiyu. Cultivation 3. Additional cultivation 3, body refinement 2. Slain a 5th layer Qi refinement practitioner Zhouyu. Body refinement has reached a critical point, breaking through to the 4th layer of body refinement. This Feng Chun is simultaneously a body refinement practitioner? What a surprise. As he listened to the murmurs and felt his body refinement realm breaking through once again, He Li rose from the ground, his gaze sweeping over the charred corpses that lay with unclosed eyes. Chapter 12. Your insight is remarkable. The demise of Feng Chun and the others was due to a dust explosion. He Li modified the process of casting the Misty Smoke spell. He first unleashed the spell, dispersing combustible spiritual power particles, and then ignited them with fire magic. This combination of techniques was truly formidable, as the power was linked to spiritual energy. It was theoretically possible to annihilate Foundation establishment cultivators at close range if one possessed ample spiritual energy to produce a substantial number of combustible particles. However, He Li would not resort to such drastic measures without necessity, as it was essentially akin to self-detonation. Exhausting his spiritual energy to perish alongside a Foundation establishment cultivator was not a viable option. Yet, he could surely eliminate other realm cultivators with controlled quantities of explosive force. Moreover, by incinerating them, he even spared himself the trouble of using the fire spell scroll. Gazing at the charred remains of Feng Chun and the others, He Li discerned that the items they held had also been consumed by the flames. Indeed, whispers in his mind confirmed he had not been mistaken. Burned fragment of the leaf nurturing technique. Leaf nurturing technique has reached the proficient stage. Burned a superior grade dust step. Dust step has reached the beginner stage. The leaf nurturing technique bore no rank. Its effect being the consumption of spiritual energy and blood essence to nurture the leaves of a spiritual tree, transforming them into a recognized magical artifact for combat. However, He Li found this technique somewhat amusing. Nurturing leaves into magical artifacts? Even if accomplished, could they possibly compare in strength to artifacts forged from ores and other materials? Who could have conceived such a ludicrous technique? Nevertheless, the dust step held some merit. As a movement technique, it enhanced speed and enabled the user to absorb the earth's energy through their feet, reducing spiritual energy consumption and accelerating recovery from injuries. This technique was tailor-made for those fleeing in desperation. After digesting the new memories of spells in his mind, He Li retracted his gaze and mobilized his spiritual energy, winds of control. Dust step, whoosh. Accompanied by the whispers, the winds empowered his legs, and He Li shot forth like an arrow, covering 100 meters in an instant. The earlier commotion had surely attracted attention. News of this incident might have already spread. Once the Li family's ancestor and Tang Can learned of it, they would undoubtedly return to investigate before resuming their pursuit of him. At present, Healy remained unable to contend against Foundation establishment cultivators, and facing too many high-level cultivators posed significant risks. He needed to continue slaying more cultivators of limited combat prowess to elevate his own cultivation. Thus, Healy set his sights on the Sanglin Gorge, a gathering place for the Tang family's collateral branch. He bore a deep grudge. Tangkin had pursued him, and he deserved to die. Yet, that was not enough. Annihilating the Tang family's collateral branch at Sanglin Gorge was essential to let Tangkin know that retribution was imminent. The entire Halmong mountain range would not escape the fate of destruction under the Tang family's banner. He would make Tangkin understand the true meaning of suffering. Indeed, not long after Healy departed, Tangkin and the others swiftly returned upon receiving the news. I knew that rascal wouldn't escape. Upon returning to the mountain and witnessing the charred remains of his fallen comrades, Tangkin could not suppress his exclamation. The earlier feeling of being belittled by Healy had been alleviated. At this moment, a female cultivator beside him spoke up, "Brother Tang, should we immediately notify elderly to come over? That Healy is becoming increasingly difficult to deal with." Brother Fong and the others of the 6th layer of Qi refinement were slain by him. Hearing this, Tangkin revealed a cold smile. What need is there to inform that old man? We only pursued Healy out of necessity when we unexpectedly encountered him. Why would we notify him now? Do you think we wish to share the treasures on Healy's person with that old man? Don't tell me you haven't guessed that Healy's rapid advancement is due to possessing treasures. As Tangkin's words fell, the expressions of those around him varied, clearly indicating that they had surmised Healy possessed some valuable items. Each of them harbored differing thoughts, contemplating how to safely eliminate Healy and seize the treasures for themselves. Observing this development, Tangkin narrowed his eyes and declared, "It seems you all have come to the same conclusion and do not intend to share the treasures with that old man. Very well. Then let us pursue Healy together. That rascal may be formidable, but we are all members of the family and have our own trump cards. Besides, with our cultivation levels ranging from the 6th to the 8th layers, can we not subdue him if we employ all our means?" With that, Tangkin began to cast tracking spells. Simultaneously, Healy, who had long since departed the mountain, arrived at a small town situated in the valley. Gukka Town, governed by the Tang family's collateral branch. Behind the town lay the Sanglin Gorge where the Tang family's collateral branch resided. The Tang family was significantly stronger than the Li family. This family boasted 2 Foundation establishment cultivators and had numerous members, including the collateral branches in Qingmu Bay, while the Foundation establishment cultivators held dominion over the main family in Qingfeng City. With a prosperous family and many members, it was a favorable scenario for Healy to indulge in slaughter. Fixating on the bustling town, Healy's eyes gleamed with malice as he was about to strike when he heard a reprimand from ahead. "Kid, halt." Upon hearing the voice, Healy looked up to see 3 individuals clad in Tang family attire striding towards him with an air of arrogance. "Are you a rogue cultivator?" the leading woman inquired. Healy remained silent, prompting her to continue. "Are you aware of the rules here, considering the recent disturbances caused by evil cultivators?" "Rules?" Healy narrowed his eyes. The portly Tang family woman nodded. "Our Sanglin Gorge Tang family recognizes that rogue cultivators find it hard to survive. To prevent you from falling victim to evil cultivators, we have dispatched numerous family members to patrol the area. In light of this, our Tang family disciples have delayed their cultivation. Shouldn't you rogue cultivators express some gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Healy suddenly chuckled, openly demanding tribute while fabricating justifications. How pitiful for the Tang family. "How many spirit stones are required?" he inquired with a grin. The Tang family woman responded with a smile. "Not much, just 20 inferior grade spirit stones will suffice." "And if I have none?" Healy pressed further. The Tang family woman's expression darkened immediately. "Do you lack them, or do you simply refuse to part with them?" After a retort, she glared coldly at Healy. "Umph. You look rather treacherous. You might very well be the wanted evil cultivator. Surrender now, and perhaps you might spare your life and serve the Tang family in cultivating spiritual rice and herbs. Should you resist, we shall execute you on the spot." With that, the 2 behind her had already drawn their weapons. Yet, Healy's smile remained undiminished. "No spirit stones means I'm an evil cultivator? So I must be guilty and taken away as a slave to your Tang family?" He pursued the inquiry, and the Tang family woman replied with arrogance. "On Tang family territory, we dictate the terms." "What? Do you have a problem with that?" No. Healy shook his head, and then his murderous intent surged. "I merely wanted to say, your perception of people is truly remarkable." Bang! As his words fell, a sinister grin spread across Healy's face as he abruptly raised his hand and unleashed the heart-burning palm, striking forcefully upon the Tang family woman's head. Her skull instantly burst like a watermelon. Covered in blood and viscera, the once arrogant Tang family disciples behind her stood petrified. In the next moment, Healy drew his blade and charged at them. "Are you collecting fees on behalf of the King of Hell? Your Tang family truly deserves death." With his words, the 2 bewildered Tang family disciples, caught off guard, were cleaved in 2, accompanied by familiar whispers that left the remaining cultivators around them in shock. Slain Qi Refinement 4th Layer Cultivator Tang Yan. Cultivation 1, Additional Cultivation 4. Body cultivation 3. Slain Chi refinement, second layer cultivator Tang. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional cultivation 2. Body cultivation 1. Slain Chi refinement, second layer cultivator Tang. Listening to the whispers, Healy initiated his spells, enhancing himself with techniques such as great force and concealment. With his right hand gripping the blade and his left hand spinning the wind wheel, he charged into the town like a bloodthirsty beast. He struck down anyone in his path, unopposed, moving with the swiftness of a tempest, and within moments, he swept from the town's entrance to its end, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and headless corpses, blood flowing like a river. The horrifying scene, with corpses strewn across the ground and rivers of blood flowing, left the few survivors too terrified to even breathe. They could only huddle in corners, trembling in fear, awaiting their inevitable discovery and slaughter at the hands of Healy. Some contemplated escape, yet such a notion was utterly futile. With the enhancements of wind, flea, goo, and dust step, Healy's speed, at the 7th level of Chi cultivation, surpassed that of many at the 9th level. How could the cultivators of Gu Ko Town, whose abilities paled in comparison to Healy's, possibly hope to flee? This was nothing short of a massacre. Over 80% of the town's cultivators had been cut down, the pungent scent of blood wafting through the air from a considerable distance. Yet the merciless Healy was far from satisfied. He could hear whispers in his mind, struggling to keep pace with his relentless killing spree, and his gaze turned toward the far end of the town, his eyes gleaming with an even more fervent thirst for blood. Slain Chi cultivator at the 5th level, Tang Zide. Cultivation increased by 3, additional cultivation 6. Body cultivation 5. Slain Chi cultivator at the 3rd level, Li Yukon. Slight increase in cultivation, additional cultivation 2, body cultivation 2. Slain Chi cultivator at the 2nd level, Wu Bai. Chapter 13. The wind listening cicada and the bone refinement technique. There was no time to linger over the corpses, so Healy swiftly collected all the bodies in the town into his Chinkoan ring. Without a moment's pause, he made his way directly to the location of the Tang family in Sanglin Gorge. Meanwhile, the Tang family had already dispatched individuals to confront him. After all, there were many disciples of the Tang family in Guku Town. It was only natural that the events of the town would have been reported back to their clan, prompting them to send powerful members to handle the situation. As both parties hurried along the mountain path, they encountered each other. Upon seeing Healy, who bore the fierce visage of a blood-soaked killer, the numerous Tang disciples quickly realized he was the perpetrator. Who was this audacious rogue? Did he not understand that Guku Town was the territory of the Tang family from Sanglin Gorge? Did he dare commit murder here, as if he had a death wish? The leader, a middle-aged cultivator at the 8th level of Chi refinement, was not intimidated by Healy's overwhelming murderous aura. Instead, his tone was somber as he spoke. You are quite young, yet possess impressive cultivation. Your spiritual roots and potential must be commendable. Such a talent, it would be a pity to kill you outright. Thus, he continued, gazing at the 10 formidable Tang family members before him, all of whom were no less than the 4th level of Chi refinement. Healy listened intently, narrowing his eyes with curiosity. The middle-aged man's chin lifted, regarding Healy with the condescension of a stronger looking down upon a weaker opponent. Join the Tang family as a servant. In doing so, the matters from the town can be overlooked. Overlooked? Healy smiled. I killed many cultivators in the town. Can all of those actions truly be overlooked? The middle-aged cultivator nodded nonchalantly. Of course. Those cultivators were merely expendables. They were like wild dogs by the roadside, lacking any value other than to run desperately, providing resources for the Tang family until they decay. As for the vacancies left in the town, there is an abundance of impoverished rogue cultivators in this world. With a smirk, he added, you are different. Your talents are exceptional. If you enter our Tang family as a servant, you would become a superior hunting dog, far more valuable than those expendables. In just a few sentences, the middle-aged man encapsulated the sorrow of the lower class. Healy, hearing this, wore a peculiar smile. You people are indeed arrogant. At this point, a youth beside the middle-aged man, evidently of significant status within the Tang family, frowned impatiently. Enough idle chatter. If you wish to live, agree to be a servant and return with us. Wasting time here is foolish. The middle-aged man sighed. Calm down. Give him time to consider. After all, he needs time to accept this. Consider. The youth scoffed. It is an honor for him to become a servant of the Tang family. Does he really need to think about it? How ungrateful. The two continued their banter, seemingly dismissive of Healy. After all, they were numerous, and with a powerful cultivator at the 8th level of Chi refinement among them, they were confident Healy would not dare to resist. Yet, these disciples of the Tang family had gravely misjudged the situation. Unaware of their hubris, Healy's voice turned icy. After all, I have allowed you to live for a few more minutes, and yet, you are still ungrateful? If that is the case, then, perish. With a chilling declaration, Healy's aura surged, radiating a terrifying bloodlust that struck fear into the hearts of those present. Realizing the imminent danger, the middle-aged cultivator reacted swiftly, instinctively drawing his sword to defend himself, believing Healy would attack him directly. However, Healy had no intention of targeting him. Instead, he exploded into action, swiftly appearing behind the youth who had spoken earlier, and with a brutal strike, tore a gaping hole in the youth's back. The excruciating pain rendered the youth's face pale, cold sweat pouring from him. "Ah, father, father, save me." In his extreme agony, he could barely move, crying out for help from the middle-aged man. "Yuan." The middle-aged man roared in fury, but Healy wore a sinister expression, subtly performing a technique to unleash a dust explosion through the youth's wound, frantically injecting combustible spiritual energy into him before delivering a ruthless blow. Boom! With a resounding crash, the youth's body erupted in a blinding blaze. The terrifying flames consumed the middle-aged man, the scorching shockwave incinerating the surrounding flora and leaving the less powerful Tang disciples scorched but frozen in fear. "Run, quickly! We cannot withstand this. Grand Elder has been ambushed. Hurry, return and inform the ladies. Damn it, he has targeted us." Ah! Amid the screams, Healy paid little attention to the explosion, instead transforming into a whirlwind of death, ruthlessly slaughtering the remaining foes, providing them no chance to flee or alert their clan. When the cacophony of despair finally subsided, Healy stood alone amidst the carnage, the only survivor. Slade Tang Yuan, a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Cultivation 5, extra cultivation 9, body refinement 8. Slade Tang Fengtian, an 8th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Cultivation 9, extra cultivation 21, body refinement 20. Slade Tang. Why are there so many extra cultivation rewards? What did this father and son do? Hearing the whispers in his mind, Healy glanced at the corpses of Tang Yuan and his father, Tang Fengtian. Just then, something burst forth from the corpse of Tang Fengtian, fleeing into the distance. Healy reacted swiftly, darting forward and capturing the object. Upon closer inspection, it was a green cicada. The wind-listening cicada? Healy murmured, a spark of joy igniting within him. The wind-listening cicada, once refined, would greatly enhance his auditory capabilities and grant him the ability to eavesdrop on conversations carried by the wind. When activated, he could easily overhear whispers within a radius of 500 paces, although magical concealment would hinder this ability. Nonetheless, it would prove invaluable. Even without the intent to gather intelligence, it would enable him to detect hidden foes with ease. With this newfound means of eavesdropping, Healy felt a surge of anticipation. The refined cicada possessed minimal wildness, and he quickly set about refining it. After collecting the other bodies into his storage ring, he continued on his way to the Tang family in Sanglin Gorge, taking a moment to examine the contents of Tang Fengtian's storage pouch. 8th-level Qi refinement. Surely it contains valuable items. Let me see what you have. Healy opened the pouch with some expectation, only to find its contents rather sparse. No spirit stones, only a few elixirs, 3 pitch-black flying needles clearly infused with poison, 5 iron beads, 10 dark red human skulls, and 2 old, yellowed tomes. The needles were mid-grade magical tools, known as bone poison needles. The 5 iron beads, of the same grade, could release various toxic fumes. Unlike standard magical tools, these were disposable. Once activated, they would be gone. Healy paid little mind to these hidden weapons. Weapons are only useful when the opportunity arises. Given the swift annihilation earlier, the possibility of the Tang family employing such methods was non-existent. Instead, Healy was far more interested in the dark red skulls and the 2 ancient tomes. These skulls possess an unsettling quality, as if they harbor an intense aura of resentment and malevolence within. Their purpose remains a mystery. As for the 2 booklets, Healy stowed away his storage bag and took out the booklets. One was the Tang family secret weapon manual, but it contained only the upper half of the complete illustrations. The other was a low-grade spiritual technique titled Bone Refining Method. This was a complete method for refining tools, intended for the combustion of bone materials to smelt minerals and other crafting materials, thus enhancing the sturdiness of magical artifacts and their resistance to malevolent attacks. To think it was a method for tool refinement? Moreover, it was both spiritual in nature and complete. What a remarkable gain. Healy was overjoyed. With this technique, coupled with the upper half of the Tang family's secret weapon illustrations he had obtained, he could forge high-grade stealth weapons for assassination in the future. At that time, striking from the shadows to eliminate targets would become significantly easier. The Tang family indeed possesses a wealth of valuable items. I find myself quite eager to discover what treasures await after vanquishing the entire Sanglin Gorge collateral line. Boom. Healy raised his hand to incinerate the bone refining method booklet, his gaze greedily fixed ahead. Incinerating bone refining method. Bone refining method has reached the realm of mastery. Chapter 14. The core disciples of the Scarlet Leaf sect Healy swiftly traversed the mountainous terrain and soon arrived at the location of the Tang family's collateral branch by the Sanglin Gorge. However, upon reaching the expansive clan settlement of the Tang family, he did not hasten to intrude, but instead concealed himself and observed the group ahead. Following his gaze into the distance, he discerned 5 Tang family disciples leading dozens of chained cultivators deeper into the mountains. The Tang disciples treated these captives with a degree of courtesy, refraining from any overt hostility or abuse. The captives moved slowly, and rather than reprimanding them, the Tang disciples opted to wait patiently. Healy did not perceive this as a sign of benevolence on the part of the Tang family. Rather, he sensed something amiss. The bound cultivators appeared peculiar, their eyes bloodshot and their auras filled with despair. What could be transpiring here? Healy, filled with suspicion, activated his wind-listening cicada ability to draw closer, soon overhearing the hushed whispers of the Tang disciples. Be cautious. The lady has instructed us not to provoke these vengeful slaves. They are already on the brink of collapse. If we push them to the point of despair and suicide, it will waste a considerable amount of time to cultivate them again. Besides, the young miss has just returned. Her innocence would make it difficult to handle should she become aware of this situation. Alas, it's truly troublesome. We've already sent several waves of vengeful slaves. How many more do we need to deliver? You ask me? How should I know? In any case, we should continue sending them until the family head successfully forges that formidable artifact. Vengeful slaves? Healy furrowed his brow at the implications of their discussion. It seemed the Tang family was exploiting these tortured souls to craft magical artifacts. Such methods would likely yield a tool of great malevolence. If he could procure that artifact, his combat prowess would undoubtedly soar to new heights. Listening to their chatter, he realized the artifact was still incomplete. This presented a prime opportunity for him to seize it. If he delayed until it was fully formed, the risks would multiply exponentially. However, before that, Healy's gaze turned sinister as he observed the Tang family transporting the vengeful slaves, indicating that the forging site was not within the Sanglin Gorge. Moreover, the artisan responsible was their family head, suggesting that the formidable leader of the Tang family was currently absent from the clan. The 8th-layer Qi refining elder had already fallen at his hands, and now he learned that the family head was also away. How much combat strength could the Tang family possibly retain? If he charged in now, it would be a slaughter. With this thought, Healy's smile grew malevolent. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, and a pale green whirlwind split into three, slicing through the front line of the Tang disciples as effortlessly as one would slice through radishes, decapitating them all. Slain Qi refining 5th-layer cultivator Tanglin. Cultivation 3, bonus cultivation 6, body cultivation 6. Slain Qi refining 2nd-layer cultivator Wu Yukuan. Cultivation slightly increased, bonus cultivation 1. Slain Qi refining 5th-layer cultivator Tang Chang. With a cacophony of severed heads falling to the ground, Healy moved with lightning speed, effortlessly sweeping past the pile of headless corpses. He activated his spatial ring, seamlessly collecting the remains within. Continuing forward, Healy enhanced his abilities and brandished his curved blade, unleashing a chilling arc of blade energy that swiftly found its mark, cleaving a Tang cultivator in half who had turned to issue a warning. Perhaps due to the swiftness of his attack, the decapitated Tang cultivator did not die immediately. They merely stared blankly at their severed torso, blood gushing forth, until they faded into unconsciousness, managing to utter a final cry of alarm. Enemy attack. With a resounding crash, Healy propelled the half-corpse of the Tang cultivator hundreds of meters away with a surge of spiritual energy, eliciting fury from the approaching Tang cultivators. Which scoundrel dares to offend the Tang boom? Healy's gaze was cold as he fixated on the Tang cultivators who caught the half-corpse. The next moment rumble. Before the Tang cultivators could finish their exclamations, the severed body erupted in a blinding flash of fire, obliterating the nearest 10 cultivators on the spot. Those who were injured and dismembered fell into chaos, crying out in agony and rage. Healy exhibited no mercy, relentlessly slaughtering with the blade energy and whirlwind, reaping the lives of the Tang cultivators. In their state of panic, the Tang cultivators were powerless against Healy's ferocity. They resorted to hastily casting spells or launching projectiles in a desperate attempt to strike at Healy, whose speed eluded their perception. The outcome was predictable. Rather than harming Healy, they inadvertently inflicted injuries upon their own comrades. The chaos escalated dramatically, and amidst the turmoil, Healy reveled in the mayhem, his expression growing increasingly ferocious and exhilarated, akin to a meat grinder mercilessly shredding the bodies surrounding him. Blood, bones, and entrails flew in all directions. Slain Qi refining 4th-layer cultivator Tangyu. Cultivation 1, bonus cultivation 3, body cultivation 2. Slain Qi refining 6th-layer cultivator Tangjishin. Cultivation 5. Bonus cultivation 9, body cultivation 8. Slain Qi refining 4th-layer cultivator Tangjio. The carnage continued unabated, and the other hurried Tang cultivators, upon witnessing Healy drenched in blood, grinning maniacally as he slaughtered their kin, were nearly paralyzed with terror. Is this person even human? A demon, he must be a demon. Damn it, who the hell is this killer that has come upon us? No, this is bad. He is coming closer. Run, hurry, and notify the lady. Use projectiles, quickly, slow him down. Mastering the wind-listening cicada and wind flea goo techniques, Healy executed his attacks with unparalleled speed, precision, and ferocity. In less than half an hour, he had decimated the entire Sanglin Gorge Tang family branch. Only a handful of senior members from the branch, sensing the impending doom, fled into the family ancestral hall. Hurry, activate the protective formation. With frantic shouts, a pale blue protective barrier, inscribed with mystical patterns, rose around the ancestral hall. The protective formation, a derivative of the sect's mountain defense array, was typically a low-grade second-tier defensive formation designed to withstand attacks from early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. A protective formation? This could pose a challenge. Healy paused before the ancestral hall, frowning, when he heard a voice from the entrance filled with rage. "You vile evildoers deserve to die." Healy raised his gaze. At the doorway stood a girl wielding a sword. Clad in fiery red attire, she was tall and striking, her skin pale and features exquisite. A disciple of the Scarlet Leaf sect? Healy's eyes glinted with cold intent. The Scarlet Leaf sect. A prestigious sect adept in fire magic and one of the three major sects of the Haomong mountain range, comprised solely of female cultivators. And Healy harbored a particularly unfavorable impression of them. He vividly recalled the years past when he had painstakingly saved enough spiritual stones to purchase a fragment of spiritual fire from the Scarlet Leaf sect, intending to enhance his alchemical endeavors. Yet, just as he had exhausted his savings to acquire a minuscule amount of this feeble fire, the sect's saintess had invoked the flowing fire return to origin technique to seize it from him. When he sought an explanation, he had nearly been killed. Recalling that wretched experience and gazing at the Tang family girl within the ancestral hall, adorned in the core disciple garb of the Scarlet Leaf sect, Healy's expression darkened further. The Scarlet Leaf sect? I shall eventually come to extinguish your entire lineage. Humph. Fate has led me to encounter the core disciple of your sect, and it is most opportune to eliminate her and collect some interest first. That young woman from the Tang family is merely at the 6th level of chi refinement. Such a meager cultivation could hardly justify her position within the sect's elite. The reason, aside from her sufficient aptitude, undoubtedly lies in the connections the Tang family has cultivated. Yet, this is of little consequence. What truly matters is that as a core disciple, she likely possesses high-level techniques, mental cultivation methods, and perhaps even fragments of forbidden secrets, along with various other treasures. The storage pouch of a core disciple from the Hongye sect. Ah, my anticipation is quite palpable. A glint of greed and eagerness flickered in Healy's fierce gaze. Meanwhile, the Tang girl continued her incessant prattle. Our Tang family has always acted benevolently, often providing assistance to impoverished wandering cultivators, offering them profitable avenues to cultivate spirit rice in our lands, bestowing upon them spirit stones and teaching them cultivation techniques. We even heard of nearby malevolent cultivators causing trouble, and we proactively dispatched family members to patrol and protect them. What wrongs have we, the Tang family, committed to warrant such a massacre of over 100 individuals? She questioned, her eyes glistening with tears. To an unknowing observer, her appearance and words might evoke genuine sympathy for the Tang family's plight. Chapter 15. The Beneficiaries. What innocence is there? Healy's cold gaze scrutinized the young woman from the Tang family. Observing her aggrieved and indignant expression, he felt increasingly nauseated. They only mentioned how the Tang family sent people to patrol, yet conveniently omitted the coercion of others into paying protection fees. They spoke of providing channels for profit to lower-tier cultivators, enticing them to cultivate spiritual plants for the Tang family, while completely ignoring that these cultivators were forcibly enslaved by the Tang family. Is this what you deem kindness? And you still feel wronged? Do you actually believe your twisted lies? He scoffed, leaving the Tang family girl bewildered. The other members of the Tang family remained unfazed. A richly dressed matron spoke sternly. Yuan, why waste your breath on this scoundrel? There are indeed some envious and lowly people in this world who will maliciously speculate and slander you, as long as you are wealthier than them. No matter how many good deeds you do, they will always suspect your intentions. Such people are beyond redemption. Continuing. The matron turned her icy gaze towards Healy. You dare to act recklessly in the presence of the Tang family, relying on your meager strength? You probably didn't anticipate our protective formation, did you? This formation can withstand even foundational cultivators. With your meager capabilities, you shall never breach it. Furthermore, I will tell you plainly, once the formation is activated, my husband and the others will be immediately notified. You wretched creature, when my husband returns from the Qianshi waterfall, you and your entire clan will be subjected to 1,000 cuts. Only then can we quell our hatred. Her tone was arrogant, self-assured, and brimming with a palpable sense of vengeance. The other members of the Tang family shared her sentiment. 1,000 cuts? That would be too lenient. If I find your kin, the males will be used as fuel in the furnace for crafting tools, while the females will have their limbs severed and be tossed into flower boats to earn spirit stones until death. You wretched creature, prepare to regret your actions. Dare to slaughter my clan in the Sanglin Gorge? We shall ensure you experience a fate worse than death. The Tang family members wore expressions of malice, relishing the thought of revenge once their patriarch arrived to deal with Healy. Healy listened, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Revenge on my kin? Unfortunately for you, I have no family in this world. Trust me, just based on your words, I shall eradicate every Tang in the Haomong Mountains. And perhaps you will reunite with them in the underworld. With that, Healy raised his hand, forming a seal to cast a spell. Whoosh. As he performed his actions, the earth at the entrance of the Sanglin Gorge Tang family ancestral hall began to shift, gradually forming a passage into the underground. The Tang family members looked on, chuckling. Fool, do you think tunneling underground can break our formation? The matron's eyes sparkled with derision. How short-sighted. Do you not know that the surface is also protected by the formation? Is that so? Healy retorted, a playful glint in his eyes. The matron furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss, yet unsure of how Healy would proceed. for theoretically, he should not be able to breach a second-tier protective formation. Even if it was merely a lower-grade second-tier formation, it was still designed to withstand the attacks of foundational cultivators. Yet, Healy did not strike her as a fool. What exactly was he planning? The matron and the other survivors of the Tang family could not fathom it, while Healy continued to ignore them, employing earth manipulation techniques to excavate beneath the ancestral hall. Then, the Tang family members watched in growing unease as Healy infused spiritual energy into the underground with an odd technique, even consuming pills to recover his strength. His actions suggested he was preparing a grand scheme. The matron, noticing the unease among the others, quickly reassured them that wretched creature may be formidable, but he is merely a chi refining stage cultivator. There is no way he can damage our protective formation. Do not panic. Moreover, my husband has already been notified and will return shortly. This wretched creature cannot survive much longer. Before she could finish her sentence, Healy cackled. Do you truly believe your protective formation is reliable? Ignorant fools, I shall show you the method to break the formation. Boom. Simultaneously as Healy spoke, he rapidly retreated and raised his hand to cast a spell, launching a small red fire rocket into the dark underground space. Then, bang. In an instant, the earth trembled, houses collapsed, and the ground within 100 meters of the ancestral hall was violently blasted apart. A powerful shockwave sending dust and debris into the sky. The deafening roar echoed for miles. Inside the ancestral hall, the once arrogant Tang family members now wore ashen expressions. For as Healy returned, sweeping the dust aside, they were horrified to discover that the protective formation, which was supposed to withstand foundational cultivators, was now riddled with cracks. How could this be? Within the ancestral hall, the matron was now completely panicked. Following her gaze, she saw that the formation was covered with a web of dense cracks. And before all the Tang family members' eyes, crack, with a wicked grin, Healy stepped forward, effortlessly swinging his blade against the protective barrier. In the next moment, the formation, already unable to withstand the pressure, shattered into nothingness. Upon witnessing this, an icy dread surged within the hearts of everyone in the ancestral hall. Flee. Quickly, scatter, and escape. Someone reacted swiftly, bellowing in terror. Yet, before anyone could make a move, the ruthless Healy had already closed the distance. Ha ha ha. Escape? Do you think you can? With a sinister laugh, Healy exploded into motion, moving like a bullet, as he darted through the Tang family members, leaving behind shattered skulls and severed bodies. In the blink of an eye, the ancestral hall was transformed into a scene of carnage, leaving only a paralyzed matron and a young girl. Chi refining 5th layer cultivator Tang Sua. Cultivation 3, additional cultivation 6, body cultivation 5. Chi refining 6th layer cultivator Tang Xingqing. Cultivation 5, additional cultivation 7, body cultivation 6. Chi refining 5th layer cultivator Tang Mo. Listening to the murmurs, Healy approached. The matron, filled with terror, hurriedly shielded the terrified young girl behind her, her lips trembling. Please, I beg you, spare us. I have spirit stones. Many spirit stones. As long as you let us go, I will give you everything. Her humble pleas fell on deaf ears. Healy merely grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. By killing you, the spirit stones will belong to me as well. You. The matron was left speechless, then frantically continued to plead. Even if you wish to kill, then just kill me. I beg you, spare my Yuan. She is still young, and she knows nothing of the Tang family's misdeeds. She has never participated in any of it. She is innocent. Innocent? Spare her? Healy narrowed his eyes, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from before the matron, just as she searched frantically around. A terrified scream echoed from behind. Ah, mother, save me, save. The matron turned in a panic, only to see Healy grasping the girl's neck, crushing it. Crack. With a sharp sound, the pallid, beautiful girl's eyes dimmed, and she lost all semblance of life, causing the matron to nearly crumble under the weight of unbearable grief. Ah, bastard, I will fight you. Boom. Before she could make a desperate attempt, Healy mercilessly unleashed the heart-burning palm, instantly ending her life. Chi refining 6th layer cultivator Tang Yuan. Cultivation 5. Additional cultivation 1. Slaying the Chi cultivator of the 7th layer, Qin Min. The cultivation level increased by 7. With an additional 8 in cultivation and 8 in physical prowess. To those who have gained, what talk is there of innocence? Listening to the whispers, Healy coldly surveyed the lifeless form of the beautiful woman, Qin Min, whose eyes remained shut in eternal slumber. Then, with a cheerful demeanor, he began to rummage through Tang Yuaner's storage bag. Ah, indeed, there are numerous splendid treasures. Upon discerning the items within the storage bag, Healy felt a surge of excitement. For within it lay not only 2 scrolls of considerable grade containing powerful techniques, along with various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and concealed weapons, but also a small white flame sealed within a special crystal. Spiritual fire? No, this is the mother of fire. Gazing at the tiny white flame, no larger than a thumb, Healy's excitement grew, and he could scarcely contain his smile. Chapter 16. The Supreme Fire of Heavenly Law. The so-called spiritual fire is a flame entity imbued with consciousness, possessing unique effects and naturally birthed. Although spiritual fire is rare in the world, it can still be acquired as long as one possesses sufficient spirit stones. The reason lies in the fact that spiritual fire can be split into lesser forms devoid of consciousness and diminished efficacy through techniques, allowing some practitioners who master spiritual fire to profit from such transactions. For instance, the Saintess of the Red Leaf sect once deceived He Li. Many practitioners seek to purchase spiritual fire due to its special properties, which often manifest in the quality of alchemical and crafted items, even enhancing the potency of fire-based techniques. Thus, alchemists and artifact masters in pursuit of higher quality items or those with extraordinary effects are willing to spend lavishly on their preferred lesser spiritual fires. Even practitioners specializing in fire techniques would make such purchases. As for the mother fire, no one would dare sell it. After all, the mother fire possesses consciousness and can grow alongside its possessor, much like a cherished familiar. Such a precious and evolving treasure is beyond anyone's willingness to part with. Ah, the invaluable mother fire. It is something I once yearned for in my dreams. To my astonishment, Tang Yuan possesses it. Taking out the crystal ball that contains the sealed spiritual fire, He Li gazed intently at the swirling, flickering white flame within, clearly displaying its sentience and diverse behaviors. He felt a twinge of curiosity. Why had Tang Yuan not refined such a precious mother fire? Did the rest of the Tang family know of its existence? If they did, why had they not refined it? Could it be that this white spiritual fire harbored some peculiarities? Regardless of any potential issues, I am currently being pursued and urgently require greater strength. Anything that can swiftly enhance my combat abilities is ripe for consumption. Risks? I am already risking my life. Why should I concern myself with risks? With this thought, He Li exerted force in his hand. Crack. Boom. As he activated his spiritual power to open the crystal ball, a searing flame erupted, illuminated by blinding white light. And He Li braced himself to forcibly endure the process of refining the spiritual fire. To his surprise, the liberated spiritual fire dove straight into his body. In an instant, whispers resonated in his mind. The supreme fire of heavenly law can purify evil, sins cannot be touched, and can incinerate countless malevolent souls. Along with the whispers, He Li distinctly felt the white spiritual fire enter his body, willingly refining itself and acknowledging him as its master. While all the information regarding this fire materialized in his mind. This fire, the supreme fire of heavenly law? According to the information that appeared in his mind, this fire possesses the power to refine evil and incinerate souls, seemingly growing stronger with the number of wrongdoings it punishes. Furthermore, this fire has purifying properties. It can burn away toxins if one is poisoned. He Li absorbed the information in his mind. The supreme fire of heavenly law is the flame of the righteous path. The reason the Tang family did not refine it is that they bear the weight of sin and cannot undergo the refinement, while He Li, despite having committed murder and sin, remains unaffected. Perhaps this is due to the heavenly punishment killing path. But that is inconsequential. What matters is that the might of the supreme fire of heavenly law far exceeds He Li's expectations. If it can incinerate souls based on their sins, does that not imply that if given the chance to unleash the fire up close, he could potentially slay even foundational or golden core experts? After all, a burning soul is not easily extinguished. He Li pondered, although the opportunity to unleash fire up close without being obstructed is nearly non-existent. He now at least possesses the potential for a counterkill. That possibility is sufficient. Once I break through again, as long as I can stand my ground against foundational practitioners without being instantly defeated, I can use this spiritual fire to eliminate those ancient foundational experts. Returning to reality, He Li wore a fierce expression. His gaze fell upon the 2 secret technique scrolls. Burning Spirit level upper grade fragment of the Crimson Charm technique. The Crimson Charm technique has reached the proficient stage. Burning Spirit level top grade fragment of the Fire Source Heart technique. The Fire Source Heart technique has reached the 4th layer. Boom. As the white flame erupted, the secret scrolls were consumed, and the whispers echoed once more. The 2 scrolls He Li destroyed included one illusion technique that could confuse lower-level practitioners and inflict the torment of mental scalding, while the other was a high-level heart technique that increased the fire technique's power and control with each level attained. At its pinnacle, it seemed capable of manipulating others' fire techniques or even absorbing them. In summary, this heart technique is extraordinary, far superior to the draws He Li had been practicing. As expected, it is indeed a high-level technique. This will greatly facilitate my endeavors. Having acquired 2 new secret techniques and heart techniques, He Li swiftly activated his Qin Kuan ring, collecting all the corpses present and emptying the Tang family's warehouse in Sanglin Gorge before decisively setting fire to the surroundings. As the roaring flames blazed, the continuous whispers in He Li's mind returned. Burning mortal level mid-grade gentle breeze step, mortal level lower grade wooden arrow technique, mortal level mid-grade fragment of the black cloud sword technique, non-ranked Tang family blood pursuit technique, mortal level lower grade. Gentle breeze step has reached the entry-level stage. Wooden arrow technique has reached the entry-level stage. Black cloud sword technique has reached the entry-level stage. Listening to the whispers triggered by the burning of the Tang family's library in Sanglin Gorge, which resulted in the destruction of numerous technique scrolls, He Li made his way towards the 1,000-stone waterfall, illuminated by the firelight. The 1,000-stone waterfall is not far from Sanglin Gorge. Previously, Qin Min. who was the matriarch, had mentioned that the heads of the Tang family were hiding in that location, and they were likely rushing to support Sanglin Gorge now. Thus, Healy planned to ambush them en route, eliminate this group, and seize their crafted treasures. Not long after departing Sanglin Gorge, Healy halted to retrieve Qin Min's corpse. Staring at her lifeless form, his expression remained impassive as he pierced through her back with his hand, simultaneously channeling his spiritual power to infuse her corpse. It was only after his spiritual power had diminished by 60% that Healy ceased the infusion and placed her body on the ground. Subsequently, he directly concealed it within the Qian Kuan ring. Just after he hid it for less than 2 minutes, dozens of furious and formidable practitioners, led by a suspected 9th-layer Qi practitioner, arrived beside Qin Min's corpse. That is, Minner. Upon reaching the body, the silver-haired 9th-layer Qi practitioner gazed at Qin Min with reddened eyes, while those behind him seethed with anger. Damn it, the family has indeed encountered a crisis. Who dares to invade our Tang family in Sanglin Gorge and act so ruthlessly? Head of the family, grieve not. The urgent matter now is to return home and assess the situation. The matriarch has already perished. We cannot allow more lives to be lost. Some were furious, while others offered counsel. The 9th-layer Qi practitioner, head of the Sanglin Gorge Tang family, could only suppress his sorrow upon hearing this. He nodded with tear-filled eyes, his face twisted in rage, seemingly about to utter some harsh words. But before he could speak, he sensed something amiss with the corpse he held. There was a searing energy surging within the body. What is happening? The head of the Sanglin Gorge Tang family, filled with suspicion, leaned down to inspect his wife's corpse. However, at that moment, boom, in the next instant, accompanied by blinding firelight, the corpse exploded with a tremendous roar. The terrifying flames surged outward, instantly obliterating the lower-level practitioners. And even the 9th-layer head of the Sanglin Gorge Tang family was left in tatters. Only those practitioners at the 7th or 8th layer who stood somewhat farther away survived, albeit heavily injured. As more than half of the Tang family practitioners were annihilated, whispers echoed in Healy's mind, notifying him of another breakthrough in his physical cultivation realm. Slain the 9th-layer Qi practitioner, Tangchen. Cultivation 11. Additional cultivation 21. Body cultivation 21. Slaughtered the Qi refinement 6th-layer practitioner, Tang Halian. Cultivation 5. Additional cultivation 10. Body cultivation 9. Slaughtered the Qi refinement 7th-layer practitioner, Tang. The body cultivation realm has reached a critical point. The body cultivation realm has broken through to the 5th layer of body refinement. Having enhanced his strength and physique, Healy wielded the ring-headed knife, applying immense force through various techniques, his figure instantly darting out of the Qian Kuan ring to fiercely strike at the remaining survivors. These individuals were already gravely injured, missing limbs and severely weakened, incapable of resisting Healy's onslaught. Thus, in the blink of an eye, these survivors were ruthlessly slain by the now formidable Healy. From this day forth, the Tang family of Sanglin Gorge is no more. Sheathing his blade, Healy surveyed the ground littered with corpses, revealing an exceedingly audacious and wild grin. Chapter 17. The cursed coffin of 7 wraiths. The tranquil woods of Sanglin Valley were drenched in crimson as Healy's merciless slaughter left the Tang family in ruins. Even their esteemed patriarch Tangchen, a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement, fell victim to the shadows, with the remaining survivors exterminated. The once proud Tang lineage now existed in name only. Without lingering amidst the carnage, Healy swiftly departed toward the Thousand-Stone Waterfall, the very site where Tangchen and his kin had practiced their forbidden artificing arts. His purpose was twofold: to ensure no stragglers remained and to claim any unfinished treasures. As he journeyed, his fingers traced the contours of Tangchen's storage pouches. 2 pouches rested in his grasp. The first brimmed with spirit stones and elixirs, while the second harbored rarities, arcane scrolls, artificing blueprints, and precious materials. Among them, a beast-hide schematic seized his attention. At its apex, 6 characters gleamed ominously: the cursed coffin of 7 wraiths. Beneath lay intricate diagrams, forging protocols, and most crucially, its dread potential. The coffin housed 7 cursed javelins, each a vessel for tormented souls. By binding wraiths to the weapons, the wielder could command them as extensions of their will, transcending mortal limits of telekinesis. Moreover, each javelin bore unique malefic properties. A pseudo-artifact? Healy mused. True artifacts possess sentience, resonating with their masters, a feat unattainable by mundane magical implements. Yet this coffin circumvented the divine by imprisoning vengeful spirits as ersatz weapon spirits. Even Qi refinement cultivators, bereft of divine sense, could wield its profane power. Precisely the treasure I seek. Anticipation quickened his steps toward the waterfall. As he stowed the schematic, his gaze fell upon 3 scrolls. 1. Rankless, accumulated resentment in refining curse. 2. Rankless, in blood resentment refinement, twin techniques to break minds, forging victims into wailing, resentment slaves for sacrificial artificing. The resulting implements festered with incorrosion, curse rot, and soul hunger. 3. Mid-spirit grade, fragmentary, phantom with soul subjugation method, a coveted art for enslaving wraiths, likely Tangchen's hard-won prize. All mine now. White flames erupted from his palm, immolating the scrolls as eldritch whispers flooded his mind. Accumulated resentment in refining curse mastered, achieved spirit movement proficiency. In blood resentment refinement mastered, achieved spirit movement proficiency. Knowledge crystallized within him as the thunderous thousand-stone waterfall loomed ahead, a 30-zhang cascade roaring over barren cliffs. No Tang clansman stood guard, but Healy remained unfazed. Spirit Sense Art, activate. Palm pressed to earth, invisible ripples pulsed outward. The waterfall's veil trembled in response, treasures lay beyond. With a predator-esque grin, Healy lunged through the torrent. Twin needles flashed toward his eyes, only to meet empty air as he sidestepped. Before the ambushes could react, his blade carved through them in a crimson arc. Tang Wei, Chi Refinement 5, Slain, Cultivation 3, Bonus 7, Body Tempering 6. Tang Xintian, Chi Refinement 5, Slain, Cultivation 3, Bonus 4, Body Tempering 4. Corpses vanished into his storage ring as he carved through the caverns. Arriving at the heart, a forge pit where Tang elders drove into molten crucibles. Flesh vaporized, the stench of seared mortality cloyed the air. Amidst the haze, a 2-meter obsidian coffin throbbed upon a scaffold, its surface etched with bestial sigils. Miasma billowed from its vents, chilling the superheated chamber. 6 spectral javelins glinted within. Is the 7th complete? Healy demanded. The elder Tang Kuei whirled, spirit flames still dancing at his fingertips. Who dares steal flashed? A head toppled. Tang Kuei, Chi Refinement 7, Slain, Cultivation 7, Bonus 19, Body Tempering 18. Inspecting the coffin, Healy found the final javelin still cooling in its mold. Nearby furnaces bubbled with alloyed ores, nearly ready. Perfect timing. While the weapon set, he pillaged the forge. Tools, materials, everything. The Tang family's legacy now fueled his ascent. Yet one task remained, to hunt worthy wraiths and awaken the coffin's full dread. Let the ghost hunt begin. The term spirit refers to the ethereal essence of a being that lingers after death for various reasons. Not every soul transitions into a spirit upon death. This phenomenon is contingent upon one's strength, but more so upon luck. Those of higher cultivation, particularly those who are reluctant to embrace death and harbor intense obsessions or grievances, are more prone to becoming spirits post-mortem. Considering these characteristics, Healy decisively departed from the Qianshi waterfall, intending to explore the minds of the Wanjin sect. If one were to ponder who is most susceptible to becoming a spirit, it would undoubtedly be the cultivators in the mines, those who resist their fates yet are ground down to death by exploitation. Year after year, countless cultivators succumb to exhaustion or die from indignities in those mines, their remains discarded within the ancient caverns. It is certain that those mines harbor spirits. He plans to gather these spirits and, incidentally he chuckled sinisterly, intending to detonate the Wanjin sect's mines, seize their stockpiles, and eliminate those disciples of the Wanjin sect to enhance his own cultivation. Upon exiting the waterfall cavern, Healy wore a wicked smile and promptly directed his steps toward the Heiyu mine. Chapter 18. Why aren't you running? Healy had already set off towards the Black Jade mine. Meanwhile, Tang Kan and his companions, who were intent on seizing the so-called treasures on Healy's person, relied on the Tang family's blood-tracking technique to follow his trail. They had just arrived at Sanglin Gorge. However, upon their arrival, the expressions on their faces were far from pleasant. Tang Kan's countenance was particularly grim and menacing. It was no wonder they looked so troubled, after all. The Tang family's branch at Sanglin Gorge had been ruthlessly slaughtered and set ablaze by Healy, leaving nothing behind. As a member of the Tang family, how could Tang Kan not be enraged upon witnessing the suffering of his kin? Especially since the destruction of the Tang family branch in Sanglin Gorge seemed to be connected to the very Healy he was pursuing. First, the Li family, represented by Li Zhongping, had been annihilated. Now, it was the Tang family's branch at Sanglin Gorge. This scoundrel, is this revenge? Clenching his fists, Tang Kan sneered. Healy, I must admit, you possess quite the cunning. But you think you can take revenge on my Tang family? Humph, a wretched creature. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Tang Kan quietly whispered, evidently formulating a new plan to deal with Healy. At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. Brother Tang, look over there. There are words. Hearing the shout, Tang Kan quickly collected his thoughts and hurried over, only to see the shattered wall inscribed with blood. Murderer, Healy. Upon reading those words, Tang Kan felt as if he could see Healy's mocking demeanor. He was furious, the veins in his forehead bulging. Let's return to Qifeng City. After gritting his teeth and speaking, he turned to leave. The others frowned. Return to Qifeng City? Brother, aren't we continuing to pursue Healy? Pursue? Tang Kan spun around abruptly. How can we pursue? That scoundrel was able to annihilate the Tang family branch. Do you think we can capture him? Faced with Tang Kan's questioning, the others fell silent, realizing the futility of their pursuit. Seeing their reaction, Tang Kan's voice turned cold. Let us go. Once we reach Qifeng City, my Tang family will have our own ways to deal with him. Yes. The group nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Healy, the events at Sanglin Gorge had transpired. However, he could surmise that Tang Kan and his group were undoubtedly seething with rage. The words on the wall were indeed his doing. He intended to provoke Tang Kan. After all this time, those foolish individuals had likely arrived at Sanglin Gorge, witnessing the tragic state of their family branch. He cackled. Don't think this is the end. The slaughter has only just begun. As he traveled, Healy wore a sinister smile, his gaze fixed on the direction of the mine. The Black Jade mine was one of the assets of the Wanjin sect. The Black Jade produced there was a primary material often used in the crafting of negative spiritual artifacts, and due to high demand, The Wanjin sect earned a substantial income from this mine every year. Exploding the Black Jade mine would surely cause those scoundrels at the Wanjin sect unbearable grief. With a wicked grin, Healy quickened his pace. After a while, he arrived at the mine. It was already evening. He did not immediately rush into the mine to unleash a massacre. Instead, he sought to capture Ian's soul. Thus, Healy chose to take a detour. Directly infiltrating the disused mining caves that no longer produced black jade, he was familiar with the area, having once mined there himself. However, when he stepped into the dark, eerie cavern strewn with broken corpses, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Signs of battle? Someone had been here? Standing in the filthy tunnel, Healy's eyes scanned the surrounding walls, noting the traces of magical attacks and the marks left by sharp weapons, his brow furrowing in confusion. After all, this abandoned mine was merely a dumping ground. It made no sense for anyone to come here. The signs of battle were quite recent. It was possible that the person who had fought was still in the cave. It seemed he would need to proceed with caution in his search for Ian's souls. Just then, whoosh, accompanied by a chilling wind, a sudden sense of danger surged through Healy. Without a moment to think, he instinctively sidestepped. The next moment, clang. A translucent figure swung its claws, striking the spot where Healy had just been, piercing the stone and producing a metallic clang. Healy's eyelids twitched. He knew that Ian's souls could also cultivate and elevate their realms, and their levels were akin to that of goo insects. A first-tiering soul, corresponding to the chi refinement stage, could hardly attack a physical entity directly. Only upon reaching the second tier, solidifying their form, could they interact with the corporeal. Yet, the Ian soul he encountered had already demonstrated the ability to pierce stone with its claws. Did this not imply it had reached the second tier? Second tier corresponding to foundation establishment. No wonder Healy was taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, for he noticed that the seemingly attractive Ian soul before him was still quite transparent. It was merely its claws that were more solid. What a fright. Understanding the situation of the Ian soul, Healy relaxed, gazing at the unknown female cultivator's Ian soul with a wicked smile. Our meeting is fate. How about you acknowledge me as your master? Upon hearing Healy's words, the Ian soul glared with blood-red eyes, ferociously pouncing at him. Healy sneered, seeking death. Boom. With that, pure white flames erupted from Healy's hand, illuminating the surroundings. The scorching flames forced the advancing Ian soul to halt, causing her to emit smoke from her entire body. Pain was evident on her face. Healy was momentarily stunned by the sight. He had released the celestial law's true flame, intending only to subdue the Ian soul with its utmost yang and strength. Yet, this fire was actually burning the Ian soul? He had never heard of flames being capable of harming Ian souls. Wait, could it be the effect of the celestial law's true flame? Hey, what a delightful discovery. Realizing this, Healy's face broke into a broad grin, unleashing the full force of the flames, instantly illuminating the mine tunnel as if it were midday. This tormented the Ian soul severely. Woo, woo. The anguished cries echoed as her form began to disintegrate like burning paper. The imminent sense of death and intense pain finally instilled fear in her. She no longer dared to attack Healy, retreating in terror, seeking refuge in the shadows beyond the light. But Healy would not let her escape. She fled. He pursued, taking advantage of the light to quickly corner the Ian soul against the wall, leaving her with nowhere to run. Run? Why aren't you running? Gazing at the Ian soul, Healy smiled like a bully. At that moment, the Ian soul resembled a frightened girl, cowering in the corner. Casting a pitiful glance at Healy, who held the celestial law's true flame, shaking her head in desperate appeal for mercy. Mercy is out of the question. You have two choices: work for me, or be obliterated. Healy's gaze turned fierce, and without waiting for the Ian soul's response, he wielded the celestial law's true flame as a threat, while his other hand formed seals to channel spiritual power, invoking the void with soul control technique. Buzz. As Healy performed the actions, spiritual energy transformed into green threads that penetrated the Ian soul's forehead. She displayed pain, attempting to struggle. Yet, fearing the celestial law's true flame, she could only endure the agony, her eyes wide as she watched Healy's blood seep out, intertwining with the green threads, forming a special contract mark within her body. At that moment, Healy felt a connection established with the Ian soul. However, before he could delve deeper into this newfound bond, footsteps echoed behind him. Damn it, too late. Accompanying the footsteps was a voice that was both unfamiliar and somewhat irksome. Healy instinctively turned his head, only to behold a corpulent man clad in the attire of the One-Sword sect, adorned with a mining overseer's badge, glaring at him with palpable fury as he approached with quickened steps. Without allowing Healy a moment to respond, the greasy figure snarled, "You possess quite the audacity. You dare to claim the soul I have been pursuing for so long? I was on the verge of capturing it, and yet you, impudent wretch, have the gall to snatch it away. Humph. Unless you release that soul and compensate me with 100 or 80 spirit stones today." As he spoke, he deliberately waved his badge, making it abundantly clear that he was not only a disciple of the One-Sword sect but also a mining overseer. If Healy failed to appease him, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, Healy was no pushover. With a cold smirk, he retorted, "You claim it? What good is that? To the victor go the spoils of the unclaimed. And compensation? What? Is being a disciple of the One Sword sect something to boast about? Does becoming a mining overseer grant you the license to act recklessly? Do you believe these titles grant you the power to threaten me and force me to bow before you? It seems you are merely courting death. With that, Healy's eyes glinted with menace as he brandished his ring sword and boldly swung it towards the rotund man. Chapter 19. Array diagrams and mining techniques. In a moment of discord, blades clashed violently. Healy's ferocity left the rotund man bewildered. However, upon witnessing Healy's merciless advance, the hefty figure had no time for contemplation. He hastily drew his sword and invoked a spell to fend off the impending attack. The clash of metal resonated with a sharp sound, and sparks erupted as the man's expression transformed in an instant. For he could not withstand the terrifying might of Healy. With a resounding crack, the longsword slipped from his grasp, and his right arm was dislocated under the strain of force it was never meant to bear. What the hell? How is he so strong? Panic gripped him. As a practitioner of the 7th layer of chi cultivation and the 3rd layer of body refinement, his strength had always been formidable, unmatched by any of his peers. Yet today, he found himself unable to endure even a single blow from Healy. What kind of monster is this? The man's anxiety intensified. In a desperate attempt to regain some composure, he unleashed the Earth Spike technique, aiming to force Healy back. However, he underestimated Healy's relentless ferocity. Without regard for his own injuries, Healy charged directly into the Earth Spikes, allowing them to pierce his flesh as he continued his assault upon the corpulent adversary. The sight of Healy, consumed by madness and driven by the instinct of survival, sent the man into a panic. He stumbled sideways, attempting to evade the attack. But Healy's blade was far too swift. The heft of his body could not entirely escape the onslaught. With a sickening crunch, half of his shoulder was severed, and blood gushed forth. Terror painted his pale face with agony, yet he could offer no cries of despair. As Healy raised his weapon once more, the man, gritting his teeth against the pain, crawled away, shouting in horror, "Do you even know who I am? I wear the robes of the inner sect disciples of the 10,000 Swords sect and carry the insignia of the Mine Overseer. Do you dare kill me? Aren't you afraid of being hunted by the 10,000 Swords sect?" Upon hearing his desperate, beast-like howls, Healy sneered, "Hunted? Ha! I've slaughtered the Li and Tang families without a second thought. Do you think I care about taking you down?" The man's eyes widened in shock as realization dawned upon him. You are Healy, the one who slaughtered in Wuzhen and the Li family. Correct. Your reward for guessing right is a ticket to the underworld. Healy retorted, and before the man could utter another word, Healy's blade severed his head from his body, slaying a 7th layer chi practitioner and 3rd layer body refiner, Song Li. Chi cultivation 7, body refinement 1. Additional chi cultivation 9, body refinement 9. Ah, a dual cultivator, Healy noted as the effects of the surrounding blade absorbed the man's life force, aiding in his swift recovery. He then retrieved the man's storage pouch and collected his corpse. The pouch contained a wealth of items, dozens of first-tier talismans, 2 tattered tomes, numerous elixirs, spiritual herbs, ores, over 200 low-grade spiritual stones, and finally, a bronze waist token emblazoned with a wolf's head. Noticing the wolf token, Healy furrowed his brow. The wolf pack? Is he one of them? The so-called wolf pack was a faction formed by those who had resisted oppression and were now wanted criminals. However, they were not to be underestimated, as many among them collaborated with prominent families to engage in nefarious deeds. Healy had encountered members of the wolf pack before and was somewhat familiar with their ways. But what were they doing here? Lurking in the minds of the 10,000 Swords sect and taking on the role of overseers could not solely be for the purpose of capturing lost souls. This is indeed intriguing. As Healy pondered the motives of the wolf pack, his attention shifted to the 2 tattered tomes within the storage pouch. Array diagram, fire refining mimicry array. Technique, Shenqing mining technique. Interesting, he mused, his expression brightening as he perused the contents. He had not anticipated finding array diagrams within these tomes. Such diagrams meticulously detail the arrangements, inscriptions, and operations of formations. Possessing them allows one to invest time in mastering the corresponding arrays. In this world, due to the upper echelons suppressing the dissemination of cultivation techniques, such diagrams were exceedingly rare and valuable. Healy's fortune in acquiring these diagrams was undeniable. Moreover, the diagrams he possessed were extraordinary. The fire refining mimicry array seemed capable of simulating unique environments to lure out mother ores, which could potentially enable mountains to yield precious minerals. Gazing at the information regarding the array, Healy was filled with suspicion. He had never heard of mother ores before. It was likely that many cultivators were unaware of their existence, believing all minerals to be naturally occurring. In truth, however, many special ores are birthed from mother ores. The ignorance of lower-tier cultivators stemmed from the upper classes' deliberate concealment of crucial information. Those scoundrels wish for the lower classes to remain oblivious. Only fools are easily manipulated. Healy cursed inwardly, then contemplated. Wait, given this description, could it be that the wolf pack has come here to lurk because they seek to claim the mother or hidden within the Black Jade mine? With this realization, Healy's gaze flickered. The wolf pack member may have been here for quite some time, perhaps even having set up the array already. Perhaps I should investigate further? If I can locate the array set up by that rotund man, then the Black Jade mother or would be mine. He thought eagerly. My Qiankuan ring is still empty. With the black jade mother ore, I would have an endless supply of materials for crafting, eliminating any concerns regarding consumption in the future. Lost in these thoughts, Healy ignited white flames in his hand, incinerating the Xianqing mining technique to ashes. Burn Xianqing mining technique. Xianqing mining technique has reached mastery. As the whispers faded, Healy turned around to find the soul he had just subdued still cowering silently in the corner. Watching him intently, casting a glance at the soul, Healy retrieved the 7 ghostly spirits gun case from his Chinkoan ring and opened it, saying, "Choose a dwelling for yourself." The soul floated above the gun case, inspecting the short firearms within. Ultimately, it chose to inhabit a metallic green shotgun. Healy merely observed without interference. The gun case itself was a supreme artifact, capable of imbuing the shotguns with curses and chilling effects. While the 7 shotguns possessed varying elemental properties and effects. For instance, the shotgun chosen by the soul was metallic green, embodying both metal and wood attributes, enhanced with special materials during its creation to inflict corrosive damage. Should one be struck by this gun, the wound would rapidly fester and become difficult to heal. The other guns included a fiery crimson gun, a black-gold armor-piercing gun, and a brown-red blood-sucking gun, among others. There were still 6 guns left without a soul to inhabit. He would need to subdue souls from other places. Additionally, he must search for that array. Shouldering the gun case, Healy swiftly skinned Song Li's corpse to assume his identity, then departed the dilapidated mine without further exploration. The reason for his decision was simple. Song Li's presence here indicated he was either setting up an array or investigating the potential emergence of Mother Oregon. Since there was no mother or on his person, it was reasonable to conclude that there was nothing of value here. As for the soul, to prevent array complications, Song Li had likely cleared the area of any lingering souls. Thus, Healy saw no need to waste any further time. Emerging from the dilapidated mine, he made his way directly to the newly excavated tunnels of the Black Jade Mine. Convinced that these fresh veins would yield a greater abundance of ore and increase the likelihood of encountering the mother lode, he pondered that the corpulent Song would likely have set up his formations in these new shafts. His intuition proved correct. Upon entering the newly opened mine, he adeptly utilized the feedback fluctuations from his enchanted artifacts to seek out the materials for the formations, swiftly tracing his way to the array established by Song Li. Although the mother lode was not yet in sight, it at least confirmed that Healy was on the right track. However, just as he was about to exit the new mine to explore the remaining tunnels in search of formations in the mother lode, he suddenly noticed someone lurking in the shadows, covertly observing him. Chapter 20. The evaluation of a human essence. What is happening? Has he been targeted? This shouldn't be the case. He bears the countenance of the corpulent Song and dons his garments while displaying his badge. Could it be that he is an adversary of Song? Healy furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion. Simultaneously, he discreetly activated his listening cicada ability. Buzz. With the enhancement of listening cicada, the surrounding sounds became remarkably clear, and Healy's attention was now fully concentrated on the direction of the onlookers, listening intently. Brother Wu, have you noticed that the fat one has slimmed down a bit since returning from the old mine? Really? It must be your imagination. Brother Wu, I just feel something is amiss. We should not have been lazy and neglected to watch him at the old mine. Perhaps that fat one has been up to something in the mine that caused this change. Upon hearing this, Healy felt a flicker of surprise. He was not particularly concerned about his exposure. After all, while he could change his face, altering his physique would undoubtedly raise suspicions among those familiar with the rotund Song. What astonished Healy was the realization from this conversation that the 2 disciples of the Wanjian sect, who were watching him, not only suspected that something was wrong with Song but had been monitoring him for some time. The reason Healy had not encountered them at the old mine was that they had been slacking off. Yet, knowing that Song posed a problem, why did these Wanjian sect members not take action? Healy pondered, feigning a continued walk towards the new mine while his peripheral vision was fixed on the 2 observers, who remained unaware of his unusual behavior, continuing their discussion. Brother Wu, Brother Zhao instructed us to keep an eye on Song and said we must report any issues with him. Now that he seems off, should we go investigate? Enough, why bother so much? Brother Wu sneered. That Zhao fellow suspect Song is a spy and seems to be searching for treasures. But he hasn't reported this. Does he not intend to wait until Song finds the treasure before snatching it away? Ultimately using Song as a bargaining chip for his own advancement? P.S. truly deluding himself. But this has nothing to do with us. Brother Wu's sneer intensified. After he secretly claims Song's treasures for himself, he will report that he discovered Song's treachery. Do you think there will be any credit left for us? Humph, let alone sharing the credit. That Zhao may even kill us to ensure no word of the treasure leaks out. Therefore, let us not invest too much effort. Let us take it easy. And if Zhao fails to obtain the treasure, he will have no reason to eliminate us. As for the credit for discovering the spy, we can just sell him a favor. At that moment, Healy listened to their conversation and formed an assessment of Brother Wu in his mind. He finally understood why these disciples of the Wanjian sect had discovered something was off with Song, but had not acted. They intended to wait until Song found the mother or before seizing it, and then eliminating him. Additionally, from the earlier discussion, Healy had garnered valuable information. From the words of those 2, it was clear they had been tracking Song for a considerable time and were well acquainted with his movements. In other words, He could extract from them the locations where Song had set up formations in the mines, thus sparing himself the tedious task of searching each mine individually. With this thought, Healy ceased pretending. He suddenly halted, drew out his ring-headed knife. In the distance, the pair that had been discussing Healy noticed his abrupt change. Huh, Brother Wu, look, that's Song. Whoosh. Before the sharp-eyed junior could finish his sentence, Healy shot forth like an arrow, moving with such swiftness that Brother Wu had just turned when Healy was already upon him. Crack. In a single strike, the unprepared Brother Wu was cleaved in two. Puff. As his body split, a torrent of warm blood sprayed onto the junior disciple, who was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Healy had already pressed the knife against his neck. Slain Chi refining 6th layer cultivator Wu Quan. Cultivation 5, bonus cultivation 6, body refining 5. Hearing the whispers in his mind, Healy spoke. Tell me all the locations that Song has visited. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, akin to that of a machine designed for murder. With his life in Healy's hands and witnessing his senior's demise, the Wanjian sect disciple dared not resist. He could only tremble and nod. I'll tell you. Please, don't kill me. Song, Brother Song, during this time has primarily visited the new mine you just came from, as well as mine number 12 and mine number 29. Slicing. As soon as he finished speaking, the knife at his neck mercilessly glided across, severing his throat. His eyes widened in terror and disbelief. Slain Chi refining 5th layer cultivator Qianfang. Cultivation 3, bonus cultivation 4, body refining 4, 12 and 29. Excellent. With a clear direction, Healy no longer needed to waste time exploring every mine. He swiftly collected the 2 corpses and headed towards the nearest, mine number 12. However, upon arriving at his destination, he witnessed Wanjian sect disciples driving numerous miners out of the cave. Brother Zhao has ordered. There are demonic creatures appearing in mine number 12. All miners must be relocated to other mines. Move quickly. He heard dozens of Wanjian sect disciples ushering the miners out before sealing the cave entrance. The miners, indifferent, dragged their weary bodies listlessly toward other mines. Yet Healy took the opposite approach. Demonic creatures? Sealing off? What nonsense! Healy scoffed. Certain that Brother Zhao's sealing of the mine was due to the activation of Song's formation, the Black Jade Mother, or had likely been drawn out by now. Brother Zhao had long been fixated on Song. It would not be surprising if he took advantage of Song's absence to inspect the mine where Song had set the formation, hoping to fortuitously encounter the emergence of the mother, or he was most likely already devising a way to seize it. Humph. Thankfully, I discovered this clue and arrived early. Had I delayed, I would have certainly missed the mother, or, with this in mind, Healy accelerated forward. However, those Wanjian sect disciples had already spotted Healy's reverse approach and drew their swords, shouting, Song? Halt. This area is off limits. Get out of my way. Healy's eyes blazed with ferocity, and before the oblivious Wanjian sect disciples could finish their warning, he wielded his ring-headed knife and charged at them fiercely. Clang. Splat. With the sound of metal clashing, sparks flew. The sword of the obstructing disciple was cleaved in two, his body split open, and his crimson organs splattered onto the ground. Seeing this, the others were instantly filled with terror. When did this fat man become so powerful? No, this fellow is not Song. Quick, everyone. Let us work together to stop him. The cultivators present were not foolish, just from Healy's terrifying strength and knife skills. They had already begun to suspect he was not Song. They intended to attack him collectively, even aiming to slay him on the spot. But Healy had no time to engage with them. He needed to enter the mine and collect the mother ore. A bunch of useless fools dare to stop me? All of you shall die. Withdrawing his knife, Healy raised his left hand, channeling his spiritual energy to command the souls of the dead. Whoosh. In the next moment, the cold short guns from the black gun case strapped to his back shot forth, piercing through the hearts of the obstructing disciples like bullets, killing them all. Slain Chi refining 6th layer cultivator Qianyu. Cultivation 5, bonus cultivation 6, body refining 5. Slain Chi refining 4th layer cultivator Zheng Tianming. Cultivation 1, bonus cultivation 3, body refining 3. Slain Chi refining 4th layer cultivator Fong Kong. Cultivation 1, bonus cultivation. Accompanied by whispers, the short guns, controlled by the souls Healy commanded, returned automatically to the fearsome gun case on his back as he swiftly charged into the mine. At that moment, Healy faintly heard a series of sounds emanating from the dim depths of the mine. It resembled the thunderous echoes of magical bombardments. Upon hearing those sounds, Healy's face broke into a joyful smile. Fortunately, he had arrived just in time. With that thought, he casually retrieved a few blood droplets from his Chinkoan ring to alleviate his fatigue and hastened his pace once more. Soon, flickering lights and dancing figures emerged in the depths of the mine ahead. Healy paid little attention to the figures, as his gaze was captivated by something on the walls of the mine. That object emitted a deep azure glow. It moved fluidly within the rock face, as if a fish gliding effortlessly through water, while the shadowy figure seemed intent on bombarding the wall, trying to extract it. Naturally, as Healy drew closer, the figure sensed his presence and cast a menacing glare in his direction. Chapter 21. The wheat is ready for harvest. If you don't want to die, Get lost. With a fierce glare directed at Healy, the man, relying on his 9th level of chi training, bellowed a stern reprimand before turning his attention solely to the elusive entity within the stone wall. He presumed that, being at the 9th level, Healy, who exuded a weaker aura, would not dare to engage in any underhanded tactics. Though his assumption was indeed correct, Healy would not resort to petty tricks. He did have something far grander in mind. Seeking death, are we? Healy taunted, a brazen and audacious demeanor radiating from him as he swung his blade to unleash a fierce gust of energy. His audacity provoked a mix of amusement and irritation in the cultivator focused on the stone wall. You must be out of your mind. Seeking death? Very well, Zhao Tong, shall grant your wish today. As Zhao Tong bombarded the stone wall, growing increasingly vexed that the treasure remained elusive, his murderous intent surged in response to Healy's erratic onslaught. Clang! With a swift gesture, he conjured a golden bell of protection with his left hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack while his right hand lunged forward with his sword. As a 9th level chi cultivator, Zhao Tong was remarkably swift, yet Healy, equipped with wind, flea goo, and dusty steps, matched his speed. However, Healy chose not to evade. Instead, he grinned maliciously and charged forward, swinging his knife while simultaneously casting a spell with his left hand. When their weapons clashed, a tremendous force reverberated, leaving Zhao Tong stunned, his hands tingling from the impact. Before he could utter a word, he noticed Healy puffing his cheeks, preparing to unleash a powerful breath. Oh no! Zhao Tong's eyelids twitched uncontrollably as he instinctively attempted to retreat, but it seemed too late. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, accompanied by scorching flames and blinding light. Caught off guard, Zhao Tong was hurled against the stone wall, the translucent golden bell shattering, his attire in tatters, and his skin scorched. A body cultivator? And with such explosive fire techniques, this little brat is quite capable. Rising from the ground, Zhao Tong's eyes glimmered with fury. As a 9th level chi cultivator, he had managed to withstand the sudden blast, though he was not unscathed. Now, fueled by rage, he was ready to confront Healy head-on. No matter how many tricks you possess, what does it matter? The disparity in our realms is undeniable. I can outlast you by exhausting my spiritual energy, and once I slay you, all your treasures will belong to me, Zhao Tong. As a body cultivator, you must possess quite a few treasures. Zhao Tong produced a pill to consume while swiftly retreating to create distance for another spell. Realizing Healy was a body cultivator, he decided against engaging in close combat. Yet, Healy remained calm and even pleased. You desire my treasures? Very well, I shall oblige. With a sinister grin, Healy unleashed a barrage of hidden weapons from the Tang family, hurling them forward. As the toxic needles and explosive devices descended upon him, Zhao Tong's expression darkened. The distance he had sought now worked against him. Reluctantly, he was forced into a defensive stance. The ensuing explosions filled the air with toxic smoke, fumes, and flames surrounding Zhao Tong. He attempted to break free but was relentlessly pushed back by Healy's overwhelming assault. In utter despair, Zhao Tong, the 9th level chi cultivator, was ultimately crushed and defeated by the relentless barrage of hidden weapons. Poisoned to death, Zhao Tong, 9th level chi cultivator. Experience 11, bonus experience 18. Body cultivation 17. I haven't even unleashed my full power, yet you have already fallen? The divine law of fire, the fierce spirit gun box. I have yet to reveal them to you. Healy cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Tong's lifeless body, his gaze shifting to the wall. The flickering indigo glow persisted, undoubtedly the Black Jade Mother. Zhao Tong lacked mining techniques and foolishly attempted to shatter the wall to extract the ore. Such a method was impractical. After all, the ore was mobile. The mountain was too thick, and low-level cultivators could never forcefully shatter an entire mountain to seize the ore. However, Healy was different. He had mastered the Xianqing mining technique. This treasure ultimately belongs to me. Healy fixed his gaze on the Black Jade Mother, channeling his spiritual energy to quickly form intricate seals with his hands. Buzz! A surge of azure light erupted from Healy's fingertips, illuminating the stone wall where the ore resided, rapidly inscribing ancient runes. The ore sensed danger and attempted to flee, but the mining technique had sealed the wall. The ore darted to and fro, unable to escape as the seal rapidly constricted. Snap! As the circular seal closed around the ore, immobilizing it completely, the ore transformed into a dark blue gem, slipping from the wall. Healy promptly retrieved it. This ore, it seems to harbor an immense energy. He could distinctly feel the profound warmth and weight of the energy, igniting an instinctive desire to absorb it. Almost unconsciously, he began to draw in some of the energy within the ore, akin to absorbing spirit stone energy. At that moment, whispers resonated in his mind. Absorbing the Black Jade Mother's energy. Body refinement 20. As the whispers echoed, Healy felt a remarkable transformation in his body due to the increase in body refinement. Elated, he realized this or could enhance his physique. Responding to this revelation, Healy wasted no time and absorbed the entirety of the energy from the ore, witnessing his body refinement level surge and even break through. Absorbing the Black Jade Mother's energy. Body Refinement 280. Body Refinement Level Breakthrough. 6th layer of Body Refinement. Can this truly enhance my cultivation so significantly? With this breakthrough, my physique has improved. Healy reveled in the sensation while simultaneously being astounded by the Black Jade Mother's effects. However, he soon pondered a more mischievous thought. If the Black Jade Mother can elevate my body refinement, what about other ores? The 10,000 Sword Sect possesses several large ore veins. It appears I must pay them a visit as well. Healy grinned like a villain. Then, regaining his composure, he glanced at the now dim Black Jade Mother in his hand. It was not lifeless. Its spirit remained, merely drained of energy and appearing weary. He casually tossed the ore into his Chinkoan ring, not bothering further with it. Footsteps echoed from outside. Healy knew instinctively that reinforcements from the 10,000 Sword Sect were arriving. Excellent. This saves me the trouble of searching for them. Collecting Zhao Tong's corpse. Healy smirked. Simultaneously, the approaching disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect had noticed Healy exiting. Be cautious. The man disguised as Song Li seems to be just ahead. A warning echoed through the crowd. Healy coldly regarded them. His feet swift as he swung his blade like a meat grinder. Crack. Thud. Accompanied by a cacophony of sounds within the dim cavern. Heads. Shredded flesh, blood, and severed limbs flew, the pungent stench of blood wafting from the cave, causing the onlookers outside to pale. Covered in blood, Healy emerged from the mine a moment later, grinning at the crowd. Let us reap the harvest, he murmured, and in an instant, he transformed into a whirlwind, weaving effortlessly through the disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect and the miners, leaving behind a line of headless corpses resembling sheaves of wheat. Slain the Qi Refining 4th Layer Cultivator, Gongji. Cultivation 1, Additional Cultivation 2, Body Refinement 2. Slain the Qi Refining 5th Layer Cultivator, Li Xiaowei. Cultivation 3, Additional Cultivation 5, Body Refinement 4. Slain the Qi Refining 3rd Layer Cultivator, Tang Bai. Cultivation has experienced a slight increase. The realm of law cultivation has reached a critical point. Chapter 22. Are you still human? The realm of Qi cultivation has swiftly reached the 8th layer. The physical cultivation, however, has also progressed significantly. It seems that the residual energy absorbed from the Earth's essence has contributed to this. Alas, the surplus cultivation gained from slaying foes does not remain. Only that obtained through consuming rare treasures or elixirs is retained. Although the overflow from defeating enemies may be minimal, even a mosquito's leg is still meat. If only it could be preserved, my rate of advancement would surely accelerate further. Healy felt a surge of joy from the newfound powers granted by his breakthrough as he stood outside the 12th mine, having dispatched the disciples of the Wanjian sect and miners. But soon, his attention shifted to the storage area of the mine. With the ore in hand, it was time to explore what treasures lay within the warehouse. Rubbing his hands together, Healy departed with haste. Yet, soon after, others arrived at the 12th mine. The air was thick with the stench of blood, yet no bodies were found. This method, is it Healy? A female cultivator garbed in the attire of a core disciple surveyed the blood-stained ground, her brow furrowed. Behind her, 5 inner disciples of the Wanjian sect exchanged glances. Healy? Sister Ji, is that possible? Even if he has encountered some fortuitous event, could he dare return to the Wanjian sect after slaughtering in Wuzhen and the Li family? We have great cultivators in the Golden Core stage watching over us, not to mention numerous elders in the Foundation establishment stage. Does he truly possess such audacity? One disciple could not restrain his curiosity and spoke up. The Ji surnamed female cultivator nodded. His audacity likely exceeds our expectations. You may not be aware, but he has eradicated the Tang family from Sanglin Gorge entirely. A bounty has been issued by them. His continuous defiance and ruthless acts of slaughter reveal his arrogance and brutality. As for our Wanjian sect, he surely harbors resentment and will undoubtedly seek revenge if given the opportunity. At her words, the inner disciples felt a mix of shock and fear. Who would dare to annihilate an entire clan? How could Healy be so ferocious? It was alarming that he had yet to be dealt with. Now, he had even set foot in the Heiyu mine. The thought of encountering Healy sent shivers down their spines, igniting an impulse to flee from the mine. Yet, with a core disciple present, they dared not make any rash decisions. Tentatively, they inquired, Sister Ji, what shall we do now? Should we pursue Healy? Pursue? The Ji surnamed female cultivator shook her head. What foolish words are these? The numerous experts of the Tang family's collateral line have already been wiped out by him. Do you truly believe we are capable of chasing him? Are you tired of living? She commanded. Quickly send word back to the sect for the elders to handle this matter. Our priority is to secure the mine and minimize its losses. Yes, the disciples replied, relieved that they were not being sent to chase after Healy. Unbeknownst to Healy, his recent slaughter at the mine would soon draw the attention of more disciples and even elders from the Wanjian sect. He had lingered in the mine long enough. He needed to act swiftly, or else the arrival of those Foundation establishment elders would pose a significant challenge. As he pondered these thoughts, Healy arrived at the warehouse. With the enhanced strength from his breakthrough, he swiftly dispatched the guarding disciples and forcibly breached the tightly locked doors, entering a warehouse piled high with ore. However, it contained much more than mere stones, spiritual plants, elixirs, and manuals awaited. Typically, miners could exchange items or spiritual stones for these treasures, but nothing was given for free. Even if one were on the brink of collapse, acquiring a single spiritual plant or elixir was impossible, as these inferior items were merely traps set to exploit the miners. The Wanjin sect not only exploited their labor and lives but also drained their meager savings. When one was left with nothing and unable to work, they would be cast aside like refuse, much like the bones found in old mines. Such atrocities were not isolated incidents. Many sects, families, and even the court engaged in similar practices. Healy had personally experienced these struggles while at the bottom of society. It was indeed a wretched place. This place deserves to be destroyed by me, Healy murmured, his eyes gleaming with greed. Buzz. He then opened his Qianquan ring, sweeping away all the items in the warehouse with the ferocity of a tempest. Afterward, he swiftly made his way to the nearby mines. Along the way, he encountered any who stood in his path, and the disciples tasked with maintaining the mine were utterly powerless to resist. He carved a bloody path, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, while the miners scattered in terror. Healy paid no heed to them, focused solely on raiding the nearby mines, using his shattering technique to create vast clouds of dust. Once finished, he commanded his spirits to wield short rifles, lifting him into the air as a sinister smile spread across his face. Lastly, I shall present you with a parting gift. Go. Healy unleashed a volley of fiery arrows from his left hand, sending them soaring toward the mines he had recently invaded, igniting them in a blinding explosion of light and thunderous sound. But this was merely the beginning. Hovering in the air like a bomber, Healy unleashed a continuous barrage of spells. The ground shook with each successive explosion. Boom, boom, with the relentless detonations. The already unstable structure of the Heiyu mine, hollowed out by the extensive network of tunnels, finally succumbed. Bang! With a resounding thud, the entire mine, stretching for miles, collapsed instantaneously. Clouds of dust billowed upward, obscuring the sky. Many unprepared disciples of the Wanjin sect and miners were either obliterated on the spot, severely injured by the shockwaves, or crushed to death by the falling debris. In an instant, chaos erupted throughout the mine. The air was filled with cries and wails. Yet, as Healy gazed upon the swirling dust, littered with shattered corpses, resembling a hellscape, he did not relent. Instead, he reveled in the madness, a deranged smile contorting his face. Slain a Qi cultivation 3rd layer cultivator, by Tua. Minor increase in cultivation. Slain a Qi cultivation 4th layer cultivator, Song Xinyue. Minor increase in cultivation, additional cultivation 3, physical cultivation 2. Slain a Qi cultivation 1st layer cultivator, Zhou Li. Minor increase in cultivation. Though most of the miners possessed low cultivation levels, their sheer numbers and the additional rewards contributed to Healy's continually rising powers. Yet, just as he was basking in the comfort brought by his increasing abilities, a chilling sword energy shot forth from below. Whoosh! Sensing danger, Healy reacted swiftly, raising his hand to unleash spiritual fire to intercept the sword energy while his gaze followed its trajectory. Amidst the dust-laden mine, a blood-soaked female cultivator with fiery eyes fixed her gaze upon him. Ha ha ha, is that not Sister Ji? Having spent a few years in the Wanjin sect, Healy recognized some core disciples. The female cultivator attacking him was Ji Ling, a core disciple at the 9th layer of Qi cultivation. Observing her exquisite features and the fierce aura radiating from her, amplified by her murderous intent, Healy grinned wickedly as he drew his curved blade, his gaze icy. As a core disciple of the Wanjin sect, she must possess numerous treasures. Perhaps, by slaying her, I might acquire high-grade techniques akin to those from killing Tang Yuana? Healy, harboring a murderous intent, wore a smile as he reproached Ji Ling, claiming, "It is thanks to my efforts that you ascended to the position of core disciple so swiftly. Yet now, you dare to draw your sword against me? Truly, you are an ungrateful wretch." Silence. Ji Ling's forehead throbbed with fury, her eyes bloodshot with rage. She brandished her sword towards Healy, her voice trembling with indignation. "You vile scoundrel, accusing me of ingratitude? What do you call your own slaughter of fellow disciples? Even if the Wanjin sect has its faults, not everyone bears animosity towards you. Yet you have detonated the entire mine. Do you comprehend the magnitude of your actions? How many innocent disciples and miners have perished because of your reckless explosion? That is a count in the thousands of lives. Are you even human?" Chapter 23. Returning to the Tang family for supplies, are you still human? You inquire. Certainly not. Healy replies with an unsettling grin. As Ji Ling appears momentarily taken aback, Healy's expression shifts to one of ferocity. How can a cultivator forced to the brink of extinction still be considered human? They are nothing more than a vengeful spirit. To survive, to ascend to immortality, I would not hesitate to slay 1,000 or 800 souls. What if I were to annihilate the myriad beings of the Haomong mountain range? This world is already beyond salvation thus. Why not eradicate you all to aid my ascent to the celestial realm? Ji Ling's heart races as she gazes at the maniacal Healy. The sheer malevolence emanating from him chills her to the bone. He is more deranged than any demon she has encountered. Faced with such an eccentric adversary, her initial fury over the deaths of her disciples begins to wane, replaced by a dawning realization she may not possess the strength to confront such a frenzied and ruthless Healy. With a sudden urge to retreat, she decides to withdraw. Yet Healy has already set his sights on her, unwilling to let her escape his grasp. You strike me and think you can simply walk away? He fixates on Ji Ling, invoking his powers as he releases his short spear from midair, channeling its momentum into a devastating slash aimed at her. Ji Ling's heart sinks at the sight. However, her reflexes are sharp, and she is quick-witted. She swiftly sheathes her sword, performs a series of hand seals, and conjures a water shield and an ice armor technique. Fully aware that fleeing is futile, she intends to hold her ground until the elders arrive. But in the next instant, she finds herself dumbfounded. With a thunderous crash, Healy descends, his menacing blade cleaving through her protective shield effortlessly. Crack. Bam. The razor-sharp edge slices through the water shield and continues to strike her thick ice armor, overwhelming her with a terrifying force that drives Ji Ling to her knees. She feels as though her very insides are being crushed under the weight of the blow. A searing pain radiates from within her. At this moment, her beautiful eyes are filled with terror. She misjudged. Healy's strength surpasses all reason. She cannot withstand it. To make matters worse, as she attempts to break free, she suddenly feels an unbearable heat enveloping her, akin to being scalded by boiling water. The Scarlet Enchantment. Ji Ling, well-versed in the arcane arts, realizes almost instantly what is happening. The Scarlet Enchantment, a high-level technique of the Red Leaf sect. But how could Healy possibly master it? Before she can ponder further, Healy seizes the opportunity, unleashing a devastating strike toward her head as she reels from the dual agony inflicted upon her spirit and body. Sensing death looming closer, Ji Ling's face pales, her eyes wide with panic and dread. Healy, junior brother, cease. Spare me. I beg you, consider our past camaraderie. Bam. Before Ji Ling can finish her plea, Healy's heart-burning palm crashes against her forehead, and her once vibrant eyes lose all color. Slain the 9th level Chi Refinement Cultivator Ji Ling. Experience 10, bonus experience 4, body refinement 3. Healy sheathes his blade, removes Ji Ling's storage bag, and discards her lifeless body into his spatial ring before leaping onto his short spear, which is now guided by the spirits, swiftly departing the mine. As he travels, he opens Ji Ling's storage bag to inspect its contents. Aside from medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and spirit stones, Healy notes 2 items of interest, a top-grade ice armor technique and a mid-tier beast-taming talisman. The ice armor technique, previously demonstrated by Ji Ling, possesses remarkable defensive capabilities. Even with Healy's 8th level Chi refinement, combined with his 6th level body refinement and the might of his power-enhancing technique, he could not directly sever Ji Ling's ice armor. Such defense, once mastered, would greatly enhance his survivability against foundational cultivators. Then there is the mid-tier beast-taming talisman, capable of subduing foundational beasts. How curious, he muses, pondering its origins. With a sense of satisfaction, Healy contemplates the potential of this talisman to aid him in capturing formidable beasts or those newly entering the foundational stage. If he could tame a foundational beast as a companion, he would truly be able to contend with foundational cultivators himself. Securing the talisman, Healy delves into thought. Flames ignite in his hand. Burning ice armor technique. Ice armor technique has reached mastery. Accompanied by whispers in his mind and a surge of understanding regarding the ice armor technique, Healy commands the spirits to lower their altitude and accelerate their flight. Descending minimizes the chances of being detected, especially since he is near the territory of the 10,000 Swords sect, and given that he just detonated their mine. It is likely that the elders of the 10,000 Swords sect have received word and are rushing toward the site, and Healy, for now, prefers to avoid direct confrontation with them. He intends to head toward a nearby city to gather information about the newly emerged foundational beasts in the vicinity. He plans to attempt capturing one. Beasts lack talismans or magical artifacts, making them significantly easier to deal with than cultivators of the same level. With his current combat prowess, complemented by his short spear, spiritual fire, and other aids, he stands a good chance against foundational beasts. Isn't Qingmu Bei ahead? He glances forward, a sinister smile creeping across his face. The Tang family's branch resides in Qingmu Bei. Huh, just right, he muses. Having utilized nearly all the hidden weapons obtained from the Tang family's branch in Sanglin Gorge when dealing with Zhao Tong. Now, since he will pass by the Tang family in Qingmu Bei, he might as well procure more supplies from them. After gathering supplies, he can then deal with the beasts. Healy revels in his thoughts as his figure swiftly disappears into the mountains, riding the short spear. Meanwhile, atop the Black Jade Mountain, whoosh, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, 3 cultivators on swords, spears, and a blue bird suddenly descend upon the completely collapsed mine, where dust still lingers. With a wave of her hand, the blue-clad female cultivator disperses the thick dust. As the haze clears, the expressions of the 3 cultivators grow increasingly grim. They behold the shattered mountain, littered with the corpses of disciples from the 10,000 Swords sect and miners. Many bodies are headless or dismembered, some even eviscerated. Additionally, large quantities of flesh have been crushed or reduced to pulp due to the mine's explosion and collapse. Vast tracts of land are stained crimson with blood. The overpowering stench of blood wafts through the air for miles. Is this the work of Healy? After a moment of silence, the white-clad elder inquires darkly. The female cultivator who dispersed the dust nods. Reports from the disciples confirm it was indeed him, and She is interrupted by the Elder's gesture for silence. This fiend must not be allowed to remain. Notify the enforcement hall to instruct the 2 enforcement elders to drop everything and pursue this menace with all their might. I do not wish to hear any further news of his existence. The Elder's eyes blaze with murderous intent. The other 2 nod in agreement. Understood. Then, as if recalling something, the blue-clad female cultivator scans the area and projects her voice with a special technique. Is Ji-Ling present? Hurry back to the sect with me. Her call echoes, but no response comes. Just as the blue-clad female cultivator begins to lose patience. Re-reporting to Elder Jill. I saw junior sister G. It seems she was harmed by Healy. What are you saying? The elder in blue furrowed her brows. Her eyes filled with an icy disdain. The disciple, witnessing her fury, was engulfed by terror. He dared not deceive the elder, stammering, Sister G. Sister G has indeed been killed by Healy, and even her body was taken away. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, the blue-clad woman raised her hand, conjuring a colossal shadowy palm that ruthlessly struck him down. She is dead. Why do you, a worthless wretch, still draw breath? Calm down. Ninth Elder, a middle-aged cultivator in gray hastily interjected. We understand your deep regard for Ji-Ling and your intention to take her as a disciple, but she is gone. Venting your wrath on the remaining disciples will only hasten the vengeance of her enemies. Instead, you would do better to focus your efforts on avenging Ji-Ling by dealing with Healy. Avenge Ji-Ling? The blue-clad woman sneered coldly. She had no inclination to seek vengeance for Ji-Ling. Her prior interest in taking Ji-Ling as a disciple stemmed solely from her accidental knowledge of Ji-Ling acquiring a second-tier beast-controlling talisman. She had intended to con her into relinquishing that talisman for her own use. However, now that Healy had intercepted it, how could she not be incensed? Yet, she would not voice this sentiment. Presently, she perceived an opportunity to exploit the gray-clad man's words. Feigning a desire for retribution for Ji-Ling, while setting aside the affairs of their sect to pursue Healy and reclaim the beast-controlling talisman. With this thought in mind, the blue-clad woman, appearing wrathful and intent on avenging Ji-Ling, concealed a glimmer of cunning in her eyes. Chapter 24. Capturing the Foundation Establishment Master in stark contrast to the Tang clan of Sanglin Stream. The Tang family of Qingmu Bay is considerably smaller in scale. However, the size is of little consequence. What truly matters is the abundance of concealed weaponry. After a lengthy journey, Healy gazed upon the lush tree bay ahead, his eyes sweeping over the 10 or so grand residences nestled within, as he whispered with a wicked grin. Meanwhile, the members of the Tang family, oblivious to the impending calamity, busied themselves with their tasks. Sigh, it's almost time for our tribute again. They could be heard discussing as they worked. Every year we must contribute so many spirit stones, along with spirit rice and hidden weapons to the Wanjian sect. If we did not pay, the development of our Tang family would surely be far better than it is now. Not pay? Who would protect us then? In the Haomong Mountains. Which faction isn't a ravenous wolf that devours without leaving bones? Stop the nonsense and get back to work. Just as they were engaged in their conversation, numerous disciples of the Tang family suddenly spotted a figure soaring through the sky, swiftly approaching and hovering above their Qingmu Bay Tang family. A Foundation Establishment Master? In the minds of many cultivators, only those at the Foundation Establishment stage could fly using their weapons. Thus, upon seeing Healy's arrival, the disciples of the Qingmu Bay Tang family felt a surge of awe and hurriedly set aside their tasks to pay their respects. With even their family head approaching with a fawning expression. Esteemed elder, your presence is truly inspiring. May I inquire from whence you come? What brings you to our Qingmu Bay Tang family? Of course, if you have any needs, our Qingmu Bay Tang family will certainly spare no effort. The head of the Qingmu Bay Tang family spoke earnestly. Upon hearing this, Healy's eyes sparkled with mockery. If I had needs, would you truly spare no effort? Absolutely. The head of the Qingmu Bay Tang family nodded vigorously, as though fearing that any hesitation might provoke Healy's displeasure. Observing this, a sinister smile slowly crept across Healy's face. Very well. Then summon everyone from your Qingmu Bay Tang family. Bring forth the servants as well. Yes. Though the head of the Qingmu Bay Tang family was unaware of Healy's intentions, facing a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he dared not ask questions or resist. He swiftly commanded his subordinates to gather all the hundreds of family members to present themselves before Healy. Esteemed elder, everyone from the family has been gathered. What do you require of us? Before the head of the Qingmu Bay Tang family could finish his sentence, Healy's expression turned dark and bloodthirsty. Next, I ask you all to generously offer your lives to assist me in becoming an immortal. With that, Healy drew forth a vicious blade and brutally cleaved the family head in two. The latter had not even comprehended the situation before meeting his demise. The shock, confusion, fear, and despair were etched upon his frozen visage. Slay the Chi Refinement 8th Layer Cultivator. Tang Gu. Cultivation 8. Additional Cultivation 12. Body Cultivation 11. As the whispers echoed in his mind, Healy's figure surged into the crowd like a cheetah, wildly wielding his blade and casting spells. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of cultivators fell victim to his relentless slaughter. Watching helplessly as numerous family members were shredded as if tossed into a meat grinder by Healy, the remaining individuals were paralyzed with fear. Yet, they soon came to a shocking realization. He is Healy. The notorious killer Healy. Run! Escape! Or we will all perish. Panic-stricken cries reverberated through the mountains, and the bloodthirsty gleam in Healy's eyes intensified. Run? Just a moment ago. You all claimed that if I had needs, you would spare no effort. Why are you reneging on your promise? Cackling with a chilling, bloodthirsty madness. Healy sent shivers down the spines of the Tang family disciples. They dared not respond or look back. They could only stifle their terror and flee in all directions like headless flies. Unfortunately, Healy's speed was too swift. Aided by the malevolent spear commanded by a vengeful spirit, the Tang family disciples could not outrun him, nor could they escape. They were mercilessly slaughtered amidst their horror. Slay the Chi Refinement 3rd Layer Cultivator. Tang 2A. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional Cultivation 2. Body Cultivation 1. Slay the Chi Refinement 7th Layer Cultivator. Tang Ming Ming. Cultivation 6. Additional Cultivation 6. Body Cultivation 5. Slay the Chi Refinement 5th Layer Cultivator. Tang Ji. Cultivation 2. Additional Cultivation. In the aftermath of the brutal carnage, the once bustling Qingmu Bei Tang family was plunged into utter silence. The only sounds emanating from Healy as he collected the corpses and valuables. Just as he was about to set fire to the library after gathering the Tang family's hidden weapons and various belongings, he suddenly furrowed his brow and looked up at the sky. In the distance, a small black dot was approaching, unmistakably signaling the arrival of a genuine Foundation Establishment cultivator. A Wanjian sect elder? Without needing to speculate further, Healy deduced that the one pursuing him was indeed an elder from the Wanjian sect. And it seemed they possessed a unique means of tracking him. Moreover, the distance between them was too close. Escaping would likely prove impossible. Impossible to escape? Healy's gaze flickered. Meanwhile, in the sky, the rapidly approaching figure of a blue-clad female cultivator hovered above Qingmu Bei, her icy gaze sweeping over the blood-soaked Tang family. A cold smile gracing her lips. Little beast, come out at once. Should I take action, you will be left with nothing but bones. The blue-clad female cultivator declared. Concealed in the shadows, Healy's expression darkened. After a moment's contemplation, he swiftly removed the Qian Kuan ring from his finger and unhesitatingly vanished into it. At that moment, the blue-clad female cultivator, upon witnessing Healy's entrance into the Qian Kuan ring, could no longer perceive him with her divine sense. What is happening? He has disappeared? The blue-clad female cultivator frowned. She fixed her gaze in the direction where Healy had been, then cast a spell to encase herself in icy armor before brandishing her sword, cautiously descending to search the spot where Healy had concealed himself. However, there was no one there. Only a black ring on the ground glimmered faintly. What is that? The blue-clad female cultivator pondered suspiciously. She expanded her divine sense and perception, meticulously investigating the area around the ring to confirm it was neither a trap nor dangerous before tentatively picking up the black ring. Yet, at that moment, buzz! The ring suddenly emitted a faint glow. The blue-clad female cultivator, already on high alert, swiftly flung the ring away, believing it to be problematic. However, the ring merely unfolded a circular entrance in the void, through which she clearly saw an overwhelming accumulation of corpses, elixirs, spiritual plants, and ores. There were also heaps of magical tools and storage bags. The sight ignited a fervor within the blue-clad female cultivator's heart. This is a storage ring? How can it possess such a vast space? No wonder that little beast, Healy, left no corpses or valuables behind after his rampage in the Tang family. It turns out he stored everything in this ring. Now, all of this belongs to me. Yet, how could the ring unfold an entrance? Storage artifacts lack sentience and self-awareness. The blue-clad female cultivator felt both elated and suspicious. After contemplating, she first attempted to refine the ring with her spiritual power, finding it unresponsive. Then, she focused on the entrance that had opened, tentatively extending her hand, which easily slipped into the space. This ring, as if discovering something. The blue-clad female cultivator murmured, preparing to withdraw her hand. But at that moment, smack! The blue-clad female cultivator felt her hand grasped by an unseen force within the ring's space, and a tremendous strength surged, causing her to stumble unsteadily. Her body was abruptly pulled into the confines of the ring's space. As she regained her senses, intending to discern who had ensnared her and to retaliate, she discovered there was no one else within the space. The entrance behind her had also sealed shut. The blue-clad female cultivator momentarily stood in shock, then fully comprehended that this ring was clearly a prison, and that the wretched creature had been waiting for her to reach out. How unfortunate that she had fallen into the trap. That despicable creature. Furious, the blue-clad cultivator realized that, despite being a foundational stage practitioner, she had been toyed with by a mere chi refining stage individual. Captured and imprisoned? This was an unparalleled humiliation, if word of this incident spread. She feared she would become the subject of ridicule among other foundational stage cultivators. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming desire to confront him. Alas, she was not the master of the ring, and thus could not escape, left only with impotent fury. Meanwhile, Healy, who had long departed from the confines of the ring, now picked up the ring from the ground and donned it. Did he not know that curiosity could be perilous? Gazing at the ring, he let out a cold smirk. Then, with a sense of triumph, he declared, "Humph, still attempting to pursue me? You shall remain inside, waiting patiently until I subdue the foundational stage demonic beasts, and then I will come in and finish you off." Having uttered these words, he set ablaze the Tang family's library in Qingmu Bay before departing with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 25. Rain of Corpses, the Tang family's collateral branch in Qingmu Bay, was brutally slaughtered. The raging flames consumed the entire tree bay. The mastermind, He Li, had long since faded away amidst the incessant whispers echoing in his mind. The Tang family's blood pursuit technique has been enhanced to mastery. The triple water sword technique has reached the beginner stage. The fragment of the spirit blood beast control spell has reached proficiency. The fragment of the black blood body refinement technique has reached the lower grade. The Tang family's collateral line possessed limited resources and thus lacked profound magical texts. Nevertheless, even those rudimentary techniques and mental methods proved beneficial to He Li. As mastery of various techniques expanded his arsenal against adversaries, the advantages bestowed by mental methods were even more significant, as they assisted in cultivating spiritual power and granted various enhancements to oneself. For instance, the 5 elements mental methods could increase the potency and special effects of corresponding elemental techniques as one ascended in mastery, or bolster resistance to elemental attributes. Similarly, body refinement mental methods could further enhance He Li's physique. As a result, many cultivators often practiced multiple mental methods simultaneously. However, due to their limited aptitude, resources, and time, they could only master 2 or 3 techniques at most, making advancement a daunting task. In stark contrast, He Li faced no such constraints. His cultivation of mental methods relied solely on burning. The more he burned, the deeper his mastery became. It was somewhat regrettable that the magical scrolls he transcribed yielded no benefits when burned. The inability to exploit a loophole in cultivation was a pity. Yet he was not particularly in need of that proficiency. Having distanced himself from the fierce flames of Qingmu Bay for quite some time, He Li meticulously digested the myriad of information flooding his mind, and at last, he vaguely glimpsed a city nestled within the mountains ahead. It was Lucheng, a medium-sized city. Being near the domain of the Red Leaf sect, one could frequently spot numerous red-clad female cultivators apart from the disciples of the Wanjian sect. Within that city resided foundation-building powerhouses. Considering safety, He Li employed a concealment technique and casually dispatched a passerby to assume their appearance before activating the listening ability of the wind-listening cicada. Stealthily approaching Lucheng to eavesdrop on others' discussions. To his surprise, he discovered that the majority of cultivators coming and going in the city were gossiping about him. He Li is truly ruthless. He has successively slaughtered Wuzhen, the Li family, and Sanglin Gorge, and I just heard he even detonated the Black Jade Mine. The Wanjian sect is infuriated and has dispatched 2 enforcement elders to hunt him down. Hey, not just the Wanjian sect. The Tang family has also issued a bounty of over 1,000 spirit stones for his head. Who knows how many desperate souls have set their sights on him? Strangely, He Li recalled seeing numerous cultivators, including descendants of the Tang family, seemingly converging towards this direction. Could it be that the merciless He Li had fled to Lucheng? The Wanjian sect dispatched 2 enforcement elders? What about the female cultivator he had imprisoned? Having spent time within the Wanjian sect, He Li was somewhat familiar with its elders and recognized the previous blue-clad female cultivator, Emo Rua Shuang, who was the 9th elder of the Wanjian sect. While they mentioned 2 elders, could it actually be 3? Interesting. And as for the Tang family, they still dare to attempt to kill me? It seems they are determined to exterminate my entire clan. Is that it? Very well. He Li smirked. His desire to annihilate the Tang family intensified. Yet, he found himself somewhat skeptical about the Tang family's bounty. The Tang family boasted 2 foundation-building powerhouses. They possessed the blood pursuit technique, which, although requiring the target's blood to trace their location, could be utilized effectively since Tang Ken had collected his blood during the pursuit alongside Yuchinga. Thus, if the Tang family wished, they could easily dispatch foundation-building cultivators to chase him down and kill him. Yet, they chose not to do so, instead opting to issue a bounty for other cultivators to hunt him. He Li furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment, he relaxed his expression. Although he was unaware of the Tang family's intentions, it was likely that those desperate individuals would come to Lucheng at the Tang family's behest, as those outlaws could not utilize the blood pursuit technique to track him. They would rather waste time manipulating those desperate souls than pursue me themselves. Does this not grant me precious time to grow stronger? He chuckled darkly. Just wait a little longer soon. I will be able to confront foundation-building cultivators head-on and even slay them. But I wonder, what is the Tang family waiting for? Are they awaiting their own demise? After his laughter subsided, He Li held his breath and focused, utilizing the wind-listening cicada to continue eavesdropping on various pieces of information. For instance, reports of formidable demons appearing in certain regions, an elder from a certain faction failing to break through to foundation building, Wanyao Valley cultivating some extraordinary spirit plants, and the Zhou family's spirit bees exhibiting unusual behavior. It was said that the queen bee had successfully broken through to the foundation building realm, inciting chaos among the hive as they attempted to escape from the Zhou family, only to be suppressed by the family's patriarch. The detail that piqued He Li's interest was the Zhou family's spirit bees. The spirit honey produced by the Zhou family's bees was a rare treasure each year. Rumor had it that consuming spirit honey could not only enhance one's physique, but also accelerate breakthroughs in cultivation. With my second-tier Beastmaster talisman, if I could tame that foundation-building queen bee, would I not possess an endless supply of spirit honey? With this thought, He Li's eyes gleamed with greed. Subsequently, he hesitated no longer. swiftly activating the wind flea to harness the wind's power and employing the dust step technique to depart towards the Zhou family's direction at the fastest speed. Along the way, he did not forget to observe the situation of the blue-clad female cultivator, immortal Shuang, within his Qianquan ring. To his surprise, she was quite ungracious. Although unable to escape, she was currently voraciously consuming spirit stones, spirit plants, and elixirs within the Qianquan ring, not caring about the situation. However, Healy paid little mind. It was merely a matter of consumption. After slaughtering a few more villages and families, what I lost could naturally be replenished. His gaze fell upon an unknown distant town, and then he suddenly accelerated, wielding his blade fiercely against the cultivators in the town. Buzz. Accompanied by the sweeping blade aura, the unsuspecting cultivators were instantly bisected. Slain Chi refining 6th layer cultivator Feng Kuei. Cultivation 4. Additional cultivation 3. Body refinement 3. Slain Chi refining 3rd layer cultivator Zhou Yueling. Cultivation saw slight growth. Slain body refinement 3rd layer cultivator Wang Kong. Body refinement 1. Additional body refinement 2. Cultivation 1. Slain Chi refining 4th layer cultivator. As Healy's mind echoed with whispers, a torrent of fresh blood gushed forth from the bisected cultivators, staining the streets crimson and leaving the surrounding onlookers in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Healy had already surged into the town. Swish. Transforming into a merciless Azura, he swept through the entire street like a hurricane. Those cultivators barely caught a glimpse of him. They only perceived a shadowy figure and felt a chill pass through their necks. Something just brushed by. Before they could even utter a word of astonishment, their heads had already rolled from their shoulders. After all, the town was filled with low-level cultivators who could not withstand Healy's prowess, combining both body techniques and cultivation. They were akin to fish on a chopping board. Helpless against Healy's slaughter, the shadow of death engulfed the town. Apart from the commoners, no cultivator could escape the massacre. In merely half a quarter of an hour, the once bustling town fell into an eerie silence. Yet, this town was not alone. For the ferocious Healy left no village or town along his path unscathed. Wherever he saw people, he struck. Wherever he found towns, he decimated. He continued to gather corpses into his Qianquan ring. And within the Qianquan ring at that moment, snap, 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 accompanied by the ominous sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, Imo Rushuang, who had been diligently gathering resources within the confines of her rings, halted her actions in sheer terror, gazing up at the rain of corpses that fell from the sky. This madman, she murmured, her voice trembling. Despite her status as a foundation-building cultivator, accustomed to the fiercest of tempests, she found herself unnerved by Healy. After all, while malevolent cultivators and acts of murder were not uncommon, other practitioners often exercised a degree of restraint. Who, in their right mind, would treat the massacre of villages and towns as a routine task, as Healy did? In that moment, as she beheld the sky littered with lifeless bodies, Imo Rushuang dared not contemplate just how many villages, towns, or families Healy had slaughtered. A burgeoning sense of dread began to take root within her. Healy was more deranged than any demon. To become entangled with such a monstrous entity meant that if she could not resolve the situation swiftly, not only would her own life be forfeit, but her entire family could also face annihilation. The entire Haomong mountain range might fall victim to his wrath. Yet the predicament she faced was that she was now imprisoned. The prospect of swiftly eliminating Healy had become an impossibility. Thus, her fate was seemingly sealed. Death awaited her. And her family was likely to face retribution in short order. In that fleeting moment, Imo Rushuang felt a pang of regret. Had she known he was this unhinged? Her mind swirled in chaos as she murmured to herself. Outside, Healy continued his relentless advance, indulging in bloodshed. Chapter 26. Seizing the moment of weakness in the pitch-black night, Healy stood within the blood-soaked remnants of the small sect, the 100 Strike sect. Listening to the whispers that accompanied his burgeoning power as he collected the corpse of Yuduo, the sect's leader. This place was situated over 100 kilometers away from the city of Lu. Having departed from Lu City, Healy had traversed through various villages and clans, slaughtering countless foes along his path. Although the majority of those he had slain were low-level cultivators who offered minimal enhancement to his abilities, the remaining adversaries had sufficiently enabled him to break through to the 7th layer of body cultivation. Furthermore, his proficiency in the arts of law was nearing the critical threshold of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, with only a slight push needed to achieve that milestone. Once he had dispatched the cultivators of the Zhou clan, he anticipated that it would be enough to elevate him to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. With a focused mind, Healy advanced towards the Zhou clan, which was merely 10 kilometers away. Given his astonishing speed, reaching their estate would not take long, however. His path of carnage had already alerted many factions. The Zhou clan had certainly received word of a rampaging killer approaching their direction. As Healy drew near to the Zhou estate, he spotted numerous disciples patrolling with full armaments. Initially, he believed they were preparing for his imminent attack. However, upon activating his wind listening ability, he overheard conversations within the estate. Yesterday was truly perilous. The ancestor almost who would have thought that the newly upgraded Queen Bee's poison stinger would be so formidable. Its toxicity is incredibly potent, capable of breaching high-grade magical armor. I wonder how the ancestor is faring. Surely, he is all right. After all, he is a formidable cultivator of the 3rd layer of Foundation establishment. Moreover, The ancestor seemed unbothered after subduing the queen bee, so perhaps the toxin can be remedied, who knows? But that queen bee, what are you all discussing? Get back to your patrols. Healy chuckled upon hearing the voices from within the estate. The Zhou clan's ancestor had indeed been poisoned? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Although demon beasts lack magical artifacts or talismans, their very bodies serve as formidable instruments, such as the scales of serpent demons and the stingers of bead demons. The Zhou clan's queen bee, despite her recent ascension, had undergone a substantial transformation from chi refinement to foundation establishment. Her poison stinger would undoubtedly be exceptionally powerful. Given the advanced age of the Zhou clan's ancestor, it was plausible that his neglect or underestimation of the newly ascended queen bee led to his unfortunate predicament. The poison stinger of a foundation establishment demon beast is not easily resolved. The ancestor's condition must be dire, perhaps he is on the brink of death. The Zhou clan's heightened vigilance likely stemmed more from their concern for the ancestor's frail state rather than fear of Healy's approach. Reflecting on these matters, Healy grinned as he produced his last remaining invisibility talisman. The Zhou clan's ancestor was in a precarious situation. The queen bee, having engaged in battle, would also be in a weakened state. Was this not the perfect opportunity for Healy to steal the queen bee? How fortunate. With a buzz, Healy activated the invisibility talisman, rendering himself transparent. He then employed various spells to enhance his capabilities before retrieving the mind confusion array disk and stealthily approaching the Zhou estate. He found to test the ancestor's condition with the mind confusion array. After casting the disk, Healy swiftly retreated several hundred meters, holding his breath and focusing on the Zhou estate. Just as he steadied himself, a thunderous voice echoed from within. Who dares disturb us? Accompanied by the furious shout, a wizened figure with a face full of wrinkles appeared on the rooftop in an instant. The elder's complexion was slightly off, yet he exuded an overwhelming aura. His cold gaze swept across the estate, lingering on the confused disciples ensnared by the mind confusion array before finally locking onto the array disk hidden in the corner. From a distance, Healy observed the elder, his initial caution gradually dissipating. The old fool still attempted to put on an act? He smirked, although the Zhou clan's ancestor maintained a powerful presence. The grayish hue of his complexion indicated an abnormal state. It took him a considerable time to locate the array disk. This suggested that his strength had been severely compromised due to the poison. If he were at his peak, he would have found it in an instant. Despite this, Healy refrained from revealing himself. Battling a foundation establishment cultivator in a desperate state was perilous. He needed to capture the queen bee and had no desire to engage in a life-or-death struggle with the elder unless absolutely necessary. He remained patient, waiting for the Zhou clan's ancestor to stoop down and retrieve the mind confusion array disk before stealthily slipping into the estate. Once inside, he placed his palm on the ground and invoked the spirit sense technique. A unique resonance capable of detecting spiritual entities emanated from Healy, quickly spreading outward. Soon, he discerned a potent spiritual energy emanating from beneath the estate, likely the hiding place of the queen bee, perhaps even containing plentiful spiritual honey. If not, it would certainly be a treasure trove of the Zhou clan. However, just as Healy was about to delve underground, the Zhou clan's ancestor charged towards him with alarming speed. Rodent, was that array disk you're doing? A mere ant of chi refinement, seeking death. With the ominous declaration, an overwhelming sense of danger surged through Healy, causing his eyelids to twitch and his body to bristle with alarm. Without time to think, he instinctively drew his weapon to defend himself and cast the ice armor technique. Boom. With a resounding clash, the ice armor solidified, and Healy was sent staggering back several dozen steps. Is that all? He was taken aback. The furious charge of the Zhou clan's ancestor had also rendered him momentarily stunned. He instinctively raised his hand to inspect his palm. As a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator, he should have been able to easily crush a chi refinement cultivator with a single strike, yet now his palm merely pushed Healy back a short distance. However, the Zhou clan's ancestor quickly regained his composure, realizing that his weakened state due to the poison had significantly diminished his power. Indeed, the toxicity of the foundation establishment demon beast was formidable. He, as a third-layer foundation establishment cultivator, could hardly withstand it. Of course, Healy was also in an unusual state. He was already a formidable combatant, adept in both body and law cultivation, and had previously cast various enhancement spells. Now, with the additional defense of the ice armor, the elder's incomplete attack was insufficient to pose a genuine threat. Although the Zhou clan's ancestor was unaware of Healy's condition, the realization of his own inability to contend with Healy's strength transformed his expression from one of arrogance to one of anxiety. In contrast, Healy grinned widely, cackling, "Old fool, I expected you to be formidable, yet this is all you can muster? Had I known you were so pathetic, I wouldn't have tread so carefully." The elder's already pallid complexion darkened further, but instead of retaliating, he attempted to persuade Healy to depart. "Friend, your strength and potential are commendable. There is no need for you to provoke the Zhou clan. It is imperative to acknowledge that, regardless of circumstances, I am still a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage. Should I truly exert myself, my companion shall not fare well either. Perhaps it would be wiser to part ways now. What say you?" He uttered these words with a sense of frustration. As a dignified foundation establishment cultivator, he found himself humbling himself to dissuade a chi refinement stage cultivator from becoming his adversary. The bitterness and helplessness embedded in his predicament are surely known only to him. Yet, he had no choice but to act thus. His fear was not of death itself, but rather the consequences that would ensue should he perish while fighting with all his might. The Zhou family would lose the protection of their elder. And not only would the spiritual beast be seized, but the entire clan could also face annihilation at the hands of rival families. As the elder of the Zhou clan, he could not afford to think solely of his own life. He had a responsibility to consider the future of his descendants. Had other cultivators found themselves in such a predicament, they might have chosen to flee. For no one is inclined to gamble their life against a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Alas, the Zhou family was faced with a madman. How ironic. Just moments ago he was calling him a rodent, and now he refers to him as a companion? It is too late for that. With a sinister grin plastered on his face, Healy exclaimed, "Seize the opportunity to take your life while you are weak. Old fool, prepare to die." With that, the flames of fury danced in Healy's eyes. Chapter 27. Overwhelmed by tears in the face of the imminent threat posed by Healy, whose intentions were as dark as they were clear, the elder of the Zhou family found himself in a desperate struggle to defend against the malevolent force that sought his life. The atmosphere thickened with tension as the surrounding Zhou clan members, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene, their voices echoing with outrage and a thirst for vengeance. Who dares to trespass upon the Zhou family? They are courting death. Old ancestor, swiftly vanquish this scoundrel. They clamored. Do not merely stand by. Hasten to assist the old ancestor in eliminating this menace to prevent further chaos. Amidst the clamor, they called out warnings, their bravado untempered by the gravity of the situation. Some even rashly attempted to intervene, casting spells in an effort to aid their elder in combat. Yet, the elder, realizing the perilous nature of the confrontation, barked at them to retreat. Stand back. This is a dangerous battle not meant for you youngsters. As he spoke, he noticed Healy's sinister grin as the latter retreated to the side of the Zhou clan members. The elder, sensing the grave turn of events, shouted, "You little wretch. Stop." In an instant, Healy unleashed a fiery assault upon a young woman from the Zhou family. The elder, driven by an instinctive urge to save her, lunged forward only to witness the girl erupt in a blaze of white flames. The elder's reflexes were swift, and he managed to drop her just in time, yet not without suffering the searing pain of the flames that singed his flesh, eliciting a howl of agony. What kind of fire is this?" he gasped, bewildered as he attempted to extinguish the flames with conventional water spells, only to find them utterly ineffective, amplifying his terror. Healy's chilling laughter filled the air as he taunted, "This is the heavenly law fire, specifically designed to incinerate beasts." Recognizing the nature of the spiritual fire, the elder's heart sank. He was acutely aware of the bizarre and formidable properties of such flames. More alarmingly, Healy, sensing the elder's growing weakness, refrained from engaging him directly. Instead, he began to seize the Zhou clan members, hurling them towards the elder. Caught in a bind of wanting to save his kin while fearing further tricks from Healy, the elder felt his sanity fraying, with fury clouding his vision. He charged at Healy, his voice hoarse with rage, "You little punk, I will see you dead." In a fit of desperation, he cast a spell that caused the earth to tremble, debris rising around him like bullets, aiming to crush Healy under the relentless onslaught. Yet, Healy was not easily deterred. The barrage of stones battered his icy armor, and though he suffered injuries, his determination only intensified. With a fierce glare, Healy suddenly turned, channeling his energy to strike back at the elder, his cheeks bulging as if he were preparing something formidable. The elder, blinded by his own flames and poisoned by despair, misread Healy's intentions, believing the youth was sacrificing himself for a final assault. "You little beast, as I die, you shall not live either," he roared defiantly. Yet, just as he completed his declaration, Healy halted, unleashing a whirlwind of spiritual energy that ignited into an inferno. The elder braced himself, relying on his defensive spells, but his focus faltered as a poisoned spear pierced his heart from behind, sealing his fate. As the elder crumpled, the realization of his demise dawned upon him, his magic dissipating into the air. Slain Foundation Establishment Tier 3 Cultivator Zhou. Cultivation 26, Additional Cultivation 30. Body Cultivation 25. Exhausted yet relieved, Healy felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. However, the sense of solace was fleeting, as the remaining Zhou clan members, witnessing their elders fall, ignited with rage and a thirst for retribution. "Quick, he just battled our elder. He must be utterly drained. Let us finish this wretch," they shouted, fervor driving them forward. "Yes, avenge our elder. That scoundrel is Healy, the notorious rogue wanted by the Tang family and the Wanjian sect. If we claim his head, we shall earn protection from the Wanjian sect." Foolishness clouded their judgment, underestimating Healy's potential. As they advanced, Healy's laughter echoed ominously. "You wish to slay me? You pitiful fools. Let me enlighten you. The true slaughter has only just begun." With that declaration, Healy summoned the spear behind him, his left hand conjuring a wind wheel as he wielded his blade with deadly intent, charging into the fray. In mere moments, the ground was littered with severed heads, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. The chaos unfolded rapidly, and those caught in the onslaught fell, their screams drowned by the carnage. As the last of the Zhou clan members met their end, the night was steeped in silence, broken only by the echoes of despair. With his cultivation once more ascended, Healy reveled in his newfound power, his eyes glinting with anticipation as he surveyed the aftermath of the battle, his focus fixed upon the elder's lifeless form. Eager to uncover the treasures that lay within, in a hushed whisper, Healy approached with a smile, taking away the storage bag of the elder Zhou Hong and collecting the corpse. Unbeknownst to him, as Zhou Hong's body fell into the ring, the already regretful Immortal Xuan was now engulfed in trepidation, her face turning pale with fright. Zhou Hong? The third-level foundation establishment cultivator from the Zhou family, Zhou Hong. Healy. He actually killed Zhou Hong? How could this be possible? Immortal Xuan's complexion turned ashen, her body trembling uncontrollably. She was merely a second-level foundation establishment cultivator. If Zhou Hong, a third-level cultivator, was slain by Healy, did this mean that Healy would soon come for her? The mere thought of impending death overwhelmed Immortal Xuan, a distinguished cultivator in the foundation establishment stage, and she could not help but shed tears in her panic. Chapter 28. The Spirit Earthworm and the Queen Bee ignoring the flustered Immortal Xuan. Healy opened Zhou Hong's storage pouch. As a foundation establishment cultivator, Zhou Hong's pouch was a higher grade, cyan-colored one with more space. However, even a large storage pouch couldn't compare to Healy's Chinquan ring. Still, the pouch was spacious enough for Zhou Hong to store quite a few treasures, such as a superior-grade spirit plant, the azure spirit flower, and a low-grade spirit plant, bamboo leaf grass. The former, when consumed, could temporarily clear distractions and slightly enhance comprehension, enabling faster mastery of profound techniques. It could also be used to refine second-tier, top-grade enlightenment pills with even stronger effects. The latter, when ingested, strengthen bones and could be used to refine second-tier, mid-grade tough bone pills, greatly enhancing physical constitution. Besides these, there were also numerous ordinary-grade spirit plants. As for elixirs, there wasn't much to mention. Zhou Hong had already consumed the good ones himself. What caught Healy's attention, aside from Zhou Hong's punctured magic armor, were 2 spell books, 5 crystal balls filled with brown gas, and some golden-red, lustrous spirit honey. The armor must have been the superior-grade magic item the Zhou family mentioned. Pierced by the queen bee, it seemed salvageable with some repairs. Healy examined the armor, forged from special demon beast scales. The overall silver-gray armor had a hole in the chest, but the damage wasn't severe. Healy could repair it with his refining techniques with some time. This was a superior-grade magic item, after all, and once fixed, it could easily withstand attacks from foundation establishment cultivators. As for the crystal balls, this was Earth's spiritual energy. Setting aside the armor, Healy's gaze swept over the 5 crystal balls, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Earth's spiritual energy, one of the 5 elements. These energies often formed naturally in specific locations, requiring luck to obtain. They were useful for refining magical items, elixirs, and various other purposes. Adding elemental spiritual energy would enhance the corresponding attributes of the refined items. These were highly sought after in the market. Perfect for repairing the armor. And the golden red, lustrous spirit honey, TSK, it looked high quality and weighed a full 2 pounds. Could this be what the Zhou family was preparing to offer to the myriad sword sect this year? Lucky me. With a cold laugh, Healy picked up the jade bucket filled with spirit honey and began to devour it. Buzz. As the sweet spirit honey entered his body, Healy immediately felt a warm sensation within, and the power from the honey rapidly circulated through his limbs, strengthening his body. He felt invigorated. At the same time, his cultivation was rapidly increasing. Digesting spirit honey, cultivation 2, body cultivation 3. Digesting spirit honey, cultivation 3, body cultivation 4. Digesting spirit honey, cultivation 2, body cultivation. TSK, so sweet, but too little. 2 pounds of spirit honey were quickly consumed. Healy smacked his lips, still wanting more. Although the honey wasn't much, the increase in his magical and physical cultivation was no less than 50 points. Converting that to normal cultivation would take many years. No wonder Zhou family spirit honey was so valuable and scarce. He hadn't paid attention before, but now he knew it was truly a treasure. Full and satisfied, Healy finally turned his attention to the 2 spell scrolls Zhou Hong had collected. After examining them, flames rose in his hand. Boom. In an instant, the scrolls were incinerated. Incinerating superior-grade spirit technique, Earth Spirit Locust Stone Formation. Earth Spirit Locust Stone Formation has reached the level of mastery. Incinerating superior-grade spirit technique. Quicksand Art Fragment. Quicksand Art has reached the 3rd level. As the scrolls turned to ashes, whispers echoed. Healy closed his eyes, carefully absorbing the related insights. The former technique, when cast, could create a formation centered on the user, enhancing surrounding stones and other objects, and controlling them to relentlessly attack targets within range. Healy had experienced this before. He couldn't withstand it at all. The stones enhanced by the technique were no longer ordinary, and there were so many of them. Like countless bullets hitting him. Even with ice armor art, it would quickly shatter. The quicksand art could enhance the power of earth-based techniques and the caster's control over earth. This technique and skill were a perfect match. Opening his eyes, Healy looked at the other items in the storage pouch, such as spirit stones and talismans. He wasn't very interested in those. He only took out the Soul Confusion formation disc that Zhou Hong had taken. Then, he quickly headed towards the Zhou family's underground area. The Zhou family's queen bee was underground. Healy guessed it was a creature similar to a hornet, but with spirituality. After all, hornets build their nests underground. However, hornets don't produce honey. The Zhou family's behavior was similar to hornets, but the spiritual bee was different. He wondered about the queen bee's condition. It probably wasn't good, otherwise. The Zhou family members would have risked their lives to use it in battle. But even after he killed them all, he didn't see the queen bee. In that case, either the queen bee was too severely injured to fight, or they had difficulty controlling it. Healy pondered these things. Considering that Zhou Hong was seriously injured by the queen bee, leading to a sharp decline in combat power and ultimately his death at Healy's hands. Healy cast various spells on himself to enhance his combat power along the way. He didn't want to experience the queen bee's poisonous stingers. Just as Healy was prepared and continued forward, faintly hearing buzzing sounds. Bang! From the side of the underground space. Something suddenly broke through the earthen wall and charged out, startling Healy. Instinctively, he swung his blade fiercely at the thing. Puffed! The blade energy flew out, instantly cutting the long, dark shadow into two segments. Only then did Healy see what it was. It was an earthworm, shaped like a python. Its body was as thick as Healy's thigh. A spirit earthworm? Staring at the peculiar earthworm, cut into two segments that were wriggling and struggling on the ground. Healy recalled information about it, and couldn't help but smile. Spirit earthworms were rare spirit beasts. It was said that they lived underground, and the soil they excreted was more fertile and possessed spirituality. Many spirit fields in the wild were actually formed from this creature's droppings. Mastering it was equivalent to mastering many spirit fields. Healy never expected to find a spirit earthworm here. It must have been raised by the Zhou family. He wondered where they had obtained it. As for why the spirit earthworm was here, it was likely because Healy had killed all the Zhou family members, causing the spirit earthworm to lose control and try to escape, only to stumble upon Healy. My Qianquan ring is still quite barren. After collecting this spirit earthworm, his ring would likely soon have many fertile spirit fields that didn't require much care. Planting some spirit plants would yield a good harvest. Thinking of this, Healy quickly stepped forward and collected the two segments of the spirit earthworm, which didn't have much attack power. Spirit earthworms had very strong regenerative abilities. Being cut into two segments wouldn't necessarily kill it. He wasn't worried that Imo Rushuang would harm the spirit earthworm, because Healy had already seen through the ring that Imo Rushuang was trembling with fear. She was too timid to do anything rash. She didn't even dare to waste spirit stones anymore, only cowering in the corner of the ring. And Healy had never intended to let her go. Once I capture the queen bee, you can die. After collecting the spirit earthworm, Healy refocused and quickened his pace toward the location where the sound of spirit bees flying was constantly coming from. As he advanced, the view ahead gradually widened. When Healy passed through the end of the passage, he saw a large flower sea full of spirit flowers and herbs. Numerous spirit bees were flying in the flower sea, and the flower sea was surrounded by huge mounds of earth. The mounds of earth served as the nesting grounds for the ethereal bees. Yet, the queen bee was not concealed within these mounds. Instead, she reclined in the heart of a vibrant sea of flowers, luxuriating upon the delicate, tender spiritual grasses and leisurely feasting upon their succulent offerings. It was no wonder there existed spiritual earthworms. Their purpose was to cultivate this floral expanse to provide the hive with the precious nectar. Upon witnessing the floral paradise, Healy experienced a moment of clarity. Just moments ago, he had been pondering why the Zhou family, not known for their agricultural prowess, would engage in the raising of spiritual earthworms. Now, the purpose was vividly illuminated before him. As Healy contemplated these revelations, the queen bee, resembling a hornet with her striking red patterns and measuring over 2 meters in length, had already detected his presence from afar. However, she did not launch an attack. Her body bore numerous wounds, and her wings were tattered, indicating a significant loss of combat capability. As a creature of the demonic realm, her sensitivity to danger was heightened, and she had sensed the formidable threat emanating from Healy. Thus, she dared not engage him in battle. Instead, she swiftly retreated, intent on fleeing, even commanding her swarm to converge upon Healy, seemingly attempting to obstruct his path with a multitude of ethereal bees. Yet, Healy regarded this with indifference. Chapter 29. Dimming vision and overwhelming despair. Buzzing. Accompanied by a cacophony of buzzing sounds, thousands of black spirit bees surged towards Healy. However, Healy remained utterly composed. Boom. He extended his hand, and a brilliant white flame erupted, illuminating the dim underground cavern. The searing light instantly froze the approaching swarm in place. Insects are instinctively afraid of fire. It is their nature, especially when faced with the heavenly law's righteous fire. A flame so pure it could scorch their very souls. Even the queen bee, despite her authoritative commands, could not compel her swarm to approach Healy any closer. Healy, wielding the blazing fire, approached the queen bee, who had retreated to the edge of the flower sea, with a sinister smile. The queen emitted a shrill warning buzz, her stinger trembling ominously behind her. Yet, Healy paid her no heed and continued to advance. The queen, now filled with a mix of fear and fury, felt a sense of impending doom as her ruby-like compound eyes glowed even more crimson, indicating her intent to fight Healy to the bitter end. Buzz. With a flap of her wings, she prepared to strike. her mandibles forming a blood-red scissor-like apparatus aimed at severing Healy's head. Healy, regaining his composure, attempted to evade the attack. However, just as the queen was nearing him, she suddenly halted, raising her stinger to thrust a purple thread of spiritual energy towards Healy's heart. Should it pierce him, he would perish instantly. Truly, a foundation-building beast, aware that it could not overpower him and resorting to cunning tactics. As the venomous needle hurtled toward him, Healy cursed under his breath. Yet, he remained unperturbed, for he had been vigilant regarding the queen's poisonous attack. Whoosh! With a swift motion of his left hand, a short spear shot forth from behind him. Clang! Crack! The collision between the needle and the spear sent sparks flying. Healy observed in astonishment as the spearhead was pierced through by the needle. The sheer force of it made his eyelids twitch and his heart race with disbelief. Though a magical artifact is not as formidable as a treasure, this was a solid spear, not mere thin armor. How could it be penetrated? Healy was incredulous. Fortunately, the needle's speed and force diminished significantly upon impact, preventing it from reaching him. Seizing the moment while the queen had yet to retract her needle, Healy calmly advanced, channeling his spiritual energy to unleash a massive fire circle that ensnared the queen, rendering her immobile. He had no intention of engaging in a life-or-death struggle with her. He merely sought to deplete her strength and subdue her with talismans. Meanwhile, the queen was suffering greatly. She was inherently afraid of fire. And now encircled by the soul-scorching heavenly law's righteous fire, she felt as though her life was on the line. Ordinary flames might have prompted her to risk a reckless escape, but this righteous fire was something she dared not approach, forcing her to endure the searing torment. Healy remained alert, wary of any potential escape attempts from the queen. Fortunately, she showed no signs of a counterattack, as she struggled to endure. Healy no longer hesitated and quickly approached to retract the flames, raising his hand to activate a talisman and flinging it forth. Buzz! Instantly, the talisman ignited in the air, forming a crimson, eerie rune that surged into the queen's body, bringing her immense pain that made her writhe in agony. Moments later, a miniature shadow of the queen emerged from her form and entered Healy's consciousness. Only then did the queen finally quiet down. Healy, with a hint of suspicion, closed his eyes to sense the floating shadow of the queen within his mind. Through the shadow, he could perceive the queen's emotions and thoughts and even exert direct control over her. However, was not a normal beast-controlling talisman supposed to establish a contract for subjugation? Why had it forcibly extracted her soul? It is crucial to note that the soul is as vital as the spirit. It closely resembles consciousness, and typically, damage to the soul would render one a fool. Yet now, this beast-controlling talisman had somehow forcibly separated the queen's soul for his use, and astonishingly, she appeared to be relatively unscathed. What manner of artifact was this? Where had Ji Ling procured such a treasure? This was far superior to the average beast-controlling talisman. After all, a contract could be broken, but possessing control over another's soul meant that even the mightiest foe could not escape one's grasp. Healy felt a mix of excitement and skepticism. He could not fathom the origins of such an advanced item. But he chose to set aside his doubts and look joyfully at the queen, who, in turn, became notably docile. The crimson hue in her eyes faded, and she lay on the ground, dragging her weakened body like a small dog, whimpering softly. Seeing this, Healy casually produced a handful of medicinal pills. Hurry, eat these, and then follow me. As he spoke, he also produced numerous blood beads. The queen wasted no time, eagerly devouring the various healing pills Healy offered. While he took the opportunity to scour the spirit honey from the hives nestled in the earthen mounds, the yield of spirit honey was not high, and most of it was of the pale golden variety. The exceptionally rare golden red spirit honey he had previously acquired was a true treasure, likely the total annual yield of the Zhou family, equating to merely 2 pounds on Zhou Hong. Nevertheless, although he did not uncover any premium spirit honey, Healy still managed to collect over 10 pounds of ordinary spirit honey. He reveled in the spirit honey's essence, feeling his cultivation surge. Digesting spirit honey. Cultivation 2, body cultivation 1. Digesting spirit honey, cultivation 1, body cultivation 1. Digesting spirit honey, cultivation 1, body. Burp. After digesting over 10 pounds of spirit honey, Healy contentedly burped and surveyed his surroundings, swiftly employing earth manipulation techniques to gather the entire flower sea into his storage ring. When the queen finally managed to recover enough to lift her head, the familiar flower sea had vanished, leaving her surrounded by bare underground rock. How could her home have been so thoroughly dismantled? The queen seethed in silence, feeling both anger and helplessness. Healy, sensing her emotions, smirked. What are you panicking about? Your home is still intact. Now, summon your underlings and follow me. Though puzzled about where Healy had sent her home, the queen acted quickly, gathering her thousands of spirit bees around her. Subsequently, to her astonishment, Healy collected all the spirit bees into his storage ring. The queen was riddled with questions. How could a storage artifact possibly contain living beings? The Zhou family's old relics could not. What are you dawdling for? Let us go. Hearing Healy's voice, she hastily followed him as he led the way out of the underground space. Once outside, Healy rapidly rummaged through the Zhou family's treasury and set fire to their buildings, embarking westward as whispers echoed in his mind. Burning ordinary grade premium strength technique, ordinary grade medium heavy earth palm, ordinary grade low cold heart method, spiritual grade low golden chi sword shadow technique, ordinary grade medium Strength technique has reached the realm of mastery. Heavy earth palm has reached the realm of entry. Cold heart method has reached the first level. Golden chi sword shadow technique has reached. Listening to the whispers in his mind and digesting the myriad techniques and insights he acquired from the Zhou family, Healy slowed his pace as he ventured deeper into the mountains. He turned to glance at the queen. How much combat strength can you muster now? He questioned, knowing that the queen, being a foundation-building beast and having spent considerable time in the Zhou family, could comprehend human speech. After realizing his intent, she gestured, indicating that she was still severely injured and could only muster about 60 to 70% of her strength. 60 to 70%? That would suffice. Healy nodded slightly, tossing out a confusion array disc for cover while casting a cold gaze at his storage ring. Mo Ruoxuang's presence within the ring was a potential threat. It was time to deal with her. However, considering that although he had heard tales of Mo Ruoxuang being a second-layer foundation-building cultivator, she had not sustained injuries and was at her peak, making her far more challenging to handle than Zhou Hong. Before activating the Qian Kuan ring, Healy imparted numerous instructions to the Queen Bee and cast spells to empower himself. Only then did he proceed to open the Qian Kuan ring. With a resonant hum, as the portal beneath him unfurled, Healy and the Queen Bee, who had heeded his preparations, plunged into the depths of the Qian Kuan ring, which subsequently tumbled into the underbrush. Meanwhile, within the Qian Kuan ring, a thud echoed, and like a startled bird, Mo Ruoxuang instantly became alert. Initially, she anticipated encountering yet another corpse. However, to her astonishment, she beheld Healy alongside a bee demon towering over 2 meters. What struck her with dread was the unmistakable aura of a foundational-level beast emanating from the creature. A formidable foundational demon beast. In that fleeting moment, Mo Ruoxuang reached a swift conclusion. Concurrently, she was nearly certain that this was undoubtedly the bee demon from the Zhou family, subdued through talismans. After all, Healy had just slain Zhou Hong, and he possessed a second-tier beast control talisman. It was over. The mere thought of confronting not only the seemingly frenzied Healy, capable of slaying Zhou Hong with ease, but also the equally formidable foundational bee demon filled Mo Ruoxuang with despair, her vision fading to darkness. There was no chance of victory, absolutely none. Chapter 30. Even a celestial beauty must face death before the formidable duo of Mo Ruoxuang and the foundational beasts. Despair gripped her heart. What further extinguished her hope and resolve was her acute awareness of the palpable danger that Healy now exuded, far more potent than when she had encountered him at Qingmu Bay. Was it possible that he had achieved a breakthrough? How could he have advanced so rapidly? Mo Ruoxuang silently lamented. She recalled that when Healy had defected from the Wanjian sect, he had barely reached the 4th level of Qi training. How much time had passed? And yet, he had ascended to the 9th level of Qi training, capable of slaying foundational cultivators. His rate of growth was astonishingly swift, surpassing even the effects of powerful elixirs. What secrets did he harbor? Nevertheless, what did it matter if he possessed secrets? This was not the time to ponder such things. Recognizing her inability to contend with Healy, Mo Ruoxuang felt a bitter smile form on her lips as she shook her head in resignation. Before Healy could act, she bit her lip and spoke in a subdued tone. You can slay Zhou Hong, and with the support of foundational beasts. I am not your match. I do not wish to fight you. If you would spare me, I swear, I shall never provoke you again. I can offer you everything I possess. Hope flickered in her eyes. In the end, she also deliberated on the consequences of her demise. I am, after all, a foundational cultivator and an elder of the Wanjian sect. Even if you can kill me, if I were to fight you with no regard for my life, you would undoubtedly suffer losses as well. It would also incite the wrath of the Wanjian sect, and who knows, perhaps even the Golden Core Stage sect master would intervene. At that point, you would truly be finished. Therefore, Mo Ruoxuang pleaded, sparing me would be beneficial for us both. Listening to her, Healy grinned and inquired, are you truly willing to give me everything? Her heart leapt at his words, and she nodded eagerly. She believed that his inquiry indicated a waning desire to kill her. Perhaps, with a little more persuasion, he might indeed let her go. Thus, as she nodded, she hastily emptied her storage bag onto the ground. Yet, Mo Ruoxuang was not foolish. Before Healy truly spared her, she retained some crucial items to safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. To her surprise, Healy shook his head. Elder Mo, these items do not sway me. Her heart sank. What do you mean? She asked anxiously. Healy's smile turned sinister. I've heard that the reason Elder Mo holds the esteemed position of the 9th elder in the Wanjian sect, despite her humble origins, is due to the recommendations of other elders, correct? They pushed you into this position in pursuit of your favor, did they not? Mo Ruoxuang's gaze faltered. But she ultimately conceded. Indeed, they recommended me, but I regarded them merely as elders. It was they who misunderstood. She attempted to defend herself with classic rhetoric. However, Healy interrupted her. I have no interest in your affairs with them. I simply wish to convey that your beauty has not only captivated those elders, but has also ensnared my attention for quite some time. If you could assist me in my ascension to immortality, then I might consider sparing you. At his words, Mo Ruoxuang's expression shifted. Though she was a foundational cultivator, her cultivation was largely built upon the medicinal pills bestowed by her admirers, rendering her younger compared to her peers. Coupled with a beauty-enhancing elixir, she appeared merely in her early 20s. As for her looks, her delicate features and fair skin, along with her ethereal aura, placed her among the finest. She was confident in her appearance and doubted Healy's intentions. However, she suspected that his interest in her beauty was intertwined with a desire for vengeance against the Wanjian sect and the elders who had treated him unjustly. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within her. She still aspired to align herself with the talented progeny of powerful factions in the future. But if she refused Healy now, what future would remain if she were dead? Gritting her teeth, Rua Shuang nodded slightly. Very well. I will hold you to your word after this. You must allow me to leave. Of course. Healy's smile widened. Not only will I let you depart, but we shall consider today's events as if they had never taken place. I will not pursue you further, provided you do not seek trouble with me. He spoke with utmost sincerity. As he spoke, he cast aside his weapon, preparing to disrobe, causing Rua Shuang's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Noticing her hesitation, he impatiently urged, remove your armor. Seeing Healy discard his weapon, Rua Shuang finally relaxed, sheathed her sword, turned her back, and began to untie her sash. She could hear Healy's heavy breathing, which only intensified her shyness. However, just as the atmosphere grew intimate, whoosh, thud, in a sudden turn, the long-ignored queen bee unleashed a venomous stinger, the power she had been gathering rupturing through Rua Shuang's body in an instant. Feeling the searing pain, she incredulously looked down at the gaping wound in her abdomen. You, she gasped, stiffening as she turned her head. But Healy's face bore no urgency now. Instead, it was a twisted grin as he directed the short spear towards her. Thud. The spear, imbued with a malevolent spirit, pierced through Rua Shuang's heart, delivering a fatal strike. Her body crumpled to the ground. You have slain foundational cultivator Rua Shuang. Experience 22, additional experience 21, body cultivation 21. Healy's sinister smile remained unchanged. Do not presume that you are exempt from the consequences of your actions. Even if you share a connection with me, I have already slain Ji Ling. Who is your equal? What makes you think I would spare you for your beauty? His cold gaze locked onto Rua Shuang, and her lifeless eyes reminded him of Ji Ling previously. Ji Ling had spoken the truth. She and Healy had indeed shared a moment of intimacy. Yet, it was not born of mutual pleasure. Healy had endured tremendous suffering during that encounter, as Ji Ling had exploited him as a vessel for her own gain. Afterward, she shamelessly claimed that he had taken advantage of her first experience, despite the fact that he had been on the brink of death. Had it not been for his tenacity, he might have perished on Ji Ling's bed. Such arrogance for one so ordinary, he scoffed. Should I desire your demise? Even your celestial beauty would not save you from death. After his chilling laughter, Healy began to sift through Rua Shuang's belongings and remnants. The queen bee trembled in the background. Was her master not a bit too wicked? In the realm of beasts, or rather, the insect world, it was rare to find someone who would strike down their partner so ruthlessly in the heat of passion. Even the female manises typically waited until after the act to kill. However, though her master was wicked, the anticipated fierce battle with the human female cultivator had not occurred, thus sparing her from further injury, which she considered fortunate. The queen bee's thoughts shifted to her own swarm and the blooming flowers nearby, prompting her to swiftly dart in their direction. Meanwhile, Healy's attention was drawn to a peculiar black box, roughly the size of a palm, emanating a chilling aura among Rua Shuang's belongings. A coffin box? Healy was taken aback. The coffin box, akin to a casket, is a low-grade artifact devoid of any extraordinary functions, merely possessing 9 compartments to accommodate 9 corpse pets. This object is highly favored by practitioners who specialize in the art of crafting undead companions. However, one must ponder, how did Rua Shuang come into possession of such an item? Could it be that she harbors intentions of creating corpse pets? But considering the multitude of Foundation establishment suitors she has at her disposal, should she truly wish to fabricate undead companions, it is likely that many of those suitors would meet an untimely demise at her hands. Yet, wait a moment, if she indeed seeks to forge corpse pets, she must possess the corresponding techniques, right? Upon this realization, Healy hastily rummaged through the pile of relics belonging to Rua Shuang. Before long, he discovered 2 scrolls pertaining to the creation of corpse pets, an upper-grade spirit-level spell, an earth corpse refining incantation, and a lower-grade spirit-level fragment, vessel blood-gathering evil incantation. The former, when coupled with the appropriate materials, enables a corpse to cultivate intelligence and transform into a corpse pet, while the latter utilizes a large vessel to conjure and infuse blood of malevolence, enhancing the combat prowess of the undead companion. Upon beholding these 2 scrolls, Healy cast a predatory gaze towards the mountain of corpses amassed behind him. All of these could potentially serve as his corpse pets. Chapter 31, The Schemes of the Tang Family. As the scroll turned to ash, whispers echoed. After swiftly mastering 2 spells, Healy resumed his examination of Rua Shuang's belongings, which contained numerous treasures. After all, she was surrounded by sycophants who frequently presented her with gifts, including various spiritual herbs, spells, refining materials, and even second-tier elixirs and magical artifacts. Among them was the low-grade magical artifact, water spiral boots, which allowed the wearer to traverse water surfaces and, while in motion, to gather spiritual energy, generating water vortexes to facilitate rapid acceleration. A splendid item indeed. Healy donned them immediately. He also came across the second-tier mid-grade tiger tendon strengthening elixir, which, despite causing excruciating pain, would enhance his strength. He consumed it without hesitation. Next, he found a low-grade magical artifact, the Fierce Boar Rebound Shield, capable of withstanding attacks from practitioners below the 6th level of Foundation establishment. When worn, it could also generate a counter-rebound force during an attack. He equipped it eagerly. He discovered a non-ranked spell, Fire Puppet Technique, which could conjure ephemeral fire puppets. A fine technique, Healy learned it promptly. He selected and discarded a variety of pills and artifacts that either appeared unattractive or had negative side effects, ensuring he only retained the most valuable items. The remainder was casually tossed into the burgeoning pile of spoils. Having completed his inventory, Healy turned his attention to the corpses within the space of his Qiankuan ring. The number of corpses was substantial, and some were beginning to decay. Scanning the remains, he swiftly selected over 100 corpses that had exhibited considerable strength and life and were not significantly damaged, employing earth manipulation techniques to bury them underground while casting spells. With a hum, as Healy formed hand seals, crimson light erupted from the burial site, revealing bizarre scarlet patterns on the corpses. Realizing the need for the Een Earth Corpse refining spell to bury the corpses, he recognized that more was required, to refine the corpses and imbue them with sentience. An abundance of spiritual and Een energy was essential. While the Qiankuan ring contained spiritual energy, it lacked sufficient Een energy. After a moment of contemplation, Healy gazed around, focusing on the unselected corpses. Een energy is a manifestation of misfortune and impurities. If it's not present, I shall create it myself. With so many corpses at my disposal, I could easily construct 4 mass graves to generate the necessary energy around the corpse refining site. His thoughts raced as he devised a plan to maximize the value of the corpses within the ring. However, just as he began to execute his strategy, suddenly, a vague figure flitted swiftly past him among the towering piles of corpses. What was that? A ghost? Healy pondered in surprise. The emergence of a ghost within his Qiankuan ring was unexpected yet not entirely unreasonable. Given the overwhelming number of corpses, it was only natural that some would coalesce into Een energy, especially with the lingering resentment of those who had died unwillingly. Thus, as the corpses accumulated, the dense resentment, mingled with Een and spiritual energy, could lead to a small number of them becoming ghosts after death. Moreover, the number of ghosts would only increase over time, particularly as Healy continued his path of destruction, slaying increasingly powerful opponents. It is known that the likelihood of transformation into a ghost or corpse is higher among those of greater cultivation. Yet, rather than feeling dismayed, Healy was filled with joy at the prospect of generating ghosts in this place. This is perfect. I still have 6 guns that I cannot control. And with the ongoing pursuit, I lack the time to seek out ghosts. This makes things much more convenient. With a gleeful smile, Healy turned his attention to the newly emerged ghost, channeling his spiritual fire as he swiftly intercepted it. However, this startled the ghost greatly. For Healy's spiritual fire was terrifying to beings of its kind. Upon witnessing the blazing flames, the ghost froze in fear, unable to move. Healy's grin widened at the sight. Yet, upon recognizing the ghost's form, he was taken aback. Tang Yuan Air? How intriguing. With a chilling smile directed at the now memoryless ghost of Tang Yuan Air, Healy's expression darkened as he invoked the soul manipulation technique. As a newly formed ghost, Tang Yuan Air's power was equivalent to that of a first-level Qi practitioner, rendering her completely incapable of resisting the spell, especially with the threat of spiritual fire looming over her. Thus, Healy enslaved her in an instant. How delightful. Once I set my sights on the Tang family, I can command Tang Yuan Air to wield the short guns against them. The expressions on the faces of the Tang family upon seeing her ghost will surely be priceless. To kill the enemy and enslave their souls, even manipulating them to eliminate their kin, it is the ultimate act of psychological warfare. Come here. Setting aside his malevolent thoughts, Healy cast the fire poison gun, compelling Tang Yuan Air to enter it. She complied without resistance, becoming a mere vessel for his use. He then returned his focus to the remaining corpses, simultaneously utilizing the refining equipment he had brought from the Tang family estate to repair the damaged armor of Zhou Hong. The repair was straightforward, merely requiring the mending of broken sections, making it significantly simpler than forging anew. Hence, Healy completed the task swiftly. Once all matters were resolved, he exited the confines of the Qiankuan ring. With a thud, Healy landed back in the forest, retrieving his ring and the Soul Confusion Array. He then hastened westward. Beyond the Zhou family lay the Wanyao Hall, a pharmacy established by Wanyao Valley. There, one could procure various spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as seek treatment from specialized medical practitioners, though their clients were exclusively cultivators or spirit pets, not mere mortals. Healy's purpose for visiting Wanyao Hall was to discover if there were any potent elixirs capable of swiftly restoring the Bee Queen. He yearned for her full strength, as only with her complete recovery could they collaborate more effectively. Relying solely on himself proved insufficient against Foundation establishment practitioners, especially since not all of them were as inept as Mo Rua Shuang. As these thoughts circulated in his mind, Healy employed the dust step technique combined with the wind flea goo to propel himself forward, utilizing the recently acquired water spiral boots. He harnessed the water's kinetic energy to enhance his speed by at least 30%, causing his figure to vanish within the dim forest in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, at the Zhou family estate, Ancestor, the corpses of the Zhou family have vanished. Even the underground beehive is gone. This technique undoubtedly belongs to that little rascal, Healy. Tankin spoke respectfully to the white-haired elder before him, cautiously adding, should we continue pursuing him? The Zhou family possessed Foundation establishment practitioners. However, Tankin did not elaborate further. The elder remained composed, stating, that little rascal lacks the ability to kill Zhou Laoguei. Previous reports indicated that the Zhou family and Appo's Queen Bee had broken through to Foundation establishment, likely due to a fierce battle with Zhou Laoguei that left them both severely injured, allowing that little rascal to seize the opportunity. His success was merely luck. If he truly encountered me, he would be extinguished in an instant. Yet, the elder narrowed his eyes, adding, however, we cannot dismiss the possibility that the little rascal possesses hidden trump cards. We shall proceed as planned, sending those desperate individuals to confront Healy and ascertain whether he truly has any hidden strengths. If it is confirmed that he lacks such powers, I will then step in to eliminate him along with those miscreants. Upon hearing this, Tankin nodded in agreement. Understood. I shall disguise myself to blend in with those fugitives and continue to divulge his whereabouts. It appears that the wretched creature is heading west. In that direction lies the apothecary of 10,000 remedies. His journey there is likely motivated by a desire to seek treatment after being gravely injured by Senior Zhou. After all, Senior Zhou is a foundational cultivator, and should he fight desperately, the creature would not withstand the consequences. Tang Can, seemingly enlightened, chuckled. The elder, upon hearing this, nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, you are not as foolish as I presumed. Go forth, and while he remains incapacitated, allow those fugitives to close in on him. Now is the moment to compel him to reveal his hidden cards. I understand. Tankin replied eagerly, nodding vigorously. He then swiftly employed a technique to complete his disguise before making his way toward the distant location of the fugitives. Meanwhile, Healy, moving with great haste, was nearing the apothecary of 10,000 remedies. Chapter 32. Surrender your storage bag. Is the visitor here for a consultation or to purchase medicine? For a consultation. Proceed to the left to pay with spirit stones and then queue. If it is for purchasing medicine, under the night sky, a voice echoed in Foshan City. Located west of the Zhou family. Purchasing medicine. Healy responded. His gaze, however, was directed towards the lengthy line on the left, predominantly composed of scattered cultivators seeking consultations, all appearing rather unwell. Although cultivators do not suffer from common ailments like colds or fevers, the frequent battles and the occasional deviations in their cultivation lead to a myriad of complex issues. These problems often elude their resolution, compelling them to seek assistance from medical cultivators. Unfortunately, medical practitioners are scarce, with the majority of them under the control of Wanyao Valley, which monopolizes the treatment of cultivators' ailments through its subsidiary, Wanyao Hall. This monopoly allows Wanyao Hall to exploit the sick cultivators easily. They may reduce the dosage without lowering the price, substitute high-grade spiritual plants with lower-grade ones, or even mix in poisons. Such actions aim to prevent the scattered cultivators from recovering, ensuring their continued patronage and draining their modest resources. It is worth mentioning that Wanyao Valley stands as one of the most formidable sects aside from Wanjian sect and Hongya sect. While it may not excel in combat, it boasts a plethora of medical cultivators, poison masters, and alchemists possessing a formidable ability to amass wealth. With money, one can navigate various relationships and affairs effortlessly. Wanyao Valley is indeed a treasure trove. Perhaps later, I could. Healy retracted his gaze, greed surging within him, until a voice interrupted his thoughts. Oh? Purchasing medicine? What kind of medicine do you require? Upon hearing the inquiry, Healy's attention shifted back to the disciple of Wanyao Valley, squinting as he replied. I have heard that you possess medicine capable of swiftly healing the injuries of demon pets. He dismissed low-grade medicine, stating, I require high-grade, fast-acting medicine, preferably one that can restore immediately upon consumption. The disciple's eyes gleamed with excitement. Friend, our Wanyao Hall indeed possesses such a remedy. However, the price. Noticing the disciple's hesitance, Healy confidently declared, money is no object. Simply present me with the best medicine you have. Very well. The disciple could barely conceal his delight as he hurried towards the back of the pharmacy. Shortly, he returned, accompanied by an elderly man clad in green. As the elder approached, he chuckled. I am Zhang Jiao, the vice master of this Wanyao Hall. May I ask which sect or lineage you hail from, young friend? Just a scattered cultivator, Healy replied casually. A scattered cultivator, you say? The smile faded from Zhang Jiao's face, replaced by a composed nod. I believe this second-tier mid-grade pill is just what you need. This is the Blood Jade Beast Healing Pill, crafted from precious spiritual plants by our esteemed second elder. Its efficacy surpasses that of pills produced by others. As he spoke, he produced an exquisite jade box. Oh, Healy reached for it, only to have Zhang Jiao retract his hand, saying, this pill costs 8,000 low-grade spirit stones. Healy did not respond, but instead casually produced a pile of spirit stones from his spatial ring, snatching the jade box and opening it. Inside lay an unremarkable crimson pill. This is a second-tier mid-grade pill. Healy's eyes narrowed, his tone darkening. No matter how you look at it, this is merely a first-tier ordinary blood pill meant for feeding demon beasts, isn't it? To sell this as a second-tier pill? Do you take me for a fool? As He Li's fury rose, Zhang Jiu, who was hastily collecting the spirit stones, wore a cold expression. What I say is true. Are you, a mere scattered cultivator? Questioning the vice master? Ah, so you were waiting for this moment, were you? No wonder you inquired about my background upon first approach. Do you think me an easy mark? He Li could not help but laugh derisively. Zhang Jiu furrowed his brow at He Li's arrogance, sensing an ominous shift. However, reassured by He Li's status as a scattered cultivator, he smirked coldly. A mere scattered cultivator with such wealth? If I don't exploit you, who else shall I exploit? Humph. I initially intended to engage you amicably to earn your spirit stones. Since you refuse to be civil, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Hand over your storage back, or else. His eyes glinted with menace. He Li mirrored his fierce gaze. Or else what? He asked ominously. Zhang Jiu retorted arrogantly. Let me be frank. Young one, the lord of Fengshan City is one of our Wanyao Valley's people. If I do not give the nod, you shall not leave this city. He added. I advise you to recognize the situation. Do not throw your life away over a few spirit stones. Upon hearing this, He Li laughed, though his smile was somewhat sinister. What a coincidence. I fear nothing and despise threats. Therefore, I shall slay you and raise Fengshan City. Also, you mentioned you are Zhang Jiu. Presumably from the Zhang family, correct? Rest assured, once I have laid waste to Fengshan City, I shall swiftly eradicate your entire Zhang clan. By then, your entire family will be reunited with you. You shall not be alone in the afterlife. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged from He Li, akin to a tsunami, and his blade materialized in his hand, striking fiercely at Zhang Jiu. Upon hearing He Li's words and feeling the overwhelming killing intent, Zhang Jiu's pupils constricted, and his complexion turned ashen. You are He Li. Zhang Jiu was not foolish. The mere mention of slaying cities and exterminating clans made it clear who this menacing scattered cultivator was. After all, He Li's recent exploits were widely discussed among cultivators, though few had encountered him, as most who had were no longer alive. The rare few who could recognize him were also limited, given his frequent changes in appearance. Now that Zhang Jiu had deduced He Li's identity, facing the oncoming wave of bloodlust, he felt a chill run down his spine. Terrified, he retreated in haste, only to realize He Li's speed was too swift. He barely managed to save his head, but half of his body was cleaved away. With a splatter of blood, the surrounding cultivators stood in shock. While Zhang Jiu, disregarding his pain, desperately pleaded for mercy. Please, senior, spare me. I was blinded by greed. I would rather die than provoke you. Please, I know my wrongs. I truly know my mistakes. I plead for your mercy, senior. Hearing his pitiful pleas, He Li showed no signs of compassion, mercilessly swinging his blade down upon the gravely wounded Zhang Jiu, who was drenched in cold sweat and utterly unable to evade. Slain Zhang Jiu, an 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator. Cultivation 7, additional cultivation 17, body refinement 16. As whispers echoed in his mind, He Li, unfazed, bent down to retrieve Zhang Jiu's storage bag. When the old man first emerged, he had inquired about He Li's identity, indicating uncertainty about He Li's standing. Thus, he likely carried genuine bloodjade beast healing pills. Had he confirmed He Li's status as a person of significance, he would have provided the authentic pills. Conversely, had he determined that He Li lacked any backing, he would have surely tried to deceive He Li with fake pills. Indeed, upon opening Zhang Jiu's storage bag, He Li immediately spotted a jade box identical to the one Zhang Jiu had presented earlier, containing the same type of pill. You old fool. Attempting to play tricks on me? How many lives do you possess? He Li sneered, and with a crisp sound, he opened the jade box he had retrieved. Instantly, a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the air. Indeed, this was the genuine article. Upon seeing the elixir, He Li's expression transformed, his face lighting up with joy. The surrounding cultivators observed his demeanor, which oscillated between ferocious madness, sinister malevolence, and radiant innocence, their hearts gripped by fear. They stood in silence, paralyzed, scarcely daring to breathe. For He Li's malevolence was glaringly evident. He had slaughtered countless places and even detonated the Black Jade Mine. Now, he had arrived at their Fengshan City. They were terrified, fearing that He Li might suddenly unleash his murderous intent and strike them down without hesitation. This was especially true for the cultivators of the 10,000 Medicines Hall, who trembled in fright. However, He Li's focus was momentarily elsewhere. After securing the elixir, he promptly cast it into his Qianquan ring, controlling it through the consciousness of the Bee Queen to consume it. Only then did his gaze shift to the terrified cultivators around him. He cackled ominously, reveling in their dismay. How delightful that none had managed to escape. Unlike those from the Tang clan and the 10,000 Swords sect, who, despite knowing their fate, still attempted to flee, what a farcical notion. Were they to relocate their graves? How amusing. Wouldn't you agree? As he grinned, emitting a chilling and eerie laughter, he brandished his weapon and inquired of the crowd. Yet the others were so paralyzed by fear that they could scarcely muster a response to his query. Chapter 33. You madman, flee. Quickly, flee. He has no intention of letting us go. As He Li approached with his blade, the disciples of Wanyao Valley, along with the family seeking treatment and medicine, Sect cultivators and lone practitioners finally realized the peril they were in and began to panic and flee. Healy was a complete madman. He would spare no cultivator, even if they had not provoked him. For a madman kills without reason, or rather, he kills simply for the sake of killing. Encountering such a lunatic, especially one with the formidable strength to cleave an 8th layer chi refining elder in half, even 9th layer cultivators dared not confront him. Escape was their only hope. Alas, Healy not only possessed immense strength, but also attacked with a ferocity and speed comparable to that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. The chi refining cultivators stood no chance of escaping. Fleeing was futile. Death was your ultimate fate. Accompanied by a chilling and spine-tingling laughter, Healy flitted about like a specter, leaving a trail of broken bodies and blood-soaked ground in his wake. Slaying a 6th layer chi refining cultivator, Yonglu. Cultivation 3, additional cultivation 4, body cultivation 3. Slaying a 7th layer chi refining cultivator, Feng Tianqua. Cultivation 5, additional cultivation 6, body cultivation 5. Slaying a 4th layer chi refining cultivator, Shinxiao. Cultivation has slightly increased. Listening to the whispers and feeling the surge of his cultivation, Healy's face glowed with excitement as he continued his rampage. Just then, a figure exuding a powerful aura suddenly charged towards Healy from behind Wanyao Hall, fiercely shouting, "You rogue, cease your rampage." Crack! Before the figure could finish his sentence, Healy, without even turning around, swung his blade and shattered the man's skull. Slaying a 9th layer chi refining cultivator, Du Rahai. Cultivation 9, additional cultivation 18, body cultivation 18. What is this? The additional cultivation rewards are quite substantial. Sheathing his blade, Healy turned to inspect the corpse. With the head cleaved in two, he couldn't discern the man's features, but could ascertain from his attire that he was likely the leader of Wanyao Hall. The leader? That makes sense. Having sold so many counterfeit medicines and deceived so many people, this old fool must pay for his transgressions. He casually picked up the man's storage pouch. Upon opening it, he found it filled with spirit stones, but only a corner contained a tome worthy of his attention, and ungraded fragments of the Green Medicine Classic. This is a complete set of cultivation scriptures? Staring at the tome, Healy was astonished. Complete sets of scriptures typically encompass complementary techniques, mental methods, and even cultivation formations, talisman crafting, and alchemy. Such comprehensive scriptures are often exclusive to sect lineages, rendering them virtually non-existent in the marketplace. To find one today in Du Ruhai's possession, although it appeared to be incomplete, it still contained a wealth of information. After briefly perusing its contents, flames erupted from his hand. Boom! Instantly, the tome was reduced to ash. Incinerated ungraded fragments of the Green Medicine Classic. Green Medicine Decision has reached the 4th level. Green Medicine 13 Needle Technique has reached the Minor Achievement Realm. Green Medicine Vitality Absorption Spell has reached the Minor Achievement Realm. 10,000 Poisons Blood Curse has reached the Minor Achievement Realm. Green Medicine Alchemy Method has reached the Minor Achievement Realm. As the tome turned to ash, insights and techniques related to various spells surged into Healy's mind, allowing him to grasp these arts and methods in an instant. The Green Medicine Classic is a medical cultivation scripture. The Green Medicine 13 Needle Technique can be employed for both combat and healing, while the Vitality Absorption spell can draw various energies, such as yin, yang, life force, and toxic gases, making it a versatile tool for both healing and harm. The 10,000 Poisons Blood Curse is purely a lethal technique, albeit somewhat complicated to execute as it requires the target's blood. However, once performed, it can be combined with various poisons to afflict the target from a distance. Lastly, the alchemy method increases the probability of forming pills and adds healing effects. The Green Medicine Classic is indeed a treasure. However, it stands to reason that such a medical cultivation scripture should also contain numerous formulas for pills and poisons. Yet this half volume lacks them. It seems they must be in the other half. Perhaps I can find it in Wanyao Valley in the future. Du Rahai was a cultivator of Wanyao Valley, and if Healy sought the latter half of the Green Medicine Classic, he could only follow this lead. Yet, venturing into Wanyao Valley is a matter for another day. Right now, with the Green Medicine Classic in hand, I can consider myself a half-fledged medical cultivator and treat my own injuries. Moreover, I can poison enemies from a distance. If I use the 10,000 Poisons Blood Curse in conjunction with the Vitality Absorption spell to disrupt the enemy's spiritual energy, rendering them incapable of casting spells, wouldn't it be a cinch for me to kill them? However, the Vitality Absorption spell is ineffective against Foundation establishment cultivators. Only the more advanced Breaking Chi pill would suffice. Lost in thought, Healy glanced towards the storage room of Wanyao Hall. Wanyao Hall harbored not only spirit herbs but also a considerable stock of poisons. Those poisons would serve me well. Without further hesitation, Healy swiftly dashed into the storage room of Wanyao Hall, sweeping away all spirit plants, medicinal pills, poisons, as well as alchemical furnaces and spirit stones in a whirlwind. Just as he finished gathering his spoils and emerged to collect the corpses of those he had slain, a throng of cultivators rushed towards him from a distance. These cultivators differed from the others. They donned black robes adorned with golden beast patterns, identifying them as court cultivators. Leading them was the Lord of Fengshan City. This individual had reached the initial stage of Foundation establishment. It was unclear whether he was at the first or second layer. Healy had only heard tales of him. It was said this man was once merely a town mayor who, 2 years ago, had broken through to Foundation establishment thanks to the pills from Wanyao Valley, subsequently being promoted to city lord. Thus, Healy felt no fear of him. He had already dispatched Zhou Hong and Mo Rushuang. Why should he fear the Lord of Fengshan City? Fixating on the approaching court cultivators, Healy ceased his actions of collecting the bodies, his murderous intent only intensifying. The Lord of Fengshan City, oblivious to his own limitations, scrutinized Healy with a bemused smile, saying, "Healy? Haha, your audacity indeed matches the rumors. Wanyao Hall is backed by Wanyao Valley, and even I, Hanzhou, would hesitate to provoke you, yet you have boldly slaughtered them. However, this is fortuitous for me." Hanzhou chuckled, his tone light and carefree. It seemed he believed he had everything under control. "You have decimated Wanyao Hall, which conveniently allows me to consume the resources and spirit stones they accumulated, placing the blame on you. I could even kill you and claim credit with Wanyao Valley. At that time, not only will I rapidly ascend to a higher realm using Wanyao Hall's resources, but Wanyao Valley will also owe me a debt of gratitude. They will thank me for avenging them. TSK, having gained so many benefits, how should I express my gratitude to you once you are gone?" Hanzhou rambled on to himself. Healy narrowed his eyes, ignoring him. He cast a sidelong glance at the residential area of Fengshan City, surveying the family branch mansions. A sinister smile creeping across his face. His figure then transformed into a dart, swiftly slaying several court cultivators as he made his escape. Slaying a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator, Zhou Ti. Cultivation 1, additional cultivation 4, body cultivation 3. Slaying a 6th-layer Qi refining cultivator, Lin Haiwei. Cultivation 3, additional cultivation 8, body cultivation 7. Slaying a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator, Shui Fang. Cultivation 1, additional cultivation 5, body cultivation 5. As Healy's mind echoed with whispers, the heads of the cultivators he had slain fell to the ground, leaving Hanzhou momentarily stunned. Yet he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile forming as he gazed at Healy's retreating figure. "Flee, boy, do you think you can escape?" "No. What are you planning to do?" Initially, Hanzhou believed Healy was attempting to flee after slaughtering his 3 subordinates. However, as he coldly sneered, his words trailed off upon witnessing Healy fall into the clutches of the distant noble Science mansions. His expression abruptly shifted, clearly haunted by ominous thoughts. Indeed, soon the air was filled with anguished screams from within the estate. "Ah, I beg you don't kill me. Damn beast, I shall fight you to the death." "Hanzhou, where the hell are you? You've taken so many benefits from the Ma family. Why aren't you here to protect me?" Wails of despair and furious curses echoed incessantly from the Ma family estate and others, while Hanzhou's countenance darkened. He had never anticipated Healy could be so deranged. Even as a Foundation establishment cultivator, Healy was intent on committing further atrocities instead of fleeing. What madness was this? Was he truly devoid of reason? With the various families being slaughtered, even if Hanzhou were to slay Healy, he would still face repercussions. After all, he had enjoyed numerous favors from these clans, yet he had failed to safeguard their offspring. Perhaps even the Wanyao Valley would hold him accountable for not protecting the Wanyao Hall. Contemplating this, Hanzhou felt overwhelmed. "Damn it, you lunatic." Seeing Healy poised to kill again, Hanzhou, in a state of panic, cursed furiously and sped off in pursuit. Chapter 34, The 10 Layers of Qi Cultivation. As Hanzhou roared and charged forward, Healy revealed a sinister smile, casually tossing the half-dead young master towards him. Hanzhou instinctively reached out to catch the man. But just as he was about to grasp him, he suddenly halted and retreated sharply. Boom! As Hanzhou stepped back, the young master exploded in a blinding flash of light. Did he evade it? How fortunate. From a distance, Healy remarked with a grin. Hanzhou's forehead bulged with veins. "You despicable fool. You think such petty tricks can harm me? Humph. Today I shall demonstrate the true disparity between Qi cultivation and Foundation establishment." Whoosh. As he spoke, Hanzhou soared on his sword, bursting forth with blinding speed to confront Healy. Healy and Apos' eyelids twitched at the sight. Truly, a Foundation establishment cultivator in peak condition, his speed surpassed even Healy and Apos'. However, sensing the violent spiritual energy emanating from Hanzhou that seemed intent on shattering him, Healy remained unperturbed, swiftly retreating into the panicked crowd, taunting. "Are you angry? Do you wish to kill me? Then go ahead and try your spells. Do not forget that these are all offspring of noble families. Some are even the scions of high-ranking sections. If your spells harm them, I wonder how you will escape the consequences." Hee. Hiding among the terrified masses, Healy seized a young girl and used her as a shield, grinning malevolently. Hanzhou, consumed by rage and ready to unleash his attack on Healy, found himself halted. Indeed, Healy could slaughter indiscriminately. After all, he had nothing to lose. But Hanzhou could not afford to provoke those families. Nor did he wish to endanger his own kin, friends, or family because of the deaths of these noble offspring. Though Hanzhou understood that He Li aimed to instill fear in him, rendering him unable to unleash his full power, there was little he could do. Fixated on the smug He Li, witnessing him wielding a sect elder's granddaughter as a human shield, Hanzhou could only curse impotently. Vile. I am despicable. What can you do about it? He Li, with a mocking demeanor, swung the girl towards Hanzhou, attempting to strike him. Hanzhou instinctively sought to counterattack, but saw He Li using the girl as a shield. Forced to restrain his power, Hanzhou shifted from offense to defense against He Li's assault. Clang. The sound echoed as He Li's blade struck Hanzhou's long sword, numbing his arm. Before the stunned Hanzhou could react, He Li attacked again. Bang! The heavy blow caused Hanzhou's arms to weaken, forcing him to kneel. You damn body cultivator. At this moment, Hanzhou finally grasped the magnitude of He Li's strength, which was absurdly formidable. Realizing the escalated threat, he prepared to retaliate, but He Li, infuriatingly, raised the girl again as a shield. Hanzhou had no choice but to hold back, while He Li, with no qualms, maliciously opened his mouth. Boom! In an instant, white flames erupted. Hanzhou, caught off guard, was touched by the flames. However, he managed to evade a direct hit. Perhaps thinking he had escaped unscathed, he did not pay much attention to the flames igniting his clothing. Fixating instead on the grinning He Li, he felt utterly stifled. That scoundrel He Li was using a living person as a shield. He dared not retaliate, and could only passively endure the blows. The problem was that He Li was both powerful and cunning. If this continued, he truly felt he would perish. No, he could not allow this to persist. He had to devise a plan. Suddenly, Hanzhou felt an excruciating pain as if his soul were being scorched, the suffering rapidly spreading throughout his body. At that moment, he realized the white flames had somehow adhered to his flesh and were burning him. What kind of flames are these? Feeling the agony of his soul being consumed, he panicked and involuntarily cried out. He Li, however, did not respond. Instead, he hurled the girl towards Hanzhou while transforming into a whirlwind, rampaging through the other cultivators, throwing and slaughtering without restraint to disrupt Hanzhou. Hanzhou aimed to extinguish the flames, but He Li's thrown corpses and attacks continually hindered him. As he witnessed He Li continue his slaughter, he could not retreat, yet he had to intervene. This left him in a moral quandary. While the eerie white flames increasingly tormented his soul, when he finally felt the impending death from the flames, when he no longer cared for others, nor for He Li's desire to extinguish the flames and save himself, time had already run out. The violently burning white flames completely enveloped him, pushing Hanzhou, in utter agony, to roll on the ground, shrieking, "Ah, save me! Help me extinguish the flames! Extinguish them! Wu He Li, I beg you to cease your sorcery! Ah, beasts like you shall not die a good death! Oh, I do not wish to die!" As the cries grew fainter, Hanzhou's soul was gradually consumed, resulting in his living death. Burning to death the Foundation Establishment, First Layer Cultivator Hanzhou. Cultivation 21, Additional Cultivation 28, Body Cultivation 27. Listening to the whispers in his mind, He Li smiled widely as he retrieved the flames and casually collected Hanzhou's corpse, turning his gaze to the fleeing cultivators, who glanced back, only to witness the scene of Hanzhou's fiery demise, further terrifying the already panicked cultivators. Hanzhou, the city lord, is dead. How could this happen? How could it be? He was a Foundation Establishment cultivator? He was actually burned alive? It's over. If even Hanzhou is dead, we will never escape that monster's blade. We are all doomed. Haha. We are all doomed, Wu. Oh no, he seems to be coming this way. He is coming, he is coming. Hearing the panicked ramblings of cultivators, either paralyzed by fear or collapsing into madness from the knowledge of their impending doom, He Li grinned widely, swinging his blade and transforming into a whirlwind. Uft, crack. As He Li swept through, countless cultivators on the streets had their heads severed and bodies cleaved asunder. He Li, drenched in blood, carved a path from the North Street to the South Street, then from the South Street to the West Street, and from the West Street to the East Street, turning the entire city into a scene of sticky blood, shattered flesh, and steaming entrails. The overwhelmingly pungent stench of blood lingered in every corner of the city, refusing to dissipate. However, the city was not a mere town. It was ultimately too vast. He Li was unable to instantaneously slay every cultivator in the city, thus a few adept at fleeing managed to escape with their lives. Those cultivators, despite having fled far, dared not pause. He Li was simply too terrifying. What manner of being was he? He was nothing less than a demon. A god of slaughter, a bloodthirsty monster. The cultivators who escaped from Fengshan City bore psychological scars, fearing they would never again approach this place. He Li, however, did not pursue the scattered fleeing cultivators. Instead, he listened to the whispers in his mind, delighting in the sensation of his cultivation breaking through. At the same time, he felt some suspicion. Slaying the Qi Cultivation First Layer Cultivator Mati. Cultivation slightly increased. Slaying the Qi Cultivation 7th Layer Cultivator Wu Ming. Cultivation 5, Additional Cultivation. Body Cultivation Realm has reached the critical point. Body cultivation realm has broken through to the 8th layer of body tempering. Slaying the Chi cultivation 6th layer cultivator, Go Luo. Cultivation 3, additional cultivation 2. Body cultivation 1. Slaying the Chi cultivation 3rd layer cultivator Linda Hai. Cultivation slightly improved. Magical cultivation realm has reached the critical point. Magical cultivation realm has broken through to the 10th layer of Chi cultivation. Is it the 10th level of Chi training? Shouldn't it be the foundation establishment stage? As he felt the surge of strength within him, Healy couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion regarding the whispers in his mind. In his recollection, a cultivator could establish their foundation upon reaching the 9th level of Chi training. He had never heard of cultivators surpassing the perfection of the 9th level to attain the 10th. He had assumed that this time he would finally establish his foundation. After all, although Fengshan City is merely a small town, the number of cultivators here, excluding the tens of thousands of mortals, is in the thousands. If he were to eliminate them, he could rely on the effects of heavenly punishment to establish his foundation without needing foundation establishment pills. Yet, despite having vanquished the cultivators, he had not established his foundation. Instead, he had reached the 10th level of Chi training. What on earth is happening? And just how many levels are there in Chi training? It cannot be akin to the thousands or tens of thousands of levels depicted in certain novels from my past life, can it? If that were the case, I would never be able to break through the foundation establishment stage, let alone cultivate to become an immortal. However, it is still too early to draw conclusions. He would find a way to inquire further or perhaps sneak into the court's archives to peruse ancient texts that might yield some answers. Healy contemplated. Even though he had not broken through, his cultivation had nonetheless increased significantly. This is undoubtedly a positive development for him. Never mind those matters for now. First, he should collect the spoils of victory. Speaking of which, he hadn't even checked Hanzhou's storage pouch. As a foundation establishment cultivator, he must possess quite a few treasures. Right? What is this? Oh, second-tier talismans. Chapter 35. Do you consider yourself foolish? Healy was engaged in a frenzied massacre in Fengshan City, which now lay desolate, populated solely by mortals. He held no interest in these commoners, for slaying them would not augment his cultivation. Yet, the mortals were oblivious to his thoughts. They only knew of the horrifying killer who had exterminated the cultivators. This terror drove them to abandon their homes, fleeing with their families to safer havens. The pursuers from the Tang family, alongside the desperate rogues, soon encountered these fleeing mortals and learned of the slaughter in Fengshan City. Initially, the rogues were incredulous. After all, the city housed thousands of cultivators, including a foundation-building city lord. How could he, Li, a mere chi-refining cultivator, single-handedly decimate a city? Such claims seemed preposterous. Thus, both the rogues and Tang Can, along with his foundation-building ancestor, hastened towards Fengshan City to ascertain the truth. However, before they could approach, the overwhelming stench of blood wafted toward them, causing their hearts to falter. The intensity of the bloodshed suggested that even if the city had not been completely slaughtered, the death toll among the cultivators was incalculable. Healy was truly ruthless. No, they could not proceed further. If a city protected by foundation cultivators had fallen to this monster, what chance did mere Chi cultivators have? Even if they lost their spirit stones, they could earn more. But if they lost their lives, that was an irrevocable loss. The bounty was not worth the risk. These rogues were not fools. They were merely willing to fight for survival. Yet the pressure Healy exerted upon them was insurmountable, leaving no glimmer of hope. Consequently, many began to retreat, much to Tang Can's dismay. Ancestor, what shall we do? If they are too afraid to confront Healy, how can we kill him and seize the treasures he possesses? Tang Can couldn't help but whisper. The elder from the Tang family remained silent, his vast experience and age weighing heavily upon him. Initially confident, he now found himself devoid of certainty, merely shaking his head. We must leave. That wretched creature has become a force we can no longer contend with. Leave. This Tang Can was unwilling to accept such an outcome. He yearned not only to eliminate Healy, but also to acquire the treasures he had amassed. After all, if Healy could progress so swiftly, obtaining those treasures could easily grant Tang Can the means to reach foundation building himself. He could not restrain himself from saying, perhaps Healy relies on some vile tricks enough. The elder interrupted. Vile tricks? Consider this, even if they are merely tricks. To slaughter with impunity in a city guarded by foundation cultivators, what if he were to come to our Tang family's stronghold? At this, Tang Can broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, Healy had become so ferocious that he could rampage through Fengshan City unchecked. With such capability, it would be a trivial matter for him to sneak into Qingfeng City and annihilate the Tang family. The very idea sent chills down his spine, for if their ancestor fell, the Tang family would be obliterated. As he contemplated this, Tang Can's expression darkened further. He began to realize the grave danger he had brought upon the Tang family, akin to inviting a calamity that could annihilate their lineage. A flicker of regret stirred within him. The elder, observing his turmoil, nodded inwardly. Our immediate priority is to return to the family and fortify our defenses, lest that vengeful creature targets us in Qingfeng City. Upon hearing this, Tang Can nodded in understanding. I see. ancestor suddenly, without warning. A fierce blade aura sliced through the air toward Tang Can. The speed of the attack was astonishing. Even as he sensed the impending danger, he found it impossible to evade, his face paling as he envisioned his own demise. Fortunately, a Foundation cultivator stood beside him seeking death. The elder from the Tang family swiftly struck, shattering the blade aura with a powerful palm. In the blink of an eye, he appeared where the attack originated, conjuring a fiery barrage to obliterate the hidden foe. Boom! The ground trembled violently as searing flames consumed the surrounding vegetation, leveling the area within 100 meters. Yet, nothing remained at the point of impact. Instead, cries for help erupted from where Tang Can stood. "It's Healy. Ancestor, save me." His panicked screams echoed through the chaos. As the elder turned, his expression shifted dramatically. In the void, an invisible blade severed Tang Can's head from his body. Before the severed head could touch the ground, an unknown force whisked away his corpse. Witnessing this, the elder's fury ignited. "You wretched creature, I will make you pay." With that, he formed a series of intricate hand seals, summoning a ferocious fire dragon that surged through the air, intent on annihilating the unseen enemy. Unbeknownst to him, Healy had already evaded the range of his attack. He lurked quietly in the distance, fixated on the enraged elder. Listening to the whispers resounding in his mind, slay the chi-refining 8th layer cultivator, Tang Can. Cultivation 6, bonus cultivation 9, body refinement 8. As the whispers faded, Healy smirked. His presence here was no coincidence. He had been aware of the Tang family tracking him since his time in Luqing, where they frequently divulged his whereabouts to the rogues, though he had initially lacked the strength to retaliate. He now possessed the recovering Queen Bee and numerous talismans acquired from slaying the cultivators in Fengshan City. His ability to remain hidden stemmed from a second-tier talisman, the concealment talisman, retrieved from Han Zhou's storage bag. This talisman was remarkable. It not only concealed his presence, but also masked his aura, effectively eluding the detection of Foundation cultivators. This was why the Tang elder could not pinpoint his location. However, the talisman, despite its potency, lasted only 3 minutes. Han Zhou had clung tightly to this treasure, using it only when absolutely necessary. When he was ultimately consumed by the flames of heavenly law, he could no longer utilize it, inadvertently gifting it to Healy. "Thank you, Taoist Han, for your generous gift," Healy chuckled inwardly, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on the Tang elder, who was now frantically lashing out in fury. As a Foundation cultivator, his destructive prowess was tremendous, nearly decimating the entire forest. Unfortunately for him, his attacks could not reach Healy. Such a temper for an old fool, Healy mused derisively. After mocking the elder, Healy awaited the opportune moment when the elder would reveal a gap in his defenses. Then, he unleashed the Queen Bee and launched a swift, ferocious assault. Although the elder could not see or detect Healy due to the effects of the concealment talisman, he sensed the imminent danger of the close-range attack. However, his attention was primarily drawn to the sudden appearance of the Foundation-level Queen Bee. Where did this bee demon come from? Could it be that wretched creature? Thoughts raced through the elder's mind, shocked and perplexed by how a chi-refining cultivator could tame a Foundation beast. He quickly dismissed his thoughts and focused on conjuring a fire shield to defend himself. As for Healy, given the elder's Foundation status, he only half-heartedly divided his focus to defend against him. Little did he know crack, snap, splatter, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The Queen Bee's venomous stinger fiercely pierced through the elder's protective shield, penetrating his very being. Following this, Healy ferociously shattered the already cracked shield, delivering a devastating blow to the elder's shoulder, severing it along with his right hand. A searing pain instantly radiated throughout his body. It was the poison of the bee. As for his shoulder, it had gone numb, leaving the elder devoid of sensation. Yet, before he could regain his composure, Healy's mocking voice echoed through the void, further aggravating the already weakened elder, causing his vision to darken in fury. "Old fool, what foolish thoughts occupy your mind? Faced with a foundational beast and me, you do not relinquish your full strength to fend off one side's assault. Instead, you naively believe you can withstand attacks from both fronts? Do you truly consider yourself invincible in defense? Now, you have failed to repel either side, have you not? Tell me, are you not a fool?" Upon hearing Healy's derisive tone, the elder's rage surged, and he coughed up blood. Chapter 36. The Foundation Establishment Method of Heaven. Healy's cultivation level, aside from lacking divine consciousness, was not much different from those newly ascended Foundation Establishment practitioners. Coupled with his achievement of the 8th layer in body refinement, his combat prowess was sufficient to confront early Foundation Establishment cultivators head-on. The elder of the Tang family was merely at the 2nd layer of Foundation Establishment. With such limited cultivation, how could he possibly withstand Healy's relentless onslaught? It was nothing short of a delusion. The elder of the Tang family had come to realize this truth. The true combat strength of this young beast was astonishing. What surprised him even more was that Healy had tamed a Foundation Establishment demon beast to assist him. Now, he needed to return post-haste to inform his elder brother and the members of the Wanjian sect. Relying on these desperate rogues was futile. Their low cultivation and sluggish speed would soon lead to their annihilation at the hands of the young beast, preventing the message from reaching its destination. The elder's gaze darkened. The Tang family needed to rely on the Wanjian sect to eliminate He Li, and this task needed to be completed swiftly. Otherwise, if He Li were to grow stronger over time, the Tang family would surely face annihilation. After all, He Li was too sinister, and his growth was alarmingly rapid. Even a brief delay could lead to another breakthrough in strength. With this thought in mind, and feeling the venom coursing through his body, further weakening him, the elder of the Tang family did not hesitate to turn and flee. He Li observed this scene and smiled ominously. To flee so decisively? It was rather bold, but unfortunately for him, if I intend for you to die at the third watch, you will not survive until the fifth. With that, He Li did not rush to pursue. Instead, he turned his attention to the severed arm of the Tang family elder. 10,000 poisons. He Li grinned sinisterly as he reached into his Chinquan ring to retrieve a variety of unknown poisons, pouring them onto the elder's arm while gazing intently at the darkening limb, forming seals to cast spells. Buzz! Instantly, black smoke erupted from the arm, forming strange magical patterns that dissipated. Seeing this, He Li raised his blade and scanned the surroundings. The old man would not escape. First, he would eliminate the surrounding fools before pursuing further. With that, He Li and his bee queen surged forward, mercilessly hunting down the desperate rogues fleeing in panic. These individuals, being merely Qi practitioners, were no match for the speed of the Tang family elder. He Li and the bee queen found it effortless to chase them down or slay them. However, as whispers echoed in his mind, He Li found himself somewhat surprised. Slain Qi practitioner at the 8th layer, Hojia. Cultivation 6, Extra Cultivation 10, Body Refinement 9. Demon Pet slays Qi practitioner at the 5th layer. Muli. Cultivation slightly increased. Demon Pet slays Qi practitioner at the 7th layer. The bee queen receives rewards for kills too? Does this mean pets contribute to one's own combat strength? How delightful. Hearing the whispers in his mind, He Li's spirits soared as he intensified his pursuit. While the once ferocious rogues had long lost their former bravado, they had forgotten their ambitions to slay He Li upon seeing the Tang family bounty. Now, they resembled frightened chicks seeking their mother, fleeing in terror through the woods. Meanwhile, further in the mountains, bang! With a dull thud, a feeble figure fell heavily to the ground, and upon rising, it became evident that it was the fleeing elder of the Tang family. But compared to his earlier confrontation with He Li, he was now in a far worse state. Blood oozed from his 7 orifices, his lips were purple, his skin was rotting, and he emanated a putrid aura. What happened? Cough. Is it the poison from that bee demon? Leaning against a large tree, struggling to stand, the elder of the Tang family murmured weakly, unable to see the path or even move. Just moments ago, he had managed to hold on, yet suddenly, he was beset by a multitude of adverse symptoms, seemingly caused by various toxins. But how could this be? He had run swiftly and encountered nothing along the way. How could he have been poisoned so suddenly, and by multiple toxins at that? The elder could not comprehend. He had no time to ponder further. His injuries were grave, and now, with the addition of multiple poisons, he felt the flow of life slipping away. His consciousness growing hazy. He was truly on the brink of collapse. Old man, I cannot accept this. I have yet to witness that little beast He Li being skinned alive. I have yet to see my Tang family dominate the Haomong Mountains. I cannot die. I do not wish to die, no. Crack. The elder's eyes dimmed as his body could no longer bear the weight, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Immediately, whispers echoed in He Li's mind. Poisons the Foundation Establishment, 2nd layer practitioner, Tang Cha. Cultivation 24, Extra Cultivation 26, Body Refinement 26. He's dead? That was rather quick. I thought I would have to land the finishing blow. This old fool is truly useless. In the dense forest, while collecting the corpses of the rogues, He Li listened to the whispers in his mind and raised his hand to form seals, invoking the Tang family's blood pursuit technique. Buzz. With the sensing and tracking of the technique, He Li hurriedly made his way to Tang Cha's death site. Upon arrival, he found that the body had decayed beyond recognition due to the relentless spread of toxins. Nevertheless, He Li did not disdain to collect it. After all, it was the corpse of a Foundation Establishment practitioner, which could serve as high-quality fertilizer. He Li chuckled, thinking that if Tang Cha were still alive and heard this, he would surely be infuriated once more. Unfortunately, he would never know. Having temporarily concluded all battles, He Li began to assess his gains. The rogues had little of value, so he focused on the storage bags of Tang Cha and Tang Can. The former was at least a Foundation Establishment practitioner, while the latter was a core disciple of the Wanjian sect. Thus, He Li was certain that their storage bags contained a considerable number of treasures. He rubbed his hands together in anticipation, eagerly opening the storage bags of Tang Can and Tang Cha, pouring out their contents, which included spirit stones, elixirs, spiritual plants, and various hidden weapons scattered across the ground. However, He Li merely glanced over these items, not finding any high-grade treasures. His attention was primarily captured by 3 scrolls of secret techniques, a pale green bamboo tablet inscribed with magical patterns, and an ancient-looking black box. He briefly examined the 3 scrolls of techniques. Then, with a burst of flame in his hand, boom, in an instant, the scrolls turned to ash. Burn the common grade supreme blood pursuit secret technique fragment. Blood pursuit secret technique has reached the spirit movement realm. Burn the spirit grade middle grade fire dragon technique. Fire dragon technique has reached the mastery realm. Burn the spirit grade supreme bird gate artifact control fragment. Artifact control technique has reached the mastery realm. The 3 techniques, blood pursuit secret technique, were an upgraded version of the Tang family's blood pursuit technique, allowing for execution without the target's blood, possibly indicating that the original was inspired by it. The fire dragon technique, previously wielded by Tang Cha, was remarkably powerful. The final technique, bird gate artifact control, was a method that, when combined with spiritual power, could stabilize artifact control and enhance the speed of the object's movement. However, since Healy had yet to establish his foundation and lacked divine consciousness, he could not utilize the bird gate artifact control for the time being. No matter, he would establish his foundation eventually. When that time came, it would naturally come in handy. After digesting the techniques, Healy turned his attention to the bamboo tablet. The back of the bamboo tablet bore the inscription Black Cloud Workshop. Black Cloud Workshop? If memory serves me correctly, that should be a mobile market formed by a congregation of various cultivators, right? It is said that the items traded there are predominantly of high quality. The reason for trading outside is due to the exorbitant taxes imposed by the court within the city. Selling 1,000 spirit stones incurs a tax of 300. Only ordinary individuals cannot enter the Black Cloud Pavilion. It is said that a token is required. Could it be that this bamboo plaque serves as proof of entry into the Black Cloud Pavilion? Gazing intently at the plaque, Healy couldn't help but chuckle. The Black Cloud Pavilion is renowned for its exquisite goods. If I could infiltrate and eliminate all the merchants from various families and sects, seizing their wares for my own consumption, wouldn't my strength soar? He's safeguarding the bamboo plaque. Healy's attention shifted to the ancient black treasure chest. He had anticipated that it concealed some rare and beneficial treasure for cultivators. To his surprise, however, it merely contained a piece of yellowed paper. Healy, filled with suspicion, picked up the paper to examine it. The moment his gaze fell upon the words at the top, his pupils dilated in astonishment. Heaven, the foundation establishment method of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 37. The calculations are astounding. Healy's gaze was fixated on the contents of the paper. The methods of establishing a foundation in this world can be classified into 3 categories. The first is the path of humanity, where practicing Qi reaches the 9th level naturally. The second is the path of the earth, where practicing Qi reaches the 10th level by gathering the 5 elements to establish a foundation. The third is the path of heaven, where practicing Qi reaches the 12th level, gathering the essence of the 5 elements, strengthening blood, shaping bones, expanding the spiritual sea, and enduring thunder tribulations thereafter. One may establish a foundation and receive the blessings of the heavenly path, awakening divine powers. The content on the paper was scarce, yet its implications were enough to incite turmoil in the Haomong Mountains. The revelations were simply astounding. Who would have thought there were a full 12 levels of Qi cultivation? Who would have imagined there were 3 distinct methods for establishing a foundation? Damn it. No wonder I reached the 10th level after breaking through the 9th without establishing a foundation. Fortunately, I inherited the heavenly punishment killing path. Otherwise, if I naively attempted to establish a foundation at the 9th level, I would have been nothing but a target for the true prodigies I might encounter beyond the Haomong Mountains. Regaining his composure, Healy felt a mix of joy and anger. The information blockade in this world was excessively severe. It was one thing for the Mind Mother to be ignorant. That item had limited utility for ordinary cultivators. But the methods for establishing a foundation are also shrouded in secrecy. This is tantamount to severing the roots of low-level cultivators. Those scoundrels, preventing the lower-tier cultivators from knowing that there are even higher limits to the foundation establishment methods, while they themselves secretly cultivate the earth and heavenly paths. Thus, the foundation of lower-tier cultivators is compromised. As time progresses, even those with strong aptitude will find the gap with upper-tier cultivators widening. Do they not wish to grant lower-tier cultivators even the slightest chance for resurgence? How ruthless, how merciless. With such excellence on their part, I would feel disrespectful if I didn't eradicate their entire lineage. With a dark smile born of fury, Healy calmed himself, tucked the paper away, and after a moment of contemplation, he swiftly turned towards the Black Cloud Mountain. He had intended to raid the hidden market there. Now, knowing the 3 methods of foundation establishment, Healy aimed to gather materials for heavenly foundation establishment. Therefore, his resolve to raid the Black Cloud Mountain and acquire the materials he sought intensified. His objective was the heavenly foundation establishment, which required the essence of the 5 elements, as well as blood-warm jade, beast bones, morning dew, and surviving the thunder tribulation. As for the essence of the 5 elements, he had fortuitously acquired earth essence at the Zhou family's domain. Ideally, he would find the rest in the market at Black Cloud Mountain. If not, it was of no consequence. In this vast Haomong mountain range, Once I eliminate all opposing forces, I shall surely gather all the necessary materials. Additionally, Healy's eyes glinted with malice. I could also disseminate the 3 foundation establishment methods, which would inevitably attract the attention of other cultivators. They would then seek the relevant materials, and subsequently, I could eliminate them all. Wouldn't those materials then be mine? Moreover, gathering the materials might occur even faster than I anticipated. Healy hastened his pace, swiftly traversing hundreds of miles until he arrived at the Black Cloud Mountain, perpetually enveloped in mist. From a distance, he noticed many cultivators converging here. Although he possessed a bamboo token allowing entry to the market, Healy was not well acquainted with the area. Thus, before delving deeper into Black Cloud Mountain, he resolved to inquire with some cultivators regarding the specifics of this place. His gaze soon fell upon 3 fortunate individuals walking together nearby, and in a brutal display, he cleaved 2 of them in half, leaving only a terrified female cultivator. Slade Chi Cultivation Level 6 Cultivator, Jolie. Cultivation 2, Additional Cultivation 3, Body Cultivation 3. Slade Chi Cultivation Level 5 Cultivator Su Fongwei. Cultivation slightly increased. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy pressed the cold ringed blade against the female cultivator's neck. I ask, you answer, or you die. Understood? He queried. The woman trembled, hastily nodding. Observing her reaction, Healy then posed his questions. Was there someone maintaining order in the Black Cloud Market? If so, how many of those enforcers were there? And among them, who was the highest ranked cultivator and what level did they reach? Yes, the female cultivator stammered. I've heard that those maintaining order are cultivators from the wolf pack. Their numbers are approximately 20 or 30. The highest cultivation level. I've only heard. It seems to be mid-foundation establishment. The wolf pack cultivators? Healy recalled the corpulent figure of Song Li, whom he had slain atop the Black Jade Mountain. He was indeed a member of the wolf pack, and Healy possessed their wolf command token. So this place is under the jurisdiction of the wolf pack? Compared to sect disciples, the resources available to wolf pack cultivators are naturally limited, resulting in considerably lower combat prowess. That mid-foundation establishment cultivator, however, would pose a challenge. While Healy could easily contend with cultivators of the first 3 levels of foundation establishment, facing those at the 4th, 5th, or 6th levels would not be so straightforward. Though the mid-foundation establishment cultivator presented a dilemma, I cannot abandon the Black Cloud Market. Perhaps I could. Healy's eyes darted as he contemplated his sinister plans. However, he soon refocused his attention on the female cultivator he was threatening. You are a disciple of the Red Leaf sect? He inquired, as he sensed she likely practiced the advanced heart method of the Red Leaf sect, albeit at a lower stage than he. The female cultivator appeared momentarily stunned. Subsequently, her gaze flickered as if she contemplated deception. Crack. Seizing the moment, Healy ruthlessly severed one of her fingers. Pain surged through her, draining the color from her face. Why yes, I am a disciple of the Red Leaf sect. She hurriedly admitted, no longer daring to harbor ulterior motives. Healy couldn't help but smirk at her response. I do not understand the notion of cherishing beauty. Anyone daring to entertain thoughts in my presence shall meet a fate of dismemberment. He glared at the female cultivator, his eyes cold and menacing. The woman trembled violently, clearly terrified. Why yes, I will tell you everything. Just please don't kill me, she babbled in fear. Before Healy could even pose another question, she began to divulge information in a frenzied rush. Actually, I'm not the only disciple of the Red Leaf sect. Just now, the ones you killed were also disciples of the court and the 10,000 Sword sect. We are not loose cultivators. Nor are we disciples of the surrounding families. We are here on orders. The specific reason for our presence, I believe it is, the court and the 10,000 Sword sect, along with the Red Leaf sect, plan to eradicate the Black Cloud Market and then hold those smaller families accountable to seize their resources. There are many teams like ours, composed of 2 sects and court cultivators. Once the above issues orders, we will act. I've shared everything I shouldn't have. Please. I beg you to spare me. I know you are Healy. I have no enmity with you. I implore you. Crack. Without allowing the sobbing female cultivator to continue her desperate pleas, Healy coldly swung his blade, severing her head and effortlessly stowing her body into his spatial ring. Slade Chi Cultivation, Level 7 Cultivator Luyu. Cultivation 4, Additional Cultivation 6, Body Cultivation 5. Listening to the whispers, Healy pondered. Luyu had disclosed significant information. He believed he might be able to exploit it. These major forces are truly calculating. They intend to first destroy the Black Cloud Market, simultaneously capturing those family disciples engaging in covert transactions, then framing them with related charges to annihilate their families and seize their resources. In doing so, they would not only instill fear in lower-tier cultivators and small families, but also enrich themselves, enabling them to cultivate more high-level direct descendants. As for the small families, who cares? In a few years, others will rise to offer tributes and gifts, establishing new dependencies on those powerful factions, believing they have transcended their class only to be exploited like chives. Having seen through it all, Healy merely scoffs. However, Since someone intends to make a move against the Black Cloud market, I shall conveniently reap the benefits. Who knows? I might even be able to eliminate the foundational level practitioners from the Black Cloud market, or perhaps the elders sent by the court, the Red Leaf sect, and the 10,000 Swords sect. Those old fellows are certainly worth a fortune. What might I gain from their demise? The thought is indeed quite exhilarating. Rubbing his hands together, He Li, secretly elated, swiftly donned a disguise and made his way towards Black Cloud Mountain. Chapter 38. He is truly a good thing upon learning of the plans by the court, the Hongya sect, and the Wanjian sect. He Li swiftly entered the depths of the mountains with a bamboo token in hand. He was eager to reach the Heiyun Square market, as chaos was imminent with a fierce battle about to unfold. Given the multitude of foundational-level cultivators involved, the uncertainties were overwhelming, and He Li could not assure himself of reaping any benefits from the fray. Thus, to be prudent, he intended to search the market for anything he might require. If he found something, he would seize it first, and then later, he could slay to reclaim spirit stones. As he contemplated, his pace quickened. Buzz! At that moment, the bamboo token in his hand suddenly emitted a faint glow, seemingly activating something. Subsequently, the mist before him morphed and rapidly coalesced into a semi-transparent portal. Through the misty gate, He Li could vaguely discern a bustling crowd beyond. A formation? He Li squinted in thought. This was evidently a formation effect, one of a far superior grade than his own illusion formation. No wonder ordinary cultivators could not find their way in. It was concealed by a high-level formation. After a brief observation, He Li hastened through the misty gateway. In the next instant, a cacophony of sounds filled his ears. High-grade red core spirit herb for sale. 1-turn golden sword goo for wind flea goo. Secret scrolls from the mystic realm. Only 1,000 low-grade spirit stones each. Premium spirit chickens that nourish vitality, spirit chicken eggs, and chicks for sale. Recently caught feathered gold ants. Gold ants? Intrigued by the shouts emanating from the densely packed stalls ahead, He Li quickly approached, and many cultivators had already gathered around. Their gazes were fixed on several golden ants sealed by a spell at the stall. The ants were approximately the size of a thumb, sporting short wings on their backs. The feathered gold ants were a rare type of spirit insect. As their name suggests, these insects could devour metals and even destroy magical artifacts. Should one master a swarm of gold ants, they would undoubtedly be invincible in battle. However, the cost of raising gold ants was considerable, as they exclusively consumed metals, and the more precious the metal, the better. Ordinary cultivators could hardly afford to nurture them without ample spirit stones to purchase metals. Nevertheless, He Li was unconcerned about this. He had slain numerous individuals and amassed a plethora of unused magical artifacts. Merely those artifacts would suffice to nourish the gold ants for quite some time. Not to mention he still possessed countless refining materials and ores. These gold ants were indeed worth acquiring. He pondered silently. Meanwhile, the stall owner spoke again. The rarity of the feathered gold ants needs no elaboration. Moreover, capturing them is exceedingly perilous. A moment's carelessness, and a swarm of gold ants could reduce one to bones. I took significant risks to procure them. Hence the price will not be low. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and no negotiations. The stall owner surveyed his surroundings as he set the price. He was confident, for gold ants were indeed rare and dangerous. Even foundational-level cultivators dared not provoke them lightly. Selling a few alive was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Indeed, as soon as the stall owner announced the price, before He Li could bid, someone interjected. 5,000 spirit stones. The Zhao family will take them. Humph. The Zhao family? Are they formidable? I, from the Wang family, will offer 7,000. I implore all to show some courtesy. 8,000. The Ji family does not wish to miss out. The crowd clamored as the price soared to 10,000. The stall owner, seeing this, was nearly beaming with joy, and He Li, realizing no one else was bidding, finally declared his offer. 15,000. He stated. In an instant, all eyes turned to him. Yet, before anyone could react further, a domineering voice echoed, accompanied by a powerful aura. 20,000. This young master will take the gold ants. Surely, no one dares to contend with me. Upon hearing this voice, everyone, including He Li, instinctively turned to look behind. They observed a proud young man clad in red, flanked by an elder who appeared to be a foundational-level cultivator, striding forward along the path cleared by the crowd. As people recognized the young man, their expressions shifted. The third son of the Yu family, Yu Qi. Ah, so it is the son of the Yu family. No wonder he travels with foundational cultivators. Alas, it seems the gold ants are beyond our reach. Indeed, who would dare to compete with him? The Yu family is the most potent and deeply rooted family in the Haomong Mountains, aside from the 3 major sections. To contend for something they desire is akin to courting death. Never mind, let us depart. The third son of the Yu family, Yu Qi? He Li's eyes narrowed. He had not forgotten the enmity with Yu Qinga. Encountering a member of the Yu family today, He Li's malice surged, and he was seized by a murderous intent to kill Yu Qi and collect some interest. However, Yu Qi was evidently oblivious to He Li's murderous intent. He merely saw He Li as the last bidder. Noticing He Li's silent gaze upon him, Yu Qi chuckled. What? Do you wish to contend with this young master? He Li ignored Yu Qi's taunt and instead turned to the stall owner. 30,000. Wait. Before Yu Qi could speak, the stall owner, with a grim expression, interrupted He Li, esteemed friend. I regret to inform you that I cannot sell the gold ants to you today. I hope you understand the circumstances. He flashed a sycophantic smile at Yu Qi. Seeing this, Yu Qi was quite pleased. He cheerfully approached He Li, picking up the crystal ball that sealed the gold ants, and taunted, Kid, knowing I am a scion of the Yu family, you still dare to bid? TSK, you have quite the audacity. He then turned to the elder beside him. Elder Ming, take note of this kid. Once we exit the market, help me extract his guts and see just how large they are. He laughed, and the elder nodded. The surrounding crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Yet He Li merely regarded Yu Qi with a playful tone. Heiyun Square Market is maintained by foundational-level elders of the Wolf Pack. Are you not afraid of them intervening as you brazenly disrupt the order? Fool. Before He Li could finish, Yu Qi interrupted with a disdainful smile. Order? That only restrains the weak. Rules do not bind me. Just look around. It has been quite some time. And where are those foundational cultivators of the Wolf Pack? As he spoke, he arrogantly surveyed the area, as if to challenge the hidden cultivators maintaining order. Indeed, no one dared to speak out. Kid, do you understand now? Yu Qi asked mockingly as he withdrew his gaze. He Li retorted with equal mockery, I certainly understand. I am merely curious. Other cultivators fear you due to your family background. But what if someone is indifferent to your lineage and unafraid of death, wishing only to end you? Upon hearing this, Yu Qi's previously arrogant, haughty, and disdainful demeanor vanished. He sensed an impending danger. Yet, before he could utter another word, He Li had already seized his throat. In an instant, a searing pain akin to having his bones crushed accompanied an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He could neither scream nor call for help, only turning pale and struggling in terror. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding cultivators, and even the foundational elder, dumbfounded. He Li's speed was so swift that they failed to react before Yu Qi was already in his grasp, making it painfully clear that He Li was no ordinary individual. It was entirely possible he was also a foundational-level cultivator, perhaps even stronger than himself. Yet, the other party was likely concealing their true strength. Realizing this, the elder hastily attempted to speak, but He Li coldly interrupted him. Enough of your nonsense. Now I declare, you and the lurking wolf cultivators around must heed my words. I demand the 5 elemental spiritual energy, the warm jade of blood, the bones of the jade beast, and the morning flower's spiritual dew. Swiftly procure these items for me, and only then will I consider releasing this fool. Refuse? Then I shall crush his neck. After all, I have but one life to lose. Should you fail to meet my demands, I wouldn't mind taking a companion with me to the underworld. He Li, with a sinister smile, voiced his requirements. Initially, he intended to act discreetly and wait for the chaos to ensue, seizing the opportunity to gain benefits. However, the appearance of Yu Qi altered his plans. Yu Qi's status is not insignificant. Those factions harbor reservations. If I can take him captive, it would be effortlessly easy to coerce the surrounding powers to gather the foundation-building materials for me. After that, whether I wish to escape or pursue other endeavors, holding Yu Qi as a hostage would be a simple matter. He truly is a valuable asset. He Li, with an insidious gaze, scrutinized the gasping Yu Qi, a wicked grin creeping onto his face, while the latter, feeling a chill run down his spine under He Li's gaze, sensed that the situation was growing increasingly dire. Chapter 39. Hidden intentions. He Li, unencumbered by the fear of consequences, acted with reckless abandon. At this moment, he was coercing Yu Qi for treasures. Although Yu Qi's guards and the surrounding cultivators of the wolf pack were infuriated and indignant, they refrained from taking action, fearing that He Li might harm Yu Qi and invoke the wrath of the Yu family upon themselves. After all, the Yu family had a nascent soul cultivator, and even the 3 major sects felt considerable pressure when dealing with the Yu family, let alone other cultivators. Reluctantly, not wanting to be implicated or face retribution from the Yu family, they complied with He Li's demands and sent personnel to gather the materials he desired. He Li, however, had no intention of lingering. Gather the items and come find me swiftly. Do not dare claim you cannot locate them. I am well aware that you have the means to track your own master. Worry not for his safety. My only desire is wealth. Once I obtain the items, I shall naturally release him. As he spoke, He Li seized Yu Qi and swiftly made his exit from the Black Cloud Market, taking with him a golden eroding ant from the stall. The elderly cultivator of the Yu family, witnessing this, suppressed his anger and turned to glare fiercely at the cultivators of the wolf pack. Move quickly. If anything happens to my young master, none of you shall escape the consequences. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew anxious. Even the concealed court cultivators, along with those from the Wanjian sect and the Hongya sect, were compelled to momentarily abandon their thoughts of attacking the wolf pack cultivators. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve. Though the matter concerning the young master of the Yu family did not concern them directly, the presence of Yu family cultivators still posed a risk. Engaging now would only entangle them further, a scenario detrimental to all parties involved. They opted to wait, planning to strike once the wolf pack cultivators aided the Yu family in retrieving the items to negotiate for Yu Qi's release. From a corner of the market, hushed voices could be heard. Turning to the sound, 3 unremarkable cultivators, seemingly disguised, were conspiring quietly. They appeared to be the leaders appointed by the 3 factions involved in this operation. Clearly, they sought to avoid unnecessary complications, prioritizing the acquisition of the Black Cloud market above all else. As for the kidnapped Yu Qi, whether he lived or died mattered little to them. Provided they remained uninvolved in the situation, the Yu family had no grounds to seek trouble with them. It was worth noting that the rogue was exceptionally bold, daring to abduct the young master of the Yu family and audaciously demanding a significant amount of precious treasures for his release. Did he not fear that he might pay with his life for such audacity? Observing the uneasy Yu family cultivators, the one in gray robes could not help but sneer. To him, Healy was already a dead man. However, the other 2 held differing opinions. Dead? Perhaps not. The cultivator in white robes interjected. From what I observed earlier, the perpetrator's actions align closely with the notorious Healy. If that rogue is indeed him, given his cunning nature, he must have contingencies in place. The gray-robed cultivator's eyes flickered at the mention of Healy. It seemed plausible. I have heard that Healy possesses treasures that facilitate rapid breakthroughs. Perhaps, I might take advantage of the chaos to slip away and assess the situation, seeking an opportunity to eliminate that young man and seize his hidden treasures. Even if I cannot obtain the treasures, with the number of places he has ravaged, he must have amassed considerable resources. Killing him would certainly yield significant rewards. The gray-robed cultivator pondered, unaware of the cunning glint in the eyes of the white-robed cultivator and the red-clad female cultivator across from him. Clearly, the 3 harbored their own ulterior motives, each fixated on Healy. Meanwhile, outside the Black Cloud Mountain. Cough, cough, who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Yu Qi glared at Healy, who had forcibly administered a spirit-depleting drug, rendering him powerless. As he regained his composure, he spoke with a menacing tone. In the Hao Mang mountain range, no one has ever dared to harm a member of the Yu family. Do you know why? Because those who provoke my family meet their demise. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. You shall not be an exception. My family has a nascent soul ancestor overseeing us, and we are connected to high-ranking officials in the court. Even members of the 3 major sects do not dare to disrespect the Yu family. You, a mere rogue, dare to act against me and seek to abduct me unscathed? Let alone the fact that you cannot escape. Even if you manage to flee today, you will face the wrath of all forces in the Hao Mang mountain range in the future. Your kin will not escape either. I will hunt them all down and eliminate them. This is the price for provoking me. As he spoke, Yu Qi revealed a sinister smile. However, if you release me now and willingly forfeit your cultivation to kneel and apologize, allowing me to torment you to death, then perhaps I will be gracious enough to spare a couple of your kin. Before Yu Qi could finish, a sharp crack echoed. A sudden pain shot through his jaw, forcing him to bite off his own tongue. The rich flow of blood surged, accompanied by fragments of flesh, compelling him to instinctively expel it. The agony of his severed tongue was unbearable. Almost immediately after spewing blood and flesh, he collapsed into unconsciousness. Beside him, Healy coldly raised his hand, employing the 13-needle technique to stop the bleeding, preventing Yu Qi from dying. When the pale Yu Qi finally regained consciousness, he was horrified to discover his tongue was gone. In a panic, he stuttered, attempting to speak, but upon meeting Healy and Apos' fierce gaze and hearing his chilling voice, he froze in silence. I prefer tranquility. These simple words left Yu Qi with a profound understanding of Healy's ruthlessness, rendering him utterly speechless. In that moment, he finally grasped that the individual who had abducted him was a complete madman. He would not care how powerful the Yu family was. If one opposed him, he would kill without hesitation. How did I get entangled with such a lunatic? Had I known, I would never have come to the Black Cloud Mountain. Cursed be this fate. Confronted with such a brutal and deranged existence as Healy, Yu Qi found himself utterly powerless, consumed by fear and regret. He feared for his life and lamented having provoked such a foe. Alas, it was too late for regrets. As Yu Qi anxiously awaited Healy's next move, someone approached from the distance. Upon closer inspection, it was one of Yu Qi's guards. Ah, you arrived quite swiftly. Upon seeing the guard, joy illuminated Yu Qi's face. And Healy, with a smile, brought Yu Qi forward. The guard tossed a storage bag toward them. I could not gather everything you requested immediately. The items are exceedingly rare. So far, I have only found 3, golden spirit chi, water spirit chi, and a piece of bloodworm jade. They are all within this storage bag. Although I have not gathered everything, I hope you will release my young master. If you take these items and leave now, you may still have a chance to preserve your life. Should you insist on holding him, even if I manage to collect everything, you may not live to leave. Healy cast a sidelong glance at the storage bag but did not rush to retrieve it. For safety, he stepped back and manipulated the short gun in his gun holder to hook the storage bag closer, compelling Yu Qi to pick it up and open it. Upon confirming the presence of the 3 items claimed by the Yu family guard, Healy's face broke into a broad smile. He had never anticipated gathering everything immediately. Having 3 items is quite satisfactory. However, please secure the storage bag. He Li's gaze fell upon the guard of the Yu family, smilingly nodding. Releasing him is acceptable, but I must take precautions as I fear for my life. For instance, you must at least incapacitate your own hands. Only by ensuring that you cannot weave spells will I be able to escape without concern. Absolutely not. The Yu family guard furrowed his brow. If I were to disable my hands, how could I defend myself should you choose to attack? Upon hearing this, He Li shook his head. Your legs remain unscathed. You can flee, can't you? Moreover, my only desire is wealth. I have no intention of killing Yu Qi and facing the relentless pursuit of your family. Of course, if you are indifferent to his fate, then it matters not. After his words, the Yu family guard hesitated. Yu Qi, witnessing this, felt a surge of desperation. He had discerned that He Li was a mad and who would not spare him. He was now relying solely on the guard for salvation. If his own protector were to disable his hands, would that not be akin to offering them to He Li for execution? This thought made Yu Qi yearn to warn his guard. Unfortunately, his tongue was lost, and his internal energy had dissipated, rendering him incapable of casting spells to alert him. All he could do was fret helplessly. The Yu family guard, observing his distress, mistakenly believed that his young master was anxious due to his indecision. Gritting his teeth, he nodded. Yuwuden and Apos, dare truly harm the third young master. With a sudden, fierce resolve, he raised his hands and collided his left fist against his right, rendering both hands useless. He Li, witnessing this, broke into a delighted smile. Yu Qi felt his heart plummet to the depths. It was over, utterly over. Chapter 40. Shuden and Apos, do you thank us? Ah, what a loyal dog of the Yu family. Willing to cripple yourself to save your master? Very well. Since you are so devoted to your lord, how about I grant you the honor of accompanying him to the underworld? Shuden and Apos, do you thank me? He Li chuckled mischievously as he spoke. The moment those words left his mouth, the Yu family's foundation establishment stage guard felt a surge of dread, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. What are you planning to do? He instinctively inquired, yet the only response he received was He Li and Apos' swift and brutal strike aimed at Yu Qi. The Yu guard rushed forward to intercept, but by then, He Li had already unleashed a spell, transforming into a lethal arrow aimed directly at his head. With his hands incapacitated, the Yu guard was unable to cast spells or wield weapons. He had no choice but to use his arms to shield Yu Qi while retreating as quickly as possible to evade the attack. However, while he managed to dodge He Li and Apos' blade, he could not escape the treacherous ambush that followed. Swish! Accompanied by a sharp sound. 2 poisoned short guns pierced through the guard and Apos' body, striking him mercilessly just as he regained his footing. Thud! Instantly, a torrent of crimson blood gushed from the 2 wounds. You fool, are you seeking death? The pain ignited a fury within the already enraged Yu guard, who felt betrayed by He Li's treachery. Yet, He Li remained unfazed, still grinning. Oh yes, indeed, I am seeking death. Why don't you come and kill me then? His laughter was piercing, and despite being gravely injured and burdened with a liability, the Yu guard, no matter how high his cultivation, could not muster any fighting strength. He could only glare at He Li in impotent rage before clutching Yu Qi tightly and fleeing toward the Black Cloud Mountain. But how could He Li allow him to escape? Flee. If you were unscathed, perhaps with some magical enhancement you might have a chance. Unfortunately, you are wounded and dragging a burden. In such a state, to still wish to flee? You must be dreaming. Swish! As he spoke, the 2 short guns returned to their holsters only to launch forward again, swiftly pursuing the Yu guard, striking at him from tricky angles. Faced with this onslaught, the Yu guard struggled to dodge while also protecting Yu Qi from a fatal blow. Just then, He Li approached silently. A few spirit stones a month? You dare risk your life? Humph! Crack! Thud! With a chilling whisper, the Yu guard's hair stood on end in terror. But he could not evade He Li and Apos' massive blade, which cleaved through his skull, ending his life on the spot. Yu Qi was also pierced through by the short guns. Slay the Foundation Establishment 3rd Layer Cultivator, Song Ming. Cultivation 26, Additional Cultivation 21, Body Cultivation 20. Kill the Qi Refining 7th Layer Cultivator, Yu Qi. Cultivation 4, Additional Cultivation 13, Body Cultivation 12. Ah, what a significant increase in cultivation. Truly, the offspring and guards of a prominent family must have indulged in their power over others quite frequently. He Li mused as he reached for the storage bag, opening it. He had no expectations for the Yu guard's storage bag, as a servant like Song Ming could not possibly possess anything of value. All the good items would have been surrendered. And indeed, as He Li suspected, the contents of Song Ming's storage bag were underwhelming, some spirit stones and pills. Alongside ordinary spirit plants and talismans, with the most valuable being a relic, a large knife intricately carved with ancient patterns, resembling bronze in appearance. However, it was far sturdier and heavier than bronze, likely of at least mid-grade quality. Perfect for wielding and dual wielding. After a few swings, He Li set the large knife aside and turned his attention to Yu Qi's storage bag. He had already confiscated it earlier, but had not had the time to examine its contents until now. Upon opening it, a plethora of treasures came into view. Among the superior spirit plants were rock flowers, snow velvet grass, and golden silk red leaf flowers. There were also dozens of inferior spirit plants. Though the pills were not particularly impressive, there were 4 scrolls of spell techniques and a fragmented compendium of talismans containing detailed crafting methods for 5 types of first-tier talismans. In addition to that, amidst the remaining assorted artifacts, talismans, and poisons, there was even a beast egg. The egg was about the size of a child's head, emanating a chilling aura and adorned with faint, snowflake-like blue patterns. What manner of beast egg is this? It appears to be of the water attribute, given its icy coolness and the aura it radiates. However, since it belonged to Yuchi, it must be something extraordinary. If it were a mere beast egg, it would hardly be worthy of this young master hiding it in his storage bag. Let me put it away for now. After a moment of thought, Healy placed the egg into his cosmic ring. His gaze then fell upon the talisman compendium. This was undoubtedly his greatest find, for with it, he could begin to explore the art of talisman crafting. Even though the compendium was severely incomplete, containing only 5 talismans, excluding the rainfall talisman, the remaining ones, invisibility talisman, earth escape talisman, bone transformation talisman, and beast attraction talisman, were all exceptional. The invisibility and earth escape talismans were invaluable, while the bone transformation talisman could alter one's skeletal structure, making it ideal for disguising oneself with facial transformation techniques. The beast attraction talisman could summon nearby beasts for those needing materials from them. This talisman compendium would be thoroughly studied later when he had the time. For now, it was time to burn the scrolls and get to the actual business at hand. He carefully stored the fragmented talisman compendium. Suddenly, a blaze erupted in his hands, burning the inferior spirit level mountain rock technique fragment, superior mortal level thunder fist, superior spirit level feather blade technique fragment, unranked U clan insect charm. Mountain rock technique has reached the 3rd layer. Thunder fist has attained mastery. Feather blade technique has reached the level of proficiency. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy turned his attention to Tsang Ming's corpse, slicing off his facial skin and stripping him of his clothing. Then, he activated the facial transformation technique. Buzz. As the spell was cast, Healy donned the clothing of his victim and swiftly collected the corpse. After considering for a moment, he smeared blood all over himself to create the appearance of a gravely injured and dying individual before making his way to Black Cloud Mountain. However, before he could delve deeper into the mountain and return to the market, he noticed several cultivators fleeing in panic, scrambling out of Black Cloud Mountain. Behind them, other cultivators were in pursuit. Had they already engaged in battle? Seeing this, Healy deduced without hesitation that it must be the court, the Wanjian sect, and the Hongya sect attacking Black Cloud Market, prompting some to attempt an escape. Why had they acted so swiftly? He suspected it was likely that the 3 factions aimed to take advantage of Yuchi and the Yu Guard's absence to swiftly conclude matters at Black Cloud Market. Thus, if the Yu family later sought accountability, they could claim the assault occurred after Yuchi was abducted, absolving themselves of responsibility. With this thought, Healy paused at the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, narrowing his eyes and halting his advance. He desired to reap the benefits of the chaos. His disguise was intended to find the opportunity to ambush those Foundation establishment cultivators and then make a clean getaway. If I enter the mountain now, they might see me and halt their battle out of concern for being implicated in Yuchi's affair. Regardless, let me observe for a moment. Gazing at the Black Cloud Mountain, Healy Zheng pondered when he suddenly sensed a subtle force sweeping from the depths of the mountain. A presence that seemed to belong only to a foundation-building cultivator. Had a foundation-building practitioner emerged from the fray? What could this mean? Healy was filled with bewilderment. In a fleeting moment of uncertainty, he decided to feign death, collapsing to the ground. After all, with his face resembling that of Tsang Ming, clad in garments of the same hue and exhibiting a grievously injured appearance, it would be nearly impossible for anyone from the Yu family to discern the ruse. Most crucially, there was his aura. He was at the 10th level of Qi training, his essence surpassing that of the 9th level and approaching foundation building. Yet he was not truly a foundation building cultivator. This would easily mislead others into believing him to be a severely wounded practitioner of the foundation stage. This was precisely why Healy felt no apprehension about being exposed. Indeed, the foundation building cultivator in the distance overlooked Healy's disguise, approaching with astonishment as he murmured to himself, "Isn't that the bodyguard of the Yu family? How could he meet his demise here? Was it that Healy who did this? Can that brat truly slay a foundation-building practitioner? If that is the case, then it seems I would find it quite challenging to claim his treasures. No, even if he could slay a foundation-building cultivator, he must have paid a hefty price during the Qi training phase. Perhaps he is now desperately fleeing with an injured body." With a scoff, he resolved to pursue Healy later. If he is indeed gravely wounded, fortune may favor me. As he spoke, he bent down, reaching out as if to pilfer the storage bag from Healy's corpse. But at that very moment, flames erupted violently from Healy's grasp. Boom. Chapter 41. Truly talented individuals emerged suddenly. A surge of white flames erupted, catching the cultivator, who was about to inspect the corpse, completely off guard. He was unable to evade the blaze, and soon his garments ignited, the flames searing his face. A fierce burning sensation radiated from his skin. In panic, he stumbled back and swiftly executed a hand gesture. Perhaps realizing he was in ambush and in peril, he aimed to extricate himself from the flame's grasp as quickly as possible. His hand movements were so swift they left afterimages in their wake. However, with a resounding whoosh as he cast his spell, a chilling stream of water instantly formed around him, diminishing the intensity of the flames. Yet, rather than extinguishing them, the fire burrowed deeper into his flesh, intensifying the agonizing pain. Cursed be it, this is no ordinary fire. The peculiar nature of the flames, which could not be quenched by water, alerted his seasoned instincts to the extraordinary nature of this inferno. Yet, in that moment, he could not decipher its origins or how to combat it. Fortunately, this cultivator was not foolish. In a moment of clarity amidst the searing pain to his soul and flesh, he cast a fierce glance at the seemingly lifeless Healy. If he could eliminate this despicable wretch, he would surely discover a way to extinguish the flames. While contemplating, the cultivator disregarded his injuries and charged forward with his sword, executing a decisive strike. But Healy reacted swiftly, retreating in an instant. The next moment, the sword cleaved through the forest. Boom! In an instant, the ferocious sword aura, fierce as a dragon, cleaved the earth, creating terrifying fissures dozens of meters deep and hundreds of meters long, causing Healy's heart to race with fear. This fellow is far superior to those foundational cultivators I encountered before. Unable to contend with him, I must buy time. Determining his course of action, Healy did not hesitate, unleashing his swiftest escape. The cultivator, witnessing this, discerned his intent. "You won't escape, thief," he bellowed, raising his sword in hot pursuit. Healy smirked. "Why would I wait here for your blade?" With that, he surged forward, conjuring a flurry of chaotic spells behind him. After all, he had an abundance of techniques and resources at his disposal. He was confident he could outlast the chase. Meanwhile, the pursuing cultivator was consumed by anxiety. The white flames were too strange. They could not be extinguished and were rapidly consuming his soul. In mere moments of chasing Healy, he felt his consciousness begin to falter due to the fiery torment, instilling a profound dread within him. Am I truly to perish here? His mind raced with panic. However, in a brief moment of distraction, Healy seized the opportunity to unleash a trio of wind blades, catching the cultivator off guard. Instinctively, he halted to defend himself, allowing Healy to widen the gap further. Realizing he could not catch up to Healy, and with his condition deteriorating due to the soul-burning flames, desperation clawed at him. He muttered curses under his breath, echoing his despair. Healy kept a steady pace ahead, glancing back occasionally at the tormented cultivator until he was ultimately consumed by the flames, perishing in agony. Burning the Foundation Establishment 4th Layer Cultivator Kong Jinshan. Cultivation 28, Additional Cultivation 32, Body Cultivation 30. Kong Jinshan, a court cultivator. Upon hearing the whispers, Healy returned to the charred remains of Kong Jinshan. Retrieving his storage bag while pondering the implications, he had previously heard tales of Kong Jinshan. The man was the lord of Wuxia City and had descended from the outer realms of the Haomong Mountains years prior. It was rumored he had been dispatched to the Haomong Mountains in search of something. Recalling what he knew, Healy shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further as he swiftly inspected the contents of the storage bag. There were some decent items within, though not many stood out. Most notably, Healy's attention was drawn to a bronze token inscribed with the characters Qinshan, which appeared to be an access token for the Qinshan prefectural government. A token from the Qinshan prefectural government? Kong Jinshan was connected to the prefect. He was indeed curious about what Kong Jinshan was seeking. It is known that prefects are typically powerful nascent soul cultivators. The Haomong Mountains, where Healy resided, fell under the jurisdiction of the appointed Qinshan prefect. Of course, none of this was particularly significant. What mattered to Healy was that whatever the nascent soul cultivators sought was likely a treasure of unimaginable value. If he were to uncover it, he could scarcely fathom the strength he might attain. Regrettably, information was scarce, and he had no idea what it was that Kong Jinshan sought. However, my goal remains to cleanse this world. As long as I eliminate all the factions in the Haomong Mountains, I should be able to uncover some clues. With such thoughts, Healy unleashed a surge of flames, incinerating the spell scrolls within the storage bag. Incinerated Spirit Grade Supreme Incomplete Wuchang Water Technique. Wuchang Water Technique has reached the 4th level. Incinerated Spirit Grade Supreme Heavy Gold Spell. Heavy Gold Spell has reached the minor accomplishment stage. 2 scrolls, the former being a water-based technique, which, regrettably, Healy could not master due to his lack of a water spirit root, limiting its utility. However, the latter could be used to enchant weapons, enhancing their potency. The formidable force of Kong Jinshan's sword strike was likely due to the enhancement from the heavy gold spell. The heavy gold spell is quite suitable for me. After securing the other items, Healy donned Kong Jinshan's attire and facial mask for disguise. Then, feigning severe injuries, he retraced his steps to a spot not far from Heian Mountain where he retrieved the corpses of Kong Jinshan and Song Ming, swapping Song Ming's face onto Kong Jinshan's. Having completed this, Healy did not forget to employ various spells to damage the 2 bodies further. Afterward, he lay down and feigned death, his ears attuned to the sounds around Heian Mountain. Utilizing his skill, he was able to hear far-off movements. Not long after he lay there, Two figures with unstable auras approached. Yunmei, look over there. As the figures drew near, a cultivator clad in white pointed excitedly at the three corpses not far away, prompting the red-clad female cultivator beside him to notice them as well. They exchanged glances and swiftly descended. Upon approaching the bodies, the red-clad female cultivator's expression turned to one of confusion. What on earth happened here? Is that Songming from the Yu family? And Kong Jishan, didn't he follow our suggestion to pursue Healy? How did they all end up here? And what of that disfigured corpse? Unable to contain herself, the red-clad female cultivator spoke up. The white-robed cultivator pondered before responding. I suspect that the damaged corpse is likely he. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden eruption of flames sent the white-robed cultivator flying. Fortunately, he seemed to possess protective armor, sparing him from immediate death. Yet, disbelief washed over him. Yunmei? What is the meaning of this? Did we not agree to keep our spoils from the Black Cloud market divided evenly? The sect would remain unaware of our relationship. They would certainly not suspect us of hoarding the treasure. And what of Healy and Kong Jinshan? We had just agreed that Kong Jinshan pursuing Healy would yield no benefits, possibly leading to mutual destruction. We could eliminate them and share in Healy's treasures? He struggled to his feet, his voice laced with confusion, anger, and pain. The red-clad female cultivator, however, merely chuckled coldly. Share? Collaborate? Shane good. You are still so naive. One must understand that in this world of cultivation, stagnation equates to regression. All cultivators are relentlessly vying for greater resources and striving to ascend to higher realms. We abandon kinship, dignity, and emotions, anything that hinders our gain. Now, such a monumental opportunity lies before us, and you dare speak of sharing? The red-clad female cultivator smiled radiantly, shaking her head. If you truly still hold affection for me, then perhaps you should die for me? Shengge, do not blame me. I yearn too much for advancement. If all the resources you possess were to be bestowed upon me, I would undoubtedly have a greater chance of breaking through to higher realms. Brother Chung, do you comprehend? I desire all the benefits. To love you is to be willing to die for you? Upon hearing these words, the white-robed cultivator was rendered speechless. He, who lay on the ground feigning death, Healy, was equally shocked by the words of the red-clad female cultivator. He had previously thought that the fish-raising Sea King, Mo Ruoshuang, was formidable enough. Who would have anticipated that there were even more skilled individuals? Truly, this world is replete with extraordinary talents. However, he mused with a sly grin, it seems these two-storied cultivators are on the verge of a complete fallout, and I shall opportunely emerge to reap the benefits. Hehehe. While eavesdropping on the commotion outside, Healy was in high spirits. Unexpectedly, just as he was reveling in his scheming, a chilling laughter echoed from a distance. Who would have thought that among the elders of my 10,000 Swords sect, there exists a traitor such as you? A fool so thoroughly ensnared in your own schemes that it took you until now to realize your folly. Who approaches? Healy wondered, perplexed. The white-robed cultivator then revealed his identity, the law enforcement elder. Chapter 42. Who would have known there were so many old sixes? The law enforcement elder. It turns out to be the law enforcement elder of the Wanjian sect. Upon hearing the voice, Healy let out a cold laugh. Long before he detonated the Black Jade mine, the Wanjian sect had dispatched 2 law enforcement elders to hunt him down. However, due to his frequent escapes, the 2 elders found it difficult to capture him in such a short time. Now, although they had successfully tracked him down to this vicinity following the faintest of clues, they unexpectedly encountered the disciples of the Hongye sect, revealing an unspeakable secret between them and the elders of the Wanjian sect. How could a conflict be avoided? This is bound to be an intriguing spectacle. Healy continued to feign death, fully aware that the law enforcement elders of the Wanjian sect would not spare the 2 disciples upon discovering their secret. Furthermore, those disciples would certainly not sit idly by waiting to be killed. They would likely form a temporary alliance to resist the 2 law enforcement elders, either fleeing or desperately fighting back. Perhaps Healy could seize a great opportunity. Sure enough, as Healy awaited with anticipation, the female disciple in red changed her expression and spoke again. Shengge, my little sister was wrong before. However, we can discuss our matters later. My sister still loves you. I merely made the mistake every female disciple makes. As she spoke, she further incited. If those 2 law enforcement elders discover our secret, even if they don't kill us today, they will likely report to the sect master, leading to even more pursuers. The only solution now is to silence them. If you and I join forces wholeheartedly, defeating them will surely not be difficult. Upon hearing this, the white-robed disciple, Wang Cheng, hesitated noticeably. The female disciple in red continued to persuade. After this matter is settled, we need not quarrel anymore. We can simply take all the spoils and leave the Haomong mountain range, becoming a pair of celestial lovers outside. After all, once this is over, there will be no place for us here. I can only rely on you now. Hearing this, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth and nodded. The 2 law enforcement elders across from them observed with cold smiles. Wang Cheng, oh Wang Cheng, how foolish you are, to be repeatedly manipulated by that enchantress and still believe her? Humph. Well, a fool like you remaining in the Wanjian sect is bound to cause further trouble. Today, I shall slay you both here with elderly. With that, the battle commenced. All 4 disciples were at the foundation establishment stage. Their clash was formidable, causing the surrounding mountains and forests to be devastated by the aftermath of their various spells. Healy lay there, caught in the crossfire. There was no alternative. The ferocity of their battle was overwhelming. Fortunately, his physical body was sufficiently resilient as a body cultivator, although the remnants of the battle were painful. He could at least endure them. Thus, Healy ignored the violent aftermath, attentively listening to the commotion while continuing to feign death. Half an hour later, bang! Accompanied by the sound, Healy cautiously opened one eye, glancing toward the source. He saw the female disciple in red plummet, gravely injured. Wang Qing soon followed, also wounded but not severely. However, while the two law enforcement elders held the upper hand, they were not unscathed. One of them had lost an arm, significantly reducing their combat strength. Wang Qing, and that enchantress of the Hongye sect. I told you I would slay you both. Now what can you do? The elder with the severed arm coldly inquired. Wang Qing remained silent, and the female disciple from the Hongye sect appeared to be in a state of weakness, seemingly unable to speak. Observing this, the two law enforcement elders ceased their chatter, preparing to execute them on the spot, while Healy had already readied himself to ambush the elders at any moment. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to strike, whoosh, thud, a long spear suddenly pierced through the intact law enforcement elder from a distance. This unforeseen turn of events caused Healy to abandon his plan and left everyone startled. Turning to see a tattered disciple approaching swiftly, Wang Cheng's face turned pale upon recognizing the figure. Zheng Xiang, you're not dead? Wang Cheng's voice quivered with disbelief. The approaching disciple sneered, as a disciple of the wolf pack, I am at the 5th level of foundation establishment. Why would you think it's so easy for me to be killed by the three of you? I initially intended to feign death and escape, but I stumbled upon this fine spectacle. Zheng Xiang's gaze swept over the three corpses. TSK, the notorious Healy, Yu family est Songming, the lord of Wushi City, Kong Jinshan, and your three elders from the Wanjian sect, along with the renowned Tianxiang elder of the Hongye sect. So many valuable comrades. If I were to claim all their storage bags, I might even attain core formation. Without further ado, he swiftly retrieved his spear and prepared to deliver the killing blow to the remaining three. The others, filled with both shock and rage, could only desperately resist. All were injured, and for the sake of survival and the treasure scattered about, they unleashed their full strength. However, the outcome was that Zheng Xiang was heavily wounded by Wang Qing and the law enforcement elder, collapsing to the ground with great difficulty. Healy thought he could finally deliver the finishing blow. Yet, to his astonishment, the previously weak female disciple from the Hongye sect suddenly struggled to her feet. Healy felt his patience wearing thin. Was this never-ending? He could not help but mumble in his heart. The female disciple from the Hongye sect, however, laughed heartily. Now, all your storage bags belong to me. With that, she lunged at Zheng Xiang with her sword, already on the brink of death and unable to resist. Zheng Xiang could only await his demise. Yet, Healy did not wish to see his hard-won spoils divided among others. Let me enjoy the experience alone. With a thunderous roar, Healy abandoned his charade of feigning death and leapt forth with his blade. Thud! In the next moment, blood splattered. The female disciple, though not on the verge of death, was severely injured and had no time to react before Healy cleaved her in two from behind, showering the others with her blood. Slay the Foundation Establishment, 3rd level, Disciple Jiang Yun. Cultivation 26, Bonus Cultivation 21, Body Cultivation 20. As the whispers echoed, the others were left dumbfounded. Ultimately, it seemed Zheng Xiang was the quickest to react, as if he realized something and prepared to speak. Unfortunately, Healy did not afford him the chance. Healy grinned menacingly, raising his blade. Crack! Zheng Xiang's head fell to the ground. Slay the Foundation Establishment 5th level Disciple Zheng Xiang. Cultivation 30, Bonus Cultivation 32, Body Cultivation 32. As the whispers resounded once more, the half-dead Wang Qing and the law enforcement elder finally regained their senses, realizing the gravity of the situation. Healy, you little beast, what a deep scheme. The law enforcement elder's eyes turned bloodshot, his voice hoarse, as if he were grinding his teeth in anger. Wang Qing's situation was no better. Neither of them had anticipated that among the three corpses on the ground, there was indeed a living person. And that person was not the higher-ranked Song Ming or Kong Jinshan, but the lowest-ranked Healy. Furthermore, during their previous battle, they had exposed countless openings that could have led to their demise. Yet, Healy had refrained from making a move until the very end. How could this rascal endure witnessing his enemies reveal such significant vulnerabilities without striking? How could he possess such restraint? Wang Qing and the law enforcement elder simply could not fathom Healy's actions. In truth, Healy was not as patient as they believed. He had indeed contemplated making a move earlier. Who would have known there were so many old sixes among them? These fellows continuously turned the tide. What could Healy do? As the one with the lowest cultivation, he wished to avoid a beating and could only continue feigning death. Of course, Healy would never explain this to them. He ominously declared, if my calculations had been any less profound, you would have devoured me to the last bone. With that, he brandished his blade and mercilessly severed the heads of two individuals. Slain Foundation Establishment Level 4 Cultivator Wang Qing. Cultivation 28, Additional Cultivation 19, Body Cultivation 19. Slain Foundation Establishment Level 4 Cultivator, Zotianmen. Cultivation 28. Additional Cultivation 26. Body Cultivation 25. This wave of triumph was exhilarating. As he listened to the whispers within his mind and felt his cultivation surge, Healy couldn't help but smile broadly. This time, he had vanquished a total of 6 Foundation Establishment cultivators, a feat he had once deemed unimaginable. More importantly, their storage bags held untold treasures. Who could say how many valuable items he might acquire? Furthermore, beyond these cultivators lay the disciples of Heiyun Mountain. With the demise of these Foundation Establishment cultivators, the Qi refinement disciples of Heiyun Mountain were as helpless as fish on a chopping block. I can slay them at will, and the treasures of Heiyun Market shall all be mine. He gazing toward the direction of Heiyun Mountain. Healy grinned sinisterly as he collected the storage bags from the corpses strewn about. Chapter 43. Remaining any longer is certain death. Healy swiftly collected all the corpses present and hastened his journey towards Black Cloud Mountain. Time was of the essence. He had to move quickly. After all, with the death of Zheng Xiang, the leader of the Black Cloud Market, and the demise of the elder representatives from the Imperial Court, the 10,000 Sword Sect, and the Red Leaf Sect, the market was now under the control of 3 factions of disciples. These disciples possessed limited cultivation levels, and should any unforeseen events arise, they might be utterly incapable of defending themselves. The practitioners heading to the market were a mixed lot. Who knew if among them lurked the elusive old six, ready to seize an opportunity? If he did not hurry, he would miss out. As Healy pondered, he advanced at full speed. Along the way, he did not neglect to assess his recent gains. Zheng Xiang and his associates had quite a bounty in their storage bags. Even after the previous battle, which had depleted their rare second-tier elixirs and talismans, there were still high-level techniques and their specialized treasures remaining. There were also tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, heaps of common-level spirit herbs, and first-tier elixirs. Moreover, Healy discovered over 30 low-level talismans, such as invisibility talismans, wind talismans, and illusion-breaking talismans. These talismans proved to be quite practical. However, Healy found the treasures somewhat excessive for his needs and could only offer them to the ascending golden ants. Lastly, there were the high-tier techniques and secret scrolls. Healy merely skimmed through their contents. Boom. Suddenly, flames erupted from his hands, burning the unranked fragment of Joyful Co-Cultivation Technique, the superior spirit-grade Long Sky Spear Technique, the exceptional common-grade Earth Spirit Beast Language Spell, and the supreme spirit-grade Minor Transformation Breathing Technique. The Joyful Co-Cultivation Technique has reached the 4th level. The Long Sky Spear Technique has attained minor success. The Earth Spirit Beast Language Spell has reached the fluid state. The Minor Transformation Breathing Technique has reached minor. As the flames consumed the techniques, Healy absorbed the numerous skills and insights. It must be said, the techniques and secrets collected by Zheng Xiang and his companions were indeed quite valuable. The Co-Cultivation Technique and the Beast Language Spell were straightforward and easy to grasp. However, what truly captured Healy's interest was the Minor Transformation Breathing Technique. This technique could alter and conceal one's aura, rendering it impossible to discern as long as one's cultivation did not exceed a major realm above oneself. Previously, Jiang Yun had feigned near death, seemingly employing this technique, which caused Wang Cheng and the others to overlook her true state, even leading Healy to believe she was on the verge of death. Who would have guessed she still had the strength to fight? This technique was far superior to the invisibility technique. Mastering this skill would undoubtedly increase the likelihood of successfully ambushing other Foundation Establishment practitioners. Healy reveled in these thoughts, and at the same time, he approached Black Cloud Mountain. However, at this moment, due to the apparent damage to the formation, the illusions dissipated with the dispersing mist, revealing the market within the mountain to the sunlight. Yet, unlike the previous bustling scene, the current atmosphere in the market was heavy and oppressive. Numerous family practitioners and loose cultivators attempting to trade were being controlled within the market by the practitioners of the Imperial Court, the 10,000 Sword Sect, and the Red Leaf Sect, who forbade any entry or exit. Despite the controlled practitioners vaguely sensing that something ominous was about to unfold, they appeared reluctant to resist. Was it that they could not provoke the 2 sects and the practitioners of the Imperial Court? No, it was their lingering delusions. They still harbored fantasies that the 2 sects would not resort to extreme measures and hoped that the Imperial Court as practitioners would not disregard their reputation and kill them for resources. Knowing the intentions of the 2 sects and the Imperial Court's practitioners, yet failing to resist, instead clinging to the illusion that others would spare them? With their kind of weakness, their existence only served to diminish the spiritual energy. Casting his gaze over the somber market, Healy's eyes glimmered with derision. The practitioners within the market soon noticed Healy, who had suddenly intruded. A fish that slipped through the net. Upon seeing Healy, the practitioners of the 2 sects and the Imperial Court regarded him merely as another practitioner there to trade, their faces instantly contorting into arrogant grins as they hurried to capture him. However, just as they approached, Healy slightly lifted his foot, and his figure transformed into a whirlwind, sweeping past them. Crack! In the next moment, blood sprayed forth as several headless corpses fell to the ground. Slain Shi Refining 7th Layer Practitioner Wang Hua. Cultivation 4, Additional Cultivation 6, Body Refinement 5. Slain Shi Refining 6th Layer Practitioner Zhang Jinxiu. Cultivation 2. Additional Cultivation 4, Body Refinement 4. Slain Body Refinement 5th Layer Practitioner Zhou Ku. Body Refinement 2, Additional Body Refinement. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy waved his hand to open the entrance of the Qinquan ring, summoning the queen bee and tossing out the confusion array disc, all while casting a chilling gaze over the astonished practitioners around him. A fish that slipped through the net. Are you referring to me? Hee. Indeed, I am a fish that slipped through the net, but not the kind you imagine. I am a piranha. With that, Healy retrieved his gun case, grasping his blades with both hands, and in an instant, surged forth 100 meters, turning the clustered practitioners into mere pieces, leaving behind a scene of severed limbs and scattered body parts. The two short guns, housing vengeful spirits, zipped through the crowd like bullets, piercing through numerous low-level practitioners. The queen bee, not to be outdone, unleashed her techniques, condensing a massive scissor-like mandible before her, engulfing over 10 practitioners. Crack! With a crisp sound, the queen bee ruthlessly severed the bodies of those practitioners, splattering blood and flesh everywhere as the remaining terrified practitioners finally reacted. This is a Foundation establishment, great demonic beast. Could it be that how can we possibly withstand these enemies without the three elders returning? That person could it be Healy? Run. Healy is here. Healy? Could it be the ruthless demon who annihilated towns and villages, and even slaughtered Fengshan City? How could he suddenly arrive at Black Cloud Mountain? I should have known. Only he would dare to abduct the young master of the Yu family. The panic that erupted from the slaughter surged to a peak as Healy's identity was revealed among the crowd, sending everyone into a frenzied flight. None daring to confront him. Yet fleeing was futile. The confusion array disc had already been activated by Healy. Qi refining practitioners could not escape. Even if they possessed special talismans or elixirs that could see through illusions and find a way out of the confusion array, they would still fall prey to the queen bee's venomous stings. This was a one-sided massacre with no retreat, as the ruthless Healy wielded his twin-blade treasures and the vengeful spirit gun case, relentlessly carving a path through the market, leaving a trail of corpses and rivers of blood. The whispers echoing in his mind could not keep pace with his rapid slaughter of practitioners. Slain Shi Refining 5th Layer Practitioner Muze. Cultivation slightly increased. Slain Shi Refining 8th Layer Practitioner Shi Baijing. Cultivation 6, Additional Cultivation 6, Body Refinement 5. Slain Shi Refining 7th Layer Practitioner Lin Fang. Cultivation 4, Additional Cultivation. As Healy exterminated all the practitioners in the Black Cloud Mountain market and stood on the blood-soaked, sticky ground, consuming blood beads to restore his energy, the whispers in his mind showed no sign of abating. Yet, Healy found himself unsatisfied, feeling it did not compare to the carnage in Fengshan City. The quantity and quality were far too inferior. Now, with my cultivation level rising, the cultivation gains from slaying low-level practitioners were dwindling while the decrease was not a concern. As long as the numbers accumulated, a breakthrough was still possible. It was simply too time-consuming to kill each low-level practitioner one by one. One must devise a method to conserve time. Healy, heeding the prompt, quickly retreated to the foot of Black Cloud Mountain, accompanied by the queen bee. With both hands forming intricate seals, he focused intently on the looming mountain, summoning all his strength to unleash the earth manipulation technique. A resonant hum erupted, with a thunderous crash. As Healy executed his spell, the very earth and stones of the mountain began to reverse course, creating colossal waves of debris that surged forth, sweeping away the vegetation and flooding the entrance to the Qinquan ring. In a mere moment, the once lush and verdant forest was transformed into a barren expanse of stark rock formations. After completing this task, Healy hastily departed. Yet soon he returned, perplexed and scanning his surroundings before vanishing into the distance once more. After he had been gone for over half an hour, in the ditch outside Black Cloud Mountain, a pale-faced, trembling cultivator staggered to his feet in terror, muttering to himself, "How can there exist such a malevolent entity in this world? Is it even human?" The memories of the massacre within Black Cloud Mountain flooded back to him. The countless bodies that had been severed in half, disemboweled, decapitated, or even crushed beyond recognition, rendered him green with nausea, as his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel the remnants of his last meal. I must flee at once. I cannot remain in this Haomong mountain range that fiend slaughters indiscriminately, showing no mercy. Moreover, I cannot fathom from where he acquired such a spatial artifact, capable of absorbing an entire mountain's worth of earth. If he continues this rampage, unchecked, the cultivators of Haomong will inevitably be annihilated, and all treasures will be thoroughly stripped away. Staying here, I, Han Li, will surely meet my demise. With this thought, Han Li wiped the cold sweat from his brow, suppressing his terror, and fled into the distance without looking back. Chapter 44. frustration and resentment as He Li distanced himself from the desolate Black Cloud Mountain. He couldn't help but glance back occasionally, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, he had utilized his magical skills to collect corpses and simultaneously gather the flora and fauna of the area to embellish his Qinquan ring. It was then that he sensed an inexplicable feeling of being watched, though he had seen no one at that moment. After retrieving his belongings, he returned, hoping to find the sixth brother had emerged, but alas, the vicinity was devoid of any presence. Could it have merely been a figment of my imagination? He scratched his head, dismissing the notion. After all, in a world teeming with cultivators, it was not uncommon for elusive individuals to exist, and the occasional oversight was hardly unacceptable, so long as they did not bring calamity upon themselves by provoking me. He Li chose not to dwell further on the matter. Rather than concern himself with potential stragglers, he was eager to find a secluded spot to digest his recent gains. After traversing several dozen kilometers, he stumbled upon a dense forest, where he cast aside his Qinquan ring and delved into the collection of storage bags piled high among the corpses. Scattered around him were various resources. He had effectively stripped away the soil of Black Cloud Mountain, inadvertently including numerous market stalls in his haul. Items had fallen haphazardly everywhere. The sheer volume of goods consumed a considerable amount of his time, leading He Li to contemplate alternative thoughts. The number of cultivators I will slay will only increase, and so too will my collection of treasures. I cannot afford the luxury of personally organizing it all. I must devise a means to enlist assistance. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the nearby queen bee, flitting about with her swarm. Such beasts possessed a notable intelligence. They comprehended much, albeit hampered by their lack of hands and feet. However, He Li had heard of a pill known as the transformation pill, which could enable them to assist him in tidying up, sparing him the effort. But where could he procure such a pill? Perhaps the 10,000 herb valley would prove fruitful? This notion crystallized in his mind. Returning his focus to the mountainous heap of storage bags, he began emptying their contents, quickly becoming enveloped by an avalanche of spirit stones, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. To his astonishment, he even uncovered a multitude of insect puppets, including the first-order calming puppet, which could significantly stabilize one's mind and mitigate the effects of illusions, as well as the first-order scaled puppet, which offered formidable defensive capabilities. Additionally, there were strength puppets and soundwave puppets, among others. He Li showed no hesitation in consuming these puppets for his own refinement, as his resources were abundant, and he had no fear of depletion. With the calming puppet to counter illusions, the scaled puppet enhancing his defenses, and the strength puppet doubling his power, along with the soundwave puppet for stealthy attacks. At this juncture, confronting those in the early stages of Foundation establishment should pose no challenge. As he felt the pulsations of the various puppets within him, He Li estimated his combat prowess. Finally, he turned his attention to the pile of magical scrolls, incinerating them with fire magic until they were reduced to ash. The mud pit spell has reached the proficient stage. The fragment of the 100 swords returning to one has attained the minor success stage. The fierce tiger battle body has achieved the 3rd level. Listening to the continuous whispers in his mind, He Li summoned several golden ants with his insect manipulation technique, allowing them to eagerly feast upon the plethora of magical instruments and various refining materials. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind upon seeing the refining materials. With such an abundance, I ought to forge something. Perhaps I could create some explosives? Yes, explosives. I could craft high-powered bombs to hurl at various cities. Would it not be simple to eliminate low-level cultivators that way? The thought of bombs conjured memories of nuclear weapons from a past life. While he could not replicate them, creating explosives with power akin to TNT was certainly within reach. After all, in addition to utilizing various materials to enhance their potency, he could also imbue the explosives with magical incantations. In any case, I shall attempt to produce a few. Then, I can take them to the 10,000 Sword Sect or the 10,000 Herb Valley, or perhaps other towns to test their efficacy. With his mind made up, He Li's gaze shifted to the refining tools he had relocated from the Tang family, as the white flames of his heavenly method began to rise. In Qingfeng City, at the Tang family estate. What? That little wretch slaughtered numerous Foundation cultivators at Black Cloud Mountain? Are you certain the information is accurate? The voice echoed through the hall. Following the sound, one could see the elder of the Tang family, along with the family head and several prominent elders, gathered to listen intently to the report from the younger generation. The young member of the Tang family, sensing the elder's incredulity, did not hesitate to nod and relay what he had heard. Indeed, the news has spread. He Li has slain 3 elders from the 10,000 Sword Sect, Elder Tianxiang from the Red Leaf Sect, and Zheng Xiang from the Wolf Pack. Moreover, it is rumored that he audaciously killed the 3rd young master of the Yu family, Yu Qi, along with his Foundation-level protector, Song Ming, and Kong Jinshan from Wushi City. Black Cloud Mountain has been stripped bare. It is said that only stones remain. As he spoke, the young man's throat felt dry. Clearly shaken by He Li's actions, the others in attendance were rendered speechless. They understood He Li's ruthlessness and were aware of his astonishingly rapid growth. Yet, They had always believed they maintained control over the situation, especially since they had sent people to pursue him. No news had yet arrived from that front. Now, to hear that He Li had gone on a rampage, slaughtering numerous Foundation-level cultivators, did this not mean that their own dispatched members had also perished? The mood among the Tang family members grew somber. The family had sank into his seat, utterly defeated. No wonder. No wonder there had been no news from Canner and the others for so long, he muttered to himself. The faces of the others were equally grim. They were unconcerned with whether Tang Ken was alive or dead. Their greater worry was the loss of Foundation cultivators and the ire they had drawn from the merciless He Li, should he choose to march upon Qingfeng City. A chill ran through the Tang cultivators, their minds involuntarily recalling the massacre of their collateral relatives. However, the unrest was not confined to the Tang family alone. The 10,000 Sword sect was equally alarmed. What in the world is happening? In the mere 2 months since he defected from our sect, he has soared from the 4th layer of Qi training to possessing Foundation-level combat prowess. Even with a treasured artifact, such rapid advancement is inconceivable. Explain to me how that little wretch has achieved this. The Grand Elder, clad in white, surveyed the gathered elders, core disciples, and other high-ranking members of the 10,000 Sword sect, his voice laced with fury. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to respond. Finally, it was Yuchinga who furrowed his brow and spoke. Perhaps it is related to the stolen legacy. Furthermore, he possesses dual spiritual roots, and they are exceptionally pure. It seems that junior sister Ji Ling's rapid ascension to core disciple was due to her cultivation alongside him. I have also heard that he has created his own spells. Previously, he was merely an outer disciple lacking resources. But now, he has taken to pillaging and slaughtering. He no longer lacks for resources. With ample materials at his disposal, coupled with his innate talent and that mysterious legacy, it is hardly surprising that he has attained his current strength. As Yuchinga concluded his song, a pin drop could be heard in the grand hall. The expressions on the faces of the gathered crowd were nothing short of remarkable. There was shock, skepticism, regret, and jealousy. The Grand Elder, in particular, was infuriated to the point of laughter. Dual spirit roots? And of such pure and high caliber? Moreover, he has even created his own techniques? How can such talent remain merely an outer disciple? I have never even heard of this before. You bunch of useless fools. The Grand Elder's face flushed crimson, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Dual spirit root cultivators are already a rarity, and the essence of such roots often varies in strength. The deeper and purer the color, the better the talent it signifies. According to Yuchinga, He Li must possess spirit roots of exceptionally high quality, and his ability to invent his own techniques undoubtedly indicates a remarkable level of comprehension, marking him as a true genius. To let such a prodigy slip away without effort to retain him, to fail in controlling him, and to drive him away, especially with the weight of ancient heritage, how foolish must one be to commit such an act? Is it not an indication of a desire to prevent He Li from flourishing, lest they face dire consequences? The Grand Elder's frustration deepened, boiling over as he felt compelled to stomp in indignation. Chapter 45. Where did the wild magical artifacts come from? Concerning the notoriously fearsome He Li, the Grand Elder had previously possessed little understanding of him. This was, of course, quite normal. After all, he was a figure of considerable stature, second only to the sectmaster in the 10,000 Sword sect. Such a prominent individual would hardly have the leisure to delve into the life of an outer disciple like He Li, who had only reached the 4th level of Qi refinement at the time of his rebellion and subsequent rampage. Thus, his knowledge remained scant. Even before Yuchinga divulged a wealth of information, he merely regarded He Li as a traitor to the sect, someone who had caused immense losses by destroying the Black Jade mine. It was only after hearing Yuchinga's words that he grasped the true situation of He Li and recognized the formidable combat strength they had unwittingly lost due to the blunders of his subordinates. Had he known of He Li's exceptional talent earlier, a mere sprinkling of resources would have sufficed to cultivate gratitude from the young man. With such an ally, the 10,000 Sword sect would have flourished further. Moreover, if He Li were to marry into his family, perhaps they could produce offspring of equally impressive aptitude. Alas, these fools had ruined everything. The Grand Elder's fierce gaze swept across the assembly. I have consistently advised you to treat those lower-tier disciples not merely with oppression and punishment, but also to occasionally grant them benefits and hope, especially those with potential. Only then can our sect endure through the ages. Yet you worthless lot have disregarded my counsel, focusing solely on exploitation. Now, you have driven He Li to inflict such colossal losses upon our sect. Who among you will bear the responsibility? His thunderous roar echoed throughout the hall, filled with fury, silencing the crowd into an anxious stillness. Ultimately, it was Yuchinga who broke the silence. Discussing this now serves little purpose. From my understanding of He Li, he is vengeful and will undoubtedly continue to retaliate against our sect. Rather than holding the Grand Elder accountable, we should prioritize finding a way to mitigate his vengeance. As she spoke, memories of the time they hunted He Li flooded her mind. He had declared he would seek revenge on everyone involved, herself included. Having already slain Ji Ling, she harbored no illusions that He Li would show her any mercy. I must expedite my foundation building. Only by doing so can I secure a sliver of hope. Otherwise, when I encounter him, my chances of escape will be non-existent. Yuchinga pondered frantically. The Grand Elder, upon hearing her words, was compelled to stifle his rage and regain his composure. We shall address accountability later. As Yu Jinchuan has articulated, we must focus all efforts on neutralizing He Li to prevent further loss. After a brief pause, he continued. Immediately notify all core and true disciples to cease their current missions and return to the sect to avert retaliation. The mines and other enterprises must be secured. No one is to enter or exit. Lastly, Second Elder, you are to lead the third and fourth elders to confront He Li. With your cultivation at the mid to late stages of foundation building, you should be able to protect yourselves even if you fail to subdue him. As he issued these orders, the Second Elder, sword in hand, scoffed, Grand Elder, you underestimate my capabilities. Even if He Li possesses extraordinary talent, achieving foundation building from the 4th level of Qi refinement in 2 months, how does that compare to my 8th level foundation? One strike from me, a century of accumulation. How could he possibly withstand it? Even if I cannot eliminate him, I shall return with his head. With that declaration, the Second Elder unsheathed his sword and vanished into the horizon like a streak of light. However, in his arrogance, he failed to notice the fleeting glint of cold, cunning amusement in the Grand Elder's eyes, indicating that the latter harbored ulterior motives. Such was the nature of powerful factions. Internal strife and intrigue perpetually brewed among the higher echelons. Meanwhile, as the Grand Elder orchestrated a response to He Li's impending retaliation and dispatched the Second Elder to hunt him down, He Li himself had already appeared outside of town. Songsha Town. Standing beneath the archway at the town's entrance, the disguised He Li gazed at the sign above, noting that 3 days had elapsed since he departed from Heiyun Mountain. During these 3 days, he had primarily occupied himself within his Qinquan ring, forging new magical artifacts and adjusting their power. Only upon the completion of his new artifacts that very morning did he arrive at Songsha Town. His choice of location was far from arbitrary. Songsha Town was the largest in the vicinity, and it was said that the town leader was a 9th level Qi refinement cultivator. Most importantly, it was situated far from Heiyun Mountain and on the verge of leaving the 10,000 Swords sect's jurisdiction. He Li's intent in coming here was twofold: to test the potency of his new artifacts and to mislead the 10,000 Swords sect and other forces. Once he completed his tests, he would return to stealthily infiltrate the sect to pilfer some 5 elements spiritual energy and, incidentally, eliminate some true disciples. Little did the higher-ups of the 10,000 Swords sect anticipate that, despite his appearance in Songsha Town, suggesting an attempt to flee their grasp, he would instead strike at their very heart, slaying their disciples. A sinister smile crept across He Li's face. During his time as a disciple, he had heard rumors of 2 locations within the 10,000 Swords sect that housed 5 elements spiritual energy: the Fire Spirit Peak, which contained fire energy, and the Wood Kwai Peak, which possessed wood energy. Now, with 3 types of 5 elements spiritual energy at his disposal, He Li was merely a step away from foundation building, needing only these 2 types. Thus, regardless of the danger, he had no choice but to infiltrate those locations. Regrettably, he currently lacked leads on the Yushir Beast Bones and the Chaohua Spiritual Dew. Yet, He Li remained unperturbed. He had ample time to elevate his cultivation level. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, He Li activated his listening wind cicada ability to eavesdrop on the happenings in the town. Having come this far, before commencing his slaughter, it was prudent to ascertain if any significant events had transpired in the past few days. As he contemplated this, a multitude of voices reached his ears, following the cataclysmic battle at Heiyun Mountain, where the fearsome He Li single-handedly annihilated the mid-stage foundation cultivators sent by both the 10,000 Swords sect and the Hongya sect. A palpable sense of dread enveloped the Haomong mountain range. Even the 10,000 Swords sect began to fear retaliation, urgently recalling their key disciples. We should make haste to flee. Remaining here could spell our doom. Many anxious cultivators lamented. Yet, others expressed confidence. Flee? What is there to flee from? Haven't you heard that the Second Elder has already been dispatched to hunt him down? The Hongya sect has also sent 3 elders to collaborate in the pursuit of He Li. As this sentiment spread, many echoed the sentiment. Indeed, various families seem to be intensifying their efforts to locate the fearsome He Li. Wan Yagu is mobilizing as well. Quite the spectacle this time. He Li likely cannot hide for long. Indeed, there is no need to flee. Give it 2 more days, and He Li will undoubtedly be slain by the combined might of the 3 sections. Speaking of which, He Li is quite the character. After 60 years of cultivation, I've never encountered anyone as elusive, reckless, and brutally savage as him, a being who slaughters towns and cities with a ferocity surpassing even that of demons. Even in death, his infamous name will likely instill terror for countless years to come. Listening to these voices, He Li sneered. He had not anticipated that the 3 sects would create such a ruckus in their quest to eliminate him. A considerable stir, yet ultimately futile. After the cold laughter, He Li ceased to indulge in the superfluous chatter and merely raised his hand to retrieve several dark golden artifacts from the Qinquan ring, each resembling a grenade and radiating waves of spiritual energy. These were creations of my own invention. People of Songsha Town, You are indeed fortunate. With that declaration, Healy's eyes gleamed with malice as he hurled the dark golden artifacts into the town. Whoosh! As the heavy objects soared through the air, numerous cultivators in the town caught sight of the shimmering items, exuding spiritual energy and seemingly of high grade, prompting their eyes to shine with anticipation. Where did these wild artifacts come from? This luster, this sensation, I am certain they must at least be of superior grade. Haha, these artifacts are mine. Damn it, I saw them first. Step aside. Who dares to snatch them from me? Wait, something seems amiss. Those artifacts appear to. As the crowd surged forward to seize the artifacts, the grenade-like artifacts erupted with blinding brilliance. Those who sensed the impending danger felt a surge of panic and attempted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! In an instant, the grenade artifacts detonated amidst the crowd, unleashing a deafening roar. Fiery crimson flames soared into the sky. The searing inferno swept through the town like a colossal wave, igniting countless structures and shattering them, while mercilessly obliterating the terrified cultivators into a gory spectacle of dismemberment and carnage. Chapter 46. The dead are paramount. Why quibble? The violent explosion claimed the lives of numerous cultivators, raining blood and flesh upon the streets like a torrential downpour. A rich, charred aroma pervaded the air. Healy, having cast protective spells in advance, stood at the entrance of the town, gazing at the billowing black smoke that enveloped the streets, unable to suppress a series of eerie chuckles. Indeed, the power is remarkable, he murmured to himself, reflecting on the effectiveness of the grenades he had crafted by compressing combustible spiritual energy and augmenting it with materials far superior to ordinary niter, sulfur, and charcoal. With such might, it was no surprise that these chi refining cultivators were annihilated in an instant. Even Foundation establishment cultivators would find it difficult to withstand. Oh, this will certainly expedite the elimination of lower-tier cultivators. Ignoring the anguished wails and cries of those in town, Healy casually scattered the remaining grenades towards the corners of the now desolate Songsha town. This act sent the remaining cultivators into a frenzy of terror. Run! It's coming again! They screamed in panic as the flickering grenades descended upon them. However, the blast radius was far too extensive, and the chi refining cultivators were too slow to escape. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the once bustling town was reduced to ruins, and not a single living cultivator could be seen standing. Even the town's mayor, a chi refining 9th-layer cultivator, was killed in his home, unable to flee. Alongside the explosions, raging fires consumed bodies and structures alike. Healy's mind echoed with the incessant whispers of kills and various spell incantations. Burning of the superior grade common transformation of flora and fauna. Transformation has reached a skilled level. Elimination of chi refining 5th-layer cultivator Dufeng. Minor increase in cultivation. Destruction of unranked fragment of the forbidden spell. Forbidden spell has reached an agile state. The forbidden spell? As Healy absorbed the vast amounts of information regarding the spells and techniques, he suddenly noted an additional entry about the forbidden spell. This technique was unique, specifically designed to dismantle various restrictions and barriers. It was indeed a valuable asset, particularly since major sects and prestigious families often employed formations to safeguard their most treasured possessions. Without any prior knowledge of such defenses, encountering them would leave him helpless, but possessing the forbidden spell would change the game entirely. Digesting the insights regarding the forbidden spell made Healy's smile brighter than the sun. Afterward, he did not linger in the ruins. He swiftly cast spells to transfer the debris into his spatial ring and employed other techniques to erase his lingering presence before heading towards the Wanjian sect. Not long after his departure, whoosh, whoosh, accompanied by the sound of rushing air, nearly 10 Foundation establishment cultivators arrived one after another, gazing at the barren landscape of what was once Songsha town. Not a blade of grass grows here. It must be Healy. Only he would commit such an act. Humph, he escaped from Heiyun Mountain and is now gradually distancing himself from the Wanjian sect's jurisdiction. It seems he intends to flee. Of course, he is not foolish. He knows he has killed so many Foundation establishment cultivators from 2 sects and has attracted the attention of the Yu family. He will not linger here and will flee as far as possible. Enough talk. Let us pursue. Once we catch him, we will each employ our means to kill him and seize his treasures. With that, the nearly 10 Foundation establishment cultivators transformed into streaks of light, pursuing him into the distance. Healy, however, did not continue his rampage. He wished to remain undetected until his objectives were achieved. Thus, he hastened his pace, and within half a day, he reached the Wanjian sect. This cursed place remains unchanged. At this moment, disguised Healy stood amidst the mountains, gazing at the towering stone sword that symbolized the Wanjian sect. Below, he observed numerous members from various families arriving at the sect's gates, bringing their offerings. Among them were also cultivators from the Tang family. He scrutinized these cultivators and, after a moment's thought, retrieved an invisibility talisman to cloak himself as he approached. He did not immediately infiltrate the Wanjian sect, for its profound heritage and multitude of strong practitioners posed a significant risk. Instead, he lingered near the gate until he found a solitary inner disciple patrolling. After dispatching them and using their bones to disguise himself, he boldly entered the Wanjian sect. No one within the sect suspected him. This was not merely due to his disguise. His use of the transformation technique had altered his aura so perfectly that even acquaintances would not notice anything amiss. Additionally, no one imagined that He Li would dare return to the Wanjian sect. Who could have guessed that the target they were pursuing across great distances was hiding right within their own stronghold? As he traversed the paths of the Wanjian sect, He Li smirked, his gaze fixed on the distant Huoling Peak, where he could distinctly sense the searing energy emanating from it. Huoling Peak was a gathering place for fire cultivators and housed the alchemy and refining chambers. Once I acquire that fire energy, perhaps I shall also explore those two locations. Who knows what unexpected treasures might await? As he pondered, a hurried core disciple approached him. Initially, He Li intended to ignore her. After all, stealth was paramount in thievery. To his surprise, as she passed by, she abruptly turned and blocked his path. Given your cultivation, you appear to be at the 6th or 7th layer of qi refinement, not weak by any means. Follow me, she commanded. He Li regarded her with suspicion. What does senior sister wish for me to accompany you for? He retorted. The female cultivator coldly replied, since when do mere inner disciples dare to question core disciples? Enough chatter, simply follow my instructions. Very well. He Li squinted and nodded. The female cultivator wasted no time. Swiftly heading towards the alchemy chamber at the peak of Huoling, He Li trailed her leisurely. Upon reaching the summit of Huoling Peak, He Li realized her status was no trivial matter. The other disciples passing by displayed utmost respect upon seeing her. Activating his listening abilities, he gleaned her identity. Sister L.E., not yet 20, was already at the 9th layer of qi refinement and was on the verge of becoming a second-tier alchemist. Impressive. She truly was the granddaughter of the Grand Elder. Sister L was indeed remarkable, possessing exceptional beauty, yet she had a penchant for creating bizarre concoctions, often using living subjects for testing, which had likely resulted in numerous casualties among the disciples. Hush, what are you saying? Are you seeking death? One must not claim that Sister L caused their demise. Instead, it should be said that they lacked fortune, unable to bear the opportunities presented by Sister L. Ah, indeed. Life is fragile. Listening to the distant murmurs, He Li finally discerned the identity and intentions of the female cultivator ahead. It appeared she had summoned him to assist in her alchemical endeavors. Moreover, from the earlier remarks, it seemed this woman had already caused the demise of numerous disciples. However, due to her status, the other disciples dared not voice their concerns. They could only lament that those disciples met their fates due to their own unfortunate destinies. How truly dark this situation is. He Li scoffed inwardly, then fixed his gaze on the graceful silhouette of L.E., his eyes betraying a hint of malice. It seemed L.E. sensed the ominous intent behind her, as she abruptly halted and turned back. What are you staring at? She demanded, her eyes brimming with disdain. Before He Li could respond, she ominously added, if you continue to look, I'll have your eyes gouged out. Clearly, she was oblivious to He Li's malevolence. Mistaking his gaze for something lascivious due to her frequent experience of being watched, He Li found no inclination to refute her accusations. After all, they were already deceased. The dead hold precedence. Why bother with trifles? Chapter 47. It's useless to plead. Follow me inside. Lu Yi was oblivious to the fact that He Li had already devised a plan in his mind regarding her eventual resting place. Her sole desire was to ascertain the precise efficacy of the elixir she had recently concocted. Thus she pushed open the door to her private alchemy chamber. Gesturing for He Li to follow promptly, He Li remained silent, merely nodding, and did not forget to close the door behind him. This detail caused Lu Yi to regard him with a modicum of respect. After all, the inner and outer disciples she had previously summoned for testing were typically cowed in her presence. They would hardly dare to move without her prompting, let alone take the initiative to close a door. Humph, he possesses a certain intrigue. No wonder he dared to cast those vile glances at me when my attention was diverted. Casting a sidelong glance at He Li, she recalled the peculiar gaze she had sensed outside moments ago. Lu Yi could not help but murmur inwardly. Nevertheless, thoughts aside, her hands were not idle. Buzz. She advanced swiftly to the central high-grade alchemical furnace, opening it with a flourish. Instantly, a wave of peculiar and enchanting fragrance wafted forth from within. Lu Yi then conjured 3 crimson-hued pills from the furnace and presented them to He Li. The latter, intrigued, inquired, what are these pills? For he had never encountered such a sight before. Lu Yi replied nonchalantly, these are the beast bloodbone pills. Crafted primarily from the blood and bones of various magical beasts. Their intended effect is to enhance the quality of one's vital energy and bolster physical strength. If the elixir proves effective, theoretically, those who consume it and cultivate will surpass their peers of the same rank and physical prowess. Is there truly such a remarkable pill? He Li expressed his astonishment upon hearing Lu Yi's description. He did not doubt the efficacy of the pill, for the underlying principle was sound. Improving the quality of vital energy could indeed amplify combat strength. However, it appeared that Lu Yi had yet to fully master the crafting of this elixir and was still in the experimentation phase, which explained her tendency to compel others into testing her concoctions. A pill that enhances vital energy? How splendid! If I could master the formula and regularly concoct these pills for my own use, my combat prowess would undoubtedly increase significantly. A glimmer of greed flickered in Healy's eyes as he turned his gaze back to Louis. What is the grade of this pill? Do you possess the formula for it? If you do, show it to me. If not, then divulge the recipe. Show it to you? And reveal the recipe? Louis was momentarily taken aback by Healy's audacity in speaking to her in such a manner. However, her astonishment quickly transformed into indignation, her beautiful eyes flashing with fury. You lowly inner disciple who gave you the audacity to make demands of me? She spat, attempting to suppress her rage. Before she could finish her retort, Healy's demeanor shifted dramatically as he suddenly lunged toward her. Slap. With a resounding crack, Healy's powerful hand, akin to a steel clamp, seized Louis's delicate neck. A sinister smile crept across his face as he leaned in closer. What did you just ask me? He inquired, tightening his grip. Instantly, a suffocating sensation enveloped Louis, her face flushed crimson and veins bulging on her forehead. The defiance that had once filled her gaze was replaced by sheer terror. As Healy's grip intensified, the agonizing pain threatened to shatter her very bones, pushing her to the brink of unconsciousness. In that moment, she was engulfed in panic and despair, acutely aware of the specter of death looming over her. The realization struck her, this man was indeed capable of ending her life. Fear coursed through her veins, and she recoiled at the thought of death. Her heart screamed in desperation. I am still so young. I have so many years left to squander. There are countless things I have yet to accomplish. I have not even sought a partner. How can I die here? No, I cannot perish. I must find a way to survive. As Louis's inner turmoil surged, she suddenly felt the pressure on her neck ease slightly. Alongside this release, she sensed a shift in her surroundings, as if Healy had transported her to another realm. Simultaneously, his voice resounded once more. Tell me about that elixir. Finally regaining her composure, Louis dared not hesitate any longer and quickly nodded in response. That is a pill without a specific grade. I don't have the formula on hand. I only saw others attempt to craft it at the Wanyao Valley. I merely noted the materials used, but I do not know the precise ratios. Witnessed others concoct it at the Wanyao Valley? Healy's realization dawned. No wonder Louis sought subjects for her experiments. She had pilfered the recipe without grasping the exact proportions. He squinted. Now, immediately disclose the contents of that formula to me. Yes. Louis acquiesced hastily. She then recited the alchemical components. The materials were relatively easy to remember, as most consisted of various magical beast blood and bones, and there was no necessity for specific beasts. The blood and bones of magical beasts could be substituted, and Healy merely needed to recall the few remaining key ingredients. Due to their simplicity, Louis's recitation was swiftly committed to memory by Healy, who then broke into a malicious grin. Excellent, I have now memorized the recipe. Therefore, your usefulness has come to an end. As he spoke, he prepared to deliver a fatal blow, sending Louis, with her fierce will to survive, into a frenzied plea for mercy. Please, spare me. I was wrong. I should not have sought you for testing. I do not wish to die, she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Healy, however, responded with cruel malice. It is futile to plead with me. To be frank, not only will I kill you, but I will also use your corpse against your grandfather. I shall transform your remains into a puppet, forcing you to slay him with your own hands. He cackled. I can only imagine the expression on your grandfather's face when he sees you as my puppet, compelled to end his own life. After all, that old fool dotes on you so. You've harmed countless fellow disciples, yet he has turned a blind eye. Perhaps he even helped you cover it up. Otherwise, why would no one dare to speak of it? As Healy continued, his sinister laughter grew more pronounced. I am truly eager to witness your grandfather's reaction when he confronts you as my puppet, intent on his demise. Upon hearing Healy's taunts, Louis's mind conjured the horrific image of taking her grandfather's life with her own hands. Her already tear-streaked eyes turned bloodshot with rage. You monster. If you dare to do such a thing, I will haunt you even in death. Crack. Before she could finish her threat, Healy's expression darkened as he swiftly crushed her neck. Crushed the Chi Refinement Level 9 practitioner, Louis. Crushed the Body Refinement Level 4 practitioner, Louis. Cultivation 8, Slight Enhancement in Physical Prowess. Additional Cultivation 5, Physical Enhancement 5. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy sneered. Still a body cultivator? No wonder you were so insistent on abducting others for testing and attempting to concoct the beast bloodbone pill. Humph. You think you can haunt me? I would relish the opportunity to see you become a wraith. If you do, I shall enslave you, rendering both your corpse and spirit subject to my whims. Gazing at Louis's lifeless form, her eyes frozen in terror, Healy seized her storage pouch. Subsequently, he lifted the lifeless body of L.E. and interred it within the Chinquan ring, specifically in the designated area for nurturing corpses. After completing these tasks, Healy unfastened L.E.'s storage pouch to examine its contents. A scroll of supreme spiritual level techniques, a vial of second-tier elixirs, and 2 second-tier talismans. It is no wonder she is the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the One Sword sect. Her worth exceeds my expectations. As Healy emptied the items from L.E.'s storage pouch and inspected them, a radiant smile blossomed upon his face. For the possessions on L.E. surpassed those of many Foundation establishment cultivators. Killing her was indeed a blood-soaked profit. With so many valuable items on LE, I can only imagine that the descendants of other elders within the Wansword sect possess treasures of their own. Perhaps I shall seek another opportunity to eliminate one. After all, I can also refine the body into a corpse pet. Such a tool would prove invaluable against those old-timers in the future. Healy grinned wickedly, his mind swirling with nefarious thoughts. His gaze then returned to the remnants of LE's legacy as he proceeded to incinerate the scroll of techniques. Chapter 48, Truly Underestimating You. Boom. Flames erupted from Healy and Apos' hands. The secret scroll left by LE was reduced to ashes, burning the Spirit Grade Supreme Technique, Fire Wing Technique. The Fire Wing Technique has reached the minor success stage. Accompanied by whispers, numerous insights and techniques regarding the Fire Wing Technique surged into Healy's mind. The Fire Wing Technique allows the caster to condense fiery wings behind them for short-distance flight, significantly enhancing speed. This technique is immensely beneficial to Healy, especially since he currently cannot fly. Mastering this technique would grant him the ability to soar and accelerate, enabling him to both pursue enemies and escape danger. He chuckled. Survival Ability 1. As he absorbed the technique, Healy turned his attention to the talismans. 2 second-tier talismans lay before him: the Thunderbolt Talisman and the exceedingly rare 1,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman. The former summons a terrifying lightning strike, while the latter allows instant transportation to a random location within 1,000 miles, surely a life-saving talisman given to LE by the Grand Elder. Unfortunately, LE never had the chance to use it. Lastly, there were the second-tier pills left by LE. This item was none other than the foundational pill that many low-level cultivators yearn for, the Foundation Establishment Pill. A Foundation Establishment Pill? It is indeed a remarkable item. However, for me, it holds no value. I have no desire to solidify my foundation as the most basic human cultivator. Shaking his head, Healy stored the pill away. He then departed from the Qiankuan ring. With a snap, Healy returned to LE's independent alchemy room, picking up the Qiankuan ring from the ground, and waved his hand to collect LE's alchemical furnace and other belongings. LE's furnace was of high quality, and its acquisition would surely benefit Healy's future alchemy endeavors. Having completed these tasks, Healy did not rush to leave. Instead, he seized the opportunity of the sparse crowd outside to swiftly dash out and silently slip into the nearby alchemy rooms. Most of those rooms were occupied, with many individuals deeply focused on their alchemical processes. Upon Healy's abrupt entrance, some were furious while others chose to ignore him and continued their work. However, regardless of the reactions, be it anger, indifference, or simple unawareness, Healy charged forward and eliminated them all. His movements were swift, allowing no opportunity for them to speak before he dispatched them, all the while ensuring that not a drop of blood was spilled outside. Thus, Healy traversed various alchemy rooms and weapon refining chambers on the Fire Spirit Peak, executing a spree of silent assassinations. Numerous disciples of the Wanjian sect perished without a sound, and a plethora of alchemical materials, refining materials, and even furnaces were seized by him. Among the materials Healy collected, rare items like Fire Spirit Chi were not in short supply, though he currently lacked the time to organize them properly. Simply tossing them into the Qiankuan ring. Without pausing, he transformed his appearance and disguised himself as another disciple before infiltrating the Mukue Peak. Shortly after Healy and Apos' departure. Why is there no one on the Fire Spirit Peak? At the summit, 2 newly arrived inner disciples scanned the eerily quiet alchemy rooms and buildings with suspicion. Wasn't this place usually bustling with people? What could be amiss? The youth beside him shook his head. Do you not know about El Shaji's affairs? I have already heard. El Shaji was recently looking for people to test her medicine. Those who volunteer for her tests have a 10-fold chance of death. Do you think the other brothers and sisters are foolish enough to stay here, making themselves easy targets for El Shaji? Upon hearing this, the previously doubtful disciple fell silent. The senior brother beside him displayed a resigned expression. Enough pondering. Perhaps the alchemy rooms nearby have seniors refining alchemical concoctions who wish not to be disturbed. Let us take a quick look and leave. After all, there is no real danger within the sect. Our patrol task is merely a formality. There is no need to linger here too long with that. The senior brother turned and hastily headed down the mountain, while the disciple hurried to follow. Meanwhile, at the foot of Mukue Peak, the fragrance of spirit plants is rich. Standing before the stone-paved steps, Healy gazed longingly at the mist-wreathed peaks ahead. This Mukue Peak is a gathering place for wood cultivators, imbued with wood spirit chi. It is also one of the spirit plant gardens of the Wanjian sect. Due to the abundance of spirit plants in the mountains, a strong fragrance wafts through the air, enticing many disciples, just as it captivated Healy at this moment. However, Healy's blissful demeanor drew disdainful glances from passing disciples of Mukue Peak. TCH. Just another impoverished disciple from another peak. Can't afford spirit plants, so they come here merely to savor the scent. Do they think the fragrance can fill their bellies? One could hear the disdainful mutterings, revealing the contempt the disciples of Mukue Peak held for those from other peaks. Upon hearing this, Healy turned his gaze toward them. Yet, rather than feeling embarrassed, the speaker shot him a fierce glare. What are you looking at? If you want to buy spirit plants, go up the mountain. If you have no money, then scram. You outsiders are truly annoying. What audacity. Healy sighed, and then, whoosh, crack. With a sound, Healy had already appeared before the terrified disciple, viciously crushing his neck and silencing him instantly. Crushed to death, Chi refining 7th layer disciple Mushana. Cultivation 4, extra cultivation 3, body cultivation 3. Listening to the whispers, Healy skinned the face of the fallen disciple, employing the face change technique as he donned the other's attire. With a light step, he swiftly made his way to the spirit plant garden atop Mu Kuei Peak. Initially, Healy had no intention of barging in. After all, the spirit plant garden was guarded by elders. However, he passed by and noticed the absence of any foundational cultivators, which piqued his suspicion as he glanced at the guarding disciples. Senior brother, are the elders not present? Healy asked directly. The latter, oblivious to any oddity, merely nodded. Isn't it because of that Healy incident? I heard that the second elder and the others have yet to find anyone, and the grand elder has summoned many elders. Crack. Before the disciple could finish his sentence, Healy's eyes gleamed as he cheerfully lunged forward, slicing off his head, then transforming into a whirlwind as he dashed into the spirit plant garden overflowing with spiritual energy. Slade, Chi refining 9th layer disciple Qinling. Cultivation 8, extra cultivation 11, body cultivation 10. With the elders absent, why waste my breath? Wouldn't it be more rewarding to seize more spirit plants? Listening to the whispers, Healy muttered to himself. Simultaneously, he activated his technique, swiftly gathering entire swathes of spirit plants along with their soil into the Chinquan ring, leaving behind only barren rock layers. His movements were rapid, and throughout the process, he maintained his listening abilities, attuned to all sounds around him. Should anyone approach, the ghastly firearm behind him would spring forth 2 short guns to eliminate them. For this reason, no one ever noticed a thing. Only the disciples at the foot of the mountain found it peculiar. They sensed that the fragrance emanating from the spirit plants in the garden seemed to have diminished significantly. Yet, they thought little of it. After all, who would dare harbor ill intentions toward the spirit plant garden? That would be courting death, wouldn't it? Perhaps it was merely a trick of the senses. Shaking their heads, the disciples resumed their tasks, as the work assigned by the elders would take several hours to complete. They had no time or inclination to ponder other matters, knowing that failure to complete the elders' designated tasks would lead to punishment. The thought of such consequences made them even more focused on their work. Meanwhile, Healy had already emptied the entire spirit plant garden. He had no time to meticulously organize his spoils. He merely rushed toward the warehouse with even greater speed, only due to Healy's thoughts. After committing murder at Fire Spirit Peak and stealthily taking away the spirit plantation from Wood Kwai Peak, it had been quite some time, and someone should have discovered the anomaly. Realizing he had infiltrated, he needed to flee swiftly to preserve his life. However, after ruthlessly slaying several disciples guarding the warehouse and plundering the Wood Kwai Peak storage, Healy came to the realization that he had overestimated the Wanjian sect. Upon descending from Wood Kwai Peak, he discovered that the disciples of Wanjian sect continued with their usual activities. Utterly oblivious to the events at Fire Spirit Peak and Wood Kwai Peak, both outer and inner disciples were diligently attending to their own affairs. This revelation ignited sinister thoughts within Healy. No one has noticed? I truly overestimated you all. However, since no one has yet discovered the issue, I might as well engage in further deeds. For instance, stealthily infiltrating Yu Chinga's cave abode to eliminate that woman? Just so happens I still possess a teleportation talisman. Even if I encounter danger, I can teleport away. Speaking of which, I must extend my gratitude to the Grand Elder. Without you preparing this treasure for your granddaughter, this endeavor would indeed carry some risk. With a glint of malice in his eyes, Healy raised his gaze towards the distant location of Yu Chinga's cave, then transformed his appearance once more and swiftly set off towards his destination. Chapter 49. The ritual of witches and sorcerers. The true disciples of the Wanjian sect may not be the most powerful within the sect, yet their status is undoubtedly the most esteemed among all disciples. Take for instance Yu Chinga from the Yu family. Not only is she the youngest true disciple of the sect leader, but she is also the daughter of the head of the Yu family. Compared to her status, Lu's background pales in significance, as she is merely the granddaughter of the Great Elder. In the presence of Yu Chinga, even the Great Elder must show her respect. This is precisely why she had the audacity to voice her opinions in the Grand Hall without fearing the Elder's wrath. Furthermore, due to their elevated status, these true disciples often possess their own small peaks for cultivation and residence. These peaks are rich in spiritual energy, making them excellent places for training. Moreover, they are protected by illusionary formations. Without the peak master's permission, ordinary disciples could scarcely approach these locations. Under normal circumstances, such privileges would serve to highlight the true disciple status. However, at this moment, they have become a death sentence. Granting them independent peaks and establishing formations to keep other disciples at bay, you truly elevate their status. Beneath the misty Mingzhu Peak, Healy raised his head, surveying the mountain with a sinister smile. You seem to have considered their status thoroughly, but it appears you have overlooked a critical detail. This also facilitates their assassination. In his mind, Healy activated the spirit-focusing worm, diminishing the effects of the illusions and even piercing through them. He swiftly advanced into the seemingly illusory mountain mist, heading upward. Mingzhu Peak is not particularly large, as long as he is unaffected by the formations. He can easily locate the cave dwelling established for Yuqinga. Thus, upon reaching the summit, Healy immediately spotted the cave entrance embedded in the rocky wall, adorned with countless translucent symbols that formed a peculiar barrier. The barrier was somewhat akin to a formation. To enter, one must possess the corresponding talisman. Of course, if the barrier is not too formidable, one might force their way through with sufficient strength, though this would undoubtedly attract the attention of the sect's higher-ups. Healy, however, had no intention of resorting to brute force. Let us not forget, he possesses the technique to break barriers with utmost precision. Buzz. Healy focused intently on the barrier, raising his hand to form a peculiar incantation in the void. In the next moment, the incantation surged toward the barrier and swiftly merged with it. Immediately, the barrier became faint and ethereal, appearing as though it lacked energy. Success? Observing the change, Healy's face lit up with joy, yet he remained cautious. He raised his hand once more to cast a spell upon himself, enhancing his strength with techniques like the Great Force Art and Ice Armor Art. Once prepared, he firmly grasped the long-distance teleportation talisman and charged toward the rocky wall with great speed. Buzz. As Healy moved, his figure seemed to glide through the barrier like a shadow crossing water, entering the cave. However, Yuqinga was nowhere to be found. Not here. Healy frowned. If she is absent, I cannot leave empty-handed. Surely, Yuqinga's cave must contain some valuable items. Contemplating this, Healy scanned his surroundings. The cave was simply decorated. Aside from some commonly used tools, sun-dried spiritual herbs, and books, the only peculiar item was a stone tablet situated before the bed. The stone tablet was riddled with cracks, its surface entirely black, engraved with numerous ancient purple characters. Moreover, the top of the tablet was flatly broken, indicating it was incomplete. What is this stone tablet? Healy wondered, curiosity peaking within him. Unable to resist, he reached out to examine it closely. Crack, just as his fingers brushed against the stone tablet. A crisp sound echoed, and the already cracked tablet shattered into dust under his touch. Healy was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is the quality of this tablet so poor? No. Could it be that it is inherently untouchable? If it were indeed a valuable item, why wouldn't Yuqinga store it in her spatial pouch? Healy's mind raced with thoughts. Meanwhile, a whisper resonated in his consciousness. Destroying the incomplete legacy tablet of the nameless ritualist. The ritual of witches and sorcerers has reached the realm of great accomplishment. As the whisper faded, a torrent of ancient images flooded Healy's mind, depicting scenes of sacrifices made in pursuit of answers from the heavens. With the emergence of these images, more information regarding the ritual of witches and sorcerers surged forth. The ritual of witches and sorcerers, a plea to the heavens. This does not seem like a conventional technique. It resembles a certain ritual, sacrificing beings to seek answers from the heavens. If successful, one could obtain the desired response. For instance, seeking guidance from the heavens for something one desires. What the heck? After processing the entirety of the ritual of witches and sorcerers, Healy's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he could not help but exclaim. This ritual is utterly extraordinary. To ask for whatever one wishes from the heavens? If he were to master this, would he not be able to gather the materials for foundation building at will? But where did Yuqinga acquire such a remarkable item? Could it have come from her family? It seems I must pay a visit to the Yu family. If they possess more treasures like this, once I find them, I shall smash them all to pieces. Healy's heart brimmed with delight, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Yet soon after, he composed himself, furrowing his brow as he sensed someone approaching the cave entrance, an aura of intent to enter. Is Yuqinga returning? Healy was uncertain, but with the long-distance teleportation talisman in his possession, he felt fearless. He was unafraid to confront whoever it was. If he couldn't win, he would simply teleport away. Thus, fixing his gaze on the cave entrance, Healy raised his blade and fiercely struck outward. Immediately, a voice from outside questioned in uncertainty, "Who is it?" Bang! Accompanied by that inquiry, the approaching figure reacted swiftly, seemingly drawing a weapon to defend. And a clash ensued, sparks flying as a dull thud resounded. The sound suggested that the person outside had knelt in defeat. Clearly, they had not withstood Healy's assault and had been forced to the ground. At this point, Healy had deduced from the sound and the feeble resistance that the individual outside was none other than the Yuqinga he had longed to encounter. Realizing this, a sinister grin spread across his face. "Sister Yu, I trust you are well." With a laugh, Healy continued to exert force, preventing Yuqinga from rising. Meanwhile, he assumed a charging stance, emboldened by his ice armor, and hurled himself forward, resulting in a sharp, cracking sound of bones from outside. Bang! Crack! Outside, Yuqinga, half kneeling with her sword raised in a desperate defense against Healy's attack, was caught off guard by a sudden, brutal charge, resulting in a bone fracture. Her slender form was propelled by the overwhelming force, crashing deeply into the stone wall. Intense pain radiated from every part of her body, and crimson blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Yuqinga's face contorted in agony. She struggled to rise, only to discover that multiple bones were shattered and her internal organs seemed to have been crushed by He Li's impact. She lacked the strength to move, and her consciousness began to blur. She could not stand. She could only force her eyes open, hazily seeing someone approaching her. Is it He Li? Yuchinga's hair stood on end. She could not fathom how He Li had come to be here. Even more perplexing was how he dared to intrude upon the Wanjian sect while being pursued by the 3 sects, numerous families, and the court's cultivators, seeking to ambush and kill her. Is he truly so reckless? Does he not fear death at all? Yuchinga was beset by a myriad of questions. Yet the more she pondered, the greater her astonishment and dread became. What manner of person was He Li? So sinister. Nevertheless, despite her thoughts and fears, Yuchinga was unwilling to meet her demise at the hands of He Li so recklessly. As she observed He Li drawing nearer, feeling utterly powerless to resist him, she succumbed to a plea of emotion. Brother He, we are of the same sect. In the past, my senior sister once aided you. Cannot you, for the sake of our former bond, allow me to escape this time? She continued, moreover, did you not once harbor feelings for my senior sister? Can you truly bring yourself to harm me? With great effort, Yuchinga suppressed her pain. Speaking softly in a feeble tone, He Li, upon hearing her words, narrowed his eyes and lowered the weapon in his grasp. Indeed, my senior sister has helped me greatly in the past, and I did have genuine feelings for her. So, hope glimmered in Yuchinga's eyes, believing He Li had softened. Little did she know, in the next moment, He Li's demeanor turned frenzied. Therefore, I shall slay my senior sister and transform you into a loyal corpse servant to accompany me, he cackled wickedly. As the words left his lips, Yuchinga's expression changed drastically upon witnessing He Li's deranged visage. She seemed poised to utter more. But He Li's maniacal laughter erupted as he swung his blade. Crack, blood splattered, and a head fell to the ground. Chapter 50. The art of memory and the essence of despair. The head of Yuchinga was severed by He Li. A familiar whisper echoed in his mind. Eliminate the 10-layer Qi refinement cultivator Yuchinga. Cultivation 10, additional cultivation 8, body refinement 7. She has reached the 10th layer of Qi refinement? He Li was astonished upon hearing the whisper, but then realized that as the daughter of the Yu family, she must be well aware of the 3 foundational paths. Her delay in establishing a foundation was likely due to her desire to reach the apex of Qi refinement to build a solid foundation. Aspiring to learn the Tao of foundation building? Such lofty ambitions, yet they seem unattainable. However, since you are preparing for other methods of foundation building, I trust you have collected the necessary materials in your storage bag? Now, those shall belong to me. He Li grinned mischievously at the corpse of Yuchinga. Yet, recalling her previous words, he couldn't help but sneer. Like you? I too was once young and naive. In truth, Yuchinga had indeed aided him significantly, but many had bullied him due to her influence, or rather, because those individuals were orchestrated by her. The reason was her interest in He Li's talent. She wanted him to be her loyal hound. Thus, she arranged for others to torment He Li, only to appear later and feign concern to win his favor. It was precisely because Yuchinga sought to subdue He Li that the Grand Elder and the sect leader remained oblivious to his existence within the sect. The few who knew of He Li's presence also kept silent out of respect for Yuchinga. Of course, many elders were genuinely unaware of He Li's past circumstances, but none of that mattered now. Did she still wish for me to be her dog? From now on, it shall be you who serves me. Prepare to be refined into a corpse. After his cold laughter, He Li swiftly removed Yuchinga's storage bag and took her corpse. Just as he was about to open the bag, a terrifying sense of oppression suddenly washed over him, turning his face pale and causing cold sweat to pour down. The sect leader, Buzz. With no time to ponder, He Li activated the teleportation talisman in his hand, and his figure vanished from the spot. At that very moment, whoosh, with a sound of the air splitting, a figure clad in dark golden robes, exuding a terrifying aura, appeared where He Li had just been, glaring at the residual image left behind with a sinister smile. Ant, do you dare to escape from my grasp? Buzz. Accompanied by his ominous voice, the figure vanished along with He Li's residual shadow. The next moment, on a plain 1,000 miles away, the figure, having unexpectedly materialized on the plain, scanned the surroundings with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. For he could no longer detect any trace of He Li. This incited his ire. After all, he was the sect leader of the 10,000 Sword sect. A core formation cultivator. How could a mere Qi refinement and elude him right under his nose? Truly impressive. No wonder he could roam freely without perishing. Calming himself, the sect leader once again employed his formidable spiritual sense to cover the surrounding plains, attempting to discern if he had overlooked anything. But there was indeed nothing suspicious. Reluctantly, he decided to return to the sect. Meanwhile, He Li, hidden within the Qiankuan ring and observing the plains outside, let out a sigh of relief. The old sect leader had actually emerged? Wasn't he in seclusion? Damn, he nearly frightened me to death. If I were to encounter a foundation establishment cultivator, I wouldn't be fazed, even if it were a late-stage cultivator. But core formation cultivators were a different story. I am certain that if one were to catch me, a single slap could obliterate me along with my armor. Fortunately, I have the Qianquan ring to hide. Regaining his composure, Healy turned his attention back to Yu Qingga's storage bag, filled with anticipation. Let me see what treasures lie within, he said as he opened the storage bag and began to pour its contents out. Immediately, numerous items fell. 2 small stone slabs covered in cracks. 3 scrolls of secret techniques, 2 vials of second-tier elixirs, 5 second-tier talismans, 2 swords that appeared to be high-grade magical artifacts, and a bronze pendant. The remainder consisted of spirit stones and low-level miscellaneous items. No materials for foundation building? After scanning through the items, Healy scratched his head. However, he did not dwell on it too much. Perhaps those items were still in the Yu family, yet to be claimed by her. That was inconsequential. What piqued Healy's interest were the 2 cracked stone slabs, which bore a striking resemblance in material and pattern to the steel in Yu Qingga's cave dwelling. Could these be miniature inheritance steels? He scrutinized the 2 slabs thoughtfully. Then, with a sudden decisive motion, he swung his fist. Bang! Accompanied by a resounding crash, the slabs shattered. Destroyed the incomplete minor which inheritance steel. Earth-grade high-quality micromemory technique has reached the spirit movement realm. Destroyed the incomplete which Dr. Inheritance steel. Mastered the formula for the essence of despair. Mastered the formula for the corrupting essence. As the slabs turned to purple-gray dust, a flood of information surged into Healy's mind. The micromemory technique, an Earth-grade high-level spell, allows the caster to connect with the target and, through this technique, glimpse the depths of that being's consciousness and memories. The essence of despair, unranked, when ignited and inhaled, causes the soul to dissolve, rendering one a living corpse. The corrupting essence, unranked, when contaminated, rapidly taints a cultivator's spiritual energy, causing it to carry corruption and gradually eroding the target's flesh and blood, destroying their meridians and spiritual sea, potentially leading to death. What is all this? Peering into memories. Turning people into living corpses? Not to mention poisoning a cultivator's spiritual energy, thereby obliterating their meridians and spiritual sea, reducing them to cripples or even killing them. Where did Yu Qingga acquire such nefarious items? Did she perhaps stumble upon an ancient cultivator's tomb? Otherwise, it simply does not add up. Moreover, can one truly memorize drug formulas in this manner? Why didn't it whisper when I burned the previous formulas? Or does it require specific conditions? I shall experiment with burning something else later. Healy scratched his head, filled with both excitement and suspicion. Setting aside whether he could burn formulas, he mused that if Yu Qingga had indeed found the tomb of an ancient cultivator and acquired these special slabs, perhaps he could explore it too. Who knows? He might stumble upon something of his own. Regrettably, Yu Qingga had long since met her demise at his hands. Now, there was no opportunity to inquire further. He could only hope to uncover some trace in the future. Alas, such a pity. Had he known, he would have asked before striking her down. Nonetheless, Healy understood that had he not acted immediately, the core formation sect leader would have likely sensed something was amiss. And he may never have had the chance to eliminate Yu Qingga. Forget it, let us examine the rest. Shaking his head, Healy diverted his attention to the other relics left behind by Yu Qingga. The 3 scrolls of secret techniques were all of spiritual grade. The 2 vials of second-tier elixirs were both chi-enhancing pills. The purpose of these elixirs is to significantly enhance the speed at which chi refinement or slightly boost foundation establishment cultivators can refine spiritual energy, allowing for rapid growth in their spiritual power. The 5 second-tier talismans were all wind condensation talismans. Their effect is to gather the surrounding spiritual energy. Yu Qingga must have intended to utilize them in conjunction with the elixirs to swiftly break through the pinnacle of chi refinement. Lastly, there was that bronze pendant. The front side was engraved with a towering tree, upon which various small animals perched. The back was devoid of any markings. What is this? It doesn't appear to be a magical artifact? Healy pondered for a while, unable to comprehend its purpose. However, considering Yu Qingga's character, it was unlikely she would keep a worthless item in her storage bag. Healy decided to store it carefully. The Song of Yu Qingga may have unearthed the ancient tomb of a cultivator, and perhaps this item is the treasure within. It might prove useful in the future. In any case, it is prudent to keep it for now. Subsequently, Healy cast a glance at the 3 scrolls of arcane techniques before raising his hand to ignite them in flames, incinerating their essence. Then, guided by the whispers echoing in his mind, he rose to attend to the body of Yu Qingga. Incinerated spirit-level superior Thousand Shadow Sword technique. Thousand Shadow Sword technique has reached the realm of mastery. Incinerated spirit-level supreme remnants of the Cold Dew technique. Cold Dew technique has attained the 4th tier. Incinerated spirit-level medium remnants of the Fiery Blood Corpse control technique. Fiery Blood Corpse control technique has reached the minor achievement stage. Listening to the murmurs within his mind, Healy swiftly buried the bodies of Yu Qingga and L.E. together. They would have each other's company now. He hoped they would soon transform into restless spirits or undergo a corpse metamorphosis. With a mischievous smile, he whispered a few words but had no intention of leaving. Instead, he settled down in place, grasping the talismans and elixirs left by Yu Qingga, beginning to absorb the accumulated spirit stones for cultivation. Given that Yu Qingga was now deceased and the sect leader of the Wanjian sect had set his sights on Healy, uncertainty loomed over him regarding whether the leader lingered in the shadows, watching the area beyond the Qianquan ring. He was reluctant to take such a perilous risk. Thus, For safety's sake, he resolved to cultivate first. Spending 10 days or half a month here to break through, the old leader would likely dismiss his suspicions and depart. At that point, he could slip away and continue his rampage, cackling wickedly. Chapter 51. Morning dew of the flowers Healy hid within the Chin-Kuan ring, leisurely digesting the myriad cultivation resources he had acquired in the past. Meanwhile, the outside world was in turmoil. The news regarding the Wanjian sect had spread, and the majority of cultivators in the Haomang mountain range were already aware that Healy, who was being relentlessly pursued by numerous Foundation establishment cultivators, had not fled as others imagined. Rather than retreating, he audaciously infiltrated the Wanjian sect, assassinating several inner and core disciples, looting the alchemy rooms of the Fire Spirit Peak, and even emptying the Spirit Plantation on Mukue Peak. Most astonishingly, after slaying the direct disciple Yuchinga, he managed to escape unscathed. It was said that even the sect master of the Wanjian sect found his efforts futile, returning empty-handed. As this information circulated, many cultivators initially could not fathom Healy's audacity, deeming it absurd. Only when numerous cultivators witnessed the Yu clan's golden core ancestor leading a contingent of descendants to confront the Wanjian sect did the skeptics come to realize the veracity of the rumors. Indeed, that individual was nothing short of a deity, having committed such heinous acts and taken so many lives, including 2 direct descendants from the Yu clan. Healy remained unharmed and eluded capture. Presently, in the Haomang mountain range, the towns echoed with discussions among cultivators. Though Healy was ruthless and lethal, he had become the embodiment of aspiration for many cultivators. After all, no one wished to be oppressed by the upper echelons, nor did anyone desire to live in subjugation. If they possessed sufficient power, they would also wish to roam the world as Healy did. Alas, they lacked such capabilities. Moreover, aside from the admiration for Healy, the Wanjian sect had become a complete laughingstock. It was rumored that due to the death of Yu Xianzi, the sect not only suffered significant losses in important disciples and resources stolen by Healy, but was also compelled to pay an exorbitant compensation to the Yu clan. The Yu clan, though enraged, would seize the opportunity to exact vengeance on the Wanjian sect, which had suffered grievously. Where, one might wonder, was Healy hiding? Who could possibly know? Yet, judging by his past behavior, when he re-emerged, it would undoubtedly lead to rivers of blood. Presently, aside from the wrathful Yu clan and the Wanjian sect, numerous factions feared Healy's return and potential retribution, such as the Tang clan of Qingfeng City, which had lost 2 collateral members. It was said that someone from their family had already sought assistance outside the Haomang mountain range. Cultivators uninvolved in the matter were discussing the situation, while many opportunists and action-oriented cultivators, seeing the chaos unfold in the Haomang mountain range, began to imitate Healy. Lacking his strength, they could not engage in brazen large-scale massacres. However, assassination and ambush were within their capabilities. Consequently, many cultivators fell victim, particularly those from affluent families or descendants of higher-ups from the 3 sects, who became prime targets. As numerous families reported the assassination of their direct or collateral descendants, many were compelled to temper their previously unrestrained arrogance. They also issued threats to those responsible for the killings, hoping to dissuade them from further attacks. Yet, such threats bore no fruit, for those imitating Healy harbored intentions of committing their crimes and fleeing. After executing their deeds, they escaped beyond the Haomang mountain range, indifferent to the consequences of their actions. In order to ensure the survival of their families, many clans had no choice but to relinquish numerous enterprises, rallying their collateral members for protection while recalling their children from outside to remain hidden. This situation led to Healy, after 2 months of cultivation, emerging from the Qingkuan ring, astonished to discover the transformed landscapes of the towns. Gone were the arrogant scions of influential families who used to point fingers at lower-tier cultivators. Many establishments that profited from exploitation had closed their doors, the once cultivated spirit fields lay barren, and numerous smaller mines had ceased operations. Yet, this offered an opportunity for lower-tier cultivators. They could now harvest spirit plants from the abandoned woodlands, cultivate spirit items in the neglected fields, or mine ores from the now-deserted mines. Across the towns, the increase in the number of lower-tier cultivators was palpable, and they had become notably more active. Initially, Healy was perplexed by the changes. However, after employing his wind-listening cicada ability to eavesdrop on numerous conversations, he learned that the current transformations in the Haomang mountain range were a direct consequence of his actions. Have I inadvertently benefited the masses? Healy chuckled. Nonetheless, it is indeed advantageous for those families to consolidate their collateral members. After all, if they are dispersed, it would be inconvenient for me to hunt them down. Now that they have gathered, my task becomes far simpler. With a sly grin, Healy's eyes shimmered with burgeoning malice. Utilizing the abundant spirit stones alongside various elixirs, talismans, and spirit plants within the Qingkuan ring, he had successfully advanced to the 11th layer of qi refining. His body cultivation had also reached the 9th layer of body refinement through the consumption of substantial spirit plants. However, the pace of his progress felt sluggish. In comparison to the swift advancement gained through slaughter, this method paled significantly. Murmuring softly, Healy conjured 3 gleaming grenade-like artifacts in his hands, casting his gaze towards the outskirts of the town. Kekekek, allow me to send you to the heavens. With that, the grenade artifacts were hurled with force. Whoosh! Boom! The artifacts struck the ground, producing a thunderous roar and flames that soared into the sky, accompanied by the rising clouds of black smoke. The terrified lower-tier cultivators began to scan their surroundings in panic, quickly noticing Healy standing at the entrance of the town. Although few had seen Healy, the tales of his grenade artifacts had circulated widely. Coupled with his audacious demeanor, anyone with sense would instinctively deduce his identity upon glimpsing his figure. Indeed, a trembling voice rang out. Healy. Upon hearing the quaking tones of fear, Healy cast a sidelong glance at the paralyzed lower-tier cultivators, who remained rooted to the spot, unable to move. The sight elicited a grin from him, causing cold sweat to cascade down the spines of the onlookers. The laughter of Healy signified doom. Everyone believed their fate was sealed, yet unexpectedly, Healy merely strode forward, swiftly dashing past them, arriving at the entrance of the shattered manor. He disregarded the hapless souls he had slain along the way, as their low cultivation levels yielded scant rewards. Furthermore, their numbers could not compare to those in the city. The reward for their deaths would scarcely equate to a single grenade. However, the lower-tier cultivators remained oblivious to the fact that their survival was due to their low cultivation, poverty, and small numbers. They merely felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Though unaware of why Healy had spared them, they had no time to ponder such matters. They hastily fled, dragging their fear-laden bodies away in panic. Only when they had distanced themselves and fully relaxed did they realize their garments were drenched in cold sweat, as if they had been submerged in water. Yet, their spirits were exceptionally buoyant. After all, they had survived. Simultaneously, Healy listened to the mocking whispers within his mind as he observed the survivors in the manor. Slade Chi refining 5th layer cultivator Wang Feng. Slightly improved cultivation. Slade Chi refining 8th layer cultivator Wang Tianda. Cultivation 5, additional cultivation 7, body cultivation 7. Slade Chi refining 7th layer cultivator Wang Shui. Following Healy's gaze, one could see 3 or 5 severely injured cultivators struggling to escape from the charred ruins, distanced from the explosion's epicenter. Fixating on those cultivators, Healy's eyes gleamed as images of the ritualistic offerings filled his mind. Ritualistic offerings require living sacrifices. Just right. Let me test the effectiveness of your presence. Contemplating within, Healy raised his hand to cast a spell, summoning all the half-dead cultivators towards him. He then began to perform a bizarre sacrificial dance, his fingers weaving intricate gestures. The Wang family cultivators were bewildered by his actions. All they knew was that this madman had committed murder and now danced around them as if in celebration. This drove them into a frenzy, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Were it possible, they would have charged at Healy, eager to cleave him in two. Alas, reality did not permit such an act. Just as their hatred reached its peak, an eerie and ancient crimson script suddenly surged forth from Healy's body, while the bodies of the Wang family cultivators turned to ash. Boom! With a dull roar, all the Wang family cultivators disintegrated into gray dust. In Healy's mind, an indescribable, peculiar sensation emerged, as if urging him to look towards the northeast. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. In a daze, he beheld 4 figures, each riding a flying beast. Vaguely, he sensed that the leader possessed a flower within their storage pouch. In that instant, Healy's eyes sparkled with excitement. The flower of spirit dew. Chapter 52. Entering the city with a swagger earlier, when Healy performed the shamanic ritual, he inquired about the remaining materials for the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. As a result, a mystical guidance led him to vaguely perceive certain individuals. Furthermore, he inexplicably sensed that these individuals possessed extraordinary flora within their storage pouches. This shamanic ritual is excessively potent. He initially anticipated only a vague indication of the target's direction, but it unexpectedly allowed him to directly visualize them. As the mystical sensation and the fleeting images of the individuals faded, Healy regained his composure, elated by the unexpected power of the shamanic ritual. Without hesitation, he promptly employed his magic to gather the entire Wang family, including the land and corpses, into his possession. Simultaneously, he swiftly advanced northeastward. The 4 individuals he had glimpsed were aboard flying beasts, seemingly en route to a destination. Overtaking them would be improbable. However, within the vast expanse of the Haomang Mountains, the number of cultivators capable of taming formidable flying demonic beasts as mounts is limited. Their passage through populated areas would inevitably draw attention. By simply following their trajectory, he could assuredly locate them. Contemplating this, Healy proceeded at full speed. His cultivation had advanced, rendering him swifter than he was 2 months prior. As he accelerated and persistently utilized the listening wind cicada to eavesdrop on the conversations of cultivators in all directions, seeking clues about the individuals, Healy unexpectedly discovered that they appeared to be associated with the Tang family. Did you all see those cultivators earlier? Are those the cultivators the Tang family invited? Indeed, I wonder where the Tang family managed to find such cultivators. Each of them rides a flying bird, possessing an extraordinary status. Heh. I believe those individuals exude the aura of Foundation establishment cultivators. Do you think they can assist the Tang family in confronting the demonic Healy's retribution? Are you serious? Those individuals are of considerable origin and possess numerous treasures. Moreover, they are many in number. Should Healy dare to approach, he will surely perish. Surely perish? Healy, while hastening forward, overheard the discussions of the cultivators in the distant town and sneered, "Humph, as if I possessed neither treasures nor allies." However, this Tang family possesses some prowess, capable of summoning so many Foundation establishment experts from beyond the Haomang Mountains. Moreover, the ability to mobilize such a contingent of Foundation establishment cultivators suggests the involvement of a formidable power. I wonder how this insignificant Tang family managed to establish connections with such forces. Healy harbored curiosity regarding these matters. However, he soon revealed a sinister countenance. If you had summoned Golden Core cultivators, I might have hesitated to act against you. However, Foundation establishment? Humph. I shall ensure that you witness the demise of your powerful allies at my hands. Perhaps the Tang family will then have to bear the wrath of that power. After all, several Foundation establishment cultivators will have perished. No, you need not bear their wrath, for you shall all be exterminated by my hand. Ha. Amidst his eerie laughter, Healy fixed his gaze upon the town ahead, his eyes gleaming with malice. He raised his hand from his Chinquan ring, retrieving dozens of magical artifact hand grenades, and hurled them with force into various locations within the town where cultivators congregated. Look, what is the magical artifacts? Manna from heaven. Upon witnessing the magical artifacts descending from the sky, some cultivators, driven by avarice, instinctively sought to seize them. However, others sensed an ominous premonition. No, those magical artifacts. That is, damn it, it's Healy. Healy is here. Run for your lives. Amidst the terrified cries of numerous cultivators, before the majority could recover from their bewildered state, the numerous magical artifact hand grenades that had descended from the sky unleashed blinding flames. Boom. A series of violent explosions resounded in various corners of the town, directly demolishing buildings and scattering corpses across the ground. A dense murmur ensued. Slaughtered Qi Training Stage 3 Cultivator Li Xiuyue. Cultivation slightly improved. Slaughtered Qi Training Stage 9 Cultivator Zhang He. Cultivation 7. Additional Cultivation 11. Body Cultivation 10. Slaughtered Qi Training Stage 8 Cultivator Yen Bing. Healy, listening to the murmur in his mind and sensing the improvement in his cultivation, rapidly executed hand seals and began casting spells, directly demolishing the town and uprooting a large number of buildings, which he then stored within his Chinquan ring. Some low cultivation living beings were inadvertently swept up by the spells. The Bee Queen, who had been waiting within the Chinquan ring, promptly led her swarm to strike and deliver the final blow. In a mere moment, the city was largely destroyed, and countless cultivators and mortals had perished tragically. Wails of despair echoed throughout the city. The city lord, a Foundation establishment Stage 1 cultivator who had fortunately survived, realized that he was no match for Healy and frantically attempted to flee, only to be cleaved in two by Healy in midair before the eyes of numerous survivors. The city lord's internal organs were scattered everywhere, filling the other cultivators with despair. Even a Foundation establishment expert could not withstand a single blow, let alone their Qi training cultivation. They could only be reaped by Healy in despair. Healy, throughout the entire process, did not utter a single word but swept through the city like a tornado, from the north to the south, carrying away the lives of the entire city and leaving behind only a silent, ruined city. When other cultivators arrived at this location and witnessed the numerous buildings that had been uprooted and the blood that flowed like rivers, yet they could scarcely find any corpses in the city. They were utterly dumbfounded. Did the demonic Healy do this? Who else could it be besides him? That monster has returned. Quickly send a message to the family, informing the experts of the three sects that the monster has truly returned. Frantic voices arose from among the cultivators who had arrived at the ruins. Meanwhile, Healy had already fled thousands of miles away and, having altered his appearance, approached Qingfeng City. Qingfeng City is a large city under the jurisdiction of the Myriad Sword Sect. It is not only the main base of the Tang family, but also the main base of other families, because there are Myriad Sword Sect elders guarding here, and there are also experts dispatched by the Imperial Court stationed here. In theory, this is one of the safest places except for the three sects and the Yu family. But no one knows that soon, this safe place that many upper-class cultivators believe in will cease to exist, just because Healy has arrived. The screening is quite strict. At this moment, in the woods outside Qingfeng City, Healy squinted his eyes and looked at the city gate tower, where disciples of the three sects were strictly screening the cultivators entering and leaving the city. Obviously, now everyone knows that Healy, is good at disguise, so the screening is particularly detailed. If I encountered strict screening before, maybe I would really be exposed. But now it's hard to say, Healy whispered, and then activated the listening wind cicada's ability to listen to the voices from all directions. and soon focused on a lone cultivator who seemed to be entering the city in the distance based on the surrounding sounds. The cultivator seemed to be a family disciple. He was riding a white horse and carrying a treasure bough on his back, as if he had returned from hunting monsters. Staring at the other party, Healy's lips raised. Whoosh. The next moment, Healy turned into a whirlwind and blocked the cultivator's path. The latter frowned and drew his sword, ready to scold. Who knew that before he could speak, Healy disappeared in the other party's horrified eyes and appeared behind him, slapping him unconscious with one palm and touching his forehead with his left hand and pinching his fingers with his right hand. Wei Ming, Healy whispered. Buzz. Instantly, Healy's left hand, which touched the cultivator, emitted a dark purple light that invaded the cultivator's brain, while the other party's memory appeared in Healy's mind. From the memory, it can be seen that the cultivator's identity is Qian Kun, a direct descendant of the Qian family in Qingfeng City. The reason why he is here is because the family forbids direct descendants from going out recently, because the family is worried that they will be attacked by Healy or other people with ulterior motives. As a result, this young man took it lightly. He could not endure staying hidden for 10 days or half a month. Thus, he stealthily made his way out, ignoring the wisdom of the elders. He now faced the consequences. Just think, if you had heeded their advice and remained concealed, there would have been no trouble at all. Instead, you chose to emerge. And look, an opportunity has arisen for me to assume your identity, hasn't it? Carefully digesting Qian Kuen's memories, Healy, with a playful smile, suddenly raised his hand and struck down Qian Kuen. Elimination of the Qi Refinement 7th Layer Practitioner, Qian Kuen. Cultivation 3, Additional Cultivation 6, Body Refinement 5. Listening to the murmurs, Healy peeled away his disguise. After employing the face-changing technique and the bone transformation method, Healy donned the attire of his counterpart and rode into the city with an air of confidence. Even at the city gates, he faced some scrutiny. However, armed with Qian Kuen's memories, he remained utterly unperturbed and boldly addressed the scrutinizing disciples from the 3 sects and the imperial officials. Hurry along now. Can't you see this young master is eager to enter the city? If you delay my affairs, can you bear the consequences of your negligence? Chapter 53. Tangcan and Xiao Healy, masquerading as Qian Kuen, arrogantly entered the city. His voice drew the attention of the crowd. The 3 cultivators stationed at the city gate, despite their dissatisfaction with the presence of this prominent heir from the Qian family, were but inconspicuous pawns within their own faction. They dared not provoke the Qian family, thus they begrudgingly waved him through the gates. However, among them were those who wished to intervene. Wait, senior brother. Aren't we going to check him? One disciple from Wanyao Valley, frowning as he observed Healy's retreating figure, posed the question to his companion. Yet, before he could finish, he was interrupted by a female cultivator from Hongyi's sect. Check. He is a direct descendant of the Qian family, and we are merely insignificant outer disciples of our sect. What fate awaits us should we offend him? The female cultivator retorted coldly. The Wanjian sect disciple nodded in agreement. Indeed, not to mention, whether he is innocent or guilty, what difference does it make to us? If he truly harbors ill intentions, wouldn't it serve us well? Serve well? The Wanyao disciple was perplexed. His companion shook his head. You still do not comprehend. Let me elucidate. If those of status are disguised and infiltrate the city, we can always claim ignorance should trouble arise. Conversely, if malevolent individuals masquerade as ordinary cultivators and we fail to detect them, we would have no excuse to offer. When calamity strikes, our lives would be forfeit. Thus, we must relax scrutiny on those of noble lineage, while being stringent with the commoners. This is the way of survival. Learn it well. After absorbing his senior's words, the young disciple from Wanyao Valley stood in stunned silence, realizing he was destined to become yet another seasoned figure in the sect. Meanwhile, Healy, having been granted passage, did not hasten to exploit Qian Kuen's identity to infiltrate the Qian residents for nefarious gains. Instead, he leisurely meandered through the city. Yet, from an aerial perspective, it became evident that his aimless wandering consistently circled near the Tang family estate. Clearly, he was leveraging his abilities to eavesdrop on the internal affairs of the Tang family, who were seeking external assistance. Within the Tang household, what? Brotherkin is dead? A richly adorned young woman abruptly stood from her seat in the Tang hall, her icy gaze fixated on the family patriarch, her voice trembling with disbelief. The elder, though advanced in age, dared not assert his authority, offering only a bitter smile and a nod in response. What transpired? Did you not dispatch guards to protect Brotherkin? She demanded sharply as she regained her composure. The patriarch replied helplessly, Brotherkin was betrothed to Miss Xiaowu. How could our Tang family not take this seriously? I dispatched my brother, a foundational cultivator, to guard him closely. Who would have thought? Alas, both my brother and Brotherkin fell victim to that while Healy. Healy? Xiaowu furrowed her brow. The patriarch confirmed, indeed, that wretched boy was once a disciple of Wanjian's sect, but he abandoned the sect after obtaining certain opportunities, becoming a ruthless killer. Thousands of cultivators have perished at his hands in the Haomang Mountains. The reason for summoning Miss Xiaowu was due to his increasing strength. We are utterly incapable of avenging Brotherkin useless. Xiaowu reprimanded coldly. The patriarch's face darkened, Yet he refrained from retorting. She continued, if you cannot even protect Brother Can or seek vengeance for him, such a feeble family, were it not for Brother Can's sake, I would not even deign to acknowledge you. Indeed, indeed. The patriarch humbly concurred. We are aware of our insignificance in your eyes, Miss Xiao. However, regarding He Li, you must understand. He Li? Xiao Wu interrupted. What could a mere country bumpkin from Haomang Mountains possibly accomplish? He merely relies on a stroke of luck, believing himself invincible. I have encountered many such fools. Her face was rife with disdain. Regardless of your family's shortcomings, you must still exert some effort to locate him. I shall personally avenge Brother Can. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's eyes gleamed with hope. The primary objective was not merely avenging Tang Can. He must eliminate He Li. Failing to do so would mean the Tang family could no longer remain in the Haomang Mountains, as He Li would inevitably retaliate, seeking their annihilation. With the support of the Xiao family, the patriarch felt a surge of elation. However, considering He Li's formidable prowess, he could not help but caution, Miss Xiao Wu. Please do not underestimate that wretched boy. Previous foundational cultivators have attempted to kill him, yet all have perished at his hands. You must be cautious. Humph. Before he could finish, a guard from the Xiao family interjected with a disdainful snort. Your inability to slay him and your subsequent deaths are a reflection of your own incompetence. Do not compare my Xiao family to yours. With our young lady and our strength combined, what can that lowly rogue do against us? Does my Xiao family as foundation appear to be mere decoration? Upon hearing this, the patriarch awkwardly smiled, hastily flattering the Xiao family members, unaware that someone was eavesdropping. Xiao Wu, Tang Can, not far from the Tang residence. He Li, leading a horse, wore a sinister expression. Country bumpkins? Lowly rogues? He mused, I hope you maintain your arrogance and confidence when faced with my blade. A profound greed welled within his heart. The Xiao family could easily dispatch 3 foundational cultivators. Their strength was indeed formidable. However, with such power, surely they possessed treasures in abundance. What more might they conceal within their storage bags, aside from the morning flower spirit dew? He Li pondered eagerly. Simultaneously, he felt a flicker of curiosity regarding how Tang Can had managed to align himself with the Xiao family. Moreover, he recalled that the name Tang Can had seemed inconsequential before, but now, paired with Xiao Wu's name, he found it oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had heard it. Dismissing the thought, He Li shook his head and proceeded towards the Qian family estate. To eradicate the Tang family and eliminate Xiao Wu and her allies, he needed to make adequate preparations first. The Qian family was the perfect venue for such preparations. However, upon arriving at Qian Kuan's chamber, He Li had yet to arrange his own affairs before Qian Kuan's father barged in, reprimanding him for sneaking out. You scoundrel! Qian Kuan's father berated as he entered. Do you have any idea how perilous the outside world is? Those lowly rogues, emboldened by He Li's actions, are now red-eyed with greed, waiting for a chance to slaughter you for wealth. How could you dare venture out? Listening to the man's tirade, He Li narrowed his eyes, closing the door behind him as he turned to face Qian Kuan's father. By lineage, how many generations of cultivating families do you think emerged from the ranks of lowly cultivators? TSK, now that you've ascended to heights of power, you still gnaw at the remnants of those beneath you. You truly believe yourselves noble? He Li questioned with a sly grin. Realizing instantly that the figure before him was not his son, Qian Kuan's father instinctively prepared to call for help and cast a spell to defend himself. However, how could He Li possibly grant him an opportunity? With a resounding thud, He Li abruptly raised his hand and struck the man's forehead before he could utter a word. In the next instant, a surge of fiery energy erupted from the back of Qian Kuan's father's head. Eliminated the Qi refining 9th layer cultivator Qian Hao. Cultivation 7, additional cultivation 12, body refinement 12. Listening to the murmurs, He Li expressionlessly removed the opponent's storage bag and stored the corpse within the universe ring. According to Qian Kuan's memories, his father was the younger brother of the family head, holding the esteemed position of Grand Elder. It was reasonable to assume that this old fellow possessed a few precious items within his storage bag. Contemplating this, He Li opened the storage bag. What is this? As his gaze swept over the contents, He Li's attention was captivated by a jade key inscribed with numerous magical patterns. Upon retrieving it, he realized it appeared to be the key to the Qian family's treasury. This key was familiar to Qian Kuan. He had seen it when his father took him to the treasury to select magical artifacts during his initial steps into the path of cultivation. According to Qian Kuan's recollections, the treasury contained a plethora of treasures, an accumulation of generations within the Qian family. I had initially planned to find a way to sneak in and steal the treasures inside. Now that I have the key, wouldn't it be even more convenient for me to pilfer the goods? Stowing away the jade key, He Li beamed with delight. Chapter 54. The Corpse Pet. Mo Rua Shuang having acquired the key to the Qian family's treasury, He Li felt an irresistible urge to steal. He retrieved the corpse of Qian Hao and, after disguising himself with a new face, boldly approached the treasury. The Qian family members guarding the entrance stood straight, bowing respectfully as they watched him produce the key, unlocking the intricate layers of the treasury's defenses and stepping inside. Buzz. As He Li passed through the protective barriers, he was greeted by a vast expanse filled with numerous metallic racks. These racks were brimming with treasures. There were hundreds of various magical artifacts, alongside an abundance of peculiar spiritual herbs, ores, and materials from mystical beasts. Soon, Healy's gaze was drawn to a shimmering green stone that resembled a fossil, resting on a nearby shelf. Could this be livingwood stone? As he approached the stone, Healy was overwhelmed by its vibrant life force, his eyes shining with delight. The livingwood stone, a second-tier extraordinary mineral, was indeed a treasure of the earth. This stone was a fossil of a spiritual plant, having evolved over countless years and inadvertently giving rise to new vitality. Ground into powder, it could be used to concoct numerous healing elixirs. Moreover, if utilized in weapon crafting, the resulting artifact would not only possess exceptional healing properties but also the potential for growth. What a remarkable find. I never expected the Qian family to harbor such a rare gem. Perhaps I could use it to upgrade my ring blade. This magical weapon has served me well. Yet as I confront stronger foes, it may soon become inadequate. However, by employing the livingwood stone along with other materials, I could enhance it, perhaps even allowing it to evolve, ensuring it remains useful for a considerable time. With the livingwood stone secured, Healy's mind began to race with possibilities. His gaze continued to sweep the surroundings, swiftly identifying piles of spiritual herbs, corpse grass, white-spotted red bamboo, frost leaves. Yes, with these herbs combined with the vast collection in my Qianquan ring, I should be able to concoct the god-destroying incense and corruption powder potent enough to incapacitate the entire Qifeng city. As he surveyed the selected herbs, Healy waved his hand and cleared the entire treasury of its contents, his thoughts fixating on the formulas for the two concoctions as he let out a cold, sinister laugh. Hiki. Once the god-destroying incense and corruption powder permeate the city and bring all of you down, the cultivators of Qifeng City shall be at my mercy. Having indulged in his dark thoughts, Healy eagerly opened his Qianquan ring, tossing the ringed blade into the furnace. He then retrieved the livingwood stone and other materials, gradually adding them into the furnace. As the spirit fire ignited for the crafting process, Healy produced several dark red bones. Utilizing a shattering technique, he ground the bones into powder, subsequently employing the bone refinement method for crafting. His actions unmistakably indicated that he was preparing to forge the ringed blade into a powerful, bloodthirsty artifact imbued with sinister energy, perfectly suited for slaughter. However, crafting required time. Even with the spirit fire, patience was essential. Fortunately, since he was upgrading the ringed blade rather than starting anew, the process would be expedited. While awaiting the furnace's completion, Healy took the opportunity to concoct the god-destroying incense and corruption powder using the alchemy furnace. Yet, as he immersed himself in his work, a faint sound drifted from a distance, causing him to instinctively glance towards its source. To his surprise, it appeared to be the site where he had been refining corpses. Could it be that a corpse has already transformed? Healy felt a twinge of unease. At that moment, a pale hand broke through the soil, clawing its way upward. As the arm continued to dig, the body of the owner gradually emerged from the earth, revealing none other than immortal Shuang. Immortal Shuang, a foundational-level cultivator, theoretically had a higher probability of corpse transformation compared to others. However, in her transformed state, she had lost her foundational cultivation. Yet, the strength of her physical form remained intact. As an undead, her intelligence was significantly diminished. Upon emerging from the ground, she gazed around with her crimson eyes, appearing bewildered. Immortal Shuang? How delightful. Casting a sidelong glance at Immortal Shuang, Healy commanded his Bee-Queen to forcibly bring the undead Immortal Shuang closer. Ignoring her struggles, he extended his left hand to perform the blood control technique. Buzz. As the technique activated, a drop of boiling blood coalesced in his palm, which he flicked into Immortal Shuang's mouth. The next moment, roar. Upon consuming the blood drop, Immortal Shuang emitted a pained howl, her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose erupting with golden red light. Through her open mouth, intricate patterns began to form. These were the control seals, through which cultivators established a connection with the undead. However, these seals could be broken, which was precisely why Healy inscribed them within her mouth. As long as she didn't open her mouth, the seal would remain intact. It is worth mentioning that this blood control technique was acquired from Yuchinga. Compared to ordinary control techniques, this one offered enhanced resistance against attacks from entities of pure yang energy, making the undead more resilient. After a moment of contemplation, Healy withdrew his hand. Immortal Shuang had calmed down, gazing at him like a loyal puppy. Seeing this, Healy ordered her to deal with the corpses and storage bags he had previously collected from the city ruins, tasks he had yet to undertake. Now, since Immortal Shuang had transformed, it was perfect for her to serve as labor for this task. Undead cultivation requires the absorption of yin energy. With so many corpses around, the abundant yin energy would allow her to absorb it. If she worked diligently, she might even break through several realms by the time she finished. As he observed Immortal Shuang tending to the ruins, Healy couldn't help but indulge in delightful fantasies. Indeed, his dreams had the potential to become reality. After all, undead naturally absorb yin energy, requiring no deliberate cultivation. They merely needed to find a place dense with yin energy to rest peacefully. The cultivation realms of undead are also measured in tiers, mirroring those of cultivators. Creatures such as mystical beasts and spiritual insects are similarly evaluated. The more abundant the yin energy, the faster the undead can advance. With corpses littering the ground and the air thick with yin energy, I hope others quickly transform and elevate their powers. This way, I can accomplish even more. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Healy became aware that the concoction in the alchemy furnace was nearing completion. He refocused his attention, carefully attending to the final steps of the process. Buzz. Moments later, as a faint glow flickered from within the alchemy furnace, Healy ceased his incantations. Crack. He cautiously opened the lid, revealing a viscous substance before him. The goo was dark purple and emitted a subtle, enchanting fragrance. However, prolonged exposure would lead to dizziness and a sense of impending unconsciousness, indicating that this dark purple liquid was indeed the god-destroying incense he had crafted. It appears to have succeeded. Next, all that remained was to dry it and shape it into sticks for ignition. Hee. I could ignite the god-destroying incense right here and collect the smoke, then disperse it throughout Qingfeng City. As he poured out the god-destroying incense, a wicked grin spread across Healy's face. He proceeded to replicate the process, crafting bundles of god-destroying incense, igniting them, and gathering the smoke. Simultaneously, he did not neglect the upgrade of the ringed blade. With the addition of numerous new materials, the appearance of the once familiar ringed blade underwent a significant transformation. Buzz. As Healy carefully extracted the upgraded ring-headed blade from its mold, an overwhelming chill akin to the onset of winter enveloped the surroundings, casting a frost upon the earth. The nearly 2-meter-long blade was adorned with grotesque, spiky plant tendrils that writhed ominously, as if harboring a lurking malevolence poised to emerge and wreak havoc. However, these details paled in comparison to what truly astonished Healy. He sensed that the blade had acquired a semblance of sentience, a genuine consciousness. It had transformed into a spiritual weapon. Feeling the blade tremble in his grasp, as if yearning to convey something, Healy could hardly contain his elation. He was not particularly surprised that the ring-headed blade had evolved into a spiritual weapon. It had always possessed a faint glimmer of sentience. Moreover, after Healy's relentless slaughters, it had unwittingly feasted upon the lifeblood of countless cultivators. With the subsequent infusion of materials like living wood and stone, he had bestowed upon it the potential for growth and enhanced spirituality. In light of these numerous advantageous augmentations, its ascension to a spiritual weapon was hardly unexpected. Although it was likely only a low-grade spiritual weapon, it still far surpassed the likes of ordinary magical artifacts. How delightful it would be to slay with even greater efficacy. Yet, now that it had evolved into a spiritual weapon, it must possess newfound powers as well. Should he bestow upon it a name? Buzzing with excitement, Healy murmured. And as he uttered his final words, the blade quivered intensely, clearly eager for a new name. So, you desire a name, do you? How about heh? What do you think of mistletoe? Chapter 55. Was it just one slash? The moment Huji acquired a name, a wave of joy surged within him. A joy that ignited a desire to slay a few individuals for amusement. Buzz, observing the trembling Huji blade in his hand, he felt an exhilarating rush accompanied by an overwhelming tide of murderous intent. Healy squinted and smiled. The moment of the hunt is fast approaching. No need to rush. Stowing away the Huji blade, Healy turned his gaze toward the continuously burning bundles of the ruined god incense. A dense plume of smoke rose steadily from the incense. Yet, the thick smoke did not disperse. Under Healy's spell, it was ensnared in the air, forming cloud-like shapes. Gazing at the imposing black clouds that stretched for miles, Healy revealed a sinister grin as he leaped out of the Qiankuan ring, leaving the entrance ajar. While maintaining his spell to control the smoke, he exited the Qian family treasury. Before the two Qian family guards could utter a word of inquiry, whoosh, a glimmer sliced through the air. In the next moment, a whisper echoed. Slaying the Qi refining 6th layer cultivator Qian. Cultivation 1, bonus cultivation 6, body refinement 5. Slaying the Qi refining 7th layer cultivator Qian Jihi. Cultivation 3, bonus cultivation 5, body refinement 5. Accompanied by the whispers, 2 severed heads fell to the ground, swiftly collected by Healy alongside the corpses as he waved his left hand, allowing some of the smoke to waft out of the Qiankuan ring. Whoosh! The faint smoke dispersed silently, carried by the gentle breeze, permeating the city. And this smoke continued to spread. The Qian family was the first to suffer. What is happening? A sense of disorientation suddenly struck. Not far away, a Qian family maid leaned against the wall, shaking her head as she continued to walk further away. In the distance, other members of the Qian family. Fourth brother, why are you yawning? Did you not sleep well last night? Isn't that what you just said? It's all because of that Healy. His actions have caused widespread panic, making us cautious, and now we can't even sleep soundly. Forget it. I'll head back for a nap. Hey. Seeing you yawn is contagious. I feel a bit drowsy and want to slack off. You should hurry and take care of your business. The smoke from the ruined god incense continued to dissipate, and Healy, harnessing the power of the listening wind cicada, kept his ears attuned to the surroundings. He heard discussions among the Qian family members and noted the gradual quietude enveloping the household. As time passed, the cacophony from the distant street began to diminish. TSK. This ruined god incense is indeed powerful. Those cultivators are quickly succumbing. Even the Qian family's foundation establishment cultivators seem to be faltering. Listening to the surrounding sounds, Healy raised his hand, casting spells to augment his strength with techniques such as great strength and others, enhancing his capabilities significantly, and then he grinned savagely. The ruined god incense causes one's spirit to shatter. The least affected become muddled, unable to concentrate. In severe cases, they may become vegetative. Under the influence of the spirit shattering, perception becomes futile, and even spiritual sense struggles to manifest its effects. Now, I could murder openly, and it would be difficult for anyone to notice, Healy mused with satisfaction. His figure swiftly propelled toward the main hall of the Qian family. At that moment, within the main hall, several Qian family elders and numerous Qian family members lay unconscious on the ground. Rendered as helpless as fish on a chopping board for Healy to butcher, he showed no hint of reluctance. Thud, with a swift motion. The entire hall was cleared in an instant. Subsequently, he moved like a specter, silently harvesting the lives of the Qian family members, including the Foundation Establishment family head and ancestor, who were also silently slain. Slaying the Qi refining 4th layer cultivator, Qian Luo. Cultivation slightly increased. Bonus cultivation 3, body refinement 2. Slaying the Qi refining 8th layer cultivator Li Xiaye. Cultivation 5, bonus cultivation 7, body refinement 6. Slaying the Foundation Establishment 1st layer cultivator, Qian Ming. Listening to the continuous prompts echoing in his mind, Healy swiftly collected all the possessions of the Qian family while casting a glance at the Huji blade hovering beside him. Each time this blade claimed a life, it seemed to absorb the target's blood and spiritual energy to nurture itself. Healy observed with clarity as the menacing plant-like veins on the blade rapidly expanded and developed. Some had even sprouted leaves. Indeed, it was growing. Moreover, compared to the previous ring-handled blade, which merely restored its wielder, the Huji blade now significantly enhanced its ability to absorb the opponent's spiritual power while replenishing Healy's own consumption. Truly, it is a spiritual artifact, undeniably formidable. Returning his focus, Healy swiftly exited the Qian family, emerging onto the now silent street. The thoroughfare lay scattered with unconscious cultivators, while many others leaned against the walls, struggling to maintain their awareness. In the corners, numerous cultivators lay in slumber. The entire city appeared to be in a state of suspension. Of course, witnessing so many cultivators in distress, some had begun to realize that something was amiss. However, regrettably, the ruin god incense was a new poison that had never appeared in the Haomong Mountains before. There were no antidotes available in the marketplace. Even if they sensed the problem, they could not halt the spread of the spirit shattering and would inevitably succumb to unconsciousness. As for sending messages to nearby cultivators or directly contacting their sect for assistance, even if they transmitted a message, reinforcements would require time to arrive. Meanwhile, Healy's actions were alarmingly swift. He moved like a gust of wind, instantaneously traversing the street, sweeping away countless lives along with their corpses and belongings. Those cultivators calling for aid had no chance to wait for assistance. However, Healy's intentions were clear. He had no time to slowly eliminate ordinary cultivators. He charged directly toward the Tang family. Initially, he believed that the cultivators of the Tang family were likely as powerless as the Qian family. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Tang residence, "Tang Kuan, what are you doing here?" A voice of astonishment erupted from the Tang family entrance. Healy paused, glancing up to see several Tang family members with ashen faces, along with Xiao Wu and others, emerging as if they too had sensed something amiss and sought to take action. However, these individuals did not perceive Healy's true nature. They merely mistook him for Tang Kuan and spoke out. They were not particularly vigilant. It was perhaps not due to their lack of caution, but rather the influence of the ruined god incense, which clouded their awareness. Noticing this, Healy displayed a sinister smile. The Tang family seems to be holding up quite well. While others have already collapsed, you still have so many capable of moving about. However, this ends here. As Healy spoke, his figure vanished. Whoosh, crack, with the breeze brushing past. A foul wind swept over as several heads were severed by the Huji blade. Slaying the Qi refining 8th layer cultivator Tang Yuan. Cultivation 5, bonus cultivation 6. Body refinement 5. Slaying the Qi refining 9th layer cultivator Tang Buchan. Cultivation 7, bonus cultivation 8. Body refinement 8. Slaying the Qi refining 8th layer cultivator Tang. He is Healy. As the whispers echoed in Healy's mind, a furious roar erupted in response. Turning to look, he saw the red-eyed ancestor of the Tang family standing at the back of the crowd. The old man's gaze fluctuated between dazed and lucid, relying on self-inflicted injuries to barely utter those words. However, he need not shout. Others had already pieced together this realization. Yet, despite their numbers, and with 3 Foundation Establishment cultivators from the Xiao family present, not a hint of confidence graced their faces. After all, their condition was too dire. Even the proud and confident Xiao Wu appeared pallid, stating, "We are undoubtedly poisoned by that villain's treachery. Retreat quickly. Now you wish to flee? In your dreams." Hearing Xiao Wu's words, Healy let out a chilling laugh and lunged forth, mercilessly striking at the crowd. Clash. Thud. With a swift strike, the ancestor of the Tang family hastily drew his sword to defend himself, yet was met with the terrifying force of Healy, which shattered his arm and sent his sword clattering to the ground. His body was cleaved by the blade, and amidst the gushing blood, the ancestor of the Tang family lay lifeless, his exposed bones and organs visible. Slaying a Foundation Establishment Level 3 cultivator, Tang Ji. Cultivation 25, additional cultivation 36. Body cultivation 35. Upon hearing the notification, Healy's malevolent grin widened. Xiao Wu and her companions were left in a state of bewilderment. The ancestor of the Tang family was, after all, a foundation establishment cultivator. How could he have fallen with just one strike? After the initial shock, Xiao Wu and the two powerful protectors from the Xiao family were gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. Their hands and feet turned icy. They had never anticipated that He Li could be so fiercely formidable. Such a monster could surely be compared to the renowned geniuses of Qingyuan Prefecture. How could such a being emerge from the diminutive Haomong mountain range? The members of the Xiao family were filled with both fear and astonishment, grappling with their disbelief. They recognized their grave underestimation of He Li and understood how foolish it was to come to the Haomong mountains to assist the Tang family. Yet now, having encountered He Li, it was too late for regrets. The two Xiao family guards could only struggle against their fading consciousness, suppressing their terror as they attempted to confront He Li. This ferocity is beyond our capabilities. Miss, you must flee. We will hold him off. Run, now. Chapter 56. The true carnage has just begun, miss. Run. The heavy cries of the guards echoed in her ears. Startled, Xiao Wu awakened from her daze. In a panic, she attempted to flee on her sword, yet the merciless He Li was already prepared, unleashing the Qianquan ring. In an instant, the figure of the Bee Queen burst forth from the ring, intercepting Xiao Wu's escape. Still hoping to escape? Dream on. He Li sneered, brandishing a blade in his right hand while gesturing with his left, casting a spell as he charged towards the two guards from the Xiao family. Boom. Accompanying his movement, white flames erupted, coalescing into a fire dragon that opened its gaping maw, lunging fiercely towards the Xiao family guards. The two guards, seeing the impending threat, dared not underestimate the situation. After all, the Tang family's ancestor had just been slain. As the fire dragon and He Li charged forward, they coordinated seamlessly. One guard summoned a colossal fire phoenix to intercept the white fire dragon, while the other seized the opportunity to conjure dozens of talismans, erecting a defensive barrier and simultaneously launching numerous attack talismans at the approaching He Li. He Li grimaced at the sight. Those are mine. Use them sparingly. As he spoke, the Qianquan ring on his hand flickered. His words rendered the two Xiao family guards' already grim expressions even more dire. Meanwhile, the fire phoenix collided with the fire dragon. Boom. In an instant, blinding flames erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar. An astonishing wave of heat surged, toppling nearby buildings and forcing the Tang family cultivators to retreat. However, the white fire dragon did not dissipate. Instead, it swelled in size, taking on an even more menacing form as it charged forward, causing the Xiao guards' pupils to constrict. This is no ordinary fire dragon spell. This is spiritual fire. One guard rasped. Yet before he could finish, the fire dragon, now imbued with enhanced power from the fire phoenix, shattered the defensive spells and shields created by their talismans. Their bodies were violently flung back, crashing into the walls of the Tang estate. What terrified them further was that before they could rise, He Li was already advancing, unscathed, swinging his blade towards them. How was this possible? Unscathed. Those talismans included second-tier ones. The two Xiao family guards were utterly dumbfounded. Not far away, Xiao Wu was quick to react. He must have transferred the attacks of your talismans into his special spatial artifact. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Bee Queen mercilessly swung her massive jaws towards her. Xiao Wu had no choice but to evade hastily. He Li cast a sly glance her way, a sinister smile curling his lips. Your young lady is quite clever. Unfortunately, she is about to die. With that, he swung his blade down towards the two guards who scrambled to defend themselves. Clang. Boom. With a resounding crash, the two guards managed to conjure a heavy metallic shield to withstand He Li's attack. However, the overwhelming force still sent them crashing into the ground. Impressive resilience for scions of a noble family. Even under the effects of the fractured spirit incense, they can endure so much. But this ends now. He Li raised his hand, murmuring incantations. Buzz. In the next moment, the blade gleamed with a dark golden sheen as if imbued with tremendous power. The two guards, who had just barely withstood He Li's assault, found their consciousness wavering from the exertion and the spiritual fire consuming their souls. They could not muster another spell, panicking as they scrambled to retrieve items from their storage bags for survival. Alas, He Li's onslaught was too fierce. Even if they produced talismans, they would be utterly inadequate. Swoosh! He Li's blade descended, slicing through their protective shields and armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, swiftly cleaving between their heads. Slain Foundation Establishment Stage 5 Cultivator, Xiaoju. Cultivation, 29. Additional Cultivation, 22. Body Cultivation, 21. Slain Foundation Establishment Stage for Cultivator, Xiao Shuangshan. Cultivation, 27. Additional Cultivation, 26. Body Cultivation, 26. As the incantations echoed, the two decapitated bodies collapsed, blood flowing profusely. He Li then turned to Xiao Wu, who had certainly taken notice of the unfolding events. Witnessing the brutal demise of the two guards, Xiao Wu's face drained of color, her eyes filled with helplessness, despair, regret, and confusion. She could not fathom how He Li could be so powerful. Is this the strength typical of the Qi refinement stage? How can you be so strong? As He Li approached with a menacing grin, Xiao Wu murmured unconsciously. He Li narrowed his eyes at her words, but offered no reply. The reason he could slay those two mid-foundation establishment guards was due to the effects of the fractured spirit incense, which had left their souls on the brink of collapse, rendering them incapable of fighting back. However, if they had encountered an ordinary cultivator, the outcome would have been different. Healy was a practitioner of both body and technique, having cultivated hundreds of mind techniques with various effects. These techniques served as passive abilities, bestowing Healy with numerous attributes and enhancements, thus making it effortless for him to dispatch the two guards. Yet, Xiao Wu remained oblivious to these intricacies. All she understood was that Healy's strength was unfathomable, leaving her with no hope of retaliation. Moreover, beneath Healy's command lurked a second-tier demon beast of equal cultivation level. Faced with such dire circumstances, she could only hope that her background might instill some reluctance in Healy to spare her life. Thus, as she saw him draw near, she hastily proclaimed, I am of the Xiao family. My family boasts several core formation masters, and even has a nascent soul ancestor. If you dare to kill me, you will surely meet your demise. Upon uttering these words, Xiao Wu noticed Healy pause momentarily, seemingly daunted by the mention of the nascent soul grandmaster, which instilled a flicker of confidence within her, allowing her to relax slightly. She even began to contemplate how she would seek out her family elders upon escaping to deal with Healy. As long as this young lady can return, I will bring my father and the others to deal with this scoundrel. I will capture him alive and make him suffer to death. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, a subtle malice flashed in Xiao Wu's eyes. However, in the next second, panic set in. Kill you? Surely I would face no repercussions? Healy's grin turned sinister. If I let you go, do you truly believe you can rest easy? How do you take me for one of those gullible fools? However, you've reminded me. If I were to kill you directly, and your family's ancestor came looking for me, my situation would indeed become perilous. So, I thought, why not do this instead? You see, if I were to use a special method to peer into your memories, and then kill you, skinning you to wear your guise, wouldn't I be able to infiltrate the Xiao family? He asked playfully. Xiao Wu's face paled with terror, her body trembling. Healy continued, oblivious to her fear. Once I glimpse your memories, I will know everything about you. Even if someone suspects me, I could casually mention things only a few of you would know, eliminating their doubts, right? Once I settle into your Xiao family, I could utilize your identity to access the Xiao family's resources, hastening my cultivation. Once I grow stronger, I can annihilate the Xiao family. Perfect. As Healy finished speaking, Xiao Wu felt herself teetering on the brink of despair. You can't do this, she stammered, her voice trembling with fear of Healy's malicious intent, despair over her impending death, and helplessness at being unable to stop his madness. However, Healy was not soft-hearted. He ferociously advanced, swiftly severing Xiao Wu's hands to prevent her from resisting. Subsequently, he lifted her head. Wei Ming. Buzz. The incantation commenced, and a multitude of memories belonging to Xiao Wu flooded into Healy's mind, encompassing her recollections from the moment she began to record her life until the instant he captured her. After absorbing these memories, Healy callously snapped Xiao Wu's neck. Kill confirmed. Foundation establishment, second layer cultivator Xiao Wu. Cultivation 21, additional cultivation 13, body cultivation 13. Accompanied by the notification, Healy scarcely had the opportunity to examine Xiao Wu's storage pouch. He merely collected her corpse along with those of the two Xiao family guards and the ancestor of the Tang family into his spatial ring. Thereafter, his savage gaze swept over the beleaguered members of the Tang family, a sinister smile reappearing on his face. The true slaughter was only just beginning. Chapter 57. The 12th layer tick. Tock. Tick. As dusk descended and the sun sank in the west, the incessant sound of dripping water echoed within the Tang residence of Qingfeng City. It was the viscous blood cascading down. Following the sound, one could observe the blood-red remnants of the setting sun casting an eerie glow upon the crimson-stained door, while Healy stood in a corner of the Tang estate, meticulously wiping the blood from his blade. In his mind, whispers continued to resonate. Slain a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Tang Jin. Cultivation 1, additional cultivation 4. Body cultivation 3. Slain an 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Tang Xinyue. Cultivation 5, additional cultivation 8. Body cultivation 8. Slain a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Tang. It appeared somewhat peculiar. Listening to the murmurs in his mind, Healy furrowed his brow. The Tang family had been completely annihilated by his hand. By all accounts, after such a duration, support from the three sects or the court should have arrived, especially since many within Qingfeng City had sent distress signals to the outside world. However, despite the considerable time that had passed since he had eradicated the Qin family, the Tang family, and dispatched the 3 from the Xiao family, the outside remained eerily tranquil. There was no sign of support, only the occasional hapless cultivator passing by, fleeing in terror. This situation was decidedly abnormal. If the delay were merely due to foundational cultivators, it might be understandable. But what of the core formation cultivators? Having slain Yu Qingge and the others, the Yu family and the Wan Jin sect's core formation cultivators would not let him off lightly. If they were coming, They would have surely reached Qingfeng City by now. Yet, what was the matter? What were those people up to? Surely, they could not be setting a trap for him? With core formation cultivators present, what necessity would there be for such a ploy? He Li's suspicions deepened. In times of odd occurrences, there must be underlying motives. Although he could not fathom the situation, he sensed that someone was aware of it. After a brief contemplation, He Li swiftly employed his techniques to uproot the Tang estate and stow it within his Qingquan ring, his form transforming into a gust of wind as he hastily departed the Tang residence. Outside, countless cultivators lay unconscious. He Li's peripheral vision swept over them as he activated his Qingquan ring, ruthlessly slaying and collecting the bodies. If he could eliminate all the cultivators in Qingfeng City, he surmised he could ascend to the 12th layer. At that point, he would be able to establish his foundation under the heavenly path. Yet, he remained perplexed as to why the core formation cultivators had not yet arrived to provide assistance. For now, it was prudent to refrain from excessive actions until he could ascertain the specific circumstances. He Li continued his relentless slaughter until he reached the city lord's mansion, where he paused, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Such a grand city as Qingfeng is not to be compared with a mere small town like Fengshan. The city lord here possesses significant connections. Through him, perhaps, He Li could uncover the reason for the absence of core formation cultivators. With this thought, He Li advanced, entering the city lord's mansion with ferocity, exterminating the guards and servants in his path as he sought the city lord. However, after scouring the entire mansion, he found no trace of the man. Instead, he captured the city lord's wife and daughter, who had concealed themselves in a hidden chamber. Likely, they had inhaled less of the dissipating divine fragrance. When He Li discovered them, although they were not lively, they were still able to move somewhat. Seeing He Li and hearing the commotion outside, the city lord's wife realized her family had been butchered and deduced He Li's identity. Knowing he would not spare her mother and daughter, yet, she did not plead for mercy. Instead, she fixed her gaze upon He Li, her eyes filled with hatred, cursing him with a frigid tone. "You beast, demon, monster, after slaughtering so many, you shall not die a good death. You will surely descend into hell." Her features contorted, her eyes ablaze with fury. Observing her, He Li remained expressionless. "Oh, is that so?" With a swift motion, he grasped the beautiful head of the city lord's wife, activating the memory-seeking technique. Buzz! In an instant, He Li delved into her memories and glimpsed her past. He saw that the city lord had departed prior to his arrival in Qingfeng City. The woman did not disclose his destination, only mentioning that a secret realm would open, and he would be traveling with other cultivators representing the court. Upon this revelation, He Li was struck with enlightenment. A secret realm? How could I have forgotten about the Xianjing secret realm? He couldn't help but curse inwardly. The so-called Xianjing secret realm is a peculiar domain located at the intersection of the three sects, manifesting only once every decade. It requires the combined efforts of several core formation cultivators to access. Within the Xianjing secret realm, one could find Xianjing fruits. These fruits not only facilitate a rapid increase in a cultivator's prowess, but also enable them to enter a state of enlightenment, allowing for a profound comprehension of their techniques, and even the creation of new and powerful methods. Many self-created techniques within the Haomong mountain range. Aside from the low-tier techniques like the Tang family's blood pursuit technique, which were born from mere imitation, those formidable self-created techniques were fundamentally derived from the Xianjing fruits. Of course, such potent self-created techniques are often treasures of powerful families like the Three Sects or the Yu family, seldom shared with others. The Xianjing secret realm opens once every decade and only permits cultivators below the core formation stage to enter. Damn it. No wonder those old geezers in Qingfeng City have yet to arrive despite the calls for help. I thought there was some conspiracy at play. Turns out they were delayed by the secret realm. Now, He Li finally understood. But this also sparked further thoughts within him. The Xianjing fruit. If I obtained such a treasure, with my knowledge of countless techniques and mental methods, creating a powerful technique uniquely my own would be a cinch. Even if I cannot create one, the Xianjing fruit can still refine my existing techniques. At the very least, it will significantly enhance my cultivation. Robbing it would be a worthwhile endeavor. However, before I go after the Xianjing fruit, crack! He Li grinned wickedly as he crushed the city lord's wife's skull and swiftly dispatched the terrified girl beside her, casting a greedy gaze toward the city beyond. Previously, I was concerned about core formation cultivators coming after me, hence I planned to eliminate the Tang family and flee. But since those cultivators are not coming, then I shall graciously accept Qingfeng City. As He Li spoke, the whispers surged anew. Crushed a 9th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Lin Ruo. Cultivation 7, additional cultivation 2, body cultivation 1. Slain a 5th layer Qi refinement cultivator, Zhang Yuru. Cultivation slightly increased, additional cultivation 7, body cultivation 7. Only 3 points of additional cultivation. Yet your daughter yields over 10? How intriguing. Collecting the 2 corpses, He Li wasted no time in fully unleashing himself, producing a multitude of explosive talismans and gleefully tossing them throughout Qingfeng City. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by thunderous roars, an inferno erupted across the land, shattered corpses flying in every direction. Numerous structures were obliterated. Countless cultivators and mortals perished in the blasts. A deluge of severed limbs, intestines, and shattered skulls rained down upon the city. Thick black smoke enveloped the entire metropolis. The acrid scent of burning flesh and blood wafted through the air, driven by the scorching gales, attracting the attention of wild beasts and demonic creatures lurking in the surrounding woods, their eyes glinting with greed. Meanwhile, He Li, resembling a malevolent spirit, leaped about, casting spells and collecting corpses, gathering spoils. In his mind, the whispers continued. Slain a third-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Huang Lin. Cultivation slightly increased. Slain a ninth-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Feng Rukong. Cultivation 7, additional cultivation 6, body cultivation 5. Slain a sixth-layer demonic pet, Flame Leopard. Cultivation 1. Additional cultivation 2, body cultivation 2. The relentless bombardment and carnage reduced the once vibrant city of Qingfeng to mere ruins. Yet the orchestrator of this devastation felt no sorrow, but rather an exhilarating joy. With a sinister glee, he tracked the 3 cultivators of the Shao family, led by members of the Tang family, from 1,000 miles away, dispatching numerous practitioners along the way. Now, alongside the inhabitants of Qingfeng, he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Sensing the enhancement of his own power, He Li began to contemplate his own foundation establishment. Having reached the 12th level of Qi training, he was poised to ascend. Speaking of which, he pondered the materials necessary for the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment. Had he not only the jade beast bones left? However, he still possessed numerous storage bags and family vaults yet to be explored. Surely, with so many storage bags and family resources, he would not lack even a single jade beast bone. He resolved to search thoroughly. If he could locate the necessary materials, he would attempt to transcend into the Tao of Heaven's foundation establishment before venturing into the secret realm. If not, he would still proceed regardless. With a composed demeanor, He Li contemplated briefly before promptly departing the desolate remnants of Qingfeng, plunging into the distant forest, casting aside his Qianquan ring and vanishing within its depths. Chapter 58. The foundation of the heavenly path. As he entered the small world of the Qianquan ring, He Li began to address the mountain of corpses before him. He paid little attention to the bodies of the majority of Qi refinement cultivators. Instead, he scavenged the storage bags of the deceased, focusing primarily on those at the 9th level of Qi refinement and the foundation establishment cultivators, for only these realms had the potential to possess the coveted jade beast bones. The jade beast bones were remnants of demonic beasts, born from their corpses under the serendipitous influence of the sun and moon. Such bones were invaluable for both weapon forging and alchemy. While the forging aspect is self-evident, the alchemical properties were said to strengthen a cultivator's bones and even induce slight transformations. These treasures were highly sought after by body refinement practitioners. The jade beast bones could alter bone structure, while the Bai Xuan Wan Yu could enhance blood vitality. The Chaohua Linglu could expand the sea of qi. When combined with these 3 materials, the Heavenly Path Foundation establishment could potentially yield immeasurable enhancements, especially after enduring the tribulation of lightning. He Li harbored great expectations for this process. He had already retrieved the storage bags from the Shao family members. With a swift motion, he opened one of the bags. As its contents spilled forth, a blue flower reminiscent of a rose, exuding rich spiritual energy and adorned with tiny dewdrop-like dots on its petals, fell into view. This was indeed the Chaohua Linglu. Beyond that, the Shao family's bags contained numerous treasures, several second-tier talismans, multiple bottles of second-tier pills, rare spirit-grade plants, and even a complete scroll of profound-level techniques. He Li's gaze fell upon a particular scroll, the Liu clan's soul-capturing technique. Capturing souls? This technique was intriguing. He Li's eyes sparkled with mischief as he contemplated its utility. For him, the soul-capturing technique held immense value. It eliminated the need to wander aimlessly in search of wandering souls to enslave. With this technique, he could capture souls and nurture them into specters. Not only would this expedite the process of locating the remaining short guns in the soul gun cartridge, but it would also facilitate the gathering of souls for future treasures like the soul gathering banner. Delighted, he decided to learn it. In a flash, He Li conjured flames to incinerate the scroll along with other techniques. Burning profound level lower grade Liu clan's soul capturing technique. Liu clan's soul capturing technique has reached mastery. Burning spirit level middle grade fire crow technique. Fire crow technique has reached mastery. Burning spirit level supreme grade partial volume of the heavenly fire transformation technique. Heavenly fire transformation technique has reached the 4th level. As he absorbed the whispers of knowledge echoing in his mind, He Li felt the invigorating changes coursing through his body from learning new techniques. He swiftly resumed his examination of the spoils. However, he didn't have the luxury of time to scrutinize every item unless they were of particularly high grade. His primary objective was to locate the jade beast bones. for he needed to establish his foundation swiftly and venture into the secret realm to compete for treasures against the three sects and the imperial court. Thus, he hastily categorized the items he was temporarily uninterested in and focused his attention on the various beast bones. Yet, the jade beast bones were exceedingly rare. After sifting through over 100 storage bags and accumulating a mountain of pills and talismans, he still had not encountered a single jade beast bone. Could it truly be absent? He scratched his head in frustration. Should I just proceed to the secret realm? If I continue this search, I might waste time while the cultivators from the three sects and the imperial court have already entered and emerged from the secret realm. While Healy pondered this, he suddenly noticed Mo Rua Shuang dragging something not far away. This left him momentarily speechless. Instead of hastily assisting him in his search for the storage bags, she seemed preoccupied with something useless. Just as he was about to scold her for her negligence, he was struck with joy. Jade beast bones. With a surge of excitement, Healy instantly appeared beside Mo Rua Shuang, eyeing what she was holding, a skeleton covered in dust. Through the dust that had been shaken off during her dragging, he could clearly see the bones beneath, smooth and lustrous like jade. Where in the world did you find this? He waved his hand to disperse the dust, fixating on the jade beast bones while forgetting that she was merely a corpse and unable to respond. Without further ado, he seized the jade beast bones and exited the Chinquan ring to begin his preparations. He retrieved mountains of spirit stones and arranged them into a formation, placing the 5 elemental spiritual energies at the corners of the array. He then positioned himself at the center. The Heavenly Path Foundation establishment had its specific formation, yet its simplicity belied the vast amount of spirit stones required. Recalling the contents of the Foundation establishment secret technique, he arranged the 3 auxiliary materials beside him, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and began to channel his spiritual energy. Buzz! In an instant, the array, constructed of spirit stones, erupted with blinding light that soared into the heavens. Boom! The next moment, thunder rolled, and fierce winds accompanied by swirling mist encircled Healy, rapidly forming a colossal tornado that obscured the sky. Strangely, the surrounding flora remained largely unaffected, as if the terrifying tornado was but an illusion. Yet, the cultivators passing nearby were filled with dread. Spirit tide. The spirit tide, a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy, manifested as either a tornado or massive waves, was not a welcome occurrence for cultivators. Its movement would forcibly extract the spiritual energy from within them, rendering them powerless in an instant. While this would threaten their lives, no cultivator would willingly endure the agony of having their spiritual energy drained. Thus, those passing by hurriedly distanced themselves from the colossal vortex of spiritual energy, while Healy remained still at its center, igniting the spiritual fire within him. Boom! In that moment, the spiritual fire erupted, igniting the spirit tide and forming a bizarre and searing white fire vortex. Healy then proceeded to throw in the Chaohua Linglu, the jade beast bones, and the Bai Xuan Wanyu. The true breakthrough had commenced. Healy whispered to himself, simultaneously activating his heart technique to dangerously absorb the surrounding volatile flame spirit tide vortex. Buzz! The vast fire spirit tide vortex, as if drawn to a focal point, rapidly converged, surging violently into Healy's body. The whispers continued to resonate. Absorbing spirit tide, cultivation 10. Absorbing spirit tide, cultivation 10. Absorbing spirit tide, cultivation 10. Absorbing the essence of Chaohua Linglu, Sea of Qi expansion. Absorbing the essence of jade beast bones, mortal bones remolded. Absorbing the essence of Bai Xuan Wanyu, mortal blood. The whispers persisted as the contours of Healy's bones shimmered with light, indicative of some transformation taking place. His veins and meridians became increasingly pronounced. His cultivation surged rapidly to the pinnacle of the 12th level of Qi refinement, poised on the brink of breakthrough. A hint of foundation establishment aura began to permeate the air. In the heavens, the thunderclaps grew louder. Boom! As thunder rumbled and blinding lightning cleaved the dim sky, the distant cultivators, initially bewildered, began to sense an unusual disturbance. To their astonishment, they beheld a figure ascending amidst the spiritual tide. But wait, could this spiritual tide be artificially induced? Look, there is someone. One exclaimed. Who is that? What are they attempting? Another gasped. Is this a tribulation? Unbelievably, in this tiny expanse of the Haomong Mountains, a formidable being in the tribulation stage had emerged. Yet, something felt amiss. That individual did not appear to embody the essence of a tribulation stage cultivator. Behold, the tribulation lightning approaches. Run, beware of the strike. Amidst the cacophony, dazzling golden lightning, accompanied by a deafening roar, illuminated the world. Just as everyone braced for the inevitable strike, the golden tribulation lightning vanished unexpectedly. Not only did the lightning dissipate, but the ominous clouds gathering in the sky also dispersed at a visible pace, leaving the other cultivators in a state of bewilderment. Only Healy understood the gravity of the situation. You are the successor of the heavenly execution killing path. The power of heavenly execution grants you the authority of celestial punishment. You share a source with the tribulation, rendering you immune to various heavenly trials. Your physical cultivation has reached a critical point. Your physical cultivation has broken through to the 11th layer of body refinement. Your magical cultivation has reached a critical point. You have sculpted your bones, fortified your blood, expanded your chi, and responded to the thunder tribulation, successfully breaking through to the first layer of heavenly foundation. Heavenly Tao bestows blessings. You awaken the divine power of destiny. Many hands of death. Chapter 59. Am I the chosen one? Heavenly blessings, awakening of divine powers. In the darkness, you gaze down upon countless vengeful spirits, their wrath and murderous intent surging like a tide. Twisted hands reach out from your very being, attempting to drag you into the abyss. With blood-stained garments and fierce eyes, you wield your blade and shield, treading the path paved with the bones of the living, summoning forth a malevolent force reminiscent of ancient rituals. The manifestation of your powers, the convergence of myriad malevolent spirits. Your divine ability is multi-handed malevolence. As Healy breaks through to the foundation establishment stage, a whisper resonates within his mind, and as if in accordance with the whispered description, he finds himself immune to the thunder tribulation, which no longer perceives him as an adversary. Though he escapes unscathed, he is also bestowed with blessings. Just as the whispers foretold, in a moment of clarity, he perceives thousands of malevolent spirits. Yet, Healy remains unafraid. After all, these beings are merely remnants of those who fell by his hand. He retains his ferocity and savagery. Subsequently, he forcefully suppresses the multitude of malevolent spirits and successfully awakens his divine ability, multi-handed malevolence, which dramatically enhances his combat prowess for a brief duration. In this state, he can manifest numerous spectral hands to assist him, enabling him to effortlessly confront legions of foes. Such is the strength of divine abilities. Upon the conclusion of his breakthrough, Healy lands and reflects. Divine powers are not solely the domain of techniques. They manifest in myriad forms, some akin to techniques that require spiritual energy for release, while others are peculiar and draw upon various resources for activation, such as blood, lifespan, fortune, and so forth. The cost of using multi-handed malevolence is Healy's essence, energy, and spirit. After its use, he finds himself in a notably weakened state, both mentally and physically. However, this cost is minimal. His essence and energy will soon replenish. Were it to consume his lifespan or fortune, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Strong divine powers with minimal consumption equate to fortune. Then there is the consciousness bestowed upon him upon breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Calming himself, Healy closes his eyes. Buzz. In the next moment, his consciousness unfurls like a scanning device, instantly capturing every entity within a kilometer radius, leaving no detail overlooked, even the smallest insect. A kilometer radius? That cannot be right. Opening his eyes, Healy is astonished, for the consciousness of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator typically extends only about 100 meters. Though variations exist among cultivators, a disparity of such magnitude is implausible. The only conceivable explanation is that the heavenly path of foundation establishment grants cultivators an enhancement far exceeding that of ordinary practitioners. This realization fills Healy with immense relief. The disparity is over tenfold. Had I not encountered the heavenly path of foundation establishment, or hastily opted for a mundane method, upon my emergence from the Halmong mountain range, encountering those extraordinary talents outside would have surely led to my downfall. Following his moment of gratitude, Healy's countenance brightens with joy. With my heavenly path of foundation establishment, it seems unlikely that I will encounter worthy opponents below the stage of core formation within the Halmong mountain range, even if I were to confront a core formation cultivator. Unleashing my divine ability, multi-handed malevolence, I may yet achieve a one-for-one exchange. The surge in his strength imbues Healy with unprecedented confidence. However, a small doubt lingers. Just now, as he attained the heavenly path of foundation establishment, not only did his spiritual cultivation realm advance, but his physical cultivation realm also experienced a breakthrough. Yet, if the spiritual cultivators have the heavenly path of foundation establishment, what then for the physical cultivators? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Healy contemplates. As far as he knows, the realms of physical cultivation correspond to those of spiritual cultivation. The 10 realms of spiritual cultivation include chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, void refinement, integration, comprehension, great ascension, and tribulation crossing. Naturally, physical cultivation has its 10 corresponding realms: body refinement, clarity, core formation, golden body, divine concealment, cave heaven, nirvana, immortality, and realm breaking. Among these, the clarity realm allows one's senses to perceive the night as day. Advancing further, one reaches core blood formation and forges the golden body. Attaining immortality even permits rebirth through blood. The further one advances in physical cultivation, the more formidable one becomes. Thus, Healy yearns to discern whether each major realm in physical cultivation presents unique transformations. If every major realm in physical cultivation entails such transformations, then should I rely solely on conventional methods to break through? The gap between myself and other physical cultivators will only widen. It seems I must devise a plan to investigate, as he has some time before reaching the 12th layer of physical cultivation. This interval is just right to uncover the truth. With thoughts racing, he expands his consciousness and propels the Huji knife like a streak of light toward the heavens. Boom! Unlike other Foundation Establishment cultivators, Healy's speed at the first layer of Foundation Establishment is terrifyingly swift, creating sonic booms that instill fear in the hearts of those he passes. Is that an elder flying with a sword? This commotion is rather alarming. Could this be a powerful Foundation Establishment cultivator? Perhaps this elder emerged due to Healy's presence? Indeed, due to the fearsome reputation of Healy, the frequency of Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Haomong mountain range has increased significantly. Alas, this place has become perilous. Healy's rapid flight is not solely due to his own prowess, but also attributable to the Huji knife, a spirit weapon that surpasses ordinary magical artifacts in every aspect. The cultivators in the Haomong mountain range are impoverished. They have only encountered magical artifacts and cannot fathom the existence of spirit weapons. Perhaps once they leave the Haomong mountain range, once they witness the prowess of formidable cultivators outside, they will come to realize that even in this desolate place, spirit weapons exist. However, that is a matter for the future. For now, those cultivators are focused solely on relocating. Meanwhile, Healy swiftly approaches the vicinity of the Xianjing secret realm, halting his flight to walk closer to the increasingly visible entrance of the secret realm. After all, it is highly likely that at least 3 to 5 core formation cultivators are gathered at the entrance. Healy has no intention of drawing attention to himself, as that would be tantamount to seeking death. As for how to infiltrate the secret realm unnoticed by so many core formation cultivators, and to pilfer and escape safely thereafter, that will rely on the Qinquan ring. Healy removes the Qinquan ring and activates the concealment technique, advancing toward the towering peak shrouded in clouds, where shadowy figures are discernible in the sky. Presumably, that is the entrance to the secret realm. Observing the figures above, they appear to be casting spells for some purpose. Currently, no one has noticed Healy, and as he draws closer, he activates his wind listening ability. Soon, snippets of conversation reach his ears. Junior brother, our master has been casting spells here for days to loosen the entrance to the secret realm. It is on the verge of opening, so do not cause any trouble and delay our entry. Rest assured, senior brother, nothing will go awry. I merely intend to have a chat with the junior sister from the Hongya sect. Do not forget, others from different factions have ambushed us in the secret realm before. We must ally with some to avoid being passive. After all, due to Healy, other factions now regard our Wanjian sect with disdain. Accompanied by those voices, Healy squints and hides, catching a glimpse of someone in the distance walking toward a sparsely populated grove. Upon witnessing this, a smirk graces Healy's lips as he vanishes from sight in an instant. Not long after, within the forest. What is this? Sounds echo through the woods. Following the sound, Healy spots a young man clad in the attire of a true disciple of the Wanjian sect, suspiciously bending down to pick up a recently shimmering black ring at his feet. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that although the ring's material is indiscernible, it seems rather extraordinary. At the very least, he finds it unyielding despite his efforts to exert force upon it. I, a mere foundational cultivator, am unable to shake this. Could it be some kind of treasure? Yet, what purpose does this object truly serve? The young man contemplated the ring's significance, tentatively reaching out with his spiritual consciousness or energy to touch it. The moment his energy made contact, an astonishing phenomenon unfolded before his eyes. Buzz! The void before him suddenly revealed a semi-transparent entrance resembling a mirror. Through this portal, he could faintly discern a plethora of spirit stones and an expanse of open land beyond the mirrored surface. This is a spatial artifact. The young man's heart surged with excitement, his eyes alight with joy. He had heard of the notorious Healy, who rampaged and pillaged, possessing spatial artifacts capable of storing vast quantities of items. Never did he imagine that he would also obtain one. But wait, there are spirit stones within. Could they belong to some cultivator, or perhaps even to Healy himself? No, that seems rather unlikely. Such precious items are cherished by all. How could they so easily be discarded? Perhaps I am overthinking this. The young man's gaze flickered as he sought to reassure himself. After all, considering the value of a spatial artifact, even if he were aware of potential dangers, greed would likely compel him to seize it. Thus, he momentarily indulged in fanciful thoughts, ultimately convincing himself to wear a broad smile. Speaking of which, the Xianjing secret realm lies nearby. It is said that apart from the Xianjing fruits, many cultivators have perished within. Perhaps this ring originated from that realm? Those spirit stones might be the remnants of ancient cultivators? Yes, that seems plausible. Haha. I never anticipated that I would stumble upon such a precious treasure. Could it be that I am the chosen one? Chapter 60. What good fortune. The chosen one? Healy silently scoffed. What foolish notions was this imbecile entertaining? Greed truly has the power to cloud one's judgment. Despite being on high alert, suspecting something amiss with the appearance of the ring, he was reluctant to part with this rare spatial artifact and the spirit stones within. Oh, the saying that one dies for wealth holds true. Within the world of the Chincoan ring, Healy observed the unfolding situation and listened to the voice of the young man, shaking his head. This young man, he recognized, Gu Yu, the second disciple of the sect master of the Wanjian sect. He hailed from the esteemed Gu family of the Haomong mountain range and had only recently established his foundation. Despite his youthful appearance, the lad was already in the autumn of his years, having consumed elixirs to maintain his vitality. The Gu family in the northwest was indeed a prominent lineage, with a legacy that surpassed even the Tang family. Notably, the Gu family excelled in beast taming and housed numerous magical beasts. Many of the spirit chickens and ducks in the Haomong mountain range originated from the Gu family's stock. From Louis, Healy had acquired the recipe for the 100 Beasts Bloodbone pill, which he had yet to concoct. He planned to gather materials from the Gu family to refine more of these pills, which would ultimately enhance his physique. Thus, he pondered quietly to himself. Unbeknownst to Gu Yu, someone was scheming against his clan, while he continued to explore the Chincoan ring, intent on comprehending its mechanisms. However, the Chincoan ring belonged to Healy. Without his manipulation, Gu Yu could not utilize it, let alone fathom its depths. Moreover, the piles of spirit stones and the expansive space he had observed were precisely what Healy intended for him to see. Had Healy chosen not to conceal the truth, what Gu Yu would have seen instead was a mountain of corpses. Take your time to study, Healy thought, but then, his gaze sharpened, fixating on a spot behind Gu Yu, who was oblivious to the impending danger. Following Healy's line of sight, a graceful figure approached swiftly, her voice laced with suspicion. Friend Gu, what are you doing? Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yu realized someone was near and hurriedly concealed the Chincoan ring. Turning around, he beheld a stunning female cultivator clad in the attire of the Red Leaf Sect Saintess, radiating a foundation-building aura, even more potent than his own. Upon seeing her, a flicker of desire crossed Gu Yu's eyes. Clearly, he was smitten. Yet, he masked his feelings, merely responding, I am merely awaiting friend Han Meng while contemplating a few matters. With the opening of the Xianjing secret realm, all factions are scheming against one another, each vying for the Xianjing fruit. As Gu Yu spoke, he and Han Meng discussed potential alliances between their sects within the secret realm. Meanwhile, within the Chincoan ring, Healy's gaze bore into Han Meng's exquisite, flawless visage, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Han Meng, it's you wretched creature? He murmured ominously. Memories of years past flooded his mind, recalling when he had exhausted his savings to acquire a sub-level spirit fire, only to have it snatched back by the Red Leaf Sect's Saintess, Han Meng, using her flowing fire return to origin technique. He had sought retribution and had nearly lost his life in the process. The one who had sold him the spirit fire, only to reclaim it, was none other than the very Han Meng standing before him. She was a disciple of the Red Leaf Sect's master. Although the sect did not have a formal hierarchy of inheritance, only the title of Saintess. Of course, there were other Saintesses beside Han Meng, including her 2 senior sisters. Yet, these details mattered little. What was paramount was that Healy's encounter with Han Meng signified that she would not leave this place alive. You robbed me of my spirit stones and act so brazenly? Humph. Do you not know the saying, do not bully the young and poor? Since fate has brought us together, just wait. I shall show you the meaning of cruelty. He glared at Han Meng, letting out a chilling cackle that sent shivers down the spine of the nearby queen bee, while Han Meng remained blissfully unaware. Nonetheless, a sense of foreboding crept upon her, a peculiar chill enveloping her senses. What was that? She shuddered slightly, casting her consciousness around, but finding nothing amiss, she could only shake her head. Gu Yu, noticing her unease, inquired, what troubles you, Han Daoist? Nothing. Han Meng replied tersely. The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before returning to their respective sects' gathering points. Meanwhile, the concealed Xianjing secret realm atop the mountain finally unveiled itself. Buzz. In the void above the mountain, translucent formations flickered into view. Surrounding it, 5 core formation cultivators united their powers to forcibly unveil the hidden barriers. Crack. With a resounding chime, the peculiar translucent formations spun like gears, parting to reveal the foreboding world of the secret realm. At that moment, the crowd of foundation-building cultivators from the Wanjian sect, Red Leaf sect, Wanyao Valley, Yu family, and the imperial court surged forth into the secret realm. Soaring through the air, Healy, concealed within the Chincoan ring, was also smoothly ushered into the Xianjing secret realm by Gu Yu. The small world within the Xianjing secret realm was extraordinary. It was perpetually shrouded in darkness, with flora predominantly in shades of gray, blue, and purple, with scarcely any greenery in sight. Additionally, an eerie force, reminiscent of a chilling mist yet distinctly different, pervaded the atmosphere, gradually sapping the consciousness of those who entered. Consequently, one could not linger long in the secret realm. Upon entering, all cultivators were scattered due to the realm's rules. Thus, Each cultivator was typically equipped with communication talismans to maintain contact and regroup, lest they be isolated and fall prey to others even if they found a Xianjing fruit. However, Guyu was evidently unfortunate, for upon entering the realm, he was transported to a desolate area, far removed from any other cultivators. Concealed within the Qianquan ring, Healy was poised to strike. As expected, Guyu had scarcely entered the secret realm, disoriented in an unfamiliar locale. When the Qianquan ring activated, the portal opened automatically, catching him off guard. After all, he had not infused spiritual energy into the ring. But in the next instant, clarity struck him. He witnessed a figure erupting from the portal. Who? Guyu bellowed, instinctively brandishing his sword in defense upon sensing danger. Yet, how could a mere initial stage foundation cultivator hope to withstand Healy? In an instant, Healy's sinister figure lunged forth, ruthlessly cleaving down upon Guyu's sword. Clang, crack, splatter. With a clash of metal, sparks flew as Healy's overwhelming might severed Guyu's sword, and then, with a downward strike, cleaved his body in twain. The Chosen One? A jest. Who dares claim to be the Chosen One besides me? Sheathing his blade, Healy regarded Guyu, whose face had turned pale and whose eyes were devoid of life, with a cold smile. At that moment, Guyu realized that the Qianquan ring was not the stroke of luck he had thought he found. It had been deliberately cast aside by Healy for him to discover. He had intended to lure Guyu into the secret realm. As for his motives, simply to seize the Xianjing fruits and eliminate the disciples of the three sections. Now, having achieved his goal, he took his own life. That insidious and malevolent scoundrel, Guyu, who was already on the brink of death, could only glare with bloodshot eyes at Healy in a fit of rage before succumbing. Slaying the Foundation Establishment, second layer, Cultivator Guyu. Cultivation 22. Additional Cultivation 30, Body Cultivation 30. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy swiftly reached for Guyu's storage bag and beast containment pouch. The beast containment pouch, designed to hold demon pets, is even more precious than the storage bag. Only the Gu family, known for breeding demon beasts, could afford to spend lavishly to procure these from outside the Haomong Mountains, as other cultivators simply could not justify the expense or the effort of raising demon pets. After all, resources are scarce. They struggle to sustain themselves, let alone care for demon beasts. It is said that Guyu raised a three-tailed monkey, and the monkey's brain is a great tonic. Haha, I simply must taste it. Fixating on the beast containment pouch, Healy licked his lips, revealing a bloodthirsty smile as he opened the pouch. Chapter 61. The Four Cunning Creatures in the Dimly Lit Secret Realm. An odd sound reminiscent of slurping a viscous liquid suddenly echoed. Following the sound, one could see Healy contentedly consuming the freshly severed brain of a white monkey, which had just been peeled back. Digesting the three-tailed monkey brain, Cultivation 8. Digesting the three-tailed monkey brain, Body Refinement 20. It was slightly pungent, lacking a bit of seasoning. With a decisive motion, Healy discarded the empty shell of the monkey brain into his spatial ring. This delicacy was derived from the three-tailed monkey, a pet of Guyu, which had been trained for a long time and was not easily controlled by outsiders. Of course, those with powerful beast-controlling talismans would be an exception. However, the three-tailed monkey was nothing extraordinary, and Healy had no intention of capturing it. Thus, he released the monkey and promptly slaughtered it, devouring its brain. Having satisfied his hunger, it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Wiping his mouth, Healy took out Guyu's storage bag for a cursory inspection, but found no remarkable treasures. Only 2 manuals and some communication talismans. Upon seeing these items, he incinerated the manuals and tossed the storage bag into his spatial ring, leaving only the communication talismans behind. Incinerating the ordinary grade absolute treasure, 9 Meridian's Heart Gold Technique. 9 Meridian's Heart Gold Technique has reached the 6th layer. Incinerating the unranked Gu Clan Beast Control Technique. Gu Clan Beast Control Technique has attained mastery. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy scrutinized the communication talismans and discovered they were marked with contacts for the chief disciple of the Wanjian sect, the holy maiden Han Meng of the Hongyi sect, and others. This unexpected convenience brought a smile to his face. How considerate, they even labeled them for me, saving me the trouble of activating each one to test them. With a grin, Healy's gaze sparkled as he activated one of the talismans. Junior brother? Where are you now? Do you have any Xianjing fruits nearby? As the talisman activated, the voice of the chief disciple of the Wanjian sect, Yi Xian, resonated. Hearing this, Healy's grin widened as he cast a spell to mimic Guyu's voice in response. I haven't found any Xianjing fruits yet, and I'm not quite sure of my location. However, I believe I'm in a forest surrounded by tall, bare black trees. If you approach, please signal to gather. I'll try to contact my friends from the Hongyi sect and see how things are on their end. Just as Healy finished speaking, Yi Xian's surprised voice came through the talisman. The forest you mentioned is very close to the location of the Xianjing fruit trees. You are quite fortunate this time. Previous cultivators entering the secret realm have typically found Xianjing fruits in that forest. Junior brother, search swiftly and do not let anyone else seize the opportunity. This forest is near the Xianjing fruit trees? At this, Healy glanced around, then nodded with a smile. I know what to do now. But I ask that you hurry over to prevent anyone from snatching the opportunity away from me. Rest assured, Master has already informed us of the locations of many spots within the secret realm prior to our entry. It won't be difficult for me to find my way there. With that, the communication was abruptly cut off, indicating that Yi Xian was hurrying to this location. However, rather than hastening to treasure hunt, Healy retrieved the talisman to contact Han Meng and activated it, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. I wonder where Taoist Han is at this moment. Almost instantly, a response came. In a forest, where is Taoist Gu? Han Meng replied succinctly, inquiring back. In a forest? How simple. Are you worried that being too detailed might lead to being found and harmed? He thought, smirking internally. Healy quickly responded. It seems I've had good fortune in this secret realm. I was directly transported to a forest near the Xianjing fruit trees. It appears I am likely to find some this time. Oh, that's wonderful. Han Meng exclaimed with delight. Is the forest filled with plants resembling dead trees that are entirely black? What? You too, Taoist Han? Healy replied, narrowing his eyes. Indeed. It seems we are both fortunate. Han Meng's voice brimmed with joy. However, since we both ended up here, there may be others nearby. Why don't you send a signal to confirm your location so we can meet up? As we discussed before, traveling together would be safer. At this suggestion, Healy nearly laughed aloud. This woman had just been cautious, reluctant to divulge details about her surroundings. Yet now she wanted to meet up? Asking him to send a signal to confirm his location. Did she genuinely wish to unite rather than plot mischief? Healy chuckled inwardly, but maintained a nod on the surface. What you propose is also what I had in mind. However, considering the possibility of other cultivators with ulterior motives nearby, I suggest you act swiftly, lest unexpected circumstances lead us into peril. Do not worry, Taoist Gu, Han Meng reassured him. Once the communication ended, Healy instantly suppressed his smile. What a cunning creature she was. She never failed to scheme, no matter where she was. If Gu Yu were present, his infatuation with her might have clouded his judgment, leading him to heed her words. But alas, he was not Gu Yu. Since she relished in trickery, so be it. Today, he would teach her a lesson. With a sinister tone, Healy raised his hand, gathering fierce flames toward the heavens. Boom! In the next moment, the sky erupted in flames. Accompanied by the blinding light, for fiery figures in the distance looked up, their faces adorned with smiles. They had long heard of Gu Yu's infatuation with the holy maiden Han Meng, and today they realized this was no exaggeration. Gu Yu had no resistance against her. Whatever the holy maiden said, he believed without question. The female cultivators from the Hong Yi sect exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. Humph, that foul man is just like that. They are all creatures driven by their lower instincts. As long as we are beautiful enough, they will foolishly come to flatter us, just as they are now, without any caution whatsoever. As they spoke, their disdain was palpable. Do those fools deserve to cultivate? One elder remarked. Of course they do. Without those foul men gathering resources, how could we easily advance? Should we gather ourselves? Humph. Collecting ourselves is far less effective than having them do the hard work and then come to us like dogs. True enough, those foul men are only fit for labor. As they conversed, the four women swiftly approached the area where the flames had erupted, seeking Gu Yu. However, unbeknownst to them, someone was eavesdropping on their conversation. Wearing a cold smile, birds of a feather flock together, and the companions of cunning individuals are certainly cunning themselves. Healy activated his stealth technique, listening to the distant voices while disguising himself as Gu Yu, holding his breath. He then ignited a fragrant incense. With a gentle breeze, wisps of smoke began to disperse from his location. Healy retreated into the shadows. Before long, the four fiery figures flew low to the ground, arriving at Healy's previous location. Upon landing, they expanded their senses to scan the surroundings, their faces displaying expressions of confusion. Is anyone here? The group of female cultivators wondered aloud. Han Meng's complexion shifted. Something's off. Swish. Just as she spoke, a figure shrouded in shadows surged toward them, exuding a chilling aura, and without a word, swung a 2-meter-long blade fiercely in their direction. Watch out! The enemy arrived with startling swiftness, catching Han Meng, who was positioned behind, off guard. She barely had time to utter a warning to her senior sisters and the elder ahead. However, the three female cultivators of the Hongye sect displayed a certain disdain towards the suddenly appeared foe. Who does this mere individual think they are, daring to ambush us? They scoffed. Is this Gu Yu? I always knew men were untrustworthy. They outwardly comply with Han Shimi, while secretly harboring intentions to betray and harm her. Such malice is utterly beastly. There is no need for further discourse. We shall eliminate him. As they spoke, the three Hongye sect female cultivators unsheathed their swords, casting aside any thoughts of evasion or defense, charging directly towards He Li with the intent to dispatch him instantly. Yet, in the next moment, clang, crack, thud, accompanied by the sounds of clashing steel and a shower of sparks, two of the female cultivators were cleaved in two along with their swords by He Li, a torrent of blood erupting from their severed bodies. Han Meng and the remaining female cultivator of the Hongye sect stood in stunned silence. Sister, elder, how could this? be possible? Chapter 62. Why is the psychological quality so poor? Slain a Foundation Establishment Level 3 Cultivator, Ning Lu. Cultivation 25, Additional Cultivation 27, Body Cultivation 27. Slain a Foundation Establishment Level 5 Cultivator, Chung Tian Luo. Cultivation 29, Additional Cultivation 37, Body Cultivation 36. With ferocity, he annihilated 2 female cultivators of the Hongye sect, and He Li's menacing gaze shifted towards the remaining 2. Why are you so weak? He inquired, a peculiar smile spreading across his face, his tone laden with mockery. Hearing this, Han Ming snapped back to reality. Her eyes wide with fear and confusion as she stared at He Li, who gripped his long sword tightly. You are not Gu Yu. Who exactly are you? Her voice trembled, for she was acutely aware that He Li and Apos' formidable combat prowess was far beyond the ordinary capabilities of Gu Yu. Yet, this man bore Gu Yu's visage. Han Ming, though cunning, was not foolish. She could not discern He Li's true identity. Meanwhile, He Li took his time, grinning as he encouraged her to guess. Who am I? Take a wild guess. Here's a little hint. I once exhausted my savings to acquire your Anqi Mu Hui sub-level spiritual fire, only for you to reclaim it with your flowing fire technique. His tone was light, as if discussing trivial matters. But Han Ming felt a chill run down her spine, realizing that he was seeking revenge. Still, she could not identify him, as she had wronged countless cultivators, some of whom had suffered ruin at her hands. Those who sought to confront her were often dealt with harshly, and she had a network to silence any discontent. Furthermore, her beauty attracted many cultivators who were eager to protect her unconditionally. Thus, despite her many misdeeds, she had evaded significant backlash, aided by the Hongye sect's influence. For as their saintess, she was permitted to amass resources to hasten her ascension. In short, the number of cultivators she had wronged was vast, and she could not recall He Li. He continued to ramble. Oh, I was furious back then. After losing my spirit stones to you, I nearly lost my life trying to confront you. He squinted, a sinister grin forming. You are truly wicked. How shall I deal with you? Should I dismember you or execute you slowly, or perhaps burn you alive? Such a difficult choice. At his words, Han Ming's fear escalated, her limbs turning cold as sweat broke out across her body. Sister, run, she cried, sensing He Li preparing to strike again. In that moment, her sister, with tears in her eyes, raised her hand. Bang! With a resounding thud, pain shot through Han Ming's abdomen as she looked at her sister. Disbelief etched on her face. Sister, he is here for revenge. You are the one who wronged him. You brought this upon yourself, not me. I shouldn't and Apos be dragged into this. Therefore, Han's sister, you should have been the one to hold him off for me. Her sister and Apos' voice trembled with fear, hoarse from terror. Clearly, she was shaken by He Li's earlier display of strength. She only sought to escape, wanting Han Ming to be the bait, ensuring her own survival. Han Ming felt her heart sink, unable to fathom her sister's betrayal. Just moments ago, they had referred to each other as dear sisters, yet now, their bond seemed fragile and easily shattered. Could their sisterhood truly be so weak? It was more disappointing than the male cultivators who would risk their lives to save her. Those she considered sisters were now conspiring against her, willing to sacrifice her for their own safety. Fake. All of it is fake. Han Ming and Apos' eyes burned with resentment. Just then, He Li and Apos' chilling voice echoed. What a touching display of sisterly love. But do not worry, once I deal with you, she will not escape either. Accompanied by his voice, a sharp, cold light sliced through the air towards Han Ming. Just as despair engulfed her, something unexpected occurred. Crack. Buzz. A sound reverberated, as if something shattered. Suddenly, Han Ming and Apos' figure became ethereal, twisting and vanishing before He Li and Apos' eyes. Ah, a sacrificial teleportation? Impressive for a saintess, what a valuable item. He Li sheathed his blade, unfazed, a sinister smile playing on his lips as he raised his left hand to cast a spell. Unfortunately, it cannot save your life. Buzz. As He Li closed his eyes and formed a hand seal, he discerned 2 crimson threads weaving through the darkness, leading him to Han Ming and her sister. The blood-tracking secret technique works wonders. With the technique he had obtained from the Tang family, He Li effortlessly followed the lingering traces of their life force, remaining calm and collected. He even had time to collect the remains of the 2 female cultivators he had slain before he departed. Meanwhile, in a dark cave. Is this the life escape jade given by my master? How infuriating. My master had always said this item was precious and could not be replaced. Yet it was wasted here in this secret realm. In the cave, Han Ming illuminated her surroundings with a spell, removing a red string from her neck. Once adorned with a jade pendant, it now lay in ashes. Han Ming's frustration grew as she muttered, Damn it, who is that monstrous figure? Did I truly wrong him? I have always been careful not to offend those with power. Wait, could that person be He Li? Her eyes flickered with suspicion as she deduced that it must indeed be He Li. His reputation for wielding a blade was well known, and his extraordinary combat prowess allowed him to defeat stronger opponents. Most importantly, he was a master of disguise. The man she encountered earlier perfectly matched the rumored traits of the fearsome He Li, and the realization sent a wave of panic through her. Is it really He Li? How could this be? How did I get entangled with him? Did I truly wrong him? Damn it. I have wronged so many cultivators that I cannot keep track. Han Meng raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. She regretted not merely the harm done to lower-tier cultivators, but specifically the injury inflicted upon He Li. Yet, it was too late for remorse. Moreover, a more pressing question lingered in her mind. How did He Li manage to enter? Before entering the secret realm, everyone was thoroughly examined by their respective sect leaders or elders to prevent lower-tier cultivators from infiltrating. How then did He Li gain entry? Han Meng was utterly perplexed. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the skies outside, capturing her attention. Boom! Listening to that sound, Han Meng instinctively held her breath and cautiously approached the cave entrance, glancing upward. To her bewilderment, the sky revealed nothing, leaving her in a state of confusion. However, just as she turned around, we meet again. Above the cave entrance, He Li's sinister, maniacal face came into Han Meng's view, startling her to the point where her features twisted in terror, as if she had been struck by an arrow. You, how? She gazed at He Li, her legs trembling, her voice reduced to a hoarse stutter. He Li, grinning broadly, remarked, "You wish to know how I found you so swiftly, don't you? I shan't tell you. Just know that your demise is imminent." With that, he brandished a gleaming blade. As the cold glimmer approached, Han Meng's mind became hazy, engulfed by overwhelming fear, rendering her body weak. She collapsed onto the ground, her dress slightly dampened by a splash of water. A foul odor permeated the air, prompting He Li to frown in displeasure as he swiftly severed her head. "How pathetic is your mental fortitude? Did you truly wet yourself? How disappointing," he scoffed, initially intending to torment Han Meng, but now devoid of any interest. As her head fell, a whisper echoed in He Li and Appo's mind. "Slay the Foundation Establishment, 3rd Layer Cultivator, Han Meng. Cultivation 25, Additional Cultivation 45, Body Cultivation 45. A total of 90 points of additional cultivation? TSK. You truly are something, Han Meng." Hearing the whisper, He Li glanced at the lifeless pupils of Han Meng's severed head, his smile chillingly cold. Chapter 63. The effects of the mystic crystal fruit corrupted and malevolent, reveling in wickedness. Yet, they are weak to the point of despair. With a disdainful smile extinguished, He Li's eyes brimmed with contempt. Individuals like you, mere wastrels, can only rely on the privileges bestowed by class dominance to flaunt their power. However, the fact that such incompetence can succeed in foundation building and brazenly bully cultivators far more capable than themselves only indicates that this world is indeed gravely ill. The gravely ill requires strong medicine. Hence, I have arrived. Once I have eradicated you wretches, this world shall be rid of its ailments. And I shall ascend to the celestial realm atop your corpses." He Li whispered ominously, brandishing his blade towards Han Meng's abdomen. Boom! In the next instant, a burst of azure and crimson flames shot forth from Han Meng's corpse like a swift arrow. The cold breath would fire, Han Meng's spirit fire. Attempting to flee? Is that even possible? Fixating on the rapidly escaping spirit fire, He Li unleashed the power of the celestial law as righteous fire, instantly forming a white flame cage that ensnared the fleeing cold breath would fire, rendering it immobile. The cold breath would fire could not breach this enclosure, as each spirit fire is an independent entity, each possessing distinct attributes and characteristics. They differ vastly from ordinary flames, such as being unable to transform into one another or disregard the firewalls created by their kin. The relationship between spirit fires is merely one of the strong preying upon the weak. However, He Li did not intend to let the celestial law as righteous fire consume the cold breath would fire to enhance itself. After all, the celestial law as righteous fire is sufficiently potent. Furthermore, nurtured by him, it does not require the meager energy sourced from the cold breath would fire. Rather than devouring, it would be more prudent to refine and subdue. The cold breath would fire proves invaluable in alchemy. This flame can invigorate spirit plants, enhancing those with inferior medicinal properties and even reviving those that have lost their efficacy. It is akin to certain plant seeds that awaken and sprout in a frigid environment. The cold breath would fire possesses a similar power. Gazing at the azure and crimson flames, He Li recalled rumors he had heard. It is said that the effects of the cold breath would fire can also be applied to cultivators, reviving those on the brink of death. Although the veracity of this rumor remains uncertain, the spirit fire indeed possesses remarkable qualities. Thus, He Li hesitated no longer and utilized the power of the celestial law as righteous fire in conjunction with his own, continuously suppressing and forcibly refining the cold breath would fire. Subsequently, whispers echoed in his mind. Cold breath would fire, reversing yin and yang, reviving unto death. Listening to the whispers, He Li was unfazed. When he first refined the celestial law as righteous fire, similar whispers had emerged, aiding him in mastering the spirit fire. He merely absorbed the information and waved his hand to retrieve Han Meng's corpse, removing her storage bag and opening it. To his surprise, there were not many spirit stones within. Instead, there was a plethora of miscellaneous items. Having deceived so many cultivators, I expected you to possess a wealth of spirit stones. Yet, it seems all are squandered on this worthless junk. As his gaze swept over the gaudy yet impractical artifacts, oddly named pills, talismans, and assorted items, Healy and Apos' eyelids twitched, for he spotted a fruit. A crystal fruit resembling an apple. The mystic crystal fruit. This fruit is notoriously difficult to find, for it is said that upon maturing, it detaches from the tree and drifts away with the wind. This explains why, even when the general location of the mystic crystal fruit tree is known, no one dares to pluck the fruit, as it has already dispersed like dandelion seeds. Everyone can only search throughout the secret realm. However, the probability of finding it is relatively higher in areas closer to the mystic crystal fruit tree. Yet, even with a higher probability, it does not mean that many can be found. It is said that the mystic crystal fruit tree bears fruit only once every decade, producing around 10 fruits. And after accounting for those consumed by beasts within the secret realm, only 3 to 5 fruits remain. Oh, I never imagined that Han Meng would find the mystic crystal fruit so soon after entering the secret realm. However, now it has fortuitously fallen into my hands. Healy smiled radiantly. Eagerly, he took out the mystic crystal fruit and took a bite. Crunch. The taste was akin to ice shavings. The flesh of the mystic crystal fruit transformed into pure energy instantaneously, swallowed and digested by Healy. Consuming the mystic crystal fruit, cultivation 100. Consuming the mystic crystal fruit, body cultivation 150. Consuming the mystic crystal fruit deepens your understanding of various techniques, such as spirit insight technique, earth manipulation technique, fire wing technique, etc., enhancing your mastery of these methods. Spirit insight technique has ascended to the realm of fluidity. Earth manipulation technique has reached the perfect realm. Earth spirit locust stone formation technique has improved, accompanied by the intimate whispers. Healy felt as though his mind was on the verge of exploding, suddenly flooded with images of various techniques and the essence of cultivating heart methods. The multitude of techniques and heart methods he had mastered experienced refinement, augmenting his combat prowess. After a quarter of an hour had passed, Healy finally regained composure, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. What the hell? Why did no one mention that consuming the mystic crystal fruit would be so excruciating? Regaining his composure, Healy Kuden and Apos' helped but curse under his breath. Yet, this was not the fault of others. After all, there are no cultivators in this world who can learn thousands of techniques and heart methods like Healy. His vast knowledge led to an overwhelming influx of information that resulted in a headache. Other cultivators do not encounter such issues. Fortunately, through the numerous perilous escapes he had endured over the years, he had grown accustomed to pain. Thus, he did not dwell on this matter. Instead, he was more eager to acquire more mystic crystal fruits to bolster his combat strength. This secret realm is vast. Relying solely on myself to search is still too arduous. Even with the spirit insight technique, it remains challenging. However, there are others in this secret realm that I can take advantage of. Once they find the fruits, I can simply kill them and seize their gains. Speaking of which, how did the Red Leaf Sect cultivators manage to gather so quickly upon entering the secret realm? Could it be that they possess special artifacts? Recalling the 4 individuals gathered around Han Meng, Healy skeptically lowered his gaze and rummaged through Han Meng's pile of belongings. In his search, he indeed discovered a peculiar artifact resembling a compass. The artifact bore a total of 6 small dots, 2 of which were black. The remaining 3 were green, and 1 was red. The red dot must represent Healy himself, the black dots the 2 Red Leaf Sect female cultivators he had slain, while the 3 scattered green dots naturally represent the remaining female cultivators of the Red Leaf Sect. This compass is quite a valuable item. With this, locating those Red Leaf Sect female cultivators will be far more convenient than casting spells to search for them. However, before seeking them out, perhaps I should first investigate the mystic crystal fruit tree? Healy and Apos' eyes gleamed as he swiftly took action. Although he was unaware of the mystic crystal fruit tree and Apos' exact location, according to Yi Xian, it is nearby the forest. He could ascend and search extensively to eventually locate it. As for why he seeks the mystic crystal fruit tree, naturally, to uproot it. Healy would not allow such a treasure to remain in this secret realm. I intend to take away more than just the mystic crystal fruit. While they search for the mystic crystal fruit, I shall directly employ my spells to remove everything in this secret realm, including the soil. After all, it is said that many ancient cultivators perished here. Who knows what other treasures may still lie hidden? Moreover, by the time I conclude these endeavors, the cultivators from the 3 sects and other factions will likely be nearing the end of their search for the mystic crystal fruit, ripe for me to reap. With a chilling laugh, Healy sheathed his blade to avoid detection, then soared into the sky on his sword, expanding his consciousness to cover a kilometer radius, commencing the search for the mystic crystal fruit tree and treasures. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from afar. Boom! Accompanying that sound, Healy faintly perceived a golden sword shadow descending from the horizon, unleashing an astonishing power. Is someone engaged in combat? Healy's eyes darted with curiosity. He was contemplating whether to investigate further when, suddenly, a communication talisman emitted a sound. Junior brother, hasten to the side of the Xianjing fruit tree and assist me. If you are still within the forest, you must have witnessed my spell. I have encountered a practitioner from the Yu family. They remain fixated on us due to the matter concerning junior sister Yu, intending to bring us harm. Come swiftly and join me in dealing with one of them. The voice of Yi Xian, a fellow disciple of the same sect as Gu Yu, resonated from the talisman. Upon hearing the voice of this senior brother, Healy had no intention of genuinely offering assistance. In fact, he wished for them to engage in a fierce battle, allowing him to deliver the final blow. Nonetheless, he could still venture forth to observe. After all, Yi Xian had just indicated that the location of his conflict with the Yu family practitioner was beside the Xianjing fruit tree, suggesting that he could easily locate it by proceeding directly. He chuckled to himself. The timing of this message was quite fortuitous. As for offering help, perhaps even hindering, with a playful grin, Healy swiftly altered his disguise and made his way toward the source of the sword shadows. Chapter 64. The unknown goo insect. Healy moved with remarkable speed, reaching the location where Yi Xian was in the blink of an eye. In that moment, as the sword shadows fell, friend Yu, I have already mentioned that the death of Qing Gu was not due to the negligence of my Wanjian sect. It was the cunning of Healy. You should remember that my master also intervened that day. Now that you insist on seeking vengeance, do not blame my Wanjian sect for being unmerciful. A young man spoke from within the forest. Clad in white, wielding a sword, he emanated an astonishing aura. He was none other than Yi Xian, the foremost disciple of the Wanjian sect. Opposite him stood a middle-aged man in green, wielding a blade and exuding a fierce glint in his eyes. Yu Hui, a foundational cultivator from the Yu family. This man appeared equally formidable, his presence nearly matching that of Yi Xian. However, compared to Yi Xian and Appo's composed demeanor, Yu Hui seemed to possess a more volatile temperament. Spare me the useless chatter. I wish to slay you, not solely because your sect failed to protect Qingge and I demand recompense, but more so because I covet the Xianjing fruit in your possession. If you hand it over willingly, I might consider sparing your life, Yu Hui declared, his intent clear. Yi Xian furrowed his brow. How do you know I possess the Xianjing fruit? He questioned, recalling that no one had witnessed him acquiring the fruit. Yet now, Yu Hui seemed to be aware of it, leaving him perplexed. Yu Hui merely sneered. You will have to ask your Yao Valley friends after you are dead. With that, a dark red aura surged around him, resembling a demonic figure. His power escalated dramatically. Sensing the danger, Yi Xian dared not underestimate him, swiftly retreating to cast spells to enhance his own abilities in preparation for battle. However, just as they were about to clash, boom! Amidst the thunderous roar, a figure appeared from the distance, unhesitatingly charging towards Yu Hui. The latter and Appo's eyes widened in fury. You seek death, he bellowed, swinging his blade fiercely. Clash! Bang! In an instant, their weapons collided, sparks flying as an overwhelming force sent Yu Hui reeling. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched at the sight. Yu Hui was a mid-foundational cultivator and possessed goo insects within him, seemingly also practicing body refinement techniques. The fact that an approaching enemy could send Yu Hui flying with a single strike was rather astonishing. Given their disparity in strength, it was unwise to engage in battle. Yu Xian, already anxious due to the absence of his junior brothers, had no intention of lingering in the confrontation with Yu Hui. Seeing a third-party threat emerge, he resolved to flee at full speed. Healy, however, noticed Yi Xian's escape but did not rush to pursue him. With his blood pursuit secret technique, no one could elude him. For Healy, the priority was to eliminate the Yu family cultivator, Yu Hui. Thus, disregarding Yi Xian, Healy raised his hand to ignite spiritual fire and unleash the fire dragon technique, simultaneously accelerating towards Yu Hui with ferocity. Yu Hui's expression darkened at the sight. He dared not confront the fire dragon technique, especially as it appeared white, which seemed abnormal. He could only retreat hastily, raising his hand to counter the fire dragon while attempting to withstand Healy's assault. Shadow separation goo, blood blade spell. Buzz. As Yu Hui cast his spell, the blade in his hand glimmered with crimson runes, and with a swing, unleashed a massive surge of blood-red blade energy that sliced towards the fire dragon. To Healy's astonishment, the blood-red blade energy split in midair, creating 2 additional blades. The 3 blood blades struck the fire dragon with a resounding crash. Boom. Whoosh. The fire dragon was obliterated by 2 of the blood blades. As the last weakened blade approached, Healy evaded while hurling the Huji blade at Yu Hui, simultaneously performing the fire wing technique. With a rush, Healy's white-hot fiery wings unfurled, and his speed surged as he closed in on the Huji blade. Yu Hui's pupils constricted in alarm. Too fast, he thought, struggling to keep pace with Healy's movements. As Healy neared, Yu Hui could only hastily defend himself. Yet, fortune did not favor him this time. Clash. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as the Huji blade struck Yu Hui's weapon, fracturing it, while Yu Hui's arms were broken by the sheer power of Healy's attack. How is this possible? No. That is a spiritual weapon. Yu Hui's gaze fixated on the Huji blade, then shot up to meet Healy's eyes. You are Healy. His voice trembled with shock, doubt, confusion, and a tinge of unarticulated hatred and helplessness. Meanwhile, Healy raised his blade, advancing toward Yu Hui with a grin. Correct. A reward awaits you in the underworld. Crack. As he spoke, Yu Hui's head fell. Slain a mid-foundational cultivator, Yu Hui. Experience 29. Body refinement 7. Additional experience 39. Body refinement 39. Ah, a body refiner indeed, Healy murmured with delight. Being a body refiner implied that Yu Hui likely possessed body refinement techniques he had yet to encounter, which could further enhance his own capabilities. As he pondered, Healy noticed the flesh around Yu Hui's neck wound writhing. In the next moment, whoosh, whoosh, two tiny goo insects swiftly escaped several hundred meters. Seeking freedom. However, Healy was much faster. Escape? What a fanciful notion. He scoffed, his fiery wings propelling him forward, appearing before Yu Hui's corpse as it fell. Catching it with ease, his gaze then fixed upon the two tiny goo insects captured in his left hand. One resembled a wasp, but bore many cicada-like features. This was the second-tier shadow separation goo, capable of transforming an attack into multiple strikes. For instance, the blood blades Yu Hui had unleashed were the result of the shadow separation goo's power at work. Each promotion in tier would increase the number of attacks produced. The other insect resembled an iron wireworm but was semi-transparent. What kind of goo is this? Healy wondered, swallowing the shadow separation goo while scrutinizing the other insect. Having traversed many years and encountered a plethora of strange goo entities, he found himself perplexed by this particular one. Never mind. I'll keep it in the Chinkoan ring for now. It can't escape in there, and once I reach the Yu family, I'll inquire further. If it's a formidable goo, I'll keep it. If it proves harmful, I'll burn it. Goo insects are not solely beneficial. Many are malevolent, such as poison goo and curse goo. Consuming them recklessly would lead to dire consequences. Thus, Healy would not act impulsively. With the shadow separation goo in hand, he considered it a significant gain, as such insects were rare. Moreover, Healy smiled as he began to inspect the contents of Yu Hui's storage pouch. Items like spell manuals, he promptly incinerated without a second glance. Incinerated a spirit-grade supreme quality blood demon transformation fragment. Blood demon transformation has reached the 4th transformation. Incinerated a spirit-grade mid-quality bloodblade spell. Bloodblade spell has reached the minor completion stage. Incinerated a mortal-grade supreme quality spirit insight technique fragment. The blood demon transformation appeared to be Yu Hui's body refinement technique, which heightened his killing intent and combat power as he progressed in cultivation. The eerie aura that had enveloped Yu Hui earlier was clearly the result of the blood demon transformation. However, Yu Hui's limited aptitude seemed to have only allowed him to cultivate to the 2nd tier, thus not fully unleashing its power. Mastery of this technique required considerable comprehension. I am quite different. I have the ability to learn automatically. He mastering this technique, my combat prowess would surely ascend several levels. Healy's face radiated joy, for the benefits bestowed upon him by Yu Hui were immense. With both the shadow goo and blood demon transformation, coupled with the plethora of elixirs, spiritual plants, talismans, and more within his storage bag, Healy felt he had struck a veritable gold mine. However, the most significant aspect was the peculiar tree nearby. Its trunk dark yet subtly reflecting a spectrum of colors akin to crystal, its branches adorned with pitch-black leaves. This tree stood in stark contrast to the others surrounding it, strongly suggesting it was indeed the Xianjing fruit tree. Regardless of its true nature, I shall simply excavate it. With a flick of his wrist, Healy invoked his perfected earth manipulation technique, swiftly uprooting the soil within a kilometer radius, along with the flowers, grasses, and trees that thrived therein. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, a colossal wave of earth and stone surged towards the entrance of his storage ring. Everything in the vicinity, including the suspected Xianjing fruit tree, was engulfed by this titanic torrent. However, what Healy did not anticipate was that as the soil receded, what lay beneath the Xianjing fruit tree was not rock, but rather a corner of an ancient structure. Chapter 65. If you are reluctant to pave the way for me, then perish. As the soil was unearthed by Healy, a structure composed of grayish-blue stone bricks came into view. Healy paused momentarily, contemplating the sight before him. A tomb? He murmured to himself, recalling the years he had ventured into other secluded realms or desolate places, where he had encountered the hollowed graves of ancient cultivators. The materials used in constructing those ancient burial sites bore a striking resemblance to the edifice before him. Thus, Healy could swiftly deduce that he had inadvertently stumbled upon the hidden sepulchre of an ancient practitioner, perhaps replete with numerous accompanying treasures. This revelation filled Healy with exhilaration. He had never anticipated that a hidden tomb lay concealed in this location, unnoticed by previous cultivators who had entered. However, their lack of discovery was understandable. After all, the ancient tomb was nestled beneath the Xianjing fruit tree, and none of the factions wished to disturb the tree, as they were eager to continue reaping the benefits of the Xianjing fruit. As he squinted and pondered, Healy quickly focused his magical prowess to remove the soil and stones surrounding the tomb. With the obstructions cleared, the entrance to the tomb gradually emerged, a grand bronze door towering at 3 meters. Intricate tree patterns adorned the door, interspersed with faint depictions of various birds and beasts. Wait a moment. The patterns. Healy felt a jolt of recognition. He recalled that a similar design was etched onto the peculiar bronze pendant he had acquired from Yu Chinga's storage pouch. Could there be a unique connection between the two? As thoughts raced through his mind, Healy swiftly retrieved the bronze pendant from his Chinkoan ring. Buzz! As the pendant emerged, a soft glow emanated from the ancient tomb's bronze door, gradually spreading along the intricate patterns until it enveloped the entire door. Observing this, Healy's gaze flickered. He withdrew the pendant, and the glow vanished instantaneously. He then tentatively kicked a nearby stone toward the bronze door. Whoosh! In an instant, the stone was reduced to dust by an unseen force as it neared the door. He retrieved the pendant once more, causing the door to radiate light. This time, the stone successfully struck the door. As expected, the door was extraordinary, likely imbued with protective formations against intruders. It was plausible that the tomb's interior harbored traps as well. The pendant appeared to hold the key to gaining the door's acknowledgement for safe passage. After this preliminary exploration, Healy resolved to approach the bronze door without hesitation. Extending his hand and pushing forward with vigor. Crack! Whoosh! As the bronze door creaked open, a frigid gale rushed forth, chilling Healy to his core, mingled with an overwhelming aura of decay and malice. To his dismay, when he attempted to probe the dim tomb with his spiritual sense, he found it in vain. An arcane formation seemed to obstruct his perception. Faced with this predicament, Healy resorted to using a light spell to illuminate the pitch-black passageway beyond the bronze door, simultaneously conjuring a few clods of earth to toss ahead as he ventured forth. However, boom, whoosh, as Healy advanced, searing flames and icy projectiles erupted from the tomb's depths. The relentless onslaught was formidable and frequent, with some traps remaining undetectable until triggered by proximity, causing Healy to halt in his tracks. The pendant merely granted him access to the door. It offered no protection from the mechanisms within. Recognizing the perilous nature of the tomb, Healy mused, perhaps it would be wiser to let others venture forth first? His eyes gleamed with a cunning plan, entice others to explore the path ahead while he followed closely behind. Should danger arise, he could swiftly retreat. And if fortune favored him, he might navigate through the tomb unscathed. Once he discovered the treasures in the main burial chamber, he could eliminate them all and claim the riches for himself. He chuckled mischievously at the thought. With a plan solidified in his mind, Healy quickly retreated to the tomb's entrance, gesturing and invoking his spell. Treasure light, he whispered. Whoosh, boom. In the next moment, a brilliant golden-red light shot skyward, spreading like the afterglow of a setting sun. The radiance illuminated the surrounding area for miles. Numerous cultivators and beasts wandering the secret realm were drawn to the dazzling light, hastening toward the tomb's direction. At this juncture, having just completed his incantation, Healy concealed himself nearby, observing the unfolding scene. The spell he had cast, known as the treasure light technique, was a unique creation he had acquired during a past massacre. This particular spell produced an illusion akin to the appearance of a rare treasure. While it proved ineffective in the outside world, where treasures typically announce their arrival with premonitions, within the secret realm, the circumstances differed. Given the complex rules of the realm and the lingering powers of ancient practitioners, the sudden emergence of a treasure, though unlikely, was not entirely implausible. Even if the cultivators harbored doubts, the allure of potential treasure would compel most to investigate. And investigate they would. Upon discovering the tomb, they would inevitably enter, and Healy would follow closely behind, ready to strike as needed. However, the fervor for rare treasures among the cultivators far exceeded Healy's expectations. Mere moments after he concealed himself, the sound of rushing air echoed above. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, dozens of figures riding magical artifacts swiftly descended, landing at the site of the exposed tomb. Among them were Yi Xian of the Wanjian sect, cultivators from Wanyoogu, as well as members of the Yu family and imperial officials. To Healy's surprise, however, he did not see any practitioners from the Hongya sect. Where were those wretched Hongya sect members? Even after I dispatched 3 of them, there should still be 3 remaining. Healy pondered. Though he quickly dismissed his concerns, his greedy gaze fixated on the assembled cultivators, who had now discovered the ancient tomb, yet remained hesitant to act. They were engaged in animated discussion. What transpired here? Where is the Xianjing fruit tree? Is this an ancient cultivator's tomb? The door stands ajar. Wait. There seem to be traces of magic. It appears someone has already entered. Who was it that uncovered this tomb? Could that person also have absconded with the Xianjing fruit tree? Humph. Does this individual intend to monopolize the forthcoming harvest of Xianjing fruits? The Xianjing fruit tree belongs to all. Whoever dares to uproot it shall never hope to conceal it for themselves. Nevertheless, the most pressing matter at hand was exploring the tomb, for it seemed someone had already gotten there first. Amidst the clamor, Healy caught snippets of conversation from Yi Xian and others. Elder, doesn't it seem like the theft of the Xianjing fruit tree bears the hallmark of Healy? Yi Xian inquired suspiciously. The elder beside him shook his head. It cannot be him. Previous reports indicated that Healy was committing atrocities in Qingfeng City. Setting aside his lack of time to arrive here, how could he possibly evade the sect master's watchful eye? I suspect This matter is more likely the work of the court or the Yu family cultivators. They possess deep roots and are the most probable culprits. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brow in agreement. Meanwhile, Healy could hardly contain his amusement. How self-assured these individuals were, believing that their sect master could perceive everything. TSK. Healy shook his head in disdain. Simultaneously, after a lengthy discussion, Yi Xian and his companions could no longer restrain themselves and began to cautiously enter the ancient tomb. Driven by the prospect of treasures they did not wish to let others claim first. However, although 7 or 8 out of 10 cultivators had entered, quite a number remained outside. This displeased Healy greatly. Why do you not venture into the ancient tomb? He inquired. Are you not fond of treasure hunting within such hallowed grounds? Healy approached slowly, squinting from a distance. The cultivators who had stayed behind frowned and retorted. Why must we explain our actions to you? Oh, is that so? Healy chuckled, but his expression darkened as he whispered ominously. Since you refuse to enter and pave the way for me, then perish. As soon as the words left his lips, fiery wings unfurled behind him, propelling his figure forward in an instant. With a swift flash of cold light, the 3 nearest cultivators had no time to react before their heads were severed. It was only after Healy had passed that the slain cultivators noticed the peculiar sensation at their necks. Their expressions transformed into shock as they reached to touch the area. However, with their hands reaching out, crack, their heads rolled from their shoulders. The remaining cultivators, witnessing this horrifying scene, felt their pupils constrict in terror. Chapter 66. The Black Blood Poison Body and the Scent Spirit Spell, Slaying the Foundation Establishment. Second Layer Cultivator Wang Yu. Cultivation 23, Additional Cultivation 22, Physical Cultivation 22. Slaying the Foundation Establishment. 4th Layer Cultivator Li Shuiye. Cultivation 27, Additional Cultivation 31, Physical Cultivation 31. Slaying the Foundation Establishment. 3rd Layer Cultivator Zhang Lian. Cultivation 25, Additional Cultivation 38, Physical Cultivation 37. Listening to the whispers in his mind, Healy's sinister gaze fell upon the pale-faced cultivators. You entered to scout for me, yet you refuse to live a little longer. Is the prospect of extended life so unbearable? As he spoke, a gust of wind surged beneath Healy's feet, and his figure flickered before the female cultivator of Wanyao Valley. Hee. I heard from Yu Hui that your Wanyao Valley possesses the ability to discern whether someone bears the Xianjing fruit. I am curious. How do you manage to see it? Healy inquired with a chilling smile. The female cultivator was struck dumb with fear, her mind blank and unable to respond to Healy's words. After all, any cultivator witnessing Healy's cheerful demeanor as he effortlessly dispatched 3 Foundation Establishment practitioners would be rendered speechless, let alone a healer unaccustomed to battle. However, while the Wanyao Valley healer remained paralyzed with fright, the other cultivators reacted swiftly. This man, he must be the one who unearthed the Xianjing fruit tree and discovered the ancient tomb. Who is he? A member of the 3 sects? Or the court? The Yu family? Don't be foolish. Haven T, you heard him mention that he had already encountered Yu Hui, likely having killed her? He cannot possibly be from the Yu family, nor from any faction present here. He is an outsider. This is impossible. The cultivators felt a mix of alarm and astonishment. In their understanding, it was inconceivable that another cultivator could infiltrate this place. After all, there were several core formation cultivators outside. What kind of cultivator could evade their detection? Furthermore, aside from those core formation cultivators, there were also special treasures for verifying identities. Yet, Healy's indiscriminate slaughter made it evident that he belonged to no faction, sending a chill down the spines of all present. After all, if an enemy could infiltrate here, then infiltrating their sect and silently killing them would be effortless. The more they pondered, the greater their panic became. Cold sweat trickled down their backs. This man is too sinister. He must not be allowed to leave this secret realm alive. Do we really need to say it? Quickly, let us combine our strength to kill him, or we will not only pay the price here, but those who entered the ancient tomb will also suffer. This ancient tomb, that dazzling treasure light from earlier, it was clearly this scoundrel's doing to lure us here. His intention is to annihilate us all. Upon hearing these voices, Healy, with a mocking smile, raised his hand and crushed the heart of the Wanyao Valley healer. Slaying the Foundation Establishment. 2nd Layer Cultivator Wei Ruyue. Cultivation 23. Additional Cultivation 12. Physical Cultivation 11. Accompanied by the whispers in his mind, Healy sneered. To deduce my intentions so quickly is not without merit. Yet, unfortunately, knowing this and not fleeing, you dare to plot against me? His laughter was a cacophony of mockery. Though the surrounding cultivators were filled with dread, they took heart in their numbers, believing that with nearly 10 of them, they could suppress Healy. Thus, without further ado, they rapidly cast spells or prepared to attack and defend against Healy. Whoosh, boom. A torrent of firebirds, water arrows, wind blades, and sword shadows surged toward Healy, yet he did not evade a single one. He merely smirked and waved his hand. Buzz. Instantly, the entrance of the Qian Kuan ring materialized in the void, completely shielding his body. Subsequently, the dense spells fell. Whoosh. Accompanied by an invisible ripple in the void, all spells passed through the entrance of the Qian Kuan ring and landed on the vacant ground within. While Healy stood unscathed, His peculiar maneuver left the attacking cultivators aghast, their eyes nearly popping out. What happened to our spells? What did he just do? Was it an illusion? I seem to have vaguely seen another world manifest before him. Damn it, our attacks were ineffective. What should we do now? Don't panic. Judging by earlier events, he can likely only intercept concentrated spells with that peculiar technique. If we disperse our attacks, he may find it difficult to manage. Yes, let us go again. Do not give him a chance to react. Before the astonished cultivators could finish speaking, Healy had already vanished from his previous spot, ferociously slashing with his blade, instantly decapitating two of those who had spoken. Thick blood gushed from their severed necks, staining the ground red. Did you think I would give you a chance to react? Healy cackled ominously. Slaying the Foundation Establishment 4th Layer Cultivator Konyu. Cultivation 27. Additional Cultivation 28. Physical Cultivation 28. Slaying the Foundation Establishment 1st Layer Cultivator Wei Fongming. Cultivation 21. Additional Cultivation 30. Physical Cultivation 31. With the whispers echoing in his mind, Healy did not afford the other cultivators a moment to respond. He raised his hand to retrieve the Soul Spirit Gun, activating the power of the Shadow Clone Gu. Moonslash, he murmured. In the next moment, 3 crescent blades of energy expanded. The cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. Their instincts screamed that if they could not block or evade those 3 terrifying slashes, they would surely perish. Yet, the blade energies approached too swiftly, almost instantaneously reaching them and encompassing a vast area, leaving no room for evasion. They could only brace themselves and attempt to counter with spells, resulting in whoosh, crack, uft. The 3-blade energies sliced through in succession, one shattering their protective shields, another destroying some of their treasured armors, and the last cleaving them in half. As several cultivators fell, bisected and bleeding profusely, the rich scent of blood wafted through the air, spreading with the gentle breeze. In the distance, the creatures attracted by the radiant treasure light now caught the scent of blood and surged forth. However, faced with the sinister and bizarre Healy, they dared not approach to feast. They could only linger at a distance, hoping he might leave them some scraps. Yet, Healy was far from benevolent. Slaying the Foundation Establishment 2nd Layer Beast Black Armored Bat. Physical Cultivation 23. Minor Cultivation Increase. Slaying the Foundation Establishment 2nd Layer Beast Een Wind Mystic Serpent. Physical Cultivation 25. Minor Cultivation Increase. Slaying the Chi Training 9th Layer Beast. After collecting the corpses of the beasts and cultivators, Healy surveyed his surroundings, expanding his consciousness to ensure no other cultivators were present before producing the storage bags to examine them. Another bountiful harvest. The next step is to enter the ancient tomb. However, before that, it is essential to examine the storage bags of the disciples from Wanyao Valley to ascertain their circumstances. I ponder how they discovered the treasures and whether others have acquired the mysterious crystal fruit. Healy prioritized opening the storage bags of those Wanyao Valley cultivators. Within these bags, a significant portion contained a chaotic assortment of spiritual plants and medicinal pills, along with a smattering of talismans and miscellaneous items. The most noteworthy aspect was the various medicinal formulas housed within their storage bags. As for magical techniques, Healy only found 2 scrolls among the possessions of the Wanyao Valley cultivators, which he callously incinerated, burning the unranked fragment of the Black Blood Poison Body. The Black Blood Poison Body has reached the 5th level, burning the superior spiritual grade fragment of the Scent Spirit spell. The Scent Spirit spell has attained mastery. The Black Blood Poison Body is a body refinement method that, unlike ordinary refinement techniques, which utilize beneficial spiritual plants, employs various toxic flora for tempering. Cultivating this method strengthens one's physique and grants immunity to the vast majority of toxins. However, the process is excruciatingly painful. Yet, Healy need not endure such trials. As for the Scent Spirit spell, it allows one to discern spiritual plants or track most spiritual objects through scent. It appears the disciples of Wanyao Valley utilized this technique for their assessments. For anyone who has come into contact with the mysterious crystal fruit would inevitably carry its faint aroma. Although this scent is so subtle that it typically goes unnoticed, the Scent Spirit spell can detect it. Chapter 67. The coffin in the main tomb chamber. The storage pouch of the Wanyao Valley cultivator allowed Healy to acquire a new body refinement technique that not only enhanced his resistance to toxins, but also fortified his physical form, thus elevating his combat prowess once more. However, the storage pouch he obtained contained items not only from the Wanyao Valley cultivator, but also from others of various factions. Within those pouches lay numerous treasures. After all, they were all foundational stage cultivators. For the sake of the Xianjing fruit. Many foundational stage cultivators from various sects and families had been dispatched this time. If they all perished here, what strength would those severely weakened factions have left to resist external threats? Once we exit this secret realm, it shall be time to begin the extermination of the 3 sects. Let us commence with the weakest, the Wanyao Valley. As for those core formation cultivators, we shall simply avoid them for now. In Healy's perspective, if all foundational stage cultivators from the various sects perished within the secret realm, Aside from the core formation sect leaders and elders, those sects would find it exceedingly difficult to pose a threat to him. As for the existence of core formation cultivators, they could not remain in their sects indefinitely. Healy merely needed to choose a time when a core formation cultivator was absent, and he could slay the 3 sections. Contemplating this, Healy ignited a fierce flame to incinerate the spell scrolls he had obtained from the other foundational stage cultivator's storage pouches, his gaze fixating on the Xianjing fruit in his hand. Incinerating common grade superior giant sword technique. Giant sword technique has reached the mastery realm. Incinerating spirit grade medium spirit locust leap. Spirit locust leap has reached the minor accomplishment realm. Incinerating non-rank Su family snake manipulation technique. Su family snake manipulation technique has reached the mastery realm. Listening to the continuous whispers in his mind, Healy opened his mouth and devoured the Xianjing fruit entirely. This Xianjing fruit was discovered in the storage pouch of another foundational stage cultivator he had slain. At that moment, as the fruit was consumed, a familiar headache surged. Consuming Xianjing fruit, cultivation 100. Consuming Xianjing fruit, body refinement 150. Consuming Xianjing fruit. Your comprehension of techniques such as fire arrow technique, cold wind spell, and transformation technique has deepened. The techniques and methods you have mastered have improved. The power of the Xianjing fruit grants you a brief, unique state that enhances your understanding of fire techniques. Cold wind spell has reached the minor accomplishment realm. Blood demon transformation has been upgraded to the 5th layer. Lu family soul capturing technique has been enhanced. Amidst the flood of information and insights filling his mind, Healy experienced both pain and joy, yet he was also somewhat astonished. For unlike the last time he consumed a Xianjing fruit, this time he had gained new insights. He felt as if, in a moment of daze, he had grasped something profound from countless fire techniques. He sensed he could create new techniques, or perhaps forge unique methods. However, regrettably, that state of heightened mental acuity was fleeting, preventing Healy from immediately manifesting any unique techniques. What a pity, if only it could last a bit longer. If I could experience it another time or two, then it would surely be feasible. Regaining his composure, Healy felt invigorated. There should still be more Xianjing fruits within this secret realm, and he ought to search further. Additionally, those cultivators who entered the ancient tomb might well have Xianjing fruits hidden in their storage pouches. Upon this thought, Healy's gaze turned fervent as he looked toward the dark tomb passage. It was time to investigate. If I delay any longer, what if they acquire powerful treasures? That would be a loss for me. With these thoughts in mind, Healy stepped into the tomb passage. Perhaps due to the open door allowing airflow, the cold atmosphere within the tomb had lessened. Continuing forward, he observed numerous traces left by cultivators employing techniques to counter traps. Yet the passage was also tinged with a metallic scent, indicating someone had been injured. Let me see, who is the unfortunate soul? As he caught the scent of blood, Healy quickened his pace, activating his listening wind cicada ability to discern the movements ahead. To his surprise, 2 figures appeared before him, and they had already noticed Healy. Which sect do they belong to? Why do I not recall any companions who entered the secret realm with me? The 2 cultivators, their garments stained with blood and appearing somewhat disheveled, looked at Healy with suspicion, for before entering the secret realm, the foundational stage cultivators from various factions had all met one another. They might not have been intimately acquainted, but surely they would have some recollection of each other. However, seeing Healy sparked a sense of unfamiliarity that raised their doubts. Yet, Healy did not respond to their inquiries. He merely smiled and said, "That is of no importance. What matters is why you 2 are retreating. Do you not wish to seek treasures? Seeking treasures?" Upon hearing Healy's words, the cultivator on the left, seemingly from the court, let out a cold laugh. "You probably do not know what the cultivators ahead have encountered. Humph, to tell you the truth, not only are there stronger traps and mechanisms ahead, but also second-tier specters. Those beings are exceedingly vicious. The cultivators who entered have already suffered casualties. We do not wish to continue courting death, and besides, we have sent messages to the outside, but there has been no response. We need to exit and see what is happening." At this point, the cultivator stared intently into Healy's eyes. "Since you have come from the outside, do you know the situation out there? And which faction do you belong to?" Upon asking, he had grown somewhat cautious, clearly sensing something amiss. However, Healy smiled eerily in response. "You need not concern yourselves with the outside situation, nor do you need to know which faction I belong to. You only need to understand that this path is blocked." With that, Healy raised his Huji knife, continuing onward to forge ahead. "If you insist on retreating, you shall die." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the cultivators opposite him, infuriated, retorted, "You speak with such bravado. Do you think you can just decide who lives and dies? Humph. I want to see if you possess that capability." Whoosh. Pooh. "Indeed, I can decide who lives and dies." In an instant, Healy advanced before them, swinging his knife down to sever the head of his opponent with a smile. The other cultivator's face changed drastically upon witnessing this. One strike, and a foundational stage cultivator was slain before they could even react. Which faction does this strong individual belong to? The other cultivator, fear gripped his heart. Yet seeing Healy's gaze upon him, he had no time to ponder further and fled frantically deeper into the ancient tomb, while Healy, fixated on his retreating figure, did not rush to pursue. He merely listened to the whispers, gathering the spoils. Slew Foundational Stage Cultivator Tang Su. Cultivation 23. Additional Cultivation 28. Body Refinement 27. Casually examining the storage pouch, Healy tossed the body and pouch into his Chinkoan ring and proceeded forward. In his mind, he pondered the matter of the specters. Wild second-tier specters. Are they not perfect laborers? We must not allow them to be completely annihilated. I must see if there is an opportunity to capture a few. With these delightful thoughts, Healy quickened his pace while remaining vigilant of his surroundings to avoid ambushes from specters or undetected traps. Just as Healy was on his way, a voice echoed through the passage leading to the main tomb chamber. Hu Xiang, why have you returned? Were you not supposed to go check on the others? Do you think I wanted to come back? Damn it, a powerful individual has entered the passage behind me. That bastard forced me to return. And Tang Su was killed while resisting. Do you know? That guy killed Tang Su with a single strike. Tang Su didn't even have a chance to react. What could I do but run back? Accompanied by Hu Xia's panicked exclamations, the entire tomb passage fell into silence. Yet soon, a cold voice broke the stillness. Could it be that this bastard intends to treat us as stepping stones? Relying on a bit of strength. Does he truly believe he can manipulate us? Let us proceed to eliminate that scoundrel. Upon uttering these words, immediate dissent arose. Eliminate? Your words seem rather facile. Have you considered that the individual, bold enough to obstruct our path alone, must possess ample confidence to suggest we return to confront him? It would be a miracle if we do not find ourselves at his mercy. Indeed, in my humble opinion, it would be wiser to continue our exploration, seeking potential treasures. Should fortune favor us, we would be in a far stronger position to deal with him later. Even if we fail to vanquish him, we could still retreat with our gains, thereby ensuring no loss on our part. Look, there is something ahead. The debate among the group had yet to reach a conclusion when they noticed that a fellow cultivator had already entered the main tomb chamber through the burial passage. It appeared that they had made some discovery within. Instinctively, the crowd turned their gaze in that direction. In the dimly lit main tomb chamber, a coffin adorned with blood-red patterns lay quietly at its center, surrounded by a scattering of spiritual stones, the contents of the coffin remaining a mystery. Compounding the intrigue, faint patterns flickered upon the ceiling directly above the coffin. However, few paid heed to the ceiling. The vast majority of the onlookers remained fixated on the coffin itself. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Your Reckoning. In the dimly lit tomb chamber, an eerie coffin lay in repose. The gathered cultivators, intrigued, gradually drew nearer. They meticulously collected the surrounding spirit stones, their gazes fixated on the coffin as they pondered methods to unveil its secrets. Just as they were poised to attempt various means of opening it, a creaking sound pierced the silence. As the sound echoed, a putrid stench of decay seeped from the widening fissure of the coffin. What was happening? Why was it opening on its own? A sense of dread washed over them. There was a corpse within. With a resounding crash, the lid of the coffin was violently thrust aside, embedding itself into the wall. Propelled by the force of the emerging corpse, the sheer power was terrifying, yet the speed of the corpse was even more alarming. In a flash, a crimson figure darted from the coffin. Before the cultivators could comprehend the sight, the air was heavy with the metallic scent of blood, emanating from a cultivator who had been gruesomely disemboweled by the creature's razor-sharp claws. The remaining cultivators were paralyzed with fear, unable to process the horror unfolding before them. The spectral being, its full form obscured, retracted its hand and devoured the still-beating heart of the slain cultivator, the sickening crunch of its chewing reverberating throughout the desolate tomb. A palpable chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. What manner of creature was this? Was it truly a corpse? After a moment of stunned silence, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and inquired. Yet, before any response could be uttered, the creature, still chewing, suddenly lifted its head. Meanwhile, outside the main tomb chamber, a ghostly whisper echoed through the tomb pathway. Accompanied by the murmur, a sudden azure glow illuminated the surroundings. There, at the corner of the path, stood Healy, a mischievous grin on his face, commanding a weakened second-tier spirit he had enslaved. A second-tier spirit? And one wounded by those previous intruders. A fortunate find, indeed, Healy thought to himself, as he successfully bound the spirit and stored it within his spatial ring for recuperation. Though injured, this second-tier spirit could become a formidable ally once restored, especially when paired with the Queen Bee in future encounters. Yet, sensing the presence of more spirits lurking, Healy resolved to search further. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the tomb, interrupting his musings. Initially dismissing it as a mere consequence of the dangers inherent in ancient crypts, he listened intently and furrowed his brow. Run. We can't hold it off. What the hell is that thing? Is it a transformed ancient cultivator? Stop talking. It's chasing us. Brother, I'll fight it. As the panicked cries and furious roars echoed around him, Healy frowned, bewildered by the terror gripping these once proud foundational cultivators. Surely, they were not so easily frightened? Had they encountered something truly dreadful in the main tomb chamber? His instincts had warned him of the dangers lurking in such a tomb, but what exactly was it? Despite his apprehension, curiosity gnawed at Healy, urging him to hasten towards the main chamber. However, he soon encountered the frenzied cultivators fleeing in terror. Get out of the way. Don't block us. The elder at the forefront, eyes bloodshot with fear, barked at Healy. Yet, Healy remained unperturbed, merely coldly brandishing his weapon. With a swift motion, the shimmering blade cleaved through the air, and the elder, alongside a fellow cultivator who failed to evade in time, was abruptly severed in two. Slain foundational cultivator Yiyu. Experience 27, additional experience 36, body cultivation 36. Slain foundational cultivator Tang Mo Bai. Experience 23, additional experience 24, body cultivation 23. With the echoes of his triumph still resonating in his mind, the remaining cultivators halted, their expression shifting from terror to dread as they beheld Healy. Yet, their fear soon morphed into frantic determination, for the horrific crimson figure was hot on their heels. Damn it, we're trapped between a wolf and a tiger. If we're going to die, we might as well fight. Listen, that creature is a nightmare to kill, but this one blocking our path may not be as formidable. If we unite our strength, we might just vanquish him. Agreed, let us attack together. With frenzied shouts, the cultivators charged towards Healy, abandoning all caution. However, instead of anger, Healy merely chuckled. Do you truly believe me easier to dispatch than that monster? You are sorely mistaken. With a fierce proclamation, Healy unleashed his blood demon transformation. The dark crimson aura enveloped him, amplifying his presence and momentarily clearing the minds of the frenzied cultivators. Not good. The cultivators exchanged terrified glances, desperately seeking an escape, but with the relentless creature pursuing them, retreat was impossible. They could only muster the strength to defend themselves. Yet, Healy's assault was overwhelming. With a decisive gesture, he unleashed a spell, the 2-meter-long weapon glimmering with dark golden light as it descended mercilessly, obliterating numerous protective shields, artifacts, and armor. Several cultivators at the forefront were cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Slain foundational cultivator Healy. Experience 23, additional experience 17, body cultivation 17. Slain foundational cultivator Kong Rue Fong. Experience 25, additional experience 31, body cultivation 31. Slain foundational cultivator Wang Xian. As the echoes of his victories resounded, Healy, with a sinister grin, gazed at the now despondent cultivators. You truly know nothing of my power. Amidst the chaos, Yu Xian, his face pale, suddenly gasped. Why you? You are Healy? Healy, grinning widely, nodded in affirmation. Indeed. You're truly his? Why you? How? Yi Xian's expression twisted with bitterness and hatred as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. But Healy, disinterested in idle chatter, focused instead on the creature behind Yi Xian, its claws reaching for another cultivator. Step aside. That is my prey. Let me savor the experience. With a thunderous roar, Healy transformed into a whirlwind, swiftly advancing and cleaving through the fleeing cultivators, before delivering a fierce blow to the red figure. Though his attack was parried, the force still sent the creature sprawling several meters away. As it regained its footing, the crimson monstrosity was enraged. Roar! It merely fixated on Healy, roaring ferociously, as its speed surged and it lunged towards Healy, raising its pale, blue claws menacingly to strike at his forehead. However, Healy's ferocity escalated. How dare you? I'll slice off your filthy paw. With a thunderous clang and a resounding crack, the massive 2-meter blade descended with full force, crashing into the creature's claw and igniting a shower of blinding sparks, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound. The creature, startled, hastily withdrew, glancing down at its now shattered claws with a lingering sense of dread. Gradually, the crimson hue in its eyes diminished, replaced by a look of sheer terror as it regarded Healy. What are you staring at? Come at me. With a fierce glare directed at the creature, Healy waved his hand to collect the bodies strewn across the ground before charging towards the beast, which, upon witnessing this, instinctively shrank back and turned to flee. It finally comprehended the disparity in power. Those earlier foes were mere fodder, insignificant minions. This creature, it was undeniably a boss. Having been effortlessly disarmed with a single strike, it understood that fighting back was futile. Its only chance for survival lay in a desperate escape. Chapter 69. The Blood Cuckoo's Spirit Capturing a Ray Flea? The more you run, the more excited I become. I shall see just where you can escape to. In the dimly lit tomb corridor, Healy fixated on the crimson figure frantically fleeing ahead, emitting a twisted, eerie laughter that sent shivers down the spine of the fleeing form. It was clear that it was the corpse. It was the true master of this ancient tomb. So why did it seem as if Healy were the one in control? While it appeared to be a foolish grave robber lost in the tomb, the corpse was both frustrated and helpless. It was already vexed by those fools awakening it prematurely. And now it encountered such a peculiar being. However, what truly infuriated the corpse was the thief who had stolen the Zhuangqing fruit tree. Had the tree not been uprooted, it would have drawn strength from the array aligned with the tree's position on the ceiling of the main tomb chamber, enhancing its own power. If it had awakened as planned, though it would have risen later, its cultivation would have reached at least the 3rd stage of foundation establishment. But now, with the tree gone and the array disrupted, it was forced to awaken early. Curse that scoundrel. I must find out who stole the Zhuangqing fruit tree. Otherwise, The corpse seethed with resentment. Unbeknownst to He, his earlier act of uprooting the tree had indirectly harmed the corpse. As he pursued it, he scrutinized its form. This corpse was evidently that of an ancient cultivator, donned in a dark crimson robe adorned with avian totems. During their earlier confrontation, He had observed that the upper half of its face was shrouded in red cloth, revealing only its eyes, while the skin below its nose was painted with intricate white patterns. Such peculiar attire was reminiscent of the priests from the bygone dynasty. If it truly was a priest. How intriguing. The ritualistic techniques I previously obtained were indeed inherited from those ancient priests. If this corpse is indeed one of them, perhaps I could acquire further similar techniques. He's anticipation swelled as he followed the corpse, slowing his pace, for it had been driven back into the main tomb chamber. With no escape routes left, caught with nowhere to run, He observed the crimson-robed corpse halt, brandishing a large sword and approaching him with a sinister smile. The corpse stiffly turned, its gaze fixed on He, despair replaced by madness. Clearly, it was prepared to fight to the death. Roar. True to its nature, the corpse unleashed a torrent of crimson murk, enveloping the surroundings. He swiftly retreated, casting a spell. With a flick of his fingers, a gust of wind dispersed the corrosive fog, while the determined corpse lunged forward, expelling a sword-like tongue from its mouth. Its speed matched He's, and given the sudden assault, he found it quite challenging to evade. However, he had no intention of retreating. This is perfect. With a swift motion, He flung his large blade aside, and, unflinching, reached out to grasp the corpse's sword tongue. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as He's palm was pierced by the tongue. The corpse's eyes gleamed with hope, thinking it had gained the upper hand. Only to realize something was amiss. He did not react like an ordinary cultivator, who would retreat to heal after being wounded. Instead, he looked at the corpse with fierce intent, as if he felt no pain, and began to twist and pull the sword tongue that had pierced his palm. Slap. Caught off guard, the corpse was yanked towards him. Their eyes locked, and the corpse's instincts screamed danger. It struggled in terror, but He's overwhelming strength pulled it to the ground, binding and suppressing it with its own tongue. Then, with a single hand, he formed a spell. Crimson blood, he whispered. Buzz. In an instant, droplets of deep red blood coalesced and were flicked into the corpse's ear. Boom. A familiar golden red light erupted from the corpse's ear, condensing into intricate patterns deep within, inflicting intense agony that forced it to howl in pain. Yet, this was futile. It was subdued by He and ensnared by its own tongue, utterly powerless to resist. It could only endure the torment and succumb to servitude. Once the chaos subsided, the previously ferocious corpse now lay quietly like a docile kitten, motionless. You seem to possess a degree of intelligence? He swiftly employed the 13 needles of the green physician to heal his palm while casting a sidelong glance at the corpse, which displayed a glimmer of awareness in its eyes, yet remained silent. He, indifferent to delving deeper, regarded it merely as a tool. If it proved useful, all the better. If not, it would be disposed of without a second thought. Observing its earlier performance, this corpse, despite being at the initial second stage, could chase down and kill a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, making it a valuable asset for He's future battles. Moreover, as He pondered, his gaze eagerly fell upon the coffin belonging to the corpse. He couldn't wait to uncover what lay within. However, there were no treasures in the coffin. If one were to be found, it was merely a stone tablet carved with images of cuckoos capturing insects, which bore no resemblance to the inheritance stones he had previously acquired. What on earth is this? As he retrieved the stone tablet, He contemplated, while the corpse beside him flashed an almost imperceptible smirk. What does it matter if you are stronger than me? In the end, you are merely an ignorant fool. Even if I present you with treasures, you would fail to recognize their worth. It mocked silently within, but soon, the corpse's amusement turned to dread. It witnessed He's fist poised to shatter the stone tablet, and it realized too late that it could not intervene. Crack! With a resounding noise, the stone tablet was instantly smashed to dust, scattering into the air. The corpse's eyes turned red with rage. It was acutely aware that the tablet destroyed by He was a relic of the previous imperial dynasty. Such an artifact would incite madness in not only this tiny realm of Qingyuan Prefecture, but also in the greater empires of the upper states. It had obtained the tablet by mere chance long ago and had never comprehended its significance until its death. Now, as it revived as a corpse, it had hoped to continue unraveling the mysteries of the stone tablet. Who would have thought that it would be destroyed by He? This foolish being had no idea of the immense value of what he had just obliterated. The corpse's mind was a whirlwind of fury, nearly pushing it to self-destruct in anger. Yet the next moment, it was rendered dumbfounded, for it heard He murmuring, Inheritance of the law patterns? Blood cuckoo's spirit-capturing array? Is this the inheritance contained within that tablet? Upon hearing this, the corpse's eyes widened. What is happening? How does he seem to know what that tablet was? Even know the inheritance within it? No, wait. Could it be that this fellow comprehended the inheritance by destroying the tablet? But how could that be possible? The corpse was left in utter disbelief. It had lived for hundreds, if not thousands, of years, yet had never heard of anyone gaining insight from the destruction of an inheritance stone. If comprehending the inheritance were that simple, it would not have died without understanding it. Yet, what is this fellow's story? After shattering the stone tablet, why does it seem as though he suddenly knows everything? This is utterly bizarre. The corpse was astonished, lost in a stupor, while Healy continued to listen to the whispers echoing in his mind. Destruction of the unsophisticated law pattern inheritance blood cuckoo's spirit capturing array. The blood cuckoo's spirit capturing array has reached the realm of great perfection. As these whispers resonated, a torrent of information and insights regarding the technique surged into Healy's mind, and once he absorbed this knowledge, his face radiated sheer ecstasy. The blood crane spirit capture array possesses the astonishing ability to ensnare the spiritual veins that permeate the world. These spiritual veins, the very essence of spiritual energy, are notably scarce in the vast Huangmong mountain range. Therefore, the spiritual energy there is extremely thin. To think that this technique could capture the very source of spiritual veins. With such a method in hand, I could seize every spiritual vein across the globe, effectively severing the roots of all practitioners. Healy's heart raced with exhilaration at the prospect. However, the application of this array is not without its limitations. Beyond the necessity for ample blood energy and spiritual essence, one must employ other corresponding techniques to first locate a site rich in spiritual veins. Attempting to invoke it in an area devoid of such veins would yield no results. Yet, Healy remained unperturbed. Blood energy? Collecting that would be a trivial task. As for utilizing techniques to find spiritual veins, it was laughable. The territories of the three sects are undoubtedly abundant in spiritual veins. He was well aware that the concentration of spiritual energy within their stronghold far surpassed that of the outside world. Their domain was guaranteed to harbor spiritual veins. Once he arrived at the three sects territory, he would certainly put it to the test. Moreover, he mused with a smirk. This journey into the secret realm has already proven immensely profitable with the acquisition of the blood crane spirit capture array. Not to mention the other practitioner storage bags and mysterious crystal fruits. Ah, yes, and the prospect of enslaving the souls and corpses. Such fortuitous events ought to occur more frequently. He recalled that there were several other secret realms yet to explore. The prospect of monumental gains fueled Healy's insatiable greed, driving him to desire the plundering of even more secret realms. Chapter 70. The advantage lies with me. Why should I flee? Though not every secret realm harbors ancient cultivators' tombs like the Xianjing secret realm, replete with ancient practitioners poised for resurrection and the legacies they preserved. It must be acknowledged that the likelihood of discovering such treasures within a secret realm far surpasses that of the outside world. This holds particularly true within the vast Haomong mountain range. Thus, the desire to target other secret realms becomes utterly reasonable. The plundering of other realms can be postponed. For now, it is imperative to remove everything from this one. Ah, yes, and the storage bags of Yixian and his companions. I have yet to explore their contents. Once he had digested his newfound powers, Healy calmed himself, lacking the time to thoroughly inspect the storage bags of the slain Yixian and the others. He merely skimmed through and extracted a single Xianjing fruit. Subsequently, he incinerated the secret scrolls. Burned a common grade Supreme Flower Demon Curse fragment. Flower Demon Curse has reached the minor completion stage. Burned a low-level Xian grade Xianfeng Wujian fragment. Xianfeng Wujian has reached the minor completion stage. Burned a high-level Spirit grade Ishui Heart Technique fragment. Ishui Heart Technique has reached the fourth. Listening to the myriad whispers resonating in his mind, Healy pocketed the Xianjing fruit, refraining from consuming it immediately. He wished to master unique techniques. Perhaps if he found more Xianjing fruits, he could consume them all at once, extending the duration of his comprehension state. At that time, he would likely be able to forge formidable techniques. As Healy pondered this, his gaze shifted to the dazed Yin corpse. Just moments ago, you appeared quite intelligent. Why do you seem so foolish now? Has your intellect waned? He frowned. He then waved his hand, activating the entrance to the Qian Kuan ring, and kicked the still bewildered Yin corpse inside, which had yet to fully regain its senses after absorbing Healy's legacy. Upon awakening, the Yin corpse was further astounded by the sights within the Qian Kuan ring. It beheld mountains of corpses, rivers of gathered spirit stones, countless piles of elixirs, spiritual plants, talismans, and innumerable artifacts gnawed upon by ants. It even witnessed the ruins of numerous devastated towns, as well as the queen bee and her swarm. The Yin corpse was rendered speechless, its curiosity about Healy intensifying. Who exactly is he? Not only does he possess overwhelming combat prowess, but he also wields the ability to shatter stone tablets and comprehend legacies, all while commanding this immense space capable of housing living beings. Moreover, judging by the situation here, he seems to have slaughtered countless practitioners and razed numerous towns. This person is utterly extraordinary. Even an ancient practitioner well-versed in the ways of the world could scarcely comprehend Healy's circumstances. However, despite this lack of understanding, the Yin corpse suddenly felt that perhaps following him might not be such a misfortune. Accompanying him would at least guarantee an abundance of resources, coupled with his enigmatic abilities. He could very well be a harbinger of great fortune. Perhaps he possesses a chance to ascend to immortality. The saying goes, when one attains the Tao, Even their pets ascend to heaven. In that case, I might also bask in his glory. Thus mused the ancient Yin corpse, having witnessed countless practitioners. It understood all too well the terror of those endowed with great fortune and extraordinary powers. Their chances of ascending to immortality far exceed that of ordinary individuals. In its previous life, it was merely an ordinary practitioner, and even with the aid of special techniques to become a Yin corpse and continue cultivating, the probability of ascending to immortality remained slim. However, if it followed a harbinger of fortune, setting aside the chances of success, merely the ease of the cultivation path and acquisition of breakthrough materials would significantly increase. This, in turn, enhances the likelihood of ascension. After all, even in failure, there remains the possibility of a second attempt. As these thoughts surfaced, the loyalty of the ancient Yin corpse began to surge. Yet, Healy, outside the Qianquan ring, remained oblivious to this development. At that moment, he was busy collecting the coffins arranged within the main tomb chamber, hastening towards the ancient tomb's exit. With little left in the tomb, he saw no reason to linger, eager to find more Xianjing fruits. Just as Healy approached the exit, whoosh, 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 sounds of slicing air resonated from the direction of the exit, accompanied by voices. What on earth is happening here? Did we arrive at the wrong time? Have others already concluded their treasure hunt and departed? Otherwise, why is there no one inside or outside? Alas, had we known this, we shouldn't have been so cautious in lingering outside due to manpower losses. We were still considering returning later to pick up the spoils, and now, there is nothing left. Don't be so pessimistic. This ancient tomb appears substantial. Perhaps if we search a bit more, we might still uncover something. Practitioners from the Hongye sect? Upon overhearing the increasingly near discussions, Healy swiftly discerned the identity of the approaching practitioners. No wonder I had noticed you few stragglers drawn here by the lure of treasure. It seems your manpower losses have made you hesitant to advance recklessly. TSK. Now you wish to scavenge? You are indeed fortunate. You've stumbled upon a significant opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, a sinister smile crept across Healy's face. With a swift motion, he surged forward, his speed erupting with ferocity as he approached the source of the voices. While the three female practitioners of the Hongye sect remained blissfully unaware, due to the inefficacy of divine sense within the ancient tomb, they failed to detect any movement from afar. It was only when Healy burst into their line of sight that they finally noticed his bewildered expression. There is someone else here? Just one person? It seems he, too, wishes to come and scavenge like us. He just as well. We haven't yet made any gains. Killing him and taking his storage bag would not be in vain. Two of the women exclaimed as they drew their swords and prepared their incantations, eager for action. The remaining female practitioner, however, wore a look of terror. For this individual was none other than the Hongye sect practitioner who had previously escaped after betraying Han Ming. Initially, Healy had intended to eliminate her after killing Han Ming, but he had refrained from pursuing her due to the Xianjing fruit tree and matters concerning the ancient tomb. Now, seeing Healy's familiar figure once more, along with the imposing 2-meter blade in his hand, her complexion turned pale, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Quick! Flee! There was no time to warn the others. She could only let out a frantic cry before desperately sprinting away, while the other two practitioners remained perplexed. Flee? Flee from what? They frowned. One of them shook her head, saying, "We are all foundation-building practitioners capable of entering the secret realm, and there are more of us. The advantage lies with us. Why should we flee?" With that, she charged toward Healy. "Let me first see what you're made of." Clang. Thud. Before the attacking female practitioner could finish her sentence, she collided with Healy's ferocious blade. Her long sword cleaved in two as her body was brutally severed in half, crashing heavily to the ground. Slain Foundation Building Level 4 Practitioner Wei Yunxiang. Cultivation 27. Additional Cultivation 39. Body Cultivation 39. Accompanied by the whispers in his mind, Healy did not slow down. He swiftly collected the corpse and, in a mere breath, turned to mercilessly swing his blade at the other female practitioner, who stood in shock. Crack. With a crisp sound, the massive blade cleaved directly from the top of her head down to her legs, splitting her in two. The practitioner who had not yet fled turned to witness the scene and was instantly paralyzed with fear, collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, Healy grinned viciously and vanished in a flash. "Fellow Taoist, we meet again." Crack. Thud. Accompanied by a chilling and eerie sound. The female cultivator suddenly felt a frigid sensation and intense pain coursing through her back, as her consciousness was severed and plunged into darkness. Eliminated the Foundation Establishment 4th Layer Cultivator, Jiang. Cultivation 27. Additional Cultivation 33. Body Cultivation 33. Eliminated the Foundation Establishment 3rd Layer Cultivator, Zhang Xiaowei. Cultivation 25. Additional Cultivation 27. Body Cultivation 26. A whisper echoed, signaling the conclusion of the battle. Healy swiftly collected the remaining two corpses and then dashed out of the ancient tomb to briefly examine the storage bags of the three individuals. Regrettably, the storage bags did not contain any Xianjing fruits. However, they did hold a considerable amount of spirit stones, manuals, talismans, and other items. Ultimately, it was a windfall, yielding profit without loss. As for the elusive Xianjing fruits, there was no need for haste. Further searching would surely yield results. Raising her hand, Healy incinerated the spell scrolls obtained from the 3 individual storage bags before soaring away on her sword. Incinerated the Spirit-Grade Supreme Fire Source Heart Sutra Fragment. Fire Source Heart Sutra has been elevated to the 7th level. Incinerated the Spirit-Grade Inferior Fiery Phoenix Shield Technique Fragment. Fiery Phoenix Shield Technique has reached the realm of mastery. Incinerated the Mortal Grade Supreme. Chapter 71. The Hurricane Flame Technique. Healy departed from the ancient tomb and commenced a thorough sweep. The scattered cultivators, oblivious to the impending danger, met their fate at the hands of Healy, who eliminated them with ruthless efficiency. However, the lone survivor seemed to sense something amiss. In the depths of the forest, Zhang Shiqing, the lord of Qingfeng City, furrowed his brow as he held a messaging talisman meant to contact other city lords. What is happening? Why can I not reach the other lords? What on earth is going on? Could this be connected to the sudden emergence of the treasure light? A sense of unease enveloped him. When the radiant aurora had appeared, he had suspected that many cultivators would flock to seek treasures. Aware of his limited cultivation, he refrained from joining them, knowing that even if treasures existed, obtaining them would be exceedingly difficult. Now, however, he felt a twinge of relief for not having gone. Otherwise, his fate might have mirrored that of the others. The likelihood was that most had ventured forth, and they might have already met their demise. The coincidence of so many city lords suddenly going missing struck him as too uncanny. He glanced towards the exit of the secret realm, realizing he could no longer linger. Who knew if the perpetrator responsible for the slaughter of numerous city lords might come this way? Besides, he had already acquired a mystical crystal fruit. The bounty here was sufficient. Zhang Shiqing was not one to be easily satisfied. He simply understood more clearly than others what needed to be done. The secret realm would open again in the future, but if he lost his life, nothing else would matter. This thought reverberated in his mind. Without further hesitation, he swiftly propelled himself towards the exit of the secret realm. However, as he surveyed his surroundings during his flight, unease settled deeper in his heart. The ground below revealed numerous areas excavated to bare rock layers, and an unsettling silence had enveloped the entire realm. The beasts and venomous creatures were nowhere to be seen. This prompted thoughts of one individual. Healy. That ruthless fiend had previously invaded his Qingfeng city. Remembering Healy, Zhang Shiqing's concern for his wife and daughter resurfaced. Although he valued treasures like the mystical crystal fruit greatly, he had not gone to their aid. Now that he possessed the fruit, his worries for his family took precedence. I hope they are safe, he murmured, his gaze suddenly sharpening. Ahead, not far from the exit of the secret realm, he spotted a figure. The person was unfamiliar, and Zhang Shiqing was certain he had not seen them before entering the realm. Who are you? Halt! Zhang Shiqing commanded, frowning. The figure, Healy, offered no reply. Instead, he merely focused on Zhang Shiqing, inhaling deeply. The fragrance of the mystical crystal fruit. Healy muttered, enchanted by the scent wafting from Zhang Shiqing's body. Zhang Shiqing's brow furrowed further. You, he began, but before he could say more, Healy vanished in an instant, leaving only an afterimage. A chilling sensation gripped Zhang Shiqing from behind, causing his hair to stand on end. Damn it, he shouted in alarm, hastily casting a defensive spell. In an instant, a golden shield enveloped him. Yet, the very next moment, bang, crack, a massive 2-meter-long cleaver struck his shield with tremendous force. Shattering it effortlessly, the blade continued its trajectory, slamming Zhang Shiqing from the sky down to the ground. Boom! With a thunderous noise, he crashed into the earth, shattering the rock beneath him, and coughed up blood. Though he was protected by formidable armor, the sheer power of Healy was terrifying. His internal organs had been severely damaged. What terrified Zhang Shiqing even more was that before he could rise, the enemy was already upon him. Raising the cleaver for a heavy strike before he could even react. Crack! As Zhang Shiqing's head, filled with dread, rolled away. A voice echoed. Slain the Foundation Establishment 5th Layer Cultivator Zhang Shiqing. Cultivation 29, Additional Cultivation 36, Body Cultivation 35. Now your family can be reunited. Healy chuckled, eagerly sheathing his blade. He was impatient to rummage through Zhang Shiqing's storage bag, extracting the mystical crystal fruit along with the one he had previously acquired. 3 mystical crystal fruits. This should suffice for comprehending techniques, right? 3 fruits. 1 from Zhang Shiqing, 1 discovered in Yi Xian's storage bag, and the last one Healy had found himself. With all the mystical crystal fruits accounted for, other than the one in Healy's possession, the secret realm had been effectively drained of its treasures, as he had eliminated all other cultivators. Yet, Healy was indifferent to this. He began to devour all 3 fruits. Consuming mystical crystal fruit, cultivation 300. Consuming mystical crystal fruit, body cultivation 450. Body cultivation level has reached a critical point. Body cultivation level has broken through to the 12th layer of body refinement. Consuming mystical crystal fruit has deepened your understanding of various techniques such as spirit insight technique, crimson charm technique, and subtle dream memory technique. The power of the mystical crystal fruit has transported you into a brief, unique realm, granting you an exceptional comprehension of fire techniques. Crimson Charm technique has advanced to the realm of fluidity. Fiery Tiger Battle Body has reached the 6th level. Spirit Blood Beast control technique has been enhanced. As the mystical crystal fruit melted in his mouth, a torrent of insights regarding techniques and principles surged through He Li's mind, intensifying his headache. Yet, amidst this pain, he felt a familiar sensation of mental clarity wash over him. This feeling allowed He Li, already possessing unique insights into fire techniques, to instantly unravel many of the questions that had lingered in his mind. Spiritual energy began to swirl around him, gradually forming a vortex. Suddenly, boom, the spiritual energy ignited, transforming into a swirling vortex of crimson flames that encircled He Li, spinning with relentless force. However, this vortex soon began to compress violently as He Li raised his hand and formed a seal. Within mere seconds, the towering flames were reduced to a mere 10 centimeters in height, coalescing in He Li's palm without dispersing. In the next instant, He Li waved his hand. Whoosh! Boom! The flame vortex was hurled forth, expanding rapidly in the wind, becoming a massive firestorm that blotted out the sky, sweeping across the land and leaving nothing but ash and thick magma in its wake. He Li stood still, watching as the terrifying firestorm surged into the distance. You have attained enlightenment among myriad fire techniques. You have created a unique technique, Hurricane Flame Technique. Hurricane Flame Technique has reached the level of mastery. Your comprehension of fire techniques has deepened further, enhancing your grasp of various fire techniques. Little Rocket Technique has been perfected. Crimson Charm Technique has reached great accomplishment. Flaming Heart Refinement Technique has been elevated. The whispers of newfound knowledge surged relentlessly. He Li regained his focus and hastily grabbed a handful of restorative pills from his storage ring, stuffing them into his mouth, his eyes gleaming with intense joy. The Hurricane Flame Technique, a name he had coined himself, possessed formidable power. Theoretically, its potential was limitless, as long as one had sufficient spiritual energy. The flames ignited by this technique could be amplified indefinitely, capable of easily obliterating cities and towns. Once I emerge, I shall astound the cultivators of your 3 sects with a little fire magic. He chuckled mischievously, glancing down at Zhang Shiqing's lifeless body and then towards the exit of the secret realm. Subsequently, he seized Zhang Shiqing's corpse. Bang! With a ferocious strike, he pierced through the chest of the corpse. As He Li carried the mangled corpse to the exit of the secret realm, he removed the cosmic ring and stuffed it into the gaping wound of the lifeless body. At the same moment, he hurled the corpse into the entrance of the ring and leaped in. The next instant, a sound reverberated outside the secret realm. Thud! The shattered remains of Zhang Shiqing were seen hurtling from the void of the secret realm's entrance, crashing heavily to the ground, further disintegrating upon impact. The surrounding core formation cultivators furrowed their brows. Zhang Shiqing is dead and was thrown out? Who did this? Their gazes swept over the corpse of Zhang Shiqing, and ultimately, it was the cold voice of the leader of the Wanjian sect that broke the silence. However, the unique barriers at the entrance of the secret realm prevented these core formation cultivators from scanning with their spiritual senses, leaving them in the dark and forced to inquire directly. Unfortunately, no one stepped forward to acknowledge the act. The other cultivators merely squinted and remarked. Only those within the secret realm could know who is responsible. For now, let us wait a bit longer. So much time has passed. Others should be emerging soon. Having spoken, they turned their attention away from the lifeless Zhang Shiqing, focusing instead on maintaining the operation of the secret realm's entrance, their eyes fixed in anticipation of their own foundation establishment cultivators' return. However, as time wore on, the expressions of the gathered core formation cultivators grew increasingly grim. Their concern deepened as they realized the entrance to the secret realm appeared to be forcibly closing, and they were struggling to maintain its stability. What on earth was happening? Why had no one emerged yet? As the entrance threatened to shut, the leader of the Hongye sect could no longer contain himself and spoke in a low, dark tone. Regrettably, his inquiry met with silence. Meanwhile, amidst the grass below, He Li, reveling in the chaos unleashed by Zhang Shiqing's body crashing down, wore a sinister smile. Just wait, for even if you wait until the end of time, none shall emerge again, for I have silenced them all, he chuckled gleefully. The brilliance of his smile stood in stark contrast to the grim visages of the leaders of the 3 sects above. Chapter 72. Arrival at the Valley of 10,000 Medicines. The secret realm of Xianjing has finally closed. Despite the presence of formidable Jiedan cultivators from various factions, they were powerless to halt the closure of the realm or even prolong the exit for a moment longer. They could only watch helplessly as the exit vanished before their eyes. The weight of their despair grew heavier, and a simmering anger began to fester within them. What on earth was happening? So many Foundation establishment practitioners had entered the secret realm, yet none had emerged alive? Such a bizarre occurrence had never transpired in the long history of the Xianjing secret realm. After a moment of silence, the leader of the Wanjian sect, suppressing his anger, spoke in a low voice. The expressions of the other Jiedan cultivators darkened as well. They did not suspect foul play. After all, no practitioners had returned. Instead, They preferred to believe that something had gone awry within the once stable confines of the secret realm. However, they were unable to enter the realm themselves to verify this speculation, leaving their gazes fixed upon Zhang Shiqing. Although Zhang Shiqing was deceased, his body had at least been recovered. Perhaps there was something to be gleaned from it. Yet, upon closer examination of the corpse, they found little information. The body appeared unremarkable, revealing only that he had been decapitated by a bladed weapon and had suffered internal injuries. No further clues could be discerned. After inspecting the body, the leader of the Valley of 10,000 Medicines furrowed his brow and spoke of the known facts. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Hongye sect and Apos' eyelids twitched. A knife wound? What could it mean? She instinctively inquired. The reactions among the crowd were mixed. The leader of the Wanjian sect shook his head, declaring, impossible. That little brat was wreaking havoc in Qingfeng City. It would take him a considerable amount of time to arrive here as a qi refinement practitioner. Moreover, even if he managed to arrive, and even if he somehow broke through to Foundation establishment, how could he enter the secret realm? We are here to personally guard it. Are you suggesting that we are all useless, while that little brat managed to ascend from the 4th level of qi refinement to Foundation establishment in just a few months, sneaking past us to slaughter all our men and then slip away unnoticed? This speculation silenced the group once more, although some harbored doubts about He Li. As the leader of the Wanjian sect pointed out, it seemed implausible that He Li could have concealed his actions from so many Jedon cultivators, entering the realm to commit murder and exiting right under their noses. Yet, if it wasn't He Li, then what could possibly explain the situation? Unable to make sense of it, the Jedon cultivators were ultimately interrupted by one from the Yu family, who, suppressing his emotions, spoke in a deep voice to shatter the oppressive atmosphere. The secret realm has undergone changes. Pondering this irretrievable matter is futile. Rather than dwell on what has transpired, I advise you all to consider the significant losses we have suffered in Foundation establishment practitioners. If unrest arises now, will we be able to safeguard our foundations? With that, he transformed into a streak of light and departed. The other Jedon cultivators snapped back to reality. Indeed, the situation was beyond salvaging. Instead of ruminating on the past, it was far more crucial to stabilize their sects to prevent turmoil. They could not forget that He Li still loomed outside. Given his nature, the assembled Jedon cultivators understood that he would never miss the opportunity to strike at a fallen opponent. If he were to attack, their sects might face annihilation. With such thoughts weighing on their minds, the Jedon cultivators hastened back to their sects, their hearts heavy with resentment. Meanwhile, within the Qianquan ring, He Li scoffed. There is nothing impossible in this world. Your disbelief stems from a lack of experience. However, your lack of suspicion towards me is a fortunate circumstance. After his laughter subsided, He Li turned his gaze towards the numerous undead emerging from the soil behind him, along with the feeble spirits drifting through the surrounding woods. The presence of so many undead and spirits was unprecedented, thanks to the peculiar items brought out from the Xianjing secret realm, such as the unique black soil and the eerie plants. These elements seemed to inherently possess a cold property that nurtured Yin energy, leading to a surge of Yin energy within the Qianquan ring after He Li had thoroughly excavated the secret realm. The probability of the deceased practitioners, those He Li had buried, transforming into undead increased rapidly due to this influence, resulting in the current state of affairs. With so many corpses amassed within the Qianquan ring, He Li estimated that there were at least 700 or 800 undead, and a similar number of spirits, casting an ominous atmosphere over the entire space. Of course, He Li had no intention of allowing these undead and spirits to roam freely. He resolved to enslave them all. In his domain, there would be no free rides, each must contribute in some manner. The undead, devoid of pain and fatigue, were perfect for labor, building, and farming, while those with potential could be armed to assist him in battle. He Li was not lacking in resources. He could afford to nurture hundreds of undead and spirit pets. Thus, he wasted no time and immediately began casting spells to enslave the undead and spirits. He had no plans to venture out just yet, for he could not ascertain if the Jedon cultivators had truly returned to their strongholds or were lying in wait nearby, ready to ambush him. He decided to lie low for a while. With the Qianquan ring at his disposal, he had no reason to rush. The Jedon cultivators, on the other hand, could not afford to wait, as their high positions demanded they manage various affairs within their sections. As expected, just as He Li completed the enslavement of all the undead and spirits within the Qianquan ring and began to construct a small world within it, commotion arose outside. Swish, swish, swish. Accompanied by the sound of slicing air, 3 Jedon cultivators who had originally intended to depart once again appeared in the sky. Damn it. Could it be true that the secret realm has changed? Otherwise, why have we waited so long without anyone emerging? The leader of the Valley of 10,000 Medicines exclaimed. The leader of the Wanjian sect remained silent, while the leader of the Hongye sect chose to depart, no longer wishing to wait foolishly. The other two, upon seeing her leave, could do nothing but follow suit. He Li observed the scene with cold indifference from within the Qianquan ring. It was not until 2 days later, assured that no issues remained, that he stepped out of the Qianquan ring, Surveying his surroundings, Healy swiftly activated his flying blade, propelling himself hundreds of miles towards the direction of the Valley of 10,000 Medicines. This sect was the weakest among the three, and he intended to test the waters with them first. Aside from killing them and seizing resources, the most crucial objective was to ascertain the location of the spiritual veins. He also planned to visit the Gu family to exterminate them and seize all the beast materials for refining the 100 beast bloodbone pills. Furthermore, he sought information regarding breakthroughs in physical cultivation. He wondered if the Valley of 10,000 Medicines possessed any knowledge on the subject. If not, he would have to seek out other major powers. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Healy soon caught sight of the Valley of 10,000 Medicines ahead. True to its name, this sect was established within a vast canyon stretching for thousands of miles, flanked by numerous small towns and villages. These towns and villages were primarily established by the influential families of the Valley of 10,000 Medicines. With so many towns and villages, there must be at least several 100,000 commoners, and the number of practitioners would surely be in the tens of thousands. If I were to eradicate all of you, I might just ascend to Foundation Establishment at level 3 or 4. Let us hope your quality is sufficient. Thus, at that moment, I shall attain greater cultivation and ascend to a higher realm. With a chilling laugh, Healy's figure flickered and vanished from sight, reappearing in the Medicine Valley. Before the astonished disciples of the Medicine Valley could react, he had already unleashed a brutal attack. Whoosh! Thud! In an instant, a whirlwind coalesced in his hand, swiftly launching forth to behead several surrounding cultivators. Slain a 6-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Wang Hao. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional cultivation 3, physical cultivation 2. Slain a 4th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Mu Yueling. Cultivation slightly increased. Additional cultivation 5, physical cultivation 5. Slain an 8th-layer Qi refinement cultivator, Ma. Collecting corpses, changing faces, and listening to the whispers of the wind. Healy attuned himself to the myriad sounds around him, drawing closer to the direction of the Medicine Valley-S Sutra Repository. Chapter 73. The Secrets of Wan Yao Valley. Stop. Do you not understand the rules? A sharp rebuke resounded from outside the scripture pavilion of Wan Yao Valley. Healy halted and turned his gaze, observing a woman clad in the attire of a core disciple glaring at him, a frown etched upon her face. Beside her, an elderly man reclined on a chair, eyes closed in slumber. Rules? Healy squinted. The woman coldly nodded. Indeed, to enter the scripture pavilion, one must obtain Elder Sin's approval. You should comprehend my meaning. Present the gift you have brought. Do not feel it a loss. Know that loss can be a blessing. Moreover, Elder Sun has long maintained the pavilion and is the only one who knows precisely where the texts, techniques, and mental methods you seek are located. Healy ceased listening to her further words. Having grasped one crucial piece of information, Elder Sun knew everything about the scripture pavilion. Since he was so well informed, it would indeed facilitate matters greatly for me. Suddenly, Healy interrupted the woman with a smile. She appeared momentarily taken aback, confused by the turn of events. While the elderly man on the chair abruptly opened his eyes, sensing the latent danger emanating from Healy, instinctively, he attempted to rise. However, Healy had already acted. Thank you for sharing this information. With Healy's voice, a chill swiftly coursed down the woman's neck, draining the color from her face. While he seized the elderly man by the crown of his head, microdream, Healy formed a hand seal. In the next instant, accompanied by whispers of a kill, numerous memories of the elderly man flooded into Healy's mind. Kill Qi Refining Stage 8 Cultivator Li Muyu. Cultivation 3, Extra Cultivation 8, Body Cultivation 7. Ignoring the whispered information, Healy focused on the myriad memories unfurling in his mind, uncovering vital pieces of intelligence. For instance, the Valley Lord of Wan Yao Valley, though a core formation cultivator, had merely managed to break through with the aid of medicinal pills. His foundational skills as a healer rendered him weaker in combat compared to a typical core formation cultivator, and relying on pills further diminished his strength. Additionally, the Grand Elder of Wan Yao Valley had perished, having seemingly failed his breakthrough to core formation. This information had not leaked, and only the elders of Wan Yao Valley harbored vague suspicions about it. Moreover, Wan Yao Valley concealed a rare spiritual beast, the Lingjia, which surpassed the Ling Xiao in potency, possessing greater utility for spiritual fields and plants, along with formidable combat capabilities. Finally, there was another matter worthy of Healy's attention. According to the elderly man's memories, it appeared that an unknown foreign alchemist was imprisoned within the underground forbidden zone of Wan Yao Valley. When the Valley Lord had achieved core formation, the pills he utilized were neither concocted by himself nor purchased externally. They were likely procured from the imprisoned alchemist. The Lingjia was also related to this individual. Regrettably, entry into the underground forbidden zone was prohibited even for the elders of Wan Yao Valley. Thus, they could only speculate based on scant clues. There were indeed numerous intriguing developments. After absorbing the memories, Healy exerted force, disregarding the elderly man's painful struggles under the influence of the micro-dream technique, and crushed the man's skull, causing him to perish instantly. Kill Foundation Establishment Stage 3 Cultivator Sinji. Cultivation 25, Extra Cultivation 24, Body Cultivation 23. Listening to the whispers, Healy pondered. The Valley Lord of Wan Yao Valley, it seems, was merely a fade of strength. Should I confront that old man? I might not be entirely without a chance if I employed my divine powers. Then there was the Lingjia. I had long heard that such rare entities had been eradicated from the Haomang mountain range, so it must indeed be a foreign presence. Lastly, the underground forbidden zone. An imprisoned foreign alchemist? Healy squinted. At present, he had yet to uncover information regarding breakthroughs to the transparent phase for body cultivation. However, he felt that the imprisoned alchemist might possess knowledge, for that individual could provide precious pills capable of aiding in core formation, and the Lingjia as well. Such a grand undertaking could only stem from either a highborn lineage or profound expertise. In any case, Healy surmised that only that alchemist might hold the answers. Of course, even if that person knew nothing, he must investigate the underground forbidden zone, and then eliminate that alchemist. Such a formidable individual cannot continue to remain in Wanyao Valley, wasting their potential. Healy cackled. Someone like you deserves to be slain. Your corpse to be buried and refined into a corpse pet. Your soul to be captured and transformed into a soul pet to toil for me in alchemy. Healy possessed an abundance of spiritual plants within his cosmos ring. He had no time for personally concocting pills. He had long contemplated using the soul capture technique to forcibly enslave a skilled alchemist's soul to serve him, and now a suitable target seemingly presented itself. With this thought, Healy wasted no more time, swiftly gathering the corpse, assuming Sanji's visage, and directing his gaze towards the scripture pavilion. Whoosh! As spiritual energy surged, a faint whirlpool of flames in Healy's hand began to spin rapidly. Boom! In the next moment, as Healy departed, the whirlpool of flames was hurled towards the scripture pavilion, expanding dramatically to envelop the entire structure in a conflagration. Although the scripture pavilion of Wanyao Valley was fortified with protective arrays and prohibitions to prevent destruction, Healy's hurricane flames bore immense power. The fragile defenses crumbled under the strain, and within mere seconds, the raging inferno melted the ground into viscous magma, flowing outward. The pavilion itself was consumed, leaving behind only the metallic framework, struggling to withstand the arrays and prohibitions, yet even so, numerous and valuable texts were incinerated due to the damage to the formations. The commotion quickly drew the attention of several disciples of Wanyao Valley nearby. Is that the scripture pavilion? Oh no, the pavilion is on fire. Quickly, alert the Valley Lord. Firefighters, what are you standing around for? Damn it, this does not seem like a normal flame. Someone has attacked the pavilion. Where is Junior Sisterly? Where is Elder Son? It and Appos. Over. The flames are too fierce, we cannot extinguish them. Amidst the chaotic uproar surrounding the pavilion, the whispers in Healy's mind continued to resound ceaselessly. Burning the ordinary grade superior with spirit healing technique. With spirit healing technique has reached the proficient realm. Burning the spiritual grade medium water cloud heart still sutra fragment. Water cloud heart still sutra has reached the 4th level. Burning the ordinary grade inferior fire moxibustion technique. Fire moxibustion technique has reached the beginner realm. The mastery of numerous techniques and mental methods further enhanced Healy and Appos' abilities, and he had stealthily arrived at the entrance of the Forbidden Zone, guided by Sun Ji and Appos' memories. Here, similarly, there were elders stationed. According to the memories, there had previously been 2 Foundation establishment elders guarding this spot without respite. However, due to Healy's earlier rampage within the secret realm, the number of Foundation establishment cultivators in Wanyao Valley had drastically diminished, leading to one elder being reassigned elsewhere. That individual had also noticed the flames of the scripture pavilion. At this moment, upon seeing Sun Ji approach, he appeared somewhat suspicious. Elder Son, I observe the pavilion ablaze. Has something occurred? Why have you come here instead of addressing the situation at the pavilion? As he spoke, he tightened his grip on the sword at his waist. Clearly, though he was puzzled, he sensed that Elder Son and Appos' presence here was rather peculiar. Unfortunately, such realizations were futile. The disparity in strength rendered him incapable of resisting Healy. What an interesting turn of events. Nature demands your life. Swish. In an instant, Healy's response materialized as he lunged forward, brandishing his formidable blade with ferocity toward the elder before him. The forceful gust of the blade sent the elder's heart racing uncontrollably. This is the end. In his final moments, only a cry of alarm echoed within him. The next instant, Healy and Appos' blade descended. Clang, crack, splatter, accompanied by a flicker of sparks. The 2-meter-long knife viciously cleaved through the long sword that the elder instinctively raised in defense, simultaneously severing flesh and bone. Slain a Foundation Establishment Level 4 Cultivator, Chao Xiu. Cultivation 27, Additional Cultivation 30, Body Refinement 30. Sheathing his blade and collecting the remains, Healy pressed onward, charging into the dimly lit passageway leading underground. Focusing intently to utilize his ability to listen for the sounds of movement below. As he advanced, he soon discerned faint sounds emanating from the depths below.